The second young master of the Yun family was merely a frail scholar, yet at fate's darkest hour, he unexpectedly awakened a heaven-defying talent. A cold, melodious female voice whispered in his ear, "If I'm fortunate enough to conceive a child, I promise the child will bear your surname, leaving you with an heir." Yun Che's eyes snapped open to a shocking scene that left him momentarily stunned. Before him was none other than Qin, the first Demoness from the Xinwu promotional materials. He instantly realized something was wrong. Hadn't Xinwu been indefinitely shut down due to insufficient funding? Memories flooded back like a tide, and Yun Che's face filled with shock and disbelief. He had actually transmigrated into the Xinwu world, becoming the second young master Yun Che, and had even taken his elder brother Yun Jin's place in marrying into the Qin royal manor. If that were all, he might have enjoyed the thrilling life of martial arts adventures. But unfortunately, in the game's setting, Yun Che was merely a sacrifice destined to have his life force drained by the female demon, dying a miserable death. He could clearly feel his life force being absorbed by the Demoness, weakness rapidly spreading throughout his body as every ounce of strength drained away. Qin sensed his struggle, and a trace of coldness appeared on her stunning face as she said softly, "I know you're not Yun Jin. You respect your elder brother and willingly took his place in this marriage, becoming a sacrifice for profit. But I don't care who you are. In just a few more minutes, your soul will dissipate and you'll die completely. But rest assured, since I've made you a promise, I'll certainly keep it. If I can break through to the innate realm this time, I'll protect the Yun family for a lifetime, and even recommend your elder brother Yun Jin to study at Falling Moon Academy." As her words fell, Qin accelerated her dual cultivation technique. In just 3 to 5 breaths, Yun Che felt his flesh rapidly withering, his consciousness becoming blurry, as if his soul might ascend to heaven at any moment. Did I transmigrate just to become a sacrifice and help her rise? Yun Che's heart filled with unwillingness as he struggled desperately, yet couldn't even move a finger. Just then, a clear system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! SS Strength Talent. Divine Hand has been distributed and automatically embedded into player Yun Che's soul. Divine Hand is unique. Simply lock onto a visible target to randomly extract one item from them. Note: each use consumes 5 spiritual power points. The farther the target, the greater the consumption. Obtained techniques and martial skills can directly help the player comprehend them to perfect level. Joy instantly lit up Yun Che's eyes. When he had originally drawn Divine Hand, he was ecstatic, but then the game shut down indefinitely. Now the talent had actually descended with him into the Xinwu world. This was undoubtedly a chance to defy fate. He hesitated no longer, his gaze locking firmly onto Qin as his 5 fingers clenched slightly. Assess Strength Talent. Divine Hand. Activate. A golden light separated from Qin's body, and the system notification sounded again. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the high-grade technique, Soul Secret Record. Soul Secret Record is a profound dual cultivation method that can help practitioners enter an enlightened state through soul fusion, increasing breakthrough probability. Note: those who haven't cultivated this technique will have their souls and bodies unable to withstand the damage, leading to death by exhaustion. Yun Che's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he momentarily wanted to interrupt Qin's cultivation to severely injure her. But the next second, he realized he now also possessed the Soul Secret Record, making this an excellent cultivation opportunity. With a shift in thought, Yun Che closed his eyes and began circulating the Soul Secret Record, using her power to enter a cultivation state. At this moment, Qin was fully focused on breaking through the innate bottleneck. She vaguely sensed the spiritual energy decreasing, but had no time to be distracted, concentrating entirely on her breakthrough. Meanwhile, at the Yun family estate, the elegant Yun Jin sat restlessly, clenching his fists. Though not twins, Yun Jin and Yun Che looked remarkably similar. Yun Jin muttered to himself, "Little brother, elder brother is a natural martial arts prodigy with a bright future. You're just a scholar with mediocre talent. In the Great Yuan Empire that values martial arts over literature, even a lifetime of study wouldn't match my single sword strike against enemies. Go in peace, elder brother will remember you forever. After all, you sacrificed yourself for me." The next morning at 10 o'clock, Qin successfully broke through to the early innate realm at just 18 years old, a world-shocking achievement. A smile played at the corners of her mouth, her mood excellent. But when her gaze fell upon Yun Che, she suddenly froze. He hadn't become a withered corpse as she'd expected, but instead appeared vigorous with steady breathing, healthier than when he'd first entered the manor. Qin's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her cherry lips parting slightly in disbelief. He had actually survived the dual cultivation? Should she kill him? Qin stared at the unconscious Yun Che, hesitation flickering in her eyes. If she spared his life, he would become her husband, but she had already planned to leave the Qin royal manor and join a major sect, never to spend her remaining years with him. After weighing her options several times, Qin sighed softly and rose from Yun Che's body. He helped her break through, so that counts as a favor she'd spare his life. Yin Che heard the footsteps gradually fade and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had actually awakened long ago but feared the Demoness might fly into a rage, so he forced himself to remain still. After a night of cultivation, he had broken through from body-tempering realm to early postnatal realm, but facing an innate expert, he remained insignificantly powerless. Yin Che stood up, washed himself briefly, and walked to the mirror to examine his reflection. The person in the mirror had the exact same facial features, hairstyle, and even age as the himself, in his memory leaving him unable to determine whether this was soul transmigration or if his physical body had crossed over with him. Divine Martial was a fantasy game set in an ancient Chinese-style world, but to cater to player freedom, male characters weren't all required to have long hair tied up in traditional robes. Some preferred practical short hair. The Yin Che in the mirror was clearly the latter type. He silently thought, status panel, and a semi-transparent virtual screen immediately appeared. Player, Yin Che. Identity, son-in-law of the Qin Prince's manor. Cultivation realm, early postnatal stage. Talent, SS rank divine hand unique martial root, inferior grade. Profession, none. Race, human. Reputation, 0. Strength, 104 1 strength 1 attack power. Agility, 41 effect speed, critical hits, evasion. Endurance, 26 1 endurance, 1 defense power. Constitution, 13 1 constitution, 10 health points. Spirit, 21 spirit, 5 spiritual power. Attack power, 104. Defense power, 26. Health points, 130. Spiritual power, 100. Cultivation method, divine soul secret records, superior grade. Movement technique, none. Combat skills, none. Experience, 1143500. Money, 0 gold, 0 silver, 0 copper. Truly useless as a scholar even after breaking through to the postnatal realm, my endurance and constitution are still so pathetic. Yin Che shook his head and pushed open the door to leave the cultivation chamber. Bright sunlight made him squint, and after his vision adjusted, he saw a petite, adorable maid waiting respectfully at the door. This servant is Xiao Yu, greeting young master. The young miss instructed that once you awakened, I should escort you to wash and dine. Yin Che nodded and followed, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as he instinctively raised his palm and grasped at the air. A white light flashed. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 1 experience point. Oh, I can even grab experience, he thought with delight, then tried a second time, but caught nothing. Ding. Reminder. Each person can only use divine hand once per day. Once was find the Qin Prince's manor, and even the entire Great Yuan Empire had no shortage of people. Next, whenever he encountered a servant, he would discreetly extend his hand. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 1 constitution point. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 5 copper coins. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 1 osmanthus pastry. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 2 experience points. Divine hand never left him empty-handed, though it sometimes brought absurdly inappropriate items like a certain maid's undergarments. Fortunately, the game inventory existed, and these items went directly into his storage space without anyone noticing. Otherwise, he might have been expelled from the manor as a pervert. When no one was around, Yin Che casually tossed the still slightly warm undergarment behind a decorative rock formation, mentally summarizing. Divine Hand's extraction of virtual items was merely copying, but when extracting real objects, it was equivalent to direct theft. Just moments ago, the unfortunate maid whose undergarments he had taken suddenly froze. After quietly searching her body, her expression changed dramatically. Soon after, Yin Che followed Xiao Yu to the dining hall. Upon entering the room, he saw a stern-looking middle-aged man seated at the head of the table. This was the renowned king realm expert of the Great Yuan Empire, King Qin Shao. Beside Qin Shao sat a stunningly beautiful woman, none other than Qin Kui, with whom he had shared a night of passion. Greetings to the king, greetings to the young Mississippi. Though he had married into the family, Yin Che dared not address them by their titles directly, believing that they would likely not wish to hear him call them father either. Qin Kui looked at Yin Che with complex emotions. She had originally planned to leave the royal mansion once she broke through to the innate realm to pursue the ultimate path of swordsmanship, but now she inexplicably had a husband, truly a twist of fate. Qin Shao nodded slightly, his gaze quickly sweeping over Yin Che. Due to the game panel's concealment, he failed to detect that Yin Che was no longer the ordinary person he once was, still regarding him as a weakling with pitiful martial prowess. Naturally, as the head of a martial arts family, Qin Shao was displeased. He spoke coldly. Since you have become a son-in-law of my King Qin mansion, you must abide by the mansion's rules. Yes, this son-in-law will certainly remember. Seeing Yin Che's good attitude, Qin Zhao's tone softened slightly. According to Kui, you are not Yin Jin, but his younger brother Yin Che. Yin Che's expression stiffened, and he could only bite the bullet and answer. The king sees clearly this son-in-law is indeed Yunche. Qin Shao snorted coldly. If not for your actual contribution in helping Qi break through to the innate realm, I would have killed you with a single palm strike long ago. And that arrogant older brother of yours relying on some martial talent. He dared to deceive this king. If not for Kuyi's promise to you, I would never let him off easily. While Yunche appeared to humbly accept the criticism, he secretly thought, you'd better not let him off. This so-called good older brother was a ruthless character who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, eventually becoming a major enemy of the King Qin mansion. Under the pretense of avenging his younger brother, he actually coveted Qin Kui, who was known as the greatest beauty of the Great Yuan Empire. As a beta tester, Yunche naturally knew some secrets that others didn't. Though he only knew part of the early storyline, he was clear about several major events and the locations of great opportunities. If he could claim all these opportunities, his combat power would undoubtedly surpass his peers by several levels. I hear you are well educated. In that case, I'll help you secure a position at Falling Moon Academy. In a few days, you can report to Falling Moon Academy. Yunche humbly accepted, though inwardly he was cursing this King Qin thoroughly. The man clearly didn't want to let him idle about. He was a lucky player with an SS rank unique talent. Did he need to work? Absolutely not. However, he vaguely remembered that Falling Moon Academy also contained a place of great opportunity, so he could take advantage of this chance to claim it. The meal made Yunche feel uncomfortable throughout, but fortunately, everyone would have their own duties from now on and would likely not dine together again, which relieved him. When King Qin and Qin Kui left, Yunche desperately grabbed at both of them, hoping to obtain something good. Ding. Grab successful. Congratulations on obtaining 100 experience points. Ding. Congratulations on triggering divine fortune. You have gained the opportunity to select an item yourself. Target, Qin Shao. Available items, Superior Martial Root, Superior Technique Ice Moon Frost Art, Superior Combat Skill Frost Sky Absolute Sword, Superior Movement Technique Drifting Qin Steps, 100 Strength Points, 80 Agility Points, 50 Endurance Points, 120 Constitution Points, 30 Spirit Points, Pills, Gold Coins. Selectable items, 1. Yunche was shocked. He hadn't expected the divine hand to have such a hidden mechanism. What a delightful surprise. After much deliberation, he finally chose the superior movement technique Drifting Qin Steps. After all, with his current weak strength, he needed life-saving methods first. The Qin Royal Palace operated with remarkable efficiency, completing Yunche's cultural instructor certification in just one day. Outside the gates, Qin Kui appeared unexpectedly to see him off, her beauty as aloof and pristine as a snow lotus. This scene undoubtedly shocked everyone present, and news that Yunche had not been drained to death spread through the streets like wildfire at an astonishing speed. Holy shit. Earth-shattering news. The second young master of the Yun family, Yunche, is still alive. He wasn't sucked dry. Qin Kui's cheeks flushed slightly. Initially, she hadn't thought anything was amiss, but as things settled down, she realized she had already consummated her marriage with the young man before her. She had let herself go completely, revealing her most private side to him, and even somewhat regretted not killing him afterward. Composing herself, Qin Kui spoke in a cold tone. Husband, after you leave, I will also go to the Sacred Profound Sect for their entrance examination. With my current cultivation level, entering the Sacred Profound Sect should be a sure thing. As I made clear at dinner yesterday, I won't stay at the Qin Royal Palace to spend my days with you. I'm devoted to the way of the sword and wish to pursue its ultimate mastery. The fate between us may end here. If you wish to leave the Qin Royal Palace, I'm willing to divorce you amicably. You can go marry and have children, living out a peaceful life. Yunche pondered briefly before shaking his head in refusal. He still needed the Qin Royal Palace as his protective umbrella for now. More importantly, he hadn't finished milking that fat sheep. Qin Shao dry. He needed to find more opportunities to fleece him. As for returning to the Yun family, that was impossible. The Yun family's fate in the divine martial kingdom was destined to become a political sacrifice, and he had no intention of being dragged down with them. Yunche said somewhat jokingly, perhaps someday in the future, I'll also go to the Sacred Profound Sect. When that time comes, I hope you'll still acknowledge me as your husband and not present me with a magnificent pair of green horns. Qin Kui wasn't angered. She rarely showed a hint of a smile as she said, that's not necessarily certain. While I don't want to get involved in romantic affairs now, if I achieve success in my cultivation and meet someone more outstanding in the future, I might be moved. Until we meet again, by fate I'm leaving. Yunche smiled dashingly and turned to climb into the carriage. He had to admit, he quite liked this future Demoness personality, genuine and unpretentious. Before boarding, Yunche used his divine hand technique on Qin Kui, though unfortunately, he didn't obtain anything valuable, only acquiring a silk handkerchief of excellent quality. As the carriage slowly departed, the smile on Qin Kui's face faded as well. She said softly, with your aptitude, entering the Sacred Profound Sect would probably be impossible in this lifetime. However, since you have such aspirations, I'm still willing to wait 3 years for you. If there's no word from you after 3 years, I'll have the divorce papers delivered to you. At the Yun family residence, when Yun Jin learned that his younger brother had not only survived but was also going to serve as an instructor at Falling Moon Academy, his face showed no joy. Instead, it was filled with extreme, twisted jealousy and resentment. The reason was naturally Yun Che's current status. Yun Che was now not only a son-in-law of the Qin royal palace, but also the husband of the Great Yuan kingdom's greatest beauty, Qin Ku, literally enviable. What was going on? Could it be that Qin Ku hadn't actually cultivated that soul-damaging technique, and everything was just rumors? The more Yun Jin thought about it, the angrier, more jealous, and more indignant he became. Could it be that my younger brother knew Qin Kui's true situation from the very beginning, which is why he was willing to die in my place? Yun Jin replayed the events in his mind over and over, forcing himself to believe this was the only reasonable explanation. Otherwise, how could anyone in this world be willing to die for another? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, convinced that Yun Che had stolen what rightfully belonged to him. By all rights, he should have been the one to become Qin Kui's partner, not Yun Che. At this thought, he gritted his teeth. Well played, Yun Che. And here I was, worrying about you. What a wonderful brother you are. This matter had to be clarified, and Yun Che must be made to reveal the truth publicly. Yet he stubbornly refused to remember that it was he himself who had personally begged Yun Che to take his place, to willingly become a son-in-law of the Qin prince's mansion, even to die in his stead. Meanwhile, ding. Congratulations, player Yun Che. Your accumulated reputation has exceeded 1,000. You have been awarded one unique golden treasure chest. Inside the carriage, Yun Che heard the notification sound from the divine martial announcement. He was momentarily stunned, then his face lit up with joy. The game had already announced that the first player to reach the reputation threshold would receive a treasure chest reward. He never expected that he, a mere son-in-law, could accumulate enough reputation. It seemed that last night's passionate encounter with Qin Kui had indeed made others green with envy. In high spirits, he opened the golden treasure chest directly from his inventory. 500 experience points, 100 silver coins, 1 low-grade combat technique manual, and 1 low-grade longsword appeared in sequence. Excellent. I was just worrying about not having any combat techniques, and here they are, delivered right to my doorstep. He felt secretly pleased, and couldn't help but wonder, could I be the only player in the divine martial continent? He opened the combat technique, Star Chasing Slash, to learn it, then took out the low-grade Azure Autumn sword to examine. The blade gleamed like water, moving with incredible smoothness when wielded. He sincerely praised, what a fine sword. The journey to Falling Moon Academy would take only 2 hours. The driver was an honest and simple servant named Amu, whom Yun Che had deliberately chosen as his attendant and coachman. The carriage wheels rolled to a stop before the academy gates. Nestled among mountains and waters, Falling Moon Academy featured pavilions and towers scattered throughout, with lush forests complementing the ancient architecture, exuding both scholarly atmosphere and ethereal elegance. 2 stone lions guarded the main entrance with solemn dignity. It was dismissal time, and countless young men and women streamed out, gathering in groups of 2s and 3s toward nearby taverns. Among the crowd, a young lady in a blue dress was the most eye-catching. She possessed stunning beauty and an ethereal temperament, like an untainted fairy. Though surrounded by swarms of admirers, she ignored them with cold indifference. Young master, it's the second young miss. Amu whispered quietly. Yun Che's heart skipped a beat. This was indeed Qin Yelan, the second daughter of the Qin prince's mansion, and his sister-in-law. Gazing at that exquisite face and slender figure, he silently marveled at the powerful genes of the old Qin family, in no way inferior to Qin Kui. Qin Yelan quickly noticed the mansion's carriage. Her expression unchanged, she walked straight over. Yun Che had expected her to mock and ridicule his status as a son-in-law, but instead, she approached and examined him carefully, then lightly nodded before shaking her head faintly and turning to leave. What did that mean? Yun Che was completely puzzled and turned to ask Amu. Amu was equally bewildered, half guessing as he answered, perhaps she's hungry? Yun Che's mouth twitched, silently cursing himself for seeking help from this mastermind. Regardless of what his sister-in-law was plotting, his divine hand couldn't stop. The moment Qin Yelan turned away, he captured a strand of blue light from her. Ding! Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining mid-grade armor Ice Silk Brocade Garment. Nice! Yun Che snapped his fingers in satisfaction. Mid-grade armor was essential for traveling. But when he glanced at the women's clothing in his item inventory, his smile froze instantly, and cold sweat broke out. This item, he absolutely couldn't let Qin Yelan know he had taken it, or she would definitely hack him to death. At the same time, Qin Yelan, who had just walked about 20 meters away, trembled slightly as her aura suddenly turned ice cold, frightening the surrounding students so much that they dared not approach her. Her beautiful yet frigid eyes swept around the area before finally settling on Yun Che, lingering for several seconds. After confirming nothing was amiss, she calmly changed direction and returned to Falling Moon Academy with light but chilling steps. Yunche didn't dare breathe a sigh of relief until Qin Yelon's figure completely disappeared. The faint trace of suspicion in her gaze had nearly made him think this sister-in-law of his would follow a better to kill wrongly than let escape approach and slice him down on the spot. The killing intent that erupted in that instant was even more terrifying than the Qin Demoness herself. Withdrawing his gaze, he stared at the moon-white undergarment in his inventory, a mid-grade defensive item of considerable value. It would be such a waste to throw it away, yet he could neither use it nor dare to use it. After much consideration, he could only secretly sell it, and he would need to disguise himself thoroughly, leaving absolutely no trace behind. He didn't immediately report to the academy. First, students were frequently coming and going at this time, making it prime opportunity for a wool gathering. Second, it was lunchtime, so the academy leadership was likely absent, meaning he couldn't complete the enrollment procedures even if he went. Therefore, Yunche tried to minimize the gestures when using Divine Hand, lest people think he was mentally ill. The overall quality of Falling Moon Academy's students was extremely high. Even the weakest were at the mid-stage of body refinement realm. Yunche found it difficult to maintain his poker face, struggling harder to suppress his grin than controlling weapon recoil. Many students who passed by him only saw his strange expression, seeming to smile, yet desperately holding it back. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 5 experience points. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 1 spirit point. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 10 silver coins. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining low-grade battle technique Phoenix Soaring Flash. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining low-grade cultivation method Fire Spirit Formula. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 10 experience points. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 2 agility points. Ding. Congratulations on breakthrough. Currently at mid-stage acquired realm. 2 hours later, with his spiritual power nearly depleted, Yunche was forced to stop using Divine Hand. Using his talent consumed spiritual power, and the farther the target, the greater the consumption. To achieve this breakthrough, he had rested several times during these 2 hours and consumed 2 precious first-grade spirit recovery pills to replenish his spiritual power. After briefly summarizing his gains, he calculated rough probabilities. From high to low, they were inferior items, medium items, experience points, battle techniques, cultivation methods, attribute points, and superior items. Battle techniques and cultivation methods themselves also had grade probabilities. Currently, all his gains were low grade. He simply couldn't believe that such a large academy had no one practicing medium-grade cultivation methods and battle techniques. After tidying up his clothes a bit, Yunche walked toward the academy's administrative building with Amu, who seemed rather nervous. Amu was stepping into this prestigious academy filled with geniuses for the first time, unconsciously lightening his footsteps and glancing around nervously, afraid of disturbing some important figure. In contrast, Yunche, walking ahead, appeared remarkably relaxed, not even bothering to furrow his brow at the curious or contemptuous gazes directed their way. As soon as they entered the administrative building, the scent of ink from countless volumes lining the wooden bookshelves hit them, while portraits of distinguished former deans hung on the walls, their brilliant achievements listed alongside. Amu shrank back, intimidated by this overwhelming atmosphere of scholarship, while Yunche merely glanced around indifferently and continued forward. He found a simply marked private office at the end of the 3rd floor, where only a bald, middle-aged man in a blue robe sat inside. The man took the recommendation letter from the Prince of Qin's mansion and scrutinized Yunche from head to toe. No spiritual energy fluctuations whatsoever, a complete, ordinary mortal. Yet this mortal somehow carried the golden endorsement of recommended by the Prince of Qin, forcing the middle-aged man to suppress his doubts. I'm Ding Man, the academic director. Welcome to Luoyue Academy. Ding Man said straightforwardly. Your office is at the easternmost end of the 3rd floor. According to academy rules, new instructors must conduct a public demonstration class to showcase their teaching abilities. Yours is scheduled for tomorrow. I understand, Director Ding. I'll prepare well. Yunche replied respectfully, but without servility. If there's nothing else, you can go check out Class 9 first. That's the class you'll be teaching. Understood. As he turned to leave, Yunche caught a flash of disdain in Director Ding's eyes mixed with a hint of envy. Even as a son-in-law living with his wife's family, he was still married to the most beautiful woman in the Great Yuan dynasty, a status that left many men with mixed feelings. Thinking of his wife Qin Kui's breathtaking curves, Yunche couldn't help but smile. Even if everyone wanted her dead in the future and she became a demoness, he'd gladly be the demon king. Anyone who dared covet her would lose 3 legs. Reaching the doorway, his mind stirred slightly as Divine Hand quietly activated. Ding. Extraction successful. Obtained illustrated book, 3 Orioles Singing in Green Willows. Yunche flipped through a few pages and found only rough character outlines with all the crucial details blurred like mosaics. He shrugged. Terrible artwork, can't make out any details. Hard to believe he carries this around. With that, he casually tossed the book into a trash bin and left without looking back. Shortly after Yunche departed, Director Ding began frantically searching through boxes and drawers, his expression filled with distress and heartache. Yunche arrived at the third-floor office, where two other instructors were working, a man and a woman. The man in gray robes looked weary, hunched over a thick stack of test papers he was grading, his pen scratching steadily across the pages. The female instructor in a light blue dress rested her chin on her hand, absorbed in reading a book, occasionally tapping the pages with her fingertip to make notes. When they heard footsteps, both merely nodded politely before quickly returning to their work. Yunche nodded back and instinctively walked toward the desk bearing his nameplate. His corner workspace by the wall wasn't particularly spacious, but it was neat and tidy. A wooden bookshelf stood by the window, and a lush orchid swayed gently, dispelling some of the stuffiness in the room. After settling into his seat, he glanced around and quietly activated his divine hand ability. Though his targets were just two ordinary instructors with modest cultivation, every little bit counted. Even mosquito legs were still meat. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations, you've gained 10 experience points. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations, you've obtained a love letter. Yunche raised an eyebrow and opened the item from the female instructor in his inventory. The contents hit him like a lightning bolt. Nothing is more beautiful than some future day when I kiss you goodnight, hold you at midnight, and wake up with you. In this vast sea of people, my heart trembled for the first time only because I saw you. I want to give you all the best things in the world, only to discover that you are the best thing. Over 100 similar sweet nothings bombarded him like machine gun fire, making his scalp tingle and goosebumps crawl up his arms. Most shocking of all, the signature clearly showed it was from Songbai, the male instructor sitting nearby. So these two had been carrying on a secret office romance. He silently stood up and, while passing by the female instructor Jiafeng's desk, casually dropped the well-worn, slightly curled love letter near her feet. Instructor Jiafeng, you dropped something. Jiafeng followed his gaze downward, her face instantly changing color. She quickly bent down to retrieve it, stuffing it into her pocket while whispering gratefully, "Hish. Thank you, Instructor Yin." Yunche gestured dismissively and walked away with measured steps, heading toward Class 9, where he would be teaching. Luoyue Academy had 9 classes in total. Class 1 gathered all the geniuses, while Class 9 was the least promising. Yunche was Class 9's cultural studies instructor. Walking through the corridors, he used his divine hand on passing students whenever he got the chance. Most yields were trivial, but occasionally there were pleasant surprises. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations, you've obtained 15 copper coins. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations, you've obtained a wolf hair brush. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations, you've obtained 5 sheets of premium toilet paper. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations, you've obtained bird feed. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations, you've obtained a mid-grade combat technique. Bright light, sword method. Upon hearing toilet paper, Yunche shook his head helplessly that had been randomly extracted from a male student who was clutching his stomach and rushing toward the latrine. Sorry, student. The skill is random. I really didn't mean to. I hope you have backup, he silently prayed. But his prayers went unanswered. After finishing his business, the male student discovered the paper had vanished without a trace and had no choice but to remove one of his socks. A few minutes later, Yunche arrived at Class 9's classroom. The spacious room held only a sparse dozen or so students, most of whom were doing their own things, with some even sleeping. At the podium, the instructor wore an expressionless face, reading from the textbook in a monotone voice. He neither took attendance nor asked questions, operating like a machine going through the motions. When the bell rang, he closed his book and walked straight out without assigning homework or giving any remarks. This teaching atmosphere had long become Class 9's norm. Students lacked any motivation to improve, and instructors had completely given up on management. The entire academy secretly referred to this place as the garbage dump. Yunche didn't care about his assigned class. As long as he had the opportunity to use his divine hand, that was enough. The next morning, he entered Class 9 again, only to see 5 students. One studious girl clutching her books with focused attention, and 4 boys gathered in the back row, chatting quietly while completely ignoring the new instructor. On the other side of the academic building, Academic Director Ding Man stood by the window, his gaze falling upon the nearly empty Class 9 classroom. He let out a light snort, his lips curling with mockery. Yunche, oh Yunche, being an academic instructor isn't easy, especially for Class 9. I hope you can last a bit longer, otherwise I'll have trouble explaining things to the Qin King. Yunche paid no attention to outside scrutiny. He opened his lesson plan, preparing to begin class, but first, he naturally needed to harvest some wool from these 5 little sheep. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on gaining 4 experience points. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on gaining 1 endurance point. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 1 owl mask. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 1 first-grade blood coagulation pill. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining basic herbology knowledge. Even knowledge could be extracted, which left Yun-Che slightly stunned. He instinctively glanced at the studious girl who was reading earnestly. Academic courses were divided into 4 subjects: herbology, geography, humanities and history, and mathematics. Most academic instructors preferred teaching geography and humanities history as they were less demanding. Although Yun-Che was extremely accomplished in mathematics, he didn't want to challenge the academy's perceptions or invite trouble, so he chose humanities and history instead. During class, when he discussed the combat techniques and cultivation methods of heroic figures, his thoughts were exceptionally clear. He drew from extensive sources, made precise points, and provided enlightening insights. This transformation stemmed from his secret absorption of numerous cultivation methods and combat techniques, giving him an understanding of the cultivation path far beyond ordinary people. Especially when discussing the fire spirit formula and phoenix soaring flash that he knew by heart. He explained them with remarkable ease and thoroughness, even revealing many secrets that other instructors kept to themselves. Among the 5 students, only the book-loving studious girl noticed this detail. She closed her book, her eyes bright as freshly ground ink pearls, listening intently without wanting to miss a single word. The bell rang, and Yun-Che closed his book and stood up, about to leave. The studious girl hurried over, her voice full of anticipation. Instructor Yun, can Phoenix Soaring Flash really trigger a 3-stage consecutive flash? Yun-Che was slightly surprised. It was certainly novel for someone to discuss martial cultivation techniques in front of an academic instructor, but he still patiently explained the key points of the 3-stage consecutive flash, the circulation of mental techniques, and how to compensate for weaknesses. After listening, the studious girl bowed deeply, her expression excited. Thank you, Instructor Yun. I will definitely attend your next class on time. Watching her skip away happily, Yun-Che couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. What a wonderful student who truly loves learning. After Yun-Che left the classroom, he headed southeast toward Luoyue Academy, where a secluded pavilion stood over a small lake. The great opportunity he sought lay hidden within this very lake. He hurried along, rapidly recalling information from his previous life. This opportunity had originally fallen into the hands of an ordinary male student, who used it to quickly rise as a powerful NPC and eventually colluded with cultists, becoming one of the masterminds behind Luoyue Academy's destruction. Based on his calculations, that person hadn't entered the lake yet, giving him a perfect chance to intercept this fortune. Soon, the small lake and wooden pavilion came into view. Inside the pavilion, a man and woman were arguing heatedly, their faces flushed with anger. Before their words could settle, the female student accidentally pushed the male student into the lake. The water's surface split with a splash of white foam as the male student flailed desperately, clearly unable to swim. Yun-Che's pupils contracted. This person was most likely the future lucky NPC. He absolutely couldn't allow this opportunity to slip away. Don't panic, student. A teacher is here. Without time to think further, he leaped into the water and quickly dragged the drowning male student back to shore. Are you all right, student? Yun-Che helped him sit steadily. Thank you, instructor. I'm fine. The male student gasped for breath and introduced himself, Yifeng. After speaking, he glared fiercely at the female student. The female student, Situ Shui, snapped back to reality. Seeing that Yifeng was unharmed, she first breathed a sigh of relief, then straightened her back and assumed an arrogant posture. Humph, a grown man who can't even swim, how embarrassing. Yifeng's face turned ashen, but he suppressed his anger, stood up, and bowed. If you want to break off our engagement, I agree. I hope you won't regret it. After speaking, he bowed again to thank Yun-Che, then left the pavilion with a dark expression. Situ Shui was quite beautiful, but lacked Yifeng's composure. She glanced at Yun-Che's white scholarly robe that marked him as an academic instructor, and a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes as she departed like a proud peacock. Yun-Che paid no mind and discreetly used divine touch on both of them. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining medium martial root. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 10 experience points. So it's medium martial root, no wonder she's so arrogant, Yun-Che thought to himself. If his memory served correctly, Qin Kai and his young aunt possessed superior martial roots, yet they never acted conceited and worked exceptionally hard. Thinking of this, he shook his head slightly. After confirming no one was around, he dove back into the lake. Beneath the clear water, the lake bottom was covered with silt and swaying aquatic plants, mixed with sand and piercingly cold. Yun-Che held his breath, carefully parting the water plants while keeping his eyes fixed on the lake floor. Before long, a faint glimmer flickered from deep within the silt. His heart leaped with joy as he reached out, and pulled it free, a jade pendant emanating a warm, lustrous glow, its surface carved with intricate patterns that radiated a mysterious aura. Buzz. Above the jade pendant materialized the phantom of an elderly man, visible only from the waist up. Fortunate child, since you have obtained my jade pendant, would you be willing to help this old man with a favor? An ancient yet magnificent voice echoed underwater. Ding. Congratulations, player Yunche has triggered a unique class change quest. Do you accept? Yunche's face lit up with delight. Hadn't expected this to be a class change quest, and a unique one at that. He'd struck gold. According to the data he possessed, triggering a class change quest in Divine Martial had only a 1 in 10 million probability. A unique class change was even rarer than phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. Suppressing his excitement, he carefully examined the elderly figure's phantom before him, glowing with faint golden light. The apparition's robes fluttered ethereally, its features blurred, showing no trace of soul fluctuation clearly, just some kind of mechanical recording, waiting for a destined person to provide an answer. Willing or unwilling, a choice requiring only a breath's consideration. If he said, willing, the elder's phantom would likely immediately announce the quest requirements. If he refused, this projection would probably vanish forever, making future triggers nearly impossible. According to the few beta testers who had shared information, unique class change quests were extremely difficult, where the slightest mistake meant instant death without even reaching a respawn point. Yet Yunche was still tempted. True, he possessed divine touch, and with steady development and careful play, he could still hope to become a peerless expert through skill alone. But time waited for no one. The first major storyline would erupt in just 1 month. At that time, the Falling Moon territory under King Qin's rule would be besieged by 4 major bandit groups: Red Skull, Corrupt Heart, Throat Slitter, and Axeblade. As part of the territory, Falling Moon Academy would inevitably have to defend against the bandit army alongside the city. The strongest players were merely at the postnatal realm, and even with King Qin personally commanding, they could barely hold this newbie village. But the cost was devastating. King Qin would be severely wounded, betrayed by his trusted guards, beheaded, and his head hung from the city gates for all to see. With King Qin's death, Falling Moon territory would instantly become a paradise for evil cultivators. Residents would disappear daily, the streets filled with missing person notices nailed to rotten wooden boards, wails echoing everywhere. Miss Qin, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, would also embark on the path of demonic cultivation. At that time, blood permanently staining her spear and armor, becoming bloodthirsty and cold, ultimately transforming into a feared and cursed Azura. Miss Qin, the second daughter, would be rescued by a passing expert when the city fell, later growing into a righteous sect leader. But what Yunche found most unbearable was that Qin would become partners with the scheming Yunjin, the two working together to check Qin Kui's power while raising a son and daughter. More cruelly, Qin would eventually be harmed by Yunjin for treasure medicine. After being drugged with incense, she would be offered to Red Skull's leader, ultimately tortured and devoured alive. When players first learned of this storyline, their fury nearly crashed the customer service hotlines. If this were just a game, Yunche might have cursed a few times and moved on. But now that he was living within it, he absolutely refused to witness that future of corpses everywhere and rivers of blood, nor did he want to see Qin follow the original script toward tragedy, much less lose this crucial newbie village. The cruel aspect of Divine Martial was that newbie village's survival depended entirely on player defense, with no system protection whatsoever. Once Falling Moon fell, bandits, evil cultivators, and even mysteriously moving demons would flood in madly, causing death rates to skyrocket. Even Yunche, a veteran beta player, had never truly seen a demon's true form, knowing only that once targeted by them, survival difficulty far exceeded defending the city. Oh right, he wondered if he could use divine touch on this old man. With this thought in mind, Yunche decided to give it a try and used his divine hand ability on the semi-transparent elder. An almost invisible rainbow light was forcibly extracted from the elder's body, hovering at Yunche's fingertips. In that moment, his pupils contracted sharply and his heart raced. It actually worked. Ding! Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining a unique class change scroll. As the system notification sounded, Yunche could hardly believe his ear. She had actually pulled a class change scroll directly from the elder. Meanwhile, the elder still stood there with a benevolent expression, waiting for his response. Yunche secretly grinned to himself. Had he stumbled upon a bug? He stuffed the jade pendant into his game inventory and decided to remain silent for now. He'd come back tomorrow to see if he could extract more valuable items. If the elder's spirit was watching from above, he would never dream that his carefully prepared opportunity had been so easily pilfered. If the elder had a physical body, he would probably cough up 3 mouthfuls of blood and faint on the spot from sheer rage. Feeling quite pleased with himself, Yunche hummed a tuneless melody as he returned to his mentor's courtyard. Inside, Mu had transformed into an ordinary groundskeeper, quietly sweeping fallen leaves with his head down. Yunshe entered his room and immediately pulled out the scroll wrapped in swirling rainbow light, tapping it with his finger. Titan Enforcer unique. No class change requirements. Upon class change, Strength 100, Endurance 100, Constitution 100. Class advancement. All three attributes can gain an additional 100 each, stackable up to 9 times. Max level privileges. 100 chance to randomly master one type of rule power. Can transform into Ancient Titan form, gaining 3 minutes of invincibility once per day. The attribute boosts aren't exactly game-breaking, but they're more than enough to dominate at early levels. The late-game potential is extraordinary. The one. He made up his mind. Ding. Congratulations, player Yunshe. You have successfully changed class to Titan Enforcer. Ding. Class enhancement. Strength 100, Endurance 100, Constitution 100. All three attributes surged simultaneously. This was the vast difference between a unique class and ordinary ones. Common class scrolls typically only provided boosts of 10 plus points, with better ones offering at most 30 points to a single attribute. If those veteran players who spent nights grinding dungeons knew about this, they'd be so envious they'd cough up blood. His character panel appeared. Player, Yunshe. Status, son-in-law of the Qin royal manor. Realm, mid-stage acquired realm. Talent, SS rank divine hand. Unique martial root, medium. Class, Titan Enforcer LV1. Righteousness, 0-100. Race, human. Reputation, 1146. Strength, 140,101. Strength 1 attack power. Agility, 160 effect speed, critical hit, dodge. Endurance, 38,101. Endurance, 1 defense. Constitution, 29,101. Constitution, 10 health points. Spirit, 31. Spirit, 5 spiritual power. Attack power, 240. Qingqiu sword 50. Defense, 138. Health, 1,290. Spiritual power, 150. Cultivation methods, Divine Soul Secret Records high grade, Fire Spirit Formula low grade. Movement technique, Drifting Kakin Steps high grade. Combat skills, Bright Light Sword Technique mid grade, Star Chasing / low grade, Phoenix Soaring / low grade. Experience, 22085000. Money, 1 gold, 129 silver, 609 copper. Excellent. Now his combat power looked much more respectable. Yunshe nodded with satisfaction. His current combat strength was no weaker than that of warriors at the peak of the postnatal realm. The only issue now was that the Titan Enforcer profession required righteousness points rather than experience for advancement, accumulating them through doing good deeds, eliminating evil, and helping others. Thinking about this, he marveled inwardly. Worthy of being a unique class, how distinctive. After a brief rest, he rolled his shoulders to ease the soreness and headed toward the academy cafeteria. Rumor had it that the elusive headmaster occasionally appeared there, said to be a King realm powerhouse. If he could use divine hand on such a person, he might obtain unexpected treasures. It was this hopeful thinking that made him start scanning his surroundings while waiting in line for food. In the steamy dining hall, Yunshe casually picked up a simple meal and sat by a window. To conserve spiritual energy, he specifically targeted people passing nearby. The closer the distance, the less effort it took to use divine hand, meaning he could attempt it more times. His first target was a female student with a high ponytail. As her slender waist flashed by, his fingertips trembled slightly. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on gaining 7 experience points. His second target was a young man carrying a sword as his sleeve brushed past. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on gaining 2 spirit points. His third target was a square-faced instructor. As the man passed by carrying a tray, he slightly hooked his index finger. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining a packet of red skull powder. His fourth target was a long-legged female student. As her skirt swayed, he touched briefly with his palm before withdrawing. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining mid-grade armor. Ice Silk Brocade Garment. Ice Silk Brocade Garment. Yunshe's heart trembled slightly. This name sounded too familiar. He looked up to see the stunning beauty Qin Yelan, who had just sat down not far away, reaching to touch her now empty collar. Her gaze instantly turned ice cold. Her late postnatal realm aura exploded outward, causing surrounding students to hastily push back their chairs and retreat. Why is Goddess Yelan going berserk again? Don't worry about it. She must be in a bad mood. Stay away. Sweat beaded on Yunshe's forehead. Had only secretly borrowed Qin Yelan's undergarments twice, and now he was so embarrassed he could dig a house with his toes. Suppressing his guilt, he kept his head down and continued eating with an indifferent expression, somehow achieving the supreme state of no rice in sight, but rice in heart. Finding nothing after her search, Qin Yelan could only restrain her killing intent. With an icy expression, she put down her chopsticks and left quickly, obviously needing to return and change clothes. Yunshe took the opportunity to breathe a long sigh of relief. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry, it really wasn't intentional. Just as he was feeling relieved, he suddenly remembered the packet of Red Skull powder. This was an exclusive aphrodisiac of the Red Skull bandits. Victims would die with blood flowing from all 7 orifices even after indulging in pleasure, making it extremely sinister. The Academy had indeed issued a Capture Red Skull Infiltrator mission half a month ago. Could the mastermind be that square-faced instructor? With this thought, he put down his chopsticks and quietly followed. The square-faced instructor left Luoyue Academy and wound through small alleys before finally arriving at a secluded courtyard. After looking around to confirm no one was watching, he knocked on the door with a 3 fast, 2 slow, 3 fast signal. Before long, the door opened just wide enough for one person to enter, and the square-faced instructor quickly slipped inside. After a moment's consideration, Yunche decided to continue following. The square-faced instructor was merely an administrative staff member at the academy with mediocre abilities, posing no threat to Yunche. Yunche casually pulled an owl mask from his chest, snapped it onto his face with a crisp motion, then swiftly leaped over the courtyard wall and dropped into the inner courtyard like a shadow. The courtyard wasn't large, with several laurel trees planted along the walls. Night wind stirred the swaying leaf shadows. Following the faint lamplight, Yunche quickly located the square-faced instructor, who was engaged in hushed conversation with a middle-aged man bearing a crimson skull tattoo on the back of his hand. The middle-aged man's shoulders were bare of any insignia telltale sign of the Red Skull bandits. Once they broke through to the innate realm, they would wear high-rank badges, with 1 star representing early innate stage, 2 stars for middle innate stage, and so forth. The absence of any badge indicated he hadn't yet entered the innate realm. Yunche secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He lightly touched the eaves with his toes, and, using the moonlight as cover, employed Divine Hand on the middle-aged man. His fingertip flashed briefly. Ding! Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining mid-grade combat technique. 10 illusion, sword method. Memories of this conspiracy surfaced in his mind. Without intervention, over 100 female students from Falling Moon Academy would perish tomorrow night. The Academy's reputation would plummet, furious parents would blockade the gates, and only the vice principal's intervention would temporarily quell the uproar. In the courtyard, the lamplight flickered dimly. With his keen senses, and the 2 men making no effort to lower their voices, Yunche heard their conversation clearly. The middle-aged man spoke in a suppressed voice. Third leader's orders tomorrow night. Bring out all the female students from class 7. Third leader wants to entertain some important clients. The square-faced instructor hesitated momentarily before quietly confirming. Big brother, you mean all the female students from class 7? That's over 100 people. Stop talking nonsense if you don't want to die. The middle-aged man impatiently flexed the red skull on his hand. Once this is done, your years of undercover work will be finished. Or have you actually developed feelings for those students after playing instructor for so long? The square-faced instructor waved his hands frantically, forcing an obsequious smile. Big brother, don't joke around. What feelings? Actually, I've been lusting after Fong Xiaoshuang from our class 7 for ages. If I hadn't been waiting for your orders, I would have used that packet of red skull powder in my pocket long ago. I could have. Before he could finish, he suddenly reached for his pocket, his expression freezing. Huh? Where's my red skull powder? The square-faced instructor reached into his pocket, only to discover that the packet of red skull powder he had been carrying close to his body was missing. His expression immediately turned grim. Slap. Before he could react, the gloomy middle-aged man beside him shot to his feet and struck him hard across the face with a resounding blow. Red skull powder was the signature aphrodisiac of the Red Skull bandits, known throughout the martial world. If an outsider found it now, they would instantly realize that Red Skull spies had infiltrated the academy, and the third leader's infiltration plan would likely be ruined. When that happened, both of them would surely be executed in the most brutal manner for their incompetence. Useless fool. Get back there and find it now. If you ruin the third leader's plan, I'll kill you first, the middle-aged man snarled, his gaze sharp as a blade. Clutching his swollen cheek, the square-faced instructor didn't dare linger and rushed toward the academy gates. The night wind was biting cold outside. He had barely taken 10 steps when a shadow flashed past his ear. A cold gleam flickered, and his head flew high into the air as blood splattered across the stone pavement. Ding! Congratulations on killing an ordinary bandit. Experience 5, Righteousness 5. Sorry, but the students of Luoyue Academy are my little lambs. I can't let you do something so despicably short-sighted. A calm voice drifted from nearby. Yunche stood with his hands behind his back, his white scholarly robes fluttering gently. The owl mask appeared eerie and stern in the moonlight as he gazed down at the headless corpse with complete indifference. The middle-aged man's heart lurched as he slowly drew his sword, fixing his deadly stare on this mysterious instructor. He certainly recognized those white robes, the exclusive attire of Luoyue Academy's civilian instructors. But how could a mere civilian instructor decapitate someone with a single sword strike? Clearly, The dropped red skull powder had fallen into this man's hands. The worst had indeed happened. Impressive swordsmanship, but if you think you can kill me, you're still lacking. Without warning, he lunged forward, his sword flashing like lightning as several blade shadows tore through the air. This was his trump card, the mid-grade combat technique, Tin Phantom Sword Art. The sword strikes were nearly impossible to distinguish between real and illusory, and when mastered to perfection, could manifest 10 phantom images, claiming to be invincible below the innate realm. Die? 7 phantom blades, 7 sword shadows, almost indistinguishable from the real thing, blocked Yun Che's escape routes. Yun Che glanced at them and smiled with amusement. This sword technique was indeed formidable, but only effective against ordinary acquired realm warriors. His divine hand sword fusion had long since achieved perfect mastery. Only 7 phantoms. Then you can die 2 sword shadow, 10 phantoms. As his words fell, he raised his wrist and swung his sword. In an instant, 10 even more lethal sword shadows emerged side by side. The middle-aged man's attacking arm suddenly froze, his pupils contracting to pinpoints. The 10 phantom sword art was unique to the Red Skull bandits, yet he was witnessing the true 10 phantoms in one strike, from his opponent hand in perfect mastery. Thud, thud, thud. 3 brilliant sword beams simultaneously pierced his throat, heart, and forehead. The formidable latest-age acquired realm lieutenant couldn't even cry out before collapsing in this secluded courtyard. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the latest-age acquired realm bandits. Experience 28, Righteousness 10. Yun Che collected the money pouches from the 2 corpses and was about to turn and leave when a wooden door that had been tightly shut suddenly burst open. A 13 or 14-year-old girl stumbled out, her wrists bloody and torn, clearly having just broken free from her restraints. Little girl, these 2 bandits are dead. You should head home now, Yun Che casually reminded her. Unexpectedly, instead of retreating, the girl rushed toward him and dropped to her knees with a thud, repeatedly knocking her forehead against the rocky ground. Fong Chu's parents are dead, and Fong Chu has no home. Please, sir, take me as your disciple. Fong Chu wants to learn martial arts and can endure any hardship. Yun Che shook his head slightly. Learning martial arts wasn't something one could simply decide to do himself, only had inferior martial roots. Despite training alongside Yun Jin, who possessed medium-grade martial roots, for many years, Yun Jin had already reached the peak of the body-tempering realm while he was still at the initial stage. The gap between them was painfully obvious. I don't take disciples, and I don't have time to teach you. Go on, he said, preparing to use his divine hand technique to leave. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Yun Che spun around abruptly and asked, "What's your name?" The girl's eyes, which had been filled with disappointment, instantly blazed with hope. She quickly replied, "My surname is Fong, like the great wind, and my given name is Chu, like a young eagle." After confirming her name, Yun Che's eyes suddenly burned with intensity, and his entire demeanor seemed to transform, becoming gentle and warm. "Get up quickly, the ground is cold. I agree to take you as my disciple." "Really? Thank you, master." Fong Chu excitedly kowtowed again, respectfully performing 3 proper bows. Ding! Successfully rescued and sheltered an orphan girl. Righteousness 5. This time, Yun Che didn't stop her. The reason was simple: the future Fong Chu would become legendary, known by the nickname Wind Demon, the most feared sword under Qin Kui's command, a name that struck terror into all who heard it. Legend had it that Qin Kai had rescued Fong Chu when he massacred the Red Skull bandit group. By then, she had been tortured beyond recognition, having lost an eye and an arm. Yet she began practicing martial arts at 24 and reached the King realm in just 5 years. Had she not died protecting Qin Kui from a sword strike, with her terrifying absolute-grade martial roots, she might have surpassed Qin Kai, who was already at the Emperor realm, within 3 more years. Only beyond the extreme grade was there the absolute grade, so rare that during his beta testing period, Yun Che had never heard of a second person possessing it besides Fong Chu. If he could somehow obtain her absolute grade martial roots and combine them with his divine hand technique, his cultivation speed would be just thinking about it made Yun Che's heart race with excitement. Ding! Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 1 ordinary grass rope. His first extraction didn't yield any miraculous results, leaving Yun Che slightly disappointed but not discouraged. There would be plenty of time ahead. With 1 extraction per day, he was bound to hit the jackpot eventually. "Oh!" came a soft exclamation from behind. Fong Chu noticed that the grass rope binding her hair had vanished, causing her long hair to cascade over her shoulders. Yun Che passed by a small stall and casually purchased an elegant red ribbon, handing it to her. "Use this instead." "Thank you, master." Fong Chu accepted it with both hands, clutching the red ribbon to her chest, as if it were a precious treasure. She secretly studied the figure walking ahead of her. Though her master wore a mask and had never revealed his true appearance, she was certain he must be a handsome older brother. Yun Che walked down the street with Fong Chu, occasionally using his divine sleight of hand on passers-by. The main street was bustling with people, and with just a light flick of his fingers, he could retrieve small items from their sleeves: copper coins, low-grade pills, and even half a piece of dried rations. Unfortunately, most passers-by were just ordinary martial artists with meager possessions, so Yin Che couldn't even be bothered to frown as he casually returned the items to their original places. During this leisurely time, he mentally weighed how to arrange Fong Chu's living situation. If he left the little girl outside the academy, first, the third leader of the Red Skull bandits might appear recently, making the area outside the city increasingly dangerous. Second, he himself rarely left the academy, which would make teaching a disciple extremely troublesome. After weighing his options, he made a decision. He would simply bring Fong Chu into Falling Moon Academy and settle her there as his disciple. Once his mind was made up, he stopped concealing himself. Right there on the street, he removed his owl mask, bent down, and explained the whole situation to Fong Chu. The little girl stared blankly at that handsome face, secretly pleased with herself. She had guessed correctly, her master was indeed a handsome young man. How about it? Would you like to live at the academy with me? Yin Che asked in a low voice. Yes, I want to live with Master Brother. Fong Chu nodded repeatedly, her voice barely above a whisper. Master Brother? He raised an eyebrow. Ah, no, I mean Master. Fong Chu quickly corrected herself, her cheeks and ears rapidly turning crimson. Yin Che nodded with a smile and took her hand as they headed toward Falling Moon Academy. Along the way, he casually borrowed a few more copper coins and led Fong Chu into a tailor shop. The shelves rustled as they were searched through dresses, cloaks, boots. Nothing was overlooked. When it came to undergarments, Fong Chu twisted her hands in her clothes, head lowered so far she nearly buried herself in her collar, her red ears burning all the way down to her neck. Bring us several sets of everything in your shop that would fit her. This one, and this one to wrap them all up. Yin Che pointed decisively. More than a dozen shop assistants bustled about frantically. When everything was packed up, 20 pieces of fine undergarments cost a total of 40 silver coins. Compared to outer clothing, this price made even Yin Che secretly gasp. One silver coin was worth 1,000 copper coins, enough for an ordinary family to live well for quite some time. Fortunately, his purse wasn't lacking these days. Qin Kui had once sponsored him with a whole gold coin, and the rest of his silver came from freeloading with his divine sleight of hand. Since he didn't keep birds, sniff snuff bottles, drink alcohol, or dine out, he felt no pain when spending money. Before long, the two arrived at Falling Moon Academy and entered Director Ding's office. Yin Che handed the shopping bags to Fong Chu and picked up a pin to register her identity information himself. You think you can take on disciples? Ding Man looked up at him and nearly burst out laughing. A civilian instructor who had only taught one class and had very few students dare to take on disciples? This was clearly misleading the young. Yin Che remained calm and said casually, That's not for Director Ding to worry about. Please just handle the registration. I still need to take my disciple to dinner. Ding Man touched his nose. Considering that the other party was the son-in-law of the Qin royal manor, he couldn't very well tear off all pretense of cordiality. He could only quickly write Fong Chu in the register, stamp it, record her fingerprint, and then hand over a gold-embossed identity card. But when he looked up, he met Fong Chu's ice-cold gaze. The little girl stared unblinkingly, her eyes seeming capable of pinning a person in place before devouring them alive. Director Ding shuddered in fright, feeling somewhat ashamed of his own cowardice. After watching the two figures, one tall and one small, leave, he lightly slapped himself across the face. Useless fool. You're the dean of students, a dignified early acquired realm warrior. How could you let a little girl who knows nothing scare you like that? As Yin Che walked out of the office, he naturally decided to try his luck with Director Ding, who loved reading romance novels, though he didn't hold much hope. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining a mid-grade cultivation technique. Wind Thunder Body Tempering Formula. Yin Che was stunned and never expected that this hypocritical Director Ding would actually possess such an excellent technique. Even so, Director Ding was already in his 40s and had only just broken through to the early acquired realm, suggesting his martial roots were likely of inferior quality, wasting such a fine technique. Returning to his small courtyard, Mu, who was sweeping the ground, looked puzzled seeing the little girl who had come back with his young master. Yin Che proactively introduced her. Mu, this is my disciple Fong Chu. Please take her to the bathhouse to wash up first. Upon hearing this, Mu immediately showed respectful reverence, his expression becoming more deferential. Miss Fong, please follow me. Before long, Fong Chu emerged after cleaning herself up. Her features were naturally beautiful, and now dressed in clean, neat robes, she appeared even more graceful and elegant, like a fresh and refined little lily. Yin Che looked at the transformed Fong Chu and nodded with satisfaction. He brought Fong Chu to the dining hall, planning to let her eat something first. In the dining hall, students sat together in small groups, eating and chatting cheerfully, but their gazes quietly followed the pair, obviously curious about why this new civilian instructor would bring a little girl who wasn't from their academy. Fong Chu appeared somewhat restrained, tightly gripping the corners of her clothes and looking around uneasily. Yunche said gently, "Don't be nervous. Just go buy whatever you want to eat." Fong Chu nodded and mustered her courage to walk toward a counter selling egg rolls. As night fell, Yunche settled Fong Chu in a guest room within his small courtyard, then gave her the wind, thunder body tempering formula and the 10 illusions sword technique. You ask why he didn't teach her the superior grade soul secret manual? That's pure nonsense. First, the soul secret manual only works during dual cultivation, and second, she's still just a child. What kind of dual cultivation could she practice? Outside the academy, in that secluded small courtyard, a Red Skull captain wearing a one-star badge on his shoulder stared grimly at two corpses on the ground. His name was Pai Pi Xia, an early innate realm expert who had come to coordinate a mission, only to discover the bodies of two Red Skull members upon arrival, one of whom was their most important undercover agent. Two idiots. I warned you repeatedly that the guest our third leader is entertaining this time is very important, and you damn fools still screwed it up. In extreme anger, Pai Pi Xia stomped on the square-faced instructor's head, crushing it to vent his frustration. Damn thing. Lurking for years, and you mess up at the crucial moment and blame me for being ruthless. Pai Pi Xiao's expression turned venomous as he headed toward the city district. He was going to the square-faced instructor's home to capture his wife and children as Red Skull merchandise. Such a serious matter naturally required full disclosure, so Pai Pi Xiao reported everything truthfully to the third leader, who was enjoying a rose bath at the inn. Surprisingly, the third leader of the Red Skull bandits was actually a handsome scholar, though much more effeminate than Yunche. Third leader Hong Si listened silently to Pai Pi Xiao's report, merely nodding quietly without showing any sign of anger on his face. After brief consideration, Hong Si said, "Ask the vice principal to help us out. The guest we're receiving this time has an unusual identity. The plan cannot be cancelled." "Yes, I'll notify the vice principal immediately." Shortly after Pai Pi Xiao left, Hong Si grabbed the beautiful woman who had been massaging his shoulders and pressed her forcefully into the pool water, drowning her alive. Throughout the entire process, Hong Si's effeminate, handsome face showed no expression whatsoever, as if he were doing something utterly trivial. Clearly, he wasn't unangered by the change in plan. She simply didn't like displaying his emotions on his face. In a luxurious office at Luoyue Academy, a kindly elderly man with white hair and beard silently destroyed the letter he had just finished reading. As ashes slipped through his fingers, Zhaotsong lifted his head to gaze at the dawn light outside the window, his eyes steady yet tinged with helplessness. He was the vice principal of Luoyue Academy, second only to the principal in authority, a powerful figure standing at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. The letter in his hands had come from Hong and I. Zhaotsong murmured to himself, young in age, but certainly not lacking in audacity. Do you really think the academy losing over 100 female students is something easily smoothed over? If I agree to this matter, I suspect my position as vice principal will come to an end. Though he complained aloud, he knew clearly that he couldn't defy Hong and I, much less dare to oppose Hong Mi's father Hong Fuxing, the chief of the Red Skull bandits and a King realm powerhouse. Zhao Tsong's secure position as vice principal was thanks to Red Skull's behind the scenes support, so naturally he couldn't refuse now and could only steel himself to find a solution. At 6 in the morning, as the first light of dawn illuminated the dormitory, Yunche retrieved the mission jade pendant from his waist. Just as he had expected, the phantom elder with only his upper body remaining still hovered above the pendant, quietly awaiting a response. Compared to yesterday, the elder's form appeared more transparent, as if it might be scattered by the wind at any moment. Clearly maintaining this avatar state was continuously draining his spiritual energy. Fine, I'll take advantage while I can. Yunche chuckled inwardly and raised his hand to activate his talent, Divine Hand. Spiritual light flickered at his fingertips, and in the next moment, a strand of 7-colored radiance was forcibly extracted from the elder's body. Ding! Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining a unique class change scroll. Another unique class change scroll. Yunche's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, could this old man be an NPC specifically designed to distribute unique class change quests? In fact, his guess was spot on. The Phantom Elder had 3 avatars in total, each carrying a unique class change quest scroll. Their soul origins were connected, allowing Yunche to use his bug-level talent Divine Hand to extract the scrolls from the other avatars as well. Yunche didn't dwell on it much, as this was certainly a tremendous stroke of luck for him. He pulled out the 7-colored scroll from his inventory, choosing not to use it immediately, but instead to examine its information. Class: Flame Dragon Saintess Unique. Requirements: female with superior grade or higher martial foundation. Must break through to the postnatal realm before class change is possible. Effects: upon successful class change, strength and constitution each 100. When reaching level 2, strength and constitution each gain an additional 200, and so forth, stacking up to 9 times maximum. Additional: fire attribute affinity 100. When using fire attribute combat techniques, strength doubles, with maximum 9x multiplier at level 9. Restrictions. After class change, can only cultivate fire attribute techniques and combat skills, following a single specialization path. As expected, all unique classes provide enhancement to 3 attributes. Yun Chu nodded slightly. The restrictions of Flame Dragon Saintess weren't really drawbacks. The specialization path could actually unleash ultimate power. He immediately thought of Fong Chu. This scroll would suit that girl quite well. However, he didn't hand it over right away. First, they had only known each other for a short time, and he needed to continue observing the young girl's character. Second, she hadn't yet broken through to the postnatal realm, so giving her the scroll now would be wasteful. With this in mind, Yin Che put away the scroll and tucked his humanities and history books under his arm. The morning air on campus carried a slight chill as he stepped out of the dormitory area, walking along the bluestone path toward Class 9's classroom. The Great Yuan Empire prioritized martial arts over scholarly pursuits, with each class having 3 combat training sessions daily, but only 1 academic lesson. Correspondingly, civilian instructors earned significantly less than their martial counterparts. Yin Che didn't mind this disparity. His true income came from his divine hands, not the academy's meager salary. With limited spiritual energy, he decided to be selective in his targets. Students with low cultivation were immediately dismissed, focusing instead on those at the postnatal realm and above, including instructors. His fingertips moved slightly, light flashing. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on gaining 7 experience points. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on gaining 2 spirit points. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 1 second-grade cultivation pill. This round yielded impressive results, with experience surging by over 30 points, leaving him 650 points short of the late postnatal realm. Yun Che flipped his palm to retrieve the cultivation pill, tossing it into his mouth as his constitution immediately increased by 3 points. Player Yun Che. Identity son-in-law of Prince Qin's manor, civilian instructor. Realm mid-postnatal realm. Talent SSS grade divine hands unique martial root. Profession Titan Enforcer LV1. Righteousness 20,100. Race human. Reputation 1,150. Strength 168,101 point. Strength 1 point. Attack power. Agility 160. Effects speed, critical hits, evasion. Endurance 48,101 point. Endurance 1 point. Defense. Constitution 52,101 point. Constitution 10 points. Health. Spirit 35 1 point. Spirit 5 points. Spiritual energy. Attack power 268. Qingqiu sword 50. Defense 148. Health 1,520. Spiritual energy 175. Cultivation methods. Divine soul record superior grade. Wind thunder body refinement middle grade. Fire spirit formula lower grade. Movement techniques. Floating Kakin steps superior grade. Combat skills. Radiant sword technique middle grade. 10 illusion sword method middle grade. Star chasing / lower grade. Phoenix soaring / lower grade. Experience 23465000. Money 1 gold, 89 silver, 711 copper. Scanning his status panel, Yin Che felt satisfied. Early innate realm practitioners typically had base attack power around 300, yet he approached that level without even reaching the innate realm. Truly frightening. The wind thunder body refinement also boosted his constitution and endurance. Obtaining another superior grade cultivation method would make it perfect. Currently, his spirit value was weakest, with 3 improvement paths. 1. Cultivate spirit type methods, though these were rare. 2. Consume spirit-enhancing spiritual fruits, though each type only worked once. 3. Continue relying on divine hands, valuable for its persistence. Entering Class 9's classroom, the seats were so empty they were practically vacant. No, precisely speaking, except for yesterday's earnest girl who promised to attend punctually, no other students came. Yun Che shrugged. Having no one was fine too, as using divine hands consumed spiritual energy, perfect for gradual recovery during class. At the podium, he continued eloquently discussing humanities and biographies. Whenever he touched upon martial techniques or cultivation methods, the girl would lean forward and write frantically, exceptionally focused. Yun Che understood clearly. Certain details even martial instructors might not willingly share, so if she could absorb them, it was her fortune. As long as she was willing to come, he would teach punctually. When the dismissal bell rang, the young woman respectfully took her leave. Yun Che smiled and nodded, his palm pressing forward, wolf claw extending. Got it. Ding. Congratulations on triggering divine fortune. You've gained the opportunity to actively select items. Target Ruan Chao Chao. Available items. Superior martial root restriction status. Lower grade armor water moon garment. Lower grade cultivation method clear water formula. Lower grade movement technique wind chasing steps. Strength 5. Endurance 2. Constitution 2. Spirit 3. 7 sins treasure gluttony mask. Pills. Copper coins. Selectable items 1 item. Yun Che's face lit up with joy finally. His divine intuition had activated once again. His gaze immediately turned to Yuan Chao Chao. This seemingly innocent and adorable girl actually possessed superior martial roots, though they were currently in a restricted state. Yun Che examined each influencing factor one by one. When his eyes fell upon her close-fitting protective garment embroidered with cute little rabbits, the moon water robe, he paused for a moment. It seemed that women in the divine martial world generally favored such intimate armor over heavy, cumbersome plate mail. However, the real issue wasn't there. Yun Che finally focused his attention on the Seven Sins artifact, Gluttony Mask. In that instant, he felt as if struck by lightning and nearly cried out in shock. Finally understood the source of Yuan Cao Cao's restricted martial roots lay in this yet-awakened mask. Legend told that 7 sinful masks had been passed down on the divine martial continent since ancient times. Every 100 years, these masks would randomly appear within 7 hosts. Once fully awakened, the hosts would transform into the 7 great demons, becoming enemies of all humanity and bringing devastation to all living beings. For the hosts, this was undoubtedly a tragic fate, but for others, it represented an opportunity to reach the pinnacle of the world. The divine martial officials had revealed that killing a mask bearer would yield a 7 sins imperial heart. Collecting all 7 hearts would trigger something unexpected. As for what exactly, the officials remained silent. Even Yun Che, despite being a beta tester, had never progressed that far. Should he take this cursed thing or not? Yun Che found himself in an agonizing dilemma. If he chose the gluttony mask, he would inevitably transform into a demon in the future, yet gain terrifying combat power. If he were still just a player, he wouldn't hesitate. Combat power came first, and all drawbacks could be slaughtered away. But now that he had become a living person in the game, becoming humanity's enemy would make even breathing a sin. Damn it, what's there to fear? So what if it's the 7 sins? As long as I'm strong enough, how could I be controlled? With his mind made up, he bet his one and only choice on the gluttony mask. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining one of the 7 sins artifacts, Gluttony Mask. Ding. Congratulations on becoming the Gluttony Mask bearer. Ding. Congratulations on the Gluttony Mask's initial awakening. You have gained attribute bonuses that take effect when worn. It awakened immediately? Could it be because I interfered with the storyline? Yun Che's heart tightened as he suppressed his unease and searched for the Gluttony Mask in his inventory. The mask was woven with black and red, resembling a ferocious demon's face frozen in maniacal laughter. Even lying quietly in his inventory, it emanated an evil and powerful force that seemed ready to devour his will. Yun Che dared not look at it for long. After just a few seconds, he felt as if he might be sucked into a black hole. What a sinister thing. To use it, I'll need to make thorough preparations first, or there'll be no coming back. Gluttony Mask, Initial Awakening. Feed it with fresh blood to accelerate the mask's awakening speed. When worn, Strength 200, Agility 200. Warning. When worn, there is a certain probability of falling into madness, mental collapse, loss of humanity, and premature transformation into a demon. Use with extreme caution. Indeed, the attribute enhancement was powerful, but the side effects were terrifying. Yun Che closed the attribute panel floating before his eyes, silently vowing in his heart, unless absolutely necessary, he would never wear that gluttony mask again. As for feeding it with blood to accelerate its awakening, that plan would be shelved for now. If he could barely control the initially awakened gluttony mask, continuing to feed it blood would be tantamount to seeking death. Clang, clang, clang. The sudden tolling of bells echoed from the academy's towering bell tower, deep and urgent, signaling that a full faculty meeting was about to convene. Yun Che frowned slightly. He clearly remembered there was no meeting scheduled for today. What kind of plot development had been triggered? With a hint of unease, he hurried through the stone-paved, tree-lined path, heading straight for the conference building. Pushing open the door, the spacious conference room was already packed. Behind the circular long table, most instructors wore expressions of confusion and engaged in hushed, wary conversations. Yun Che took a seat toward the back, and as soon as he settled down, the whispered discussions of 2 instructors beside him reached his ears. I heard it's because there have been consecutive disappearances near the academy, and the higher-ups want to use training exercises to enhance students' vigilance and self-protection abilities. I heard that too. The civilian instructor from Class 7 has also disappeared without a trace, most likely met with misfortune. Bandits have been rampant in recent years. The Great Yuan Empire has lost several generals, and several elder princes have also died in battle. The situation grows worse by the day. Exactly. His Majesty actually decided to make Li Xianfeng the crown prince. Though Li Xianfeng is of legitimate bloodline, he's idle and worthless. How can he compare to his fallen brothers? The Great Yuan is doomed. Watch your words. Do you think there are no imperial spies here? If this reaches His Majesty's ears, you'll lose your head. The fragmented discussions made Yun Che's brow furrow deeper in his memory. Luoyue Academy had no training activities scheduled at this time. The trajectory of the plot seemed to be deviating from what he knew. The entrance suddenly fell silent as Vice Principal Zhao Tsong stepped into the room, his gray hair tied back, his gaze sweeping over everyone like a hawk's as he spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, you're all aware of the situation around the academy. To ensure student safety and to train their practical combat abilities, the academy has decided to organize a training exercise. He tapped lightly on the table. Destination: the Wuxiao mountain range. Bandits are entrenched there, perfect for tempering the students. Before he finished speaking, the conference room erupted in a buzz of voices, with many instructors showing hesitation. Zhao Tsong raised his palm to signal for quiet and continued his announcement. The training will last 1 week. Each class will select 12 outstanding students, accompanied by 2 instructors, departing immediately after lunch today. He paused briefly before offering even more enticing conditions. The top 3 students in the final rankings will receive opportunities to learn superior-grade cultivation methods and combat techniques. The bottom 3 will receive mid-grade methods and techniques. The remaining students will each be awarded 100 to 1,000 points based on their performance. With such generous rewards announced, the instructors who had initially held reservations softened their expressions considerably. Both their students' futures and their own achievements were at stake. No one wanted to miss this opportunity. Only Yunche felt heavy-hearted. This training exercise came too suddenly, and with disappearances still occurring, Luoyue Academy students weren't particularly strong at handling sudden dangers. Venturing out at this time would be tantamount to walking into peril. In a corner of the conference room, an elderly instructor finally couldn't contain himself. He stood up and spoke with careful but firm words. Vice Principal, isn't this training exercise somewhat too dangerous? I don't agree with sending students out for training at this time. Zhao Tsong's expression grew slightly serious as he said in a deep voice, if there's no danger at all, how can we train the students' practical combat abilities? You can all rest assured I will personally oversee this expedition to ensure the students' safety. The previously restless atmosphere in the conference room quieted down considerably. The instructors exchanged glances, their concerns visibly diminished. Having a peak Grandmaster Realm expert personally supervising would undoubtedly add a solid layer of protection to this training expedition. Yunche sat in the corner, appearing calm on the surface, but his mind couldn't help but tense up. No matter how strong Zhao Tsong was, he couldn't possibly watch over every student at all times. Moreover, the number of students going on this trip exactly over 100 perfectly matched the recent string of student disappearances. With the Vice Dean personally overseeing things, it should be fine, right? He reassured himself mentally, yet still made note of this suspicious coincidence. Additionally, this group of students wasn't entirely female, which seemed inconsistent with the rumored female disappearance cases. However, to be cautious, he still placed Zhao Tsong on his list of key persons to monitor. This isn't some scripted game dungeon, but a real, complex world, Yunche silently reminded himself. As the meeting neared its end, Yunche quietly activated his talent Divine Hand, targeting the Vice Dean who had always been mysteriously elusive. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 1 banana. Ding. Congratulations on triggering Divine Blessing. Ordinary banana has mutated into 100 slip banana peel. Yunche's eyelid twitched, and he nearly burst out laughing. Divine Hand could not only extract random loot, but also came with additional blessings. He quickly opened his inventory to check. 100 slip banana peel one-time treasure. Throw it within 3 meters of a target guaranteed step, guaranteed slip, guaranteed loss of balance. This is truly a god-tier control skill. Yunche rejoiced inwardly. Even an innate realm expert would probably end up in an embarrassing tumble if they stepped on it. He suppressed the smile tugging at his lips and carefully stored the treasure. He had expected to come up empty-handed, but instead got off to a great start. Next, he turned his attention to the 13 instructors present. Today was a rare opportunity with 8 innate realm instructors gathered together, had to make the most of this wool-plucking opportunity. Yunche silently recited the spiritual formula, his 210 spiritual power points rapidly circulating as Divine Hand operated without pause. Ding. Extraction successful, obtained 2 constitution points. Ding. Extraction successful, obtained 100 experience points. Ding. Extraction successful, obtained 1 bottle of chrysanthemum opening water. Ding. Extraction successful, obtained mid-grade combat technique 9 force mountain river fist. Ding. Extraction successful, obtained 1 drop of 100 flowers dew. Ding. Extraction successful, obtained 4 spirit points. Ding. Extraction successful, obtained low-grade combat technique 100 whirl slash. Ding. Extraction successful, obtained 3 stamina points. Ding. Extraction successful, obtained 1 Rong silk soft armor. The continuous system notifications nearly numbed his eardrums. Yunche mentally tallied his gains. Improvements in constitution, spirit, and stamina attributes, plus 2 combat techniques, one piece of defensive equipment, along with the mysterious chrysanthemum opening water and precious 100 flowers, do truly a bountiful harvest. He glanced at his remaining spiritual power, completely depleted. This mass wool-plucking operation was a complete success. Yun Che composed himself and quietly listened as the instructors finalized the training expedition plans. Although 8 innate realm experts were present, he had only managed to extract experience points from one of them, which was somewhat disappointing. If he could gain 700 experience points at once, he would be able to break through directly to the late stage of the postnatal realm. However, Yin Che wasn't in a hurry. Those experience-rich targets showed up at the academy cafeteria every day, so he'd eventually catch those fat sheep. Moreover, there was still the vice dean. As long as he could extract experience from that person once, it would be enough to propel him straight to the late stage of the postnatal realm. Besides that, he still needed to find an excuse to return to the Qin royal mansion. That king realm-level big sheep couldn't just be left there indefinitely, wasting such valuable resources. These thoughts flashed through his mind as the vice dean finished adding the final safety regulations and announced the meeting's end. For this training expedition to the Wuxian mountain range, the academy required at least 2 instructors to accompany the group. Unfortunately, Class 9 was already short on instructors, with only 2 martial instructors, and the female instructor had taken extended leave to visit her hometown and hadn't returned yet. So Yun Che, a civilian instructor, had no choice but to step up to the plate. At noon, Yin Che saw all the students of Class 9 gathered at the training ground for the first time, over 50 people in total. After martial instructor Wei Hong briefly explained the training content, he encouraged voluntary signups. In the end, only 7 students raised their hands voluntarily, and Wei Hong personally selected 5 more to complete a 12-person team. Worth mentioning was that among the 7 volunteers was that adorably innocent Ruan Chao Chao. Noticing Yin Che's gaze, Ruan Chao Chao immediately flashed a sweet smile. Yin Che responded with a slight nod. She was the only student who seriously listened to his lectures, and he absolutely had to protect her well. Around 2 in the afternoon, the selected teachers and students packed light and left Luoyue Academy on foot, following the mountain path toward the Wuxiao mountain range. Along the way, teams from other classes gradually joined them, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Yun Che's sister-in-law, Qin Yalan, being a top student in Class 1, was naturally among the group. Seeing Yun Che listed as a leading instructor, the young woman's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, clearly having no confidence in this good-for-nothing brother-in-law. What use could a civilian instructor possibly be? Sensing her gaze, Yun Che shrugged with a helpless expression. I didn't want to come either, but Class 9 is short-staffed. Qin Yalan snorted softly and turned her head away, too lazy to look anymore. Yin Che didn't mind at all. After a moment's hesitation, he used Divine Hand on Qin Yalan for the 3rd time, frantically praying, like scrolling comments in his mind, heaven help me. Please don't let it be undergarments again. The next second, an electronic notification exploded in his mind. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the superior battle technique, Frost Sky Absolute Sword. Yin Che secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, his sister-in-law had rich hidden treasures striking gold with a powerful technique right away. Just as he was feeling pleased, Ruan Chao Chao hurried to his side and whispered, Instructor Yun, I feel like my cultivation speed has suddenly increased dramatically, and I seem about to break through to the postnatal realm. Is there something wrong with me? The girl's expression showed both delight and anxiety. Yin Che had already suspected this. The martial root sealed within her body had most likely been unlocked. A superior martial root with talent rivaling Qin Yalan would be strange if she weren't powerful. He smiled reassuringly. Don't worry about your cultivation. You show no signs of qi deviation whatsoever. Receiving this affirmative answer, Ruan Cao Cao's anxious heart finally settled back into her chest. She had always trusted this instructor Yun not for any other reason, but because he never held back knowledge, and despite being a civilian instructor, he knew even more than the martial instructors. Around 6 in the evening, 108 students and 18 instructors arrived at the outskirts of the Wu Gorge mountain range. A bitter wind struck their faces, and the air felt as if it had been soaked in ice water. Everyone busied themselves with setting up camp, yet none dared remove their outer robes. Though they had undertaken many field training exercises before, none had ever felt as uneasy as tonight. That bone-piercing chill seemed ready to penetrate their very marrow. Had it not been for the 8 innate realm instructors stationed in the camp, along with the Vice Dean's assurance of hidden protection, most would have already turned back to the academy. Class 9's tent was quickly erected. Under the dim lamplight, Wei Hong and Yun Che sat cross-legged in the center, with 12 students forming a circle around them. The discussion proceeded methodically, and though it should have been led by Wei Hong, who had reached the innate realm, Yun Che, the civilian instructor, with no martial cultivation, dominated most of the conversation. To everyone's surprise, this 17-year-old instructor not only had memorized cultivation techniques by heart, but could even point out subtle flaws in combat moves. Even Wei Hong couldn't help but ask him several questions. The students listened with bright eyes, eager to immediately circulate their true qi to verify what they had learned. Seeing the moment was right, Yunche concluded his lecture. That's all I can teach you tonight. Tomorrow, try more in actual combat and practice more. Your strength will naturally improve. Yes, thank you, Instructor Yin. The 12 students responded in unison, rising to bow respectfully. Such a selfless teacher was truly rare. Watching everyone's respect for Yunche, Wan Caocao's lips curved into a crescent smile, seeming even happier than if her own cultivation had advanced. Wei Hong also looked at Yunche with new eyes, gazing at the young man with some emotion. I never expected that despite your young age, you could understand cultivation techniques and combat skills so thoroughly. I feel somewhat ashamed. Yunche waved his hand with a light laugh. It's merely theoretical knowledge. Instructor Wei's real talent and learning are the genuine skills. Wei Hong nodded in agreement. The Great Yuan Empire had always valued martial prowess over scholarly pursuits. Even with vast knowledge, without strength, one could only cower behind the strong to survive. This mindset prevailed not only in Great Yuan, but throughout other empires, and indeed the entire divine martial continent might made right. When your fist is hard enough, even if you're wrong, others must acknowledge it. Just as this phrase, often carried in everyone's hearts, settled, a deafening crash suddenly came from outside. Bang! The 12 students and 2 instructors froze, then rushed out of the tent. Under the firelight, a pit over 10 feet deep had appeared in the ground ahead. The vice dean lay within it, his limbs severed, body bathed in blood, with bloody foam continuously spurting from his mouth and nose. Quick, run! There are bandits. The old man struggled to utter these final words, his eyes staring fixedly at the night sky before falling silent forever. The air instantly solidified. The vice dean of Falling Moon Academy, a peak Grandmaster realm expert, had died before everyone's eyes. Students, instructors, including Yunche, all stood frozen in place, their breathing seemingly gripped by an invisible giant hand. The next moment, torches blazed to life all around them, stretching into a wall of fire. A rough count revealed over 100 torches. Immediately after, chanting of Hi-yo, 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 echoed from all directions. Upon hearing this voice, everyone's faces instantly turned pale, and their sword-wielding hands trembled uncontrollably. This was the signature entrance of one of the 4 great bandit leaders, the Red Skull Bandit Chief. How? How could it be the Red Skull Bandit Gang? Wei Hong's lips quivered as he could hardly believe his eyes. Weren't there supposed to be only small bandit groups in the Wu Gorge Mountains? Before he could finish speaking, the lead instructor Fan Chong suddenly shouted, "Run!" Quickly. His cry was like a boulder crashing into water, instantly creating massive waves. All the instructors immediately led their respective students in a frantic dash toward the depths of the Wu Gorge Mountains. Strangely, the Red Skull Bandits didn't immediately give chase. Their roaring calls only grew more intense, with hints of excitement clearly audible. After the 9 teacher-student groups had fled far away, the effeminate and handsome third-in-command, Hong Miao, finally emerged from the shadows with over 10 masked mysterious figures. Among them, the most prestigious was undoubtedly the golden-masked man standing before Hong Miao. He lightly tapped his palm with a folding fan, his tone carrying dissatisfaction. "Hong Miao, explain this to everyone. If you can't satisfy us, I won't be able to fulfill your request." Hong Miao stepped forward expressionlessly. Always entertaining distinguished guests with women becomes tedious. No matter how beautiful a woman is, she only provides a few minutes of pleasure. Given your esteemed positions, you surely don't lack those few minutes, nor do you lack beauty. Though this hunting feast has fewer than 30 women, I guarantee you'll all have your fill of excitement. From now on, please forget your identities and become members of Red Skull. Hunt your preferred targets or violate those fleeing women on the spot. Do whatever you wish. All sins will be borne solely by Red Skull. Rest assured, our people surround the area. They won't escape far and won't require much effort from you distinguished guests. For whoever kills the most, I have prepared a special mysterious gift. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, seemingly unable to wait. The golden-masked man laughed heartily. Excellent. Excellent. Very well, I'm curious to see what gift you've prepared. Hong Miao clapped his hands, and immediately people brought out several weapon racks displaying an array of long swords, heavy axes, chains, longbows, and various torture instruments. Distinguished guests, please choose any weapons you desire. I wish you all an enjoyable time. As soon as he finished speaking, a man wearing a wolf head mask smiled and picked up a longbow. Golden Face, fun is fun, but don't use your status to intimidate if you lose. Golden Face simultaneously grabbed 2 hand crossbows and sneered, "Wanna beat me? Practice for another 10 years. Begin." Over 10 mysterious figures wearing animal masks each selected their preferred weapons, mimicked Red Skull's howling, and quickly pursued into the deep forest. Meanwhile, Yunche pulled Yuan Caocao along, following behind Wei Hong with a grave expression. He knew clearly in his heart the plot had completely deviated from its familiar trajectory. He had already guessed the source of this change, because he had killed those 2 Red Skull spies. Hong Miao had temporarily altered the plan. Damn it, Yin Che cursed under his breath. He had thought eliminating the spies would be enough to abort the plan, never expecting it to continue in another form. He had originally suspected the vice principal was secretly orchestrating everything, but with the vice principal dead, the trail had gone cold. Most crucially, who exactly let them into the city? Yin Che's heart sank. It seems there are quite a few spies in Luoyue City. Though he was running, Yin Che remained completely calm, occasionally using his divine hand technique on the Red Skull bandits who showed themselves. The forest light flickered between bright and dim as the red-carved bandits glared with fierce eyes, only to be seized by Yin Che's remote grip, their chi trembling slightly. He had to admit this group had some real skill. Even the weakest among them had reached the late body tempering realm. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 2 spirit points. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 10 copper coins. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining low-grade battle technique. Iron Seal Fist. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 1 long blade. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 110 experience points. Information flashed through his mind in rapid succession as Yin Che narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze falling on a red-carved man leaning against a tree in the forest. The man wore a smile at the corner of his lips, his aura perfectly rounded and profound innate realm. He quickly assessed that this squad contained at least 10 more experts of the same level. If he could extract from innate realm cultivators, even better he'd target them. Meanwhile, the other instructors also sensed something amiss. The bandits weren't simply slaughtering indiscriminately, but deliberately forming an encirclement, trapping everyone within a limited area of the forest. Wei Hong positioned himself in front of the Class 9 students and shouted, "What exactly do you want? If you want to fight, then fight. What kind of heroes hide and shoot cold arrows?" Only contemptuous gazes from the shadows answered him. Suddenly, a sharp arrow cut through the wind, aimed directly at his forehead. Wei Hong's sword light trembled as he deflected the arrow shaft. Then 4 or 5 more arrows came in rapid succession, which he parried with sword techniques like a net, blocking them all. In the instant of clashing steel, powder fine as dust scattered from the arrow feathers, which he silently inhaled. A man wearing a pig head mask emerged from the forest, crossbow in hand and longbow slung across his back, his laughter coarse and harsh. "Good. You want to fight? I'll oblige you. But I wonder if the 12 students behind you can afford to join in." Before his words finished, he triggered the crossbow mechanism again. But the arrow bypassed Wei Hong, shooting directly at a student in the late body tempering realm. Wei Hong roared and tried to intercept, but suddenly his strength failed him and he collapsed to the ground, his pupils contracting poisoned. He was certain he hadn't consumed anything unfamiliar since departure, yet still fell victim to heavenly fragrance muscle relaxant. This poison wasn't lethal, but could render even innate realm experts helpless as invalids for a short time. Several instructors nearby suffered the same fate. In the critical moment, Wan Cao Cao's sword light flashed sideways, deflecting the short arrow that was about to pierce through her companion's chest. Yin Che's hand quietly loosened from his sword hilt. Acting now was still premature. He needed to break through to the late postnatal realm before he could confidently face innate realm opponents Hedon. So he continued standing at the flank, silently using his divine hand technique on the pig-faced man and others. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 15 experience points. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining heavenly fragrance muscle relaxant antidote. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining high-grade battle technique. Skyrending 6 harmonies slash. Yin Che's expression showed slight surprise. It was actually the Skyrending 6 harmonies slash. Isn't this the renowned combat technique of the Earl's Wang family? If that's the case, then this person wearing the pig-head mask must be a member of the Wang family. But who could he be? The pig-faced man touched the ground with his toes, drawing his bowstring to a full moon. Behind his mask, his eyes gleamed with icy coldness and jealousy. A mere mortal dares to embrace the most beautiful woman in the Great Yuan? Heaven must be blind. Unwilling to give Yin Che any chance to recover, as soon as his words fell, 3 black-feathered arrows had already locked onto Yin Che's forehead. "Master Yun, dodge quickly!" Ruan Cao Cao cried out in alarm. But just as her voice faded, a water-blue figure had already traced several strange arcs in midair, appearing before Yin Che in the blink of an eye. Clear sword light cut through the night, and with 3 crisp ding-ding-ding sounds, all the arrows were deflected. The newcomer was none other than Yin Che's sister-in-law, Qin Yalan. She glanced back at Yin Che with indifference, shouting in frustration like iron that refuses to become steel. "Stand back." Yin Che awkwardly drew only 1/3 of his Qingxiu sword before quietly sliding it back into its sheath. That movement technique was indeed the superior floating Kakin steps, which he admitted he couldn't match. The pig-faced man was momentarily flustered but quickly surveyed his surroundings. Seeing that the Red Skull bandits had already sealed off the streets, his confidence surged, and he sneered. Though you're talented, you're far inferior to your sister. Besides, you've also inhaled some heavenly fragrance muscle-softening powder. How much of your combat strength remains? Qin Yelon's gaze turned icy as she replied coolly. Enough to destroy you. She stepped forward, her sword tip trembling to produce dozens of spider-sylphin cold lights that sealed off all the pig-faced man's escape routes from above. I've heard the Qin family's Frost Heaven Absolute Sword is unrivaled under heaven, but I doubt it. Though arrogant in words, the pig-faced man's sword work was extremely steady, managing to dissolve each dense attack one by one. Qin Yelon caught the space-rending intent in his sword techniques and felt a chill in her heart. You're from the Wang family? The man simply removed his mask, revealing a young face with an arrogant smile at the corners of his mouth. Wang Hao, remember this name. It would be a pity to kill a beauty like you. Why not become my woman instead? Let me tell you, Falling Moon City will perish, and Falling Moon Academy cannot be saved. Your father with his King Realm cultivation cannot save the Falling Moon territory. His only fate is to die without an intact corpse. As for the Academy's dean, he's probably being surrounded and killed by the 4 bandit leaders right now. Escape alive? Nearly impossible. Before his words finished, spiritual power erupted from within Qin Yelon's body. Pure, cold intent instantly covered a 100-meter radius, and thin frost formed on the ground. The Frost Heaven Absolute Sword had 2 forms, the Swift Sword Stance and the Absolute Sword Stance. The Swift Sword Stance was renowned for its speed, while the Absolute Sword Stance had only one strike, but combined both speed and destruction, with the cost of spiritual power depletion afterward, making it not easily executable. In the icy mist, Qin Yelon raised her sword, cold light condensing into threads that flowed toward the blade's edge. Wang Hao dared not be careless. His long sword hummed as 6 golden sword shadows spun rapidly around his body, the precursor to the Wang family's space-rending 6 harmony slash. He gritted his teeth and whispered, I've long wanted to test the Qin family's Frost Heaven Absolute Sword. I will prove that my Wang family's space-rending 6 harmony slash is the strongest killing sword. While Yunche took advantage of the 2 fighters' distraction, he fed the clear water mixed with antidote to Wei Hong and several other poisoned instructors and students one by one. Wang Hao caught sight of this from the corner of his eye and merely snorted coldly. In his view, anyone who had been poisoned by the heavenly fragrance muscle relaxant would find no relief even if they consumed an entire basket of spirit fruits. Apart from the Red Skull's specialized antidote, no method could help except waiting for the poison to wear off naturally. Almost simultaneously, Qin Yelon and Wang Hao drew their swords together. One golden, one white, 2 sword beams tore through the night, illuminating the entire forest like daylight. Amid thunderous crashes, both fighters retreated, each spitting blood. Due to the lingering effects of the muscle relaxant in her system, the bloodstains on Qin Yelon's chest were more severe. She looked up, unable to hide her shock. Who exactly are you? I know all the prodigies of this generation from the Wang family. Even Wang Qing, who's hailed as the Wang family's greatest genius, couldn't withstand this sword strike of mine. Wang Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth without answering, revealing only a mocking smile. He had always been the most unremarkable illegitimate son of the Wang family. Being unrecognized suited him perfectly. The Qin family's Frost Heaven Absolute Sword truly lives up to its reputation, he said in a low voice. But unfortunately, you're all destined to die here tonight. Before his words had finished echoing, Wei Hong was the first to stand up. 8 instructors at the innate realm who had been collapsed on the ground, along with several students, gradually rose to their feet, moving their joints as if completely unaffected. The surrounding Red Skull bandits' expressions changed drastically, and Wang Hao was even more stunned. How could the poison's effects wear off so quickly? He instantly thought of Yunche's earlier action of giving them water. It had actually been an antidote. You worthless fool, you actually have an antidote to the heavenly fragrance muscle relaxant. Wang Hao questioned darkly. Yunche shrugged, having no intention of responding. He stepped forward to support the swaying Qin Yelon, placing his fingertips on her pulse point before feeding the remaining antidote into her slightly pale lips. Though he held warm, fragrant jade in his arms, he dared not let his mind wander, focusing solely on ensuring every drop of medicine reached its target. Qin Yelon didn't refuse, quietly looking up to examine this brother-in-law who had miraculously not died in her sister's bed. At close range his profile was sharp, revealing an indescribable handsomeness. She sighed inwardly. So this was what they meant by being handsome has its uses. As the poison gradually subsided, Wang Hao's face turned ashen. The 8 instructors stepped forward in unison, protecting Qin Yelon in their center, while warily watching the Red Skull members. No wonder Qin Kai chose you as the Qin family's son-in-law, Wang Hao said through gritted teeth. You're not entirely useless after all. I underestimated you. Yunche still couldn't be bothered to respond, only lowering his head to ask the woman in his arms, how do you feel? Are you better now? Qin Yilong nodded slightly, breaking free from his support to sit cross-legged and meditate on the spot. As her internal energy circulated, her complexion gradually returned to a healthy flush. At this moment, a Red Skull leader burst into strange laughter. "Huh, little Wong. You were the one who said you wanted to experience the Qin family's Frost Heaven Absolute Sword, which is why I let you make the first move. Now look what's happened. EDV greatly increased the difficulty of our hunt. When this is all over, you'd better treat everyone to a good meal, or we won't let you off easy." The golden masked man and other masked figures emerged from the shadows, laughing as they scolded Wang Hao. Though their words were teasing, their tone carried obvious displeasure. Wang Hao didn't dare to argue back and immediately clasped his hands together, bowing with an apologetic smile. Yes, yes, I was indeed careless this time. When we return, I'll definitely host a feast until all my brothers are satisfied. High winds swept across the mountain as clouds churned and rolled. Atop the peak, third leader Hongmi stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping across the forest before settling on a somewhat frail figure below. He turned his head and asked Vice Dean Zhaotsong in a low voice, "Who is he?" Zhaotsong had indeed survived, having used a body double to clear himself of any connection to the black market. At this moment, he frowned and said quietly, "His name is Yun Che, the second son of the Yun family from the Viscount's manor. He has inferior martial roots and congenitally weak meridian chi, hasn't even reached the middle stage of body refinement realm yet. Currently, he's a son-in-law of the Qin Prince's manor and serves as a civilian instructor for Class 9 at Falling Moon Academy." Hongmi raised an eyebrow. "I see. So the rumors about the Qin family's eldest daughter choosing a sacrificial lamb as her dual cultivation cauldron to break through to the innate realm they were referring to him? Didn't the Qin family already declare that anyone who married into their family would surely die? How is he still alive and well?" Zhaotsong shook his head. "No one can say for certain whether it's true or false. Perhaps it's just a smokescreen." He paused, looking toward the forest clearing where battle was about to erupt. Given the current situation, relying solely on those people down there to hunt and kill all the instructors and students seems unlikely. Hongmi's expression remained calm, but his gaze stayed locked on Yun Che. "They created this mess themselves, so they can't blame others. We just need to ensure these people don't all die and observe how things unfold." On the other side, Qin Yilan had just recovered some of her vitality when Fan Chong, the innate realm instructor from Class 1, stepped forward with an iron-gray expression, his voice booming like thunder. "Everyone, don't run. Falling Moon Academy has no cowards. Only by carving out a bloody path can we hope to survive." The students nodded one after another, their morale ignited. Yun Che glanced at Fan Chong and thought to himself, "You were the one shouting to retreat earlier, and now you're the one calling for a desperate fight. I just hope you don't drop the ball later." "Kill!" The golden-masked man roared, his long sword ringing as it left its sheath. Dozens of sword shadows layered downward, striking directly at Fan Chong's vital points. The other masked figures attacked simultaneously. Blade light, spear gleams, and staff shadows crisscrossed as they unleashed their most treasured combat techniques. Boom! Combat techniques clashed, trees snapped, and earth and stone scattered as the Red Skull members and Falling Moon Academy's teachers and students were forced to retreat repeatedly. In an instant, 8 innate realm instructors from the academy faced off against 9 masked innate realm experts in the forest. Yang Family Combat Technique 100 Dragons Spear Art. Gu Family Combat Technique Proud Mysterious Heaven Shocking Blade. CF Family Combat Technique 10 Directions Staff Method. Meow Family Combat Technique Horizon Dominating Blade Slash. As the techniques were announced, their energy tore through the sky. Qin Yilan watched with her heart pounding. These masked figures all came from prestigious families, each one comparable to super geniuses like Qin Kui. She gritted her teeth secretly. The Wang family didn't lie to Meth. Great Yuan dynasty is truly about to change. If this group of talents would rather ally with bandits and thieves, seeking only bloody pleasure, how many more like them lurk in the shadows? I must survive and get out to bring this news back, so father can prepare early. Meanwhile, Yun Che took advantage of the chaos to activate his divine hand, targeting the newly appeared innate realm experts and quietly extracting their attributes. Ding. Extraction successful. Gained 105 experience points. Ding. Extraction successful. Gained 5 constitution points. Ding. Extraction successful. Gained mid-grade combat technique. Horizon Dominating Blade Slash. Ding. Extraction successful. Gained 1 low-grade long spear. Just then, a strange scene occurred. The Yang family genius who was about to execute the 100 Dragon Spear art suddenly found his long spear vanishing into thin air, leaving him stunned in place. The next second, Wei Hong's sword swept across, sealing his throat with one strike. The Yang family genius fell to the ground, dying completely unprepared. A brief silence fell over the scene, and at that moment, everyone wore expressions of utter confusion and bewilderment. The crowd's breathing seemed to be sucked away in an instant. and even Hong Miao, the third leader, and Vice Dean Zhao Tsong, who were watching from a distance, widened their eyes and stared intently at the center of the arena. Wei Hong sheathed his sword and stood there, looking down at the bloodstains still remaining on his blade. His face full of bewilderment. Truly hadn't expected that halfway through the fight, his opponent would suddenly withdraw his spear. Questioning, angry, and confused gazes shot toward him from all directions, and he instinctively opened his mouth. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I had no idea he would suddenly withdraw his spear." Below the arena, the masked man's eyes were practically blazing with fury, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked audibly. "You call that withdrawing a spear?" The damn spear vanished into thin air. With nowhere to vent his rage, he spun around abruptly and roared at Hong Miao in the distance. "Hong Miao, is this your sincerity? The deal I agreed to with you is off." Hong Miao's face, always known for its cold hardness, completely cracked at this moment. His expression darkened, veins bulging as he grabbed Zhao Tsong by the collar and lowered his voice. "Why? Why didn't you save him? Aren't you at the peak of the Grandmaster realm? Why didn't you intervene?" Zhao Tsong felt suffocated, so frustrated he nearly spat blood. That spear thrust could have been blocked by anyone. But who could have anticipated that the spear would vanish into thin air? Save him? Even his reflexes couldn't keep up. Seeing Zhao Tsong's silence, Hong Miao's rigid expression gradually subsided as he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. That moment defied all logic. As if heaven itself had decreed that person must die, there was nothing anyone could do. "What now? Should we continue?" Zhao Tsong asked cautiously. Hong Miao turned, his gaze falling toward Luoyuan City as he swept his sleeve. "Leave. Since he doesn't want to cooperate, I needn't show him any more courtesy." His voice was filled with cold intent. Playing such a good hand so poorly with such fools in the Great Yuan, it would be against heaven's will if they didn't fall. Zhao Tsong nodded with a bitter smile. In the end, he had sacrificed his identity for nothing, and the vice dean position he had worked so hard to obtain had instantly turned to bubble. Such was the fickleness of fate. Hurrying to catch up with Hong Miao, he lowered his voice. "Should we take direct military action and seize Nansha Fortress? After all, it's a crucial strategic point for attack." "No need." Hong Miao didn't slow his pace. "Though our plan failed, it's opened another path. I just received word. Luoyuan Academy's Dean Yi Qingshuang has fled with severe injuries, and you, the Vice Dean, have already died before everyone's eyes. The Academy is now leaderless. The perfect opportunity for us to take it in one fell swoop." Zhao Tsong's eyes lit up with sudden understanding. If he were still Vice Dean, he would have to step forward when external enemies attacked, but now that his identity was dead, he was free to act. "The third leader is brilliant," Zhao Tsong whispered in agreement. "Luoyuan Academy is built against the mountains with treacherous terrain. Once we control it, it becomes a natural fortress. Then we can use the students to constrain the major noble families and take Luoyuan City with ease." The two figures gradually disappeared into the distance as the night wind swept away the bloody scent from the arena. Below the platform, Yin Che still stared blankly at Wei Hong, and after a long moment finally murmured, "Divine hand technicaso, it can be used this way too." This was indeed a bit embarrassing, but it was random after all. All he could say was, "When heaven wills your destruction, you cannot escape it." Yin Che only mourned for that poor unlucky soul for half a second before reaching out again to activate his divine hand. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 1 pug mask. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 102 experience points. Ding. Congratulations on breaking through, currently at late postnatal realm. As the cultivation of the last 2 innate realm experts was drained away, vast spiritual energy surged into his body, and Yun Che's face lit up with joy. His realm had finally broken through. At the same time, the young man whose mask had suddenly vanished hastily raised his sleeve to cover his face, but his movement was a beat too slow, and he was still struck by the Class 3 innate realm instructor's blade, blood spattering everywhere. On the other side of the viewing platform, Qin Yelon's beautiful eyes were filled with frost. The scene before her was identical to when her clothes had vanished into thin air that day. She didn't believe in ghosts or spirits at all, firmly convinced that someone was secretly causing mischief. The young woman's gaze swept sharply around the area, clearly wanting to root out this mysterious thief. Yun Che caught his sister-in-law's gaze and frowned inwardly. It seemed she had already determined this was human trickery. In the future, he absolutely couldn't casually use the divine hand in front of her, or he would eventually be exposed. At the other end of the battle circle, the golden-masked man had waited in vain for Hong Mi to appear, and the Red Skull experts lurking around had also begun to retreat. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging at his temples as he gnashed his teeth and roared, "Hong Mi, you bastard! How dare you scheme against me?" The situation had completely tilted, and the golden-masked man shouted angrily, "We're leaving." The conspicuous Fan Chong waved his large hand, his voice booming like a bell. "Don't pursue a desperate enemy. Return to the academy first." Everyone had just breathed a sigh of relief when sudden change erupted. The Red Skull main force and several masked figures who had originally turned to retreat suddenly spun around and came charging back, all pale-faced and cursing, as if they had encountered something extremely troublesome. The next instant, a piercing scream tore through the air. Everyone saw a pale, elongated arm send several people flying. Then another giant palm grabbed them and stuffed them into a gaping maw. It was a rare Demona four-armed demon maggot. For pale arms, 10 meters long, extended from its maggot-like body, topped by a crazed human head, black hair disheveled, bleeding red eyes, and a long, thin tongue covered in spikes. Its entire body emanated an evil aura that chilled one to the bone. With each person it devoured, its body swelled larger, as if it could never be satisfied. Wei Hong and the others' faces instantly turned deathly pale. No one had expected to encounter such a terrifying Grandmaster Realm demon here. Yin Che was equally horrified, had prepared for countless contingencies, but never imagined a demon would get involved. Fan Chong suddenly waved his arm and roared. What are you standing there for? This is a Grandmaster Realm demon, run. Atop the mountain cliff, Zhao Cong looked with deep wariness at the third leader beside him, whose expression remained indifferent. Just moments ago, it was this outwardly delicate and handsome man who had released the four-armed demon maggot he had been raising for years. Zhao Cong had originally thought the other was showing great mercy, willing to spare the teachers and students. Only now did he understand how naive his thinking had been. The third leader not only had no intention of sparing the teachers and students of Falling Moon Academy, but even those children of high officials and nobles, and even Zhao Cong's own subordinates, had become blood food for the demon's mouth. All of this was merely to vent the dissatisfaction in his heart, nothing more. In just a few breaths, more than half of the Red Skull bandits had been devoured by the four-armed demon maggot. Crimson blood trickled down the rough bark, screams echoed one after another, and the entire forest seemed dragged into a living hell. The dozen or so masked disciples from the noble families reacted swiftly. Most of them were at the innate realm and possessed high-grade movement techniques, so they immediately scattered and fled. Except for a few disciples at the peak of the acquired realm who were caught and devoured by the monster, the rest successfully escaped the four-armed demon maggot site, vanishing without a trace using the complex terrain of the Wuxia mountain range. Atop an old locust tree not far away, the golden-masked man quietly observed from above. As the horrific scene unfolded before his eyes, his gaze grew increasingly dark. The Wuxia mountain range had never been home to demons or monsters, and there had never been similar records around the Luoyue territory. This creature's sudden appearance was clearly the work of someone who had deliberately released it. Among all the forces in the Luoyue territory capable of taming and unleashing demons, he could think of none other than the Red Skull bandits. Thud! The golden-masked man punched the tree trunk, scraping off a layer of rough bark. His eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clenched so tightly they ground audibly, and a hoarse voice squeezed from his throat. Well played, Hongmi. I've always been the one scheming against others. No one has ever dared scheme against me. I'll remember this debt. Deep in the forest, Fan Chong looked back to see the four-armed demon maggot drawing closer and said in a grave voice, Everyone split up. If we keep this up, none of us will escape. Right. Wei Hong and the others immediately agreed, each protecting their own class students as they sprinted away, instantly splitting into several fleeting shadows. On the other side, as Yunche's spiritual power recovered slightly, he raised his hand toward the four-armed demon maggot nearly 100 meters away and activated his talent, Divine Hand. He wasn't sure if this technique would work on non-human targets, but it was worth trying under the circumstances. Due to the great distance, this attempt consumed a full 20 points of spiritual power. Buzz! A brilliant yellow light was forcibly torn from the monster's body, followed immediately by a familiar notification sound exploding in his mind. Ding! Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 200 endurance points. How much? Yunche stood frozen in place. That the extraction had succeeded was already incredible, but to gain 200 endurance points in one go. Endurance was the key attribute determining defensive limits. He quickly called up his personal panel. Player, Yunche. Identity, son-in-law of Prince Qin's manor, civilian instructor. Realm, late acquired realm. Talent, SS rank Divine Hand. Unique martial root, medium. Class, Titan Enforcer LV1. Righteousness, 20,100. Race, human. Reputation, 1,182. Strength, 185 101 Strength 1 Attack Power. Agility, 198 Effects Speed, critical hits, evasion. Endurance, 288 101 Endurance, 1 Defense Power. Constitution, 9101 Constitution, 10 Health Points. Spirit, 74 1 Spirit, 5 Spiritual Power. Attack Power, 285 Qingqiu Sword 50. Defense Power, 388 Rongxi Soft Armor 20. Health Points, 1900. Spiritual Power, 370. Cultivation Methods, Divine Soul Secret Records High Grade. Wind, Thunder Body Tempering, Art Mid Grade. fire spirit, art low grade. Movement techniques, drifting Qin steps high grade. Combat skills, frost heaven absolute, sword high grade. Sky splitting 6 harmonies / high grade. Radiant sword technique mid grade. 10 illusions sword technique mid grade. 9 force mountain river fist mid grade. Star chasing / low grade. Phoenix soaring / low grade. Experience 3076 5000. Money 1 gold 95 silver 861 copper. On the panel, his defense power had leaped to 408. Yun Che excitedly clenched his fist with his current defense. Even ordinary innate realm masters would need considerable effort to break through his defenses. Of course, while his defense had greatly increased, it still wasn't enough to face a Grandmaster level 4-armed demon maggot. The creature's hide gleamed with a grayish-white cold light, its 4 thick, long arms like steel whips, easily toppling several ancient trees left and right. The sound of shattering branches and leaves exploded through the mountain forest. It seemed too lazy to bother with other targets, bearing its mouth full of fangs as it charged straight toward Wei Hong's group. Damn it! Why is it chasing our class specifically? Wei Hong cursed inwardly, his face turning deathly pale. The other instructors and students, seeing this, relaxed their tense nerves slightly, wanting to help but powerless to intervene. Fan Sheng led his students in retreat while silently praying for Wei Hong. Old Wei, hang in there. With all this commotion, the city guard should arrive any moment. Out of 9 classes, it had to pick the weakest class 9. Yun Che ran while roaring in his mind. Holy crap, they're not giving us any way out. Strangely, he felt like he was the 4-armed demon maggot's primary target. Those cold eyes hidden behind disheveled hair were clearly fixed on him. That can't be right, can it? What did I ever do to it? Yun Che muttered, and with a testing mentality, deliberately distanced himself from the group. The next second, the demon's head snapped around with a crack, its massive body shifting accordingly, indeed targeting him directly. Son of a bitch. The target really is me. Yun Che gritted his teeth fiercely, his speed suddenly increasing as he sprinted toward some ruins he remembered. Yun Che, come back. Qin Yuan, also fleeing with class 9, cried out anxiously. Don't come over. Yun Che shouted back. This demon is after me. I'll lead it away, you all run. Before his words finished, he stomped hard and his figure disappeared into the deeper forest. The 4-armed demon maggot's mouth stretched to its ears, as if mocking its prey's struggle. Its slender arms pushed off the ground, launching its massive body like a flea, crashing through branches and leaves with a whoosh as it pursued Yun Che directly. Qin Yuan's beautiful eyes narrowed, wanting to break away to rescue him, but Wei Hong grabbed her firmly. What are you doing? Going there would be suicide. Return to the city first to find Lord Qin Wang. There might still be a chance. Let go. Qin Yuan struggled, knowing that by the time she found her father, Yun Che might already be demon dung. Wei Hong wouldn't release his grip, persuading in a low voice. If Instructor Yun dared to lead the demon away alone, he must have some means of self-preservation. The Wuxiao mountain range has complex terrain, and the demon's massive size limits its movement might not die. We can only find Lord Qin Wang or the Dean as quickly as possible. That's his real chance at survival. Qin Yuan's shoulders drooped slightly as she finally calmed down. Her strength hadn't reached the innate realm, and even having cultivated superior combat techniques, she couldn't possibly face that demon heathen. She sighed inwardly. It seems this future brother-in-law is likely doomed. Even innate realm experts couldn't withstand a single strike from the demon, let alone a rookie who hasn't even broken through to mid-stage body refinement. Meanwhile, Yun Che employed the drifting Qin step, his toes seeming to dance on fallen leaves as he covered over 10 zhang in a single leap. But glancing back, the 4-armed demon maggot still followed like a shadow, apparently toying with its prey. With its power, crushing him would be as easy as lifting a hand. Yun Che gripped tightly the 100-slip banana peel between his fingers. If the demon truly intended to kill him, he would immediately throw it out, gambling on a chance for reversal. Almost there, just need to hold on a few more minutes, and I'll have hope of survival. The ruins in the Wuxiao mountain range were originally something Yun Che planned to explore only after breaking through to the innate realm. Although he was already familiar with all the mechanisms inside, they still posed dangers to his current self. However, at this moment, he could no longer afford to worry about the risks if he wanted to escape, or even counterkill that demonic creature. He could only rely on the mechanisms within the ruins. The 4-armed demon maggot seemed to have grown tired of the chase. One of its whip-like slender arms suddenly swept horizontally, tearing through the air with explosive wind-breaking sounds. Yun Che touched the ground with his toes, instantly deploying the drifting Qin steps as his figure floated into midair like a snowflake. He drew his sword with a reverse grip, cold light suddenly blazing frost heaven's absolute sword. Dense sword chi erupted from the ground, slashing against the demon maggot's pitch-black carapace. Buzz, a piercing howl exploded through the valley. Even as a Grandmaster realm demon, the 4-armed demon maggot was still wounded by the high-grade combat technique. its shell cracking with spider web-like fissures. Yun Che cursed inwardly. No wonder it could drain 200 stamina point stuff as nails. He landed and flicked his wrist, pulling out a bottle of emerald liquid from his chest. 100 flower, Duan downed it in one gulp. The sweet liquid flowed down his throat as spiritual power surged through his meridians like warm currents, recovering 5 points per second for a full 3 minutes. Using this recovery boost, he once again deployed the drifting Qin steps, transforming into an afterimage as he rushed toward the ruins. Behind him, the four-armed demon maggot went completely berserk. Its massive body thundered forward like a steel cannonball, crushing everything in its path as soil exploded along the way, leaving a several-meter-wide trench. Sky-splitting 6 harmonies slash. Yun Che planted one palm on the ground, dodging the demon maggot's charge sideways as his long sword traced 6 ghostly gleams that instantly merged into one, striking directly at the creature's vital point. Metal clashed against metal, sparks flying everywhere. The four-armed demon maggot roared in fury, crossing all 4 arms to block the strike and temporarily halting its assault. "Oomph, so you do no fear." Yun Che sneered coldly, but his feet never stopped moving as his figure slid along the ground and once again disappeared into the dense forest. At the outskirts of the Wuxiao mountain range, Hongmi stood quietly when suddenly his eyelid twitched and an inexplicable unease gripped his heart. Beside him, Zhaotsong paced back and forth before finally sitting down on a rock, saying impatiently, "Dealing with just a few innate realm cultivators and some ants shouldn't take this long." Hongmi said in a deep voice, "The command I gave it was prioritize killing that civilian instructor." Zhaotsong frowned even deeper. "Then it should be even faster. Unless someone is willing to keep protecting him. But that possibility is almost non-existent." Hongmi nodded but still chose to wait. He had signed a blood contract with the four-armed demon maggot and could still clearly sense the creature's presence at this moment, detecting no abnormalities. He speculated that the complex terrain of the Wuxiao mountain range was slowing down the operation. Deep in the mountains, Yun Che once again narrowly rolled away from the demon maggot's strike and finally stepped into that swampland known as a place of certain death. Putrid muddy water churned as black bubbles continuously burst, and a massive ruin lay quietly within, its outline bearing some resemblance to the old summer palace. This ruin was no secret. Almost everyone in Falling Moon City knew of its existence. Countless treasure hunters had ventured inside, ultimately gaining nothing while losing their lives. Over time, this place came to be viewed as a land of despair. Coming here was pointless. However, Yun Che knew very well. The real treasure was hidden beneath his feet. Only the entrance was extremely well concealed. The first person to discover this entrance was a beta tester named Zhang Yuan. Later, he organized a group of beta players to explore together, and Yun Che was among them. The ruins were filled with deadly traps and hidden mechanisms. Yun Che and over 10 beta players spent half a month carefully navigating through before finally reaching the core treasure. According to their pre-expedition agreement, the best spoils would go to the discoverer Zhang Yuan, while Yun Che only received a medium-grade piece of armor. At this moment, the four-armed demon maggot lunged forward, its putrid stench filling the air. Yun Che rushed to a stone pillar about half a meter long and kicked it hard with a sharp crack. The pillar immediately tilted 30 degrees. The accumulated water at his feet rapidly drained away, revealing a dark stairway leading downward. Frost Heaven Absolute Sword. Cold light burst forth as Yun Che swung his sword, forcing the demon maggot back half a step while he lightning-fast dove into the stairway. Though the entrance was narrow, he didn't dare let his guard down. Official sources had long stated that shape-shifting was the most basic ability of demons. Sure enough, the next second, the four-armed demon maggot shrank several times smaller and pursued him down. "Perfect. Following me is exactly what I wanted this time. You won't be going back." Yun Che's eyes turned ice cold as a cruel smile curved his lips. He had entered and exited this ruin over 100 times. The locations of every mechanism were etched into his bones. With practiced steps, he had already covered 100 meters and stopped in the center of a spacious stone chamber, turning to wait quietly. The four-armed demon maggot landed like a rabid dog. The next instant, runes lit up simultaneously on the stone walls, floor, and dome. Countless lightning spears thundered forth. The sharp whistle of electricity cutting through air and the sound of flesh being torn rang out almost simultaneously as the demon maggot's metal-tough body was pierced like a sieve, crimson blood spattering everywhere. However, its vitality was terrifyingly tenacious. Even severely wounded, it still stubbornly followed its master's command to prioritize killing the target, roaring as it lunged at Yun Che. "Still not dead? Let me see how long you can last." Yun Che turned again, diving deeper along the familiar route. With a leap, he thrust his sword into a ceiling beam and hung upside down in midair, avoiding the demon maggot's attack. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Wu Gorge mountain range, Hong Miao's expression changed drastically, could clearly sense the four-armed demon maggot's aura rapidly weakening. "Impossible. With their strength, they couldn't possibly hurt it. Shocked and furious, he shot up from the ground, transforming into a shadow as he rushed toward the depths of the mountains. Sitting on a stone bench, Zhao Tsong's eyelids also twitched wildly. The four-armed demon maggot is injured? Since when is a Grandmaster Realm's defense so fragile? Though he suspected Qin Shao might be coming, the timing seemed wrong. Not daring to delay, he tapped his toes and followed. The four-armed demon maggot was a killing weapon that the Red Skull bandit group had cultivated from infancy, taking a full 10 years to reach Grandmaster Realm. If it were lost, even the chief would cough up blood. Deep in the ruins, Yunche constantly changed positions, luring the demon maggot to trigger a series of mechanisms. Rock walls split open as a massive black iron axe whistled down and crashed with tremendous force. The four-armed demon maggot was severed at the waist, blood pooling across the ground with only faint breath remaining. On the other side, Hong Miao was so anxious he nearly lost his sanity. He burned his essence blood to forcibly increase his speed, moving so fast he became just a crimson streak of light, leaving Zhao Tsong far behind, yet still remained a considerable distance from his target. His heart filled with shock. Who had lured the demon maggot to such a remote corner? In the center of the stone chamber, Yunche raised his sword and moved forward, 6 golden sword shadows circling around him. With each step forward, one sword shadow merged into his blade, finally condensing into a brilliant edge. Killing you should drop some good loot. Yunche's lips curved upward as he stared unblinkingly at the golden sword light flying swiftly forward. As the sword light slashed across the four-armed demon maggot's neck, pleasant notification sounds rang out in succession. At the same time, Hong Ni, who was desperately rushing to the scene, felt his heart tremble. The blood contract's backlash exploded instantly. He felt as if his chest had been struck by an iron hammer, and a trace of crimson blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His steps came to an abrupt halt as he stood frozen in place, mumbling 3 words repeatedly. Impossible. Within mere moments, the violent spiritual energy of the early Grandmaster realm erupted uncontrollably from his body. The air around him seemed to burn like flames, and within a 100-meter radius, earth and stone exploded while trees turned to ash. The entire area was instantly leveled to the ground. How dare you kill my demon maggot? No matter who you are, I, Hong Ni, will never let you live in peace. Hong Ni took a deep breath of the blood-scented air, his expression wooden yet filled with overwhelming killing intent. He realized that since entering Luoyua City, Huho had never shown his emotions, had lost his composure repeatedly in just 2 short days. At this moment, he completely abandoned any thoughts of conquering the Luoyua territory. His heart was filled only with the obsession to destroy. He didn't want to see even a single ant alive. System notifications fell into Yunche's ears one after another. Ding! Congratulations on slaying an early Grandmaster Realm demon. Experience 2000, Righteousness 100. Ding! Congratulations on breaking through. You are now at the early innate realm. Ding! Congratulations on achieving the first demon kill achievement. Reward: 1 rainbow treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations on advancing your Titan Enforcer profession to level 2. Strength 100, Endurance 100, Constitution 100. Yunche wiped away the black blood that had splattered on his brow, and the corner of his mouth unconsciously curved upward. Killing demons actually came with hidden rewards. What a pleasant surprise. The Rainbow Treasure Chest, a legendary ultra-rare chest rumored to possibly contain supreme-grade treasures, had fallen into his hands, putting him in an excellent mood. Treasure grades differed from cultivation techniques, divided into 7 tiers: common, intermediate, superior, extreme, supreme, special, and forbidden. 1. Common, intermediate, and superior grades were most prevalent. 2. Extreme and special treasures only occasionally appeared in diamond-level chests. 3. Special treasures were mostly one-time consumables, yet often possessed unimaginable abilities. 4. As for forbidden items, like inheritance treasures such as the Mask of Sin, they were extremely rare encounters, and each appearance in the world foretold the coming of great disasters. This demon was most likely controlled by someone through a blood contract and given a kill order against me. Yunche frowned in thought. His experience of being relentlessly pursued by the four-armed demon left him with no doubt that he was being targeted. However, thinking about the rewards that dropped, his resentment was actually diluted by joy. This wasn't the Grim Reaper, but clearly a generous benefactor delivering wealth. He turned his gaze toward the demon's corpse. The system had previously indicated that killing enemies had a chance to drop equipment. Sure enough, on the ground where blood and black mud mingled, a scroll emanating dark mist lay quietly, its spine ancient and bearing faint flame patterns. A combat technique? Yunche raised an eyebrow and bent down to pick it up. An information panel appeared. Demon Flame Heart Sutra Superior Grade. Description: based on absorbing flames for cultivation, with the potential to condense unique flame spiritual energy. Note: absorbing flames carries a certain probability of damaging the Dantian's spiritual energy vortex. Practice with caution. Excellent. A gleam flashed in Yunche's eyes. For him, honestly cultivating through hard work was clearly not in his plan. She intended to give the Demon Flame Heart Sutra to Fong Chu for cultivation, while he himself would rely on divine intervention to obtain techniques. Fong Chu possessed a rare supreme-grade martial root, which came with a unique benefit. No matter what cultivation technique he practiced, he was guaranteed 100% success, eliminating any risk of damage to his spiritual energy vortex. At this moment, Yunche stood in the silent ruins, his mind no longer focused on cultivation but on the treasures buried here. Just as he was about to turn and leave, his game inventory suddenly trembled, and the gluttony mask shot out like a living creature, hovering above the corpse of the four-armed demon maggot. A faint red light flashed as the mask opened its mouth, devouring the boiling essence blood that flowed into it like crimson threads. It can come out on its own. Yunche stood frozen in place. The gluttony mask was an ancient, evil artifact that he had planned to slowly cultivate once his attributes reached terrifying levels. But who would have thought that even the system inventory couldn't contain this thing? After absorbing all the blood, the mask slowly floated back and hovered quietly before his eyes, its dark hollow face silently watching him with an eerie intensity that made his scalp tingle. Yunche suppressed the chill in his heart and warned in a deep voice. If you act on your own again, I'll melt you down. Remember who's the master and who's the tool. As if understanding the command, the mask nodded slightly in response. Seeing it no longer resisting, he waved his hand to store it back in his inventory, muttering to himself. He needed to find a treasure that could enhance his mental strength soon, or he'd eventually be led around by the nose by this evil artifact. After finishing this, he severed the four thick arms of the four-armed demon maggot at their rootstock upgrade, crafting materials that couldn't be wasted, then navigated through the mechanisms with practiced ease. In just 5 minutes, he reached the deepest part of the ruins, retrieving the diamond treasure chest beneath the goddess statue and the teardrop-shaped necklace hanging around the statue's neck. He didn't linger. Anyone capable of commanding a Master Realm demon beast was certainly formidable, and his current strength was nowhere near sufficient to handle such an opponent. Under the deep night sky, he swiftly retreated in the opposite direction from which he came. 3 minutes after Yunche's departure, Hongxi arrived at the ruins entrance with fury blazing across his face. The moment he discovered the hidden passage, he could hardly believe if this wasteland that countless people had searched actually contained an underground entrance. Following the stairs down, he saw the mangled corpse of the four-armed demon maggot, its once mighty four arms severed cleanly, blood and flesh scattered everywhere. That had been his precious treasure, now reduced to this pitiful state, making his entire body tremble with rage. Who could it be? No matter the cost. I, Hongxi, will skin you alive, extract your tendons, and dismember your corpse into 10,000 pieces. At this moment, Vice Principal Zhao Tsong also hurried over, and despite his shock, he showed signs of joy, whispering, "Third leader, only the nearby mechanisms have been triggered, the rest remain intact. If we can bring back the treasures from these ruins, not only will the great leader not blame us, but he'll reward us handsomely." Hongxi took a deep breath. He could see that if mechanisms capable of stopping even the four-armed demon maggot lay ahead, they might not be able to break through either. But after a moment's hesitation, he made his decision. They had to take all the treasures. Even if it meant using human wave tactics, they had to reach the deepest part. The only puzzling thing was why hadn't that thief who lured the demon beast in here to kill it died? However, he firmly believed that the culprit couldn't possibly have taken the treasures. Such a notion was simply preposterous. Go find Pai Pi Xiao and have him gather the Red Skull members, as many as possible. No problem, I'll go right away. Zhao Tsong turned and rushed off. Far away in the night, Yunche had no idea that his casual scheme would ultimately result in the deaths of most of the Red Skull bandit group's elite forces. Afterward, the furious Hongxi was strung up and beaten severely by his own father, coughing up 2 ounces of blood daily, and the crucial part was that he still didn't know who had set him up. Yunche ran at full speed for over 20 kilometers before finally stopping. Looking back, he saw only wild grass swaying in the wind with no sign of pursuers, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. He sat down against a rock and pulled open his backpack. Let's start with the diamond chest. He pointed with his fingertip, and a series of golden words appeared before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining. Superior treasure. Fierce sword Huang Mia 1. Medium grade armor. Blood silkworm soft armor 1. Low grade spirit fruit. Purple dew fruit 1. Third grade pill. Innate pill 1. Gold coins 3. Experience 1,000 points. Haha. It really is the fierce sword Huang Mia. Yunche was so excited he nearly jumped up. That stingy bastard Zhang Yuan wouldn't even let me borrow it for 2 days back then, and now it's completely mine. Fierce sword Huang Mia superior unique. Attack power 240. When striking a target, 60 chance to trigger flame burn, dealing 5 points of damage per second for 30 seconds. Stackable up to 3 layers. Equipable by innate realm and above. Fire patterns flickered faintly across the blade, and the handle grew slightly warm. Yunche gave it a test swing, and blazing waves rippled outward. He figured ordinary body refinement realm warriors would be charred to a crisp just by getting close, and even many postnatal realm experts would have to retreat. He removed his original Rong silk soft armor and put on the dark red blood silkworm soft armor, immediately feeling his protection become much more solid. He stuffed the purple dew fruit into his backpack, planning to use it to replenish spiritual energy at crucial moments. As for the innate pill, he thought about saving it for little Fong Chu to help accelerate her breakthrough. Now it's your turn. He pulled out the 7-colored chest, a luxury chest he had dreamed of during beta testing but never seen, his expectations running high. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Ultimate Treasure, Old Craftsman Brand Large Furnace 1. Second grade Healing Pills 3. Low grade Spirit Medicine, Green Ganoderma Flower 1. Gold Coins 5. Experience 3,000 points. Old Craftsman Brand Large Furnace. Looking at this name that was plain to the point of being rustic, Yunche was stunned at first, then shook his head with self-mockery. I can't be fooled by the name after all. It's an ultimate treasure. Old Craftsman Brand Large Furnace Ultimate Unique. Can smelt equipment of the same type and fuse them into new equipment. Consumes 50 spiritual energy points each time, with higher equipment grades requiring greater consumption. Note: can only smelt up to supreme grade equipment at most. Divine Artifact. His eyes lit up. All those shady pieces of equipment he'd obtained through divine hand that weren't convenient to wear openly could now be thrown into this furnace to be cleaned and reforged. Let's test it out. Yunche threw both his old Rong silk soft armor and the newly equipped blood silkworm soft armor into the large furnace, and 150 points of spiritual energy were instantly drained. Ding! Smelting successful. Congratulations on obtaining medium-grade armor. Mystic Rong silk soft armor. Mystic Rong silk soft armor, forged from Rong silk soft armor and blood silkworm soft armor. Defense 75. Yunche examined the attributes thoughtfully. I see. So equipment created through smelting doesn't simply stack attributes, but rather enhances them. The basic attribute of the Rong silk soft armor was defense 20, while the blood silkworm soft armor had a base defense of 70. But in the end, he only obtained a mystic Rong silk soft armor with defense 75. Yunche didn't mind at all the more equipment he had, and the higher their levels, the sooner he'd be able to forge truly exceptional gear. At this thought, he felt somewhat impatient, wishing he could immediately grab someone and let them take a few swings to test its durability. Next came the smelting. The low-grade Autumn Sword and high-grade Brilliant Destruction Sword were both thrown into the furnace. The smelting flames surged, and the system's crisp notification rang out. Ding! Smelting successful. Congratulations on obtaining a high-grade Brilliant Destruction Sword. Again, 2 medium-grade Ice Silk Brocade Robes plus 1 ordinary undergarment. The flames flashed once more. Ding! Smelting successful. Congratulations on obtaining a medium-grade Ice Silk Brocade Robe. The attributes refreshed. The Brilliant Destruction Sword's base attack power jumped from 240 points to 255 points. The increase wasn't spectacular, but it was still gratifying. The Ice Silk Brocade Robe he had taken from his sister-in-law Qin Demoness saw its defense rise from 65 points to 85 points. Even better, the garment's appearance had completely changed styles. Even if he wore it openly, the other party would hardly recognize it as their own. His biggest worry was directly resolved, so naturally he no longer needed to sell it for cash. The final Itima high-grade necklace. Yunche held it in his palm for a closer look. A black teardrop-shaped pendant with silver sand floating inside like a galaxy, simple yet magnificent. Name: Tears of Silver Dust. Attribute: Spirit 150. Seeing this rare spirit attribute, Yunche's eyes lit up. From his memories, this necklace had originally fallen into the hands of a female thief named Luo Ran, who not only concealed its true attributes but also failed to turn it over to the ruins discoverer Zhang Yuan as required. This led to a complete falling out with Zhang Yuan and other beta players, turning allies into mortal enemies. No wonder Luo Ran was willing to break her contract to take it. It truly was a rare treasure. Without the slightest hesitation, Yunche fastened the Tears of Silver Dust around his neck. As his spirit increased dramatically, his perception became much more acute. Player: Yunche. Identity: son-in-law of Prince Qin's manor, civilian instructor. Realm: early innate stage. Talent: SSS grade Divine Touch. Unique martial root: medium. Class: Titan Enforcer LV2. Righteousness: 120,500. Race: human. Reputation: 1,249. Strength: 345,200. 545 attack power. Agility: 329. Effects: speed, critical hits, evasion. Endurance: 488,200. 688 defense power. Constitution: 290,200. 490. 10 health points per point. Spirit: 185 spiritual power per point. Equipment: Silver Dust, Tears 150 attack power. Brilliant Destruction, Sword 255 defense power. Mystic Silk Soft Armor, 75 health points. Total health, 4,900. Total spiritual power, 1650. Cultivation methods. Divine Soul Secret Manual High Grade. Demonic Flame Heart Sutra High Grade. Wind Thunder Body Refinement Art Mid Grade. Fire Spirit Art Low Grade. Movement Techniques. Drifting Kakin Steps High Grade. Combat Skills. Frost Heaven Absolute Sword High Grade. Sky Splitting 6 Harmonies / High Grade. Radiant Sword Technique Mid Grade. 10 Illusion Sword Method Mid Grade. 9 Force Mountain River Fist Mid Grade. Star Chasing / Low Grade. Phoenix Soaring / Low Grade. Experience 8176500000. Currency 9 gold, 108 silver, 941 copper. What impressive stats indeed. Yunche closed his status panel and, after admiring his luxurious data, brushed off his robes and prepared to leave the Wu Gorge Mountains. Mountain wind blew from the depths of the canyon, carrying a faint scent of blood. His eyebrows raised slightly. About 1,000 meters away in the dense forest, he detected a barely flickering life force. Could it be a teacher or student from the academy who wandered into this place? The thought crossed his mind. After a moment's hesitation, he channeled his spiritual power, touched his toe to the rock wall, and his figure became a blur as he flew toward the target. 1,000 meters was merely a few breaths for him now. Upon landing, his gaze pierced through the waist-high grass, and he saw clearly. A young woman in green robes lay on the ground, her sleeves and skirt hem stained dark with blood, her right hand desperately reaching toward a long sword just over 10 centimeters away. She hadn't lost consciousness yet, but her injuries were so severe that even sitting up was difficult. Each breath seemed like having her throat sliced by a blade. Around the woman, 7 or 8 robust demon wolves leisurely formed a semicircle, saliva dripping from their gray-white fangs into the soil. They slowly closed in, clearly confident that their prey was powerless to resist. The woman's fingertips touched the sword hilt, but slipped away due to weakness from blood loss. She gritted her teeth, her eyes still flashing with stubborn determination to survive. Meanwhile, the cunning demon wolves suddenly tightened their formation, their low growls rising and falling in succession. After confirming that even this last struggle posed no threat, they bared their teeth and lunged toward the woman. Yi Qing lay sprawled on the ground, her captivating peach blossom eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. Blood had soaked through her robes from the wound on her chest. She let out a bitter laugh and muttered to herself, "Who would have thought that after escaping the siege of 4 King realm experts, I would end up dying in the jaws of these beasts?" The wolf pack closed in, their foul breath washing over her. Yi Qing gritted her teeth and summoned the last trace of spiritual energy within her body, struggling to raise her sword with its tip pointing at the alpha wolf that lunged forward first. Mere lowly beasts. If you want to feast on my flesh, I'll take down half your pack with me." Before she could finish speaking, her spiritual energy flickered like a candle in the wind, and sharp pains spread from her spine. The moment she lifted her sword, she coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Her proud figure swayed and began to topple toward the wolf pack. She smiled helplessly. Is this how it ends? Just as the alpha wolf's fangs were about to sink into her throat, a white figure descended from the sky. Yunche employed the drifting Kakin steps, his form gliding like a graceful swan over water. His sword carried the phoenix soaring triple flash, 3 crimson rays striking in an instant. Swish, swish, sword light flashed, and dozens of demon wolves were severed in half, blood mist rising into the air. Ding. Demon wolf slain, experience 7. Ding. Demon wolf slain, experience 5. Such meager experience. Yunche had expected this. After breaking through to the innate realm, killing postnatal realm targets never yields more than 10 experience points. It's a common issue in all online games. Yi Qing was stunned. The black ancient sword, white scholarly robes, and the uniform of a civilian instructor from Luoyue Academy. This young man before her was nothing like the civilian she had imagined. Though these demon wolves weren't particularly strong, each possessed postnatal realm strength that ordinary civilian instructors could hardly handle. Yet this youth had severed wolf heads with a mere swing of his sword. Having lost their leader, the demon wolves bared their teeth and growled, but their paws instinctively retreated. They sensed the aura of death emanating from that seemingly ordinary black sword. The corner of Yunche's mouth curved upward as his left hand executed Divine Hand to lock onto fleeing targets while his right hand raised the sword once more. Star chasing slash. Silver light exploded. Ding. Capture successful. Congratulations on gaining 3 experience points. Ding. Demon wolf slain. Experience 5. Ding. Capture successful. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of strength. Ding. Demon wolf slain. Experience 8. Yi Qing watched in amazement. Since when could a mere low-grade battle technique unleash such power? No, it was the person wielding the technique who was ridiculously strong. She strained her vision but couldn't see through his cultivation level at all. Based solely on his near teleportation speed, she was certain the youth had at least reached the innate realm. But how old was he? He appeared to be no more than 17 or 18. To step into the innate realm at such an age, his martial aptitude must be exceptional. The problem was, she had never heard of such a figure in the academy. Though she rarely concerned herself with academy affairs, she had seen the instructor roster and would never forget their faces. Suddenly, she recalled the documents that Vice Principal Zhao Tsang had brought for her approval recently. The 1-inch portrait on the cover was exactly this person. Although it was just a brief glance, she still remembered the youth's name and appearance. But it was precisely because she knew that she felt even more shocked and incredulous. This handsome scholar who married into the Qin royal manor for certain reasons seems to be hiding quite a lot. In less than a minute, Yunche had slaughtered all the demon wolves before him with lightning speed. His sword tip still raised, blood droplets rolling down the blade. The system notification had already appeared over 200 experience points, plus a low-grade combat technique. Equipment drops and combat technique drops weren't his exclusive privilege. Everyone on the divine martial continent could obtain them, just with vastly different probabilities. Yi Qingshuang wasn't surprised by this, only secretly marveling at Yunche's heaven-defying luck. To actually get a low-grade combat technique drop from this pack of 3rd and 4th-tier trash demon wolves, such fortune was truly rare. Yunche slowly sheathed the Huang Nye sword. The moment he turned around, his gaze fell upon the woman in the green robe, an otherworldly beauty with a proud figure, her increasingly mature charm causing him to lose focus for a moment. Who said Qin Kai was the greatest beauty of the Great Yuan? In terms of youth and temperament, this demon before him was in no way inferior, perhaps even possessing an additional irresistible allure. He quickly recognized her identity. Although the game modeling differed slightly from reality, careful comparison could still reveal the truth. Yi Qingshuang, who should have died at the hands of the 4 great bandit leaders in the familiar storyline, originally having only a brief appearance. Clearly, due to his intervention, she had escaped that encirclement, and her fate had changed course. Dean, are you alright? Yunche withdrew his appraising gaze and spoke first. Yi Qingshuang shook her head gently. Since her identity had been exposed, she no longer pretended to be strong, honestly saying, "As you can see, I'm badly injured. My spiritual energy vortex is damaged, and I temporarily cannot circulate spiritual power." Yunche nodded in understanding, reaching into his chest to retrieve the 2nd-grade healing pill he had obtained earlier, placing it in her palm. She didn't act coy. The high-grade pills in her storage ring had been exhausted during that fierce battle, making this 2nd-grade healing pill a lifesaver. "Thanks. We need to leave quickly. The leaders of the 4 great bandits are still searching for me, and I fear they'll catch up." Yunche glanced at her labored steps, pondering for a moment before saying, "How about I carry you on my back? Walking like this, we won't make it out of the Wu Gorge mountain range by dawn." Yi Qingshuang hesitated briefly, then finally nodded. Yunche bent down, reaching back to signal for her to climb on. The moment his hand touched her clothing, his mind stirred. Divine hand activated. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the supreme movement technique, Thunder Shadow Divine Step. Yunche secretly marveled. No wonder she could escape from the pincer attack of the 4 great bandit leaders. She indeed mastered a supreme movement technique. As thoughts raced through his mind, Yi Qingshuang's soft, fragrant body was already pressed against his back. Yunche steadily supported her legs, took a deep breath, and powered forward with his steps, racing along the small path through the Wu Gorge mountain range. Feeling his palms warm as furnaces, Yi Qingshuang's ears turned red, her heart filled with regret. How could she have agreed to such a request? Suddenly, an axe beam struck down from high above. Yunche's brow twitched as he used the floating Kakin steps to dodge, not daring to stop, only glancing back with a silent curse at his bad luck. In midair, a bearded man hovered, bare-chested with a green axe pattern tattooed on his chest, the leader of the Axe Blade Bandit group, Lu Lucio. Looking down from his lofty position, his voice carried mockery as it echoed through the valley. "Dean, what good fortune you have, randomly encountering some pretty boy to rescue you. Very well. Since we're old adversaries, let me fulfill your wishes and make you a pair of doomed lovebirds. No need to thank me." Yi Qingshuang pressed her lips together slightly, feeling a bitter taste at the corners of her mouth. She sighed softly. "Instructor Yin, please put me down. I can burn my essence blood to hold him off for a while, and you can take the chance to escape." "Absolutely not." Yunche immediately refused, speaking rapidly. "You might not know yet, but the Vice Dean is already dead. If something happens to you too, Luoyue Academy will have no one left to protect it. Lord Qin alone can't fight against so many enemies. The entire Luoyue territory will eventually fall." Yi Qingshuang was shocked and horrified by this news. The Vice Dean was at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, considered the strongest below the King realm. When the 4 King realm experts had surrounded and attacked her, he had still been able to intervene with ease. She simply couldn't believe the Vice Dean had perished. Yet Yunche's expression was filled with grief, and he didn't seem to be lying, nor would there be any reason to fabricate such a lie. But if this continues, neither of us will escape. Yi Qingshuang frowned. She knew full well that Yunche was only at the innate realm. Trying to escape from a king realm expert's grasp was nothing short of a fool's dream. Finished with your last words? If so, then you can all die. Lu Lucio roared, his massive axe flashing with cold light as he brought it down with all his might. Even though Yi Qingshuang was severely injured, he dared not underestimate a mid-stage king realm powerhouse. Battlefields changed in an instant, and this was a survival principle he had learned through countless fights. His judgment wasn't wrong, but he overlooked the person most easily overlooked. Just as the axe light whistled down, Yunche suddenly stepped forward, his spiritual power erupting as lightning crackled. Thunder shadow, divine movement. His entire body transformed into a streak of purple lightning cutting through the forest, disappearing from the battle circle in the blink of an eye. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 1 gold coin. Ding. Congratulations on triggering divine blessing. Ordinary gold coin has mutated into a Schwanka refined gold coin. Schwanka refined gold coin. One-time treasure, incredibly heavy, can produce 10,000 tons of weight when thrown. While dodging, Yunche didn't forget to steal from Lu Lucio, unexpectedly triggering divine blessing. How does he also know Thunder Shadow divine movement? Isn't that Yi Qingshuang's secret technique? Could he be a disciple she's been secretly training? Lu Lucio was stunned, his face turning black as ink. It was precisely this supreme grade movement technique that had allowed Yi Qingshuang to escape their encirclement multiple times, making him both envious and disgusted. Damned ant. With such an exquisite movement technique, let me see how much spiritual power you have to spare. With his roar echoing, Lu Lucio also deployed his own high-grade movement technique, pursuing through the air. Though supreme grade and high grade were only 1 rank apart, the difference was like heaven and earth. Yunche's speed was clearly faster, but King Realm experts could fly through the air, and aerial maneuvering made up for the gap. Even with Thunder Shadow divine movement at full power, he could barely maintain a distance of about 1,000 meters, with the whistling axe energy behind him following like a shadow. Yi Qingshuang was equally shocked that Yunche knew her movement technique, but in this life-or-death moment, she had no time to ask questions. If you keep running like this, your spiritual power will be depleted quickly. Let me stay behind to buy you time. Escape by yourself. Yunche remained silent for a moment, continuing to race forward without stopping, replying calmly. Don't worry, if we really can't escape, I'll throw you at him without hesitation. Yi Qingshuang, lying on Yunche's back, slightly raised her hand, wanting to knock some sense into his thick skull. While what he said was technically true, his blunt way of putting it was still rather hurtful. She lowered her voice and added, I know of an underground river. Once we get there, I'll have a way to shake him off. At that moment, the two were being relentlessly pursued by Lu Lucio. The bearded King Realm expert seemed to be growing impatient with the chase, and actually began burning his life essence. His form suddenly swelled as he rapidly closed the distance between them. Oomph. Your deaths are already sealed. Why struggle so pointlessly? With a furious roar, he raised his massive axe high. Chopped pepper triple axe strike. 3 blood-red axe beams, each over 10 feet long, thundered toward Yunche in a triangular formation. Yunche's eyes narrowed slightly as he drew the Huang Mie sword like lightning, executing the absolute sword of frosty heavens in a horizontal slash. Cold light clashed with axe beams, erupting in ear-piercing metallic clangs. Though this sword strike had gathered all his true essence, it still fell short against a direct confrontation with a King Realm expert. Without lingering in battle, he used the sword chi as cover and employed the Thunder Shadow divine movement, flashing like lightning through the gaps between the 3 axe beams. Lu Lucio, suspended in midair, felt his scalp tingle. Just who is this guy? He even knows the Qin family's secret combat techniques, and with such devastating power. The Qin family has no male heirs, and this generation absolutely cannot be from the Qin family. Just as he was about to demand answers, Yunche sneered coldly. Why ask so many questions? It's only proper to return the favor. Let me give you a move too. With those words, he flicked a Schwanka refined gold coin backward with his hand. It cut through the air and reached its target dozens of meters away in an instant. King Realm experts possessed extraordinary vision, and Lu Lucio immediately recognized it as an ordinary gold coin. Being cautious, he didn't try to catch it with his hand, instead positioning his battle axe in front of him to casually deflect it. You must have grabbed the wrong hidden weapon. A mere gold coin, how could it possibly? Before he could finish speaking, the moment the coin touched his axe, a terrifying force erupted. Crack! Lu Lucio felt his arm bone snap clean through, and excruciating pain spread throughout his entire body. The massive axe rebounded into his chest, sweetness rose in his throat, he spat up blood, and his whole body was sent flying backward. After landing and steadying himself, the bearded man's eyes turned blood red. He finally realized that was definitely no ordinary gold coin, but a one-time special treasure. Lu Lucio pried the coin, now deeply embedded in his axe face, free to find its radiance had long since dimmed. Grinding his teeth in hatred, he crushed it to powder. Damn it! Disregarding his injuries and sparing no life essence, he took to the air with his broken arm to continue the pursuit. You bastard! Stop right there. However, Yunche had already carried Yi Qingshuang to the edge of a small river. The surface appeared calm and undisturbed, but the riverbed was riddled with countless crisscrossing undercurrents. Any outsider who entered would have a 9 chance of drowning. Yunche glanced back at the fierce-looking bearded man and waved his hand. Big beard, next time we meet, it might just be me chasing you around instead. See you later. With those words, he jumped into the river with a splash, still carrying Yi Qingshuang, who continued to regard him with that peculiar gaze. You think jumping in the river will let you escape? Dream on. Lu Lucio roared as he likewise plunged into the water. As the frigid river water hit his face, he was shocked to discover the underwater area was filled with countless undercurrent tunnels and intersecting passage. He had no way of determining which route Yunche had taken and found himself frozen in place. After a brief, deathly silence, the river's surface suddenly exploded in a geyser. Lu Lucio shot skyward, axe in his left hand, right arm dangling uselessly as blood dripped from his fingertips. He thrashed wildly in the river with his axe, unleashing one devastating technique after another while screaming hoarsely. Arg! Damn it! Damn it all! Before long, Hong Fuxing, the wrinkled fat man, and Su Asa, 3 King realm experts who had also been searching for Yi Qingshuang in the Wu Gorge mountain range, arrived at the riverbank. The three exchanged glances, their faces full of confusion. What's wrong with him? Has he lost his mind? He looks seriously injured. Could Yi Qingshuang have done this to him? That's impossible. With Yi Qingshuang's current strength, even if she burned her life essence, lasting a few moves against Lu Big Beard would be impressive. How could she possibly injure him? The three companions calmed down the furious Lu Dehuzi and, after learning the details, all showed flashes of astonishment and mockery in their eyes. Zhou Pongzi and Su Aci couldn't help but burst into laughter. The mighty King realm cultivator Lu Dehuzi had been toyed with to such an extent by a mere innate realm practitioner. The irony was indescribable and utterly amusing. Hong Futian shook his head and patted Lu Dehuzi's shoulder helplessly. You just can't keep your cool. Such a trivial matter, and you react like this? That little thief was just playing tricks with some special treasure. Next time we encounter him, I'll accompany you to cut him down. Before he could finish speaking, a Red Skull innate realm squad leader rushed over and handed a letter to Hong Futian. Chief, this is an urgent report that the second chief ordered me to deliver immediately. Urgent report? Hong Futian frowned and immediately opened the letter. Halfway through reading, he suddenly looked up, felt a sweetness in his throat, and spat out the first mouthful of blood that shot several feet high. Then came the second and third mouthfuls, with blood mist exploding in the air, a scene both spectacular and terrifying. Boss Hong, what's happening? Zhou Pongzi and the others were frightened pale by this sudden turn of events. Just a letter had caused a King realm expert to spit blood 3 times consecutively. How terrifying must this information be? Hong Futian pushed away the 2 men who reached out to support him, wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes bloodshot, and roared. That rebellious son! That damned rebellious son! Lu Lucio, seeing Hong Futian even more furious than himself, felt inexplicably better. He chuckled dryly. Boss Hong, you just said I couldn't keep my cool, but now it seems you're not much better. What exactly made you so angry? Hong Futian took several deep breaths, forcibly suppressing his rage. That rebellious son not only failed to capture Nansha Fortress, but also got our Red Skull's carefully nurtured 4-armed demon maggot killed. At this point, he maintained his rationality and didn't mention a word about the ruins. The 3 men exchanged glances, all horrified. If their own sons had caused such trouble, they would probably be spitting blood too. They had long heard of the 4-armed demon Magoda, a rare young demon that Hong Futian had obtained during his travels 10 years ago. After 10 years of painstaking cultivation, it had finally reached the Grandmaster realm, only to die inexplicably outside. No one could bear such a loss. Meanwhile, in the outer regions of the Wuxia mountain range, dark currents surged beneath a river. Yunche pulled Yi Qingshuang as they scrambled onto the riverbank in a sorry state, both soaked through and gasping heavily. Ding. Successfully rescued Yi Qingshuang, Righteousness 10. Ding. Successfully rescued the teachers and students of Luoyue Academy, Righteousness 30. Yi Qingshuang leaned against the bank, her face still pale with lingering fear. That underground river had been surprisingly long. If they had stayed 2 more minutes, even she, a mighty King realm expert, might have drowned in it. After taking a pill, her breathing stabilized slightly. Yunche looked around and said, this place is less than 10 miles from Luoyue City. We should return to the academy quickly. Yi Qingshuang nodded to indicate she could walk and no longer needed to be carried on Yunche's back. Moments later, the 2 arrived at Luoyue Academy. Yi Qingshuang solemnly thanked Yunche. Instructor Yun, I truly thank you for this time. If you ever face any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me for help. After a brief pause, she continued, though I don't know why you also possess the Thunder Shadow Divine movement. You should avoid displaying it in public before reaching the Grandmaster realm. Even king-level powerhouses would covet this movement technique. Yun Che naturally understood the principle of possessing a treasure invites trouble. He nodded slightly and replied with a smile. Thank you for the reminder, Dean. Please focus on healing your injuries. I'm worried those people might take advantage and attack the academy. Yi Qingshuang pressed her hand against the wound on her chest and nodded gently. I'll write to Lord Qin later, asking him to send more personnel. With the vice dean absent, I alone would struggle to defend against them. No need, I'm already here. A steady male voice came from the end of the corridor. Qin Shao strode in with several instructors who had returned from their training expedition, followed by Qin Yalan. Wei Hong and Qin Yalan looked at Yun Che with astonishment. It wasn't that they wished him dead, but the perilous situation that day seemed almost hopeless, especially for someone who was merely an administrative instructor. When their gaze fell on Yi Qingshuang nearby, both immediately showed expressions of understanding, so the dean had rescued him. Yun Che's luck wasn't bad after all. Instructor Yun truly has great fortune and destiny. Wei Hong clasped his fists with sincere expression. Thanks to you drawing away the four-armed demon maggot, we managed to return without casualties. Indeed, Instructor Yun showed great righteousness. Fan Chong chimed in from the side. However, please think carefully before acting in the future. If not for the dean's rescue, you might have. Yi Qingshuang was secretly surprised so this Instructor Yun had accomplished such a great feat before she saved him. Since everyone mistakenly believed she had rescued him, explaining would involve the Thunder Shadow Divine movement, which seemed troublesome, so she simply remained silent. Qin Zhao's gaze swept over his convenient son-in-law. Qin Yalan had already told him everything about Yun Che's heroic actions. Though he had always looked down on this son-in-law with low martial prowess, this performance had indeed brought honor to the Qin royal manor. Yun Che, well done. It seems Ku, he didn't choose wrong. Qin Shao offered a rare compliment. Yun Che cupped his hands without saying much, taking advantage of the bowing gesture to activate Divine Hand. Ding. Extraction successful. Obtained the storybook that night with her. Yun Che's heart wavered, hadn't expected the seemingly upright Lord Qin to also enjoy reading such romance novels. He secretly wondered how the artwork in that night with her compared to Director Ding's 3 Orioles. Yi Qingshuang spoke softly at this moment. Since Lord Qin has arrived, I can heal in peace. Please protect the academy for 7 days. Qin Shao frowned slightly. 7 days might be difficult. I can stay at most 3 days. However, he produced a pill glowing with pale green light. I brought a 4th grade profound spirit pill. With its help, 3 days should be sufficient for your recovery. Thank you. Yi Qingshuang's eyes lit up with joy. 4th grade pills were extremely precious and exactly what she needed. With arrangements settled, Yi Qingshuang returned to her room for secluded cultivation, while the Qin headed straight to the conference room with several instructors for a meeting. Yun Che declined to attend, citing unhealed injuries. Qin Shao didn't suspect anything and even gave him a 2nd grade healing pill, saying, rest well. As the two passed each other, Qin Yalan inadvertently noticed the black sword in Yun Che's hand, her eyes brightening. As a sword enthusiast, she instinctively sensed this sword was extraordinary. Your sword is excellent. Treasure it well, she said with unusually gentle tone. Yun Che smiled mysteriously. If you like it, I'll give you one someday when conditions permit. Thinking of how he had twice taken his sister-in-law's mid-grade protective garments, he felt slightly guilty. Even top-tier forces wouldn't casually stockpile many mid-grade protective garments, let alone the Qin royal manor. And that refined Ice Silk Brocade Robe was absolutely unseen to belief. He actually handed it over. Given Qin Yalan's temperament, she would likely draw her sword and strike this improper brother-in-law. Qin Yalan didn't probe deeper, merely raising an eyebrow with a light snort. Then I'll await brother-in-law's fine sword. Her tone carried teasing. Though this black sword was outstanding, it couldn't match her Night Cry sword. The Night Cry sword, though only low-grade, was infinitely close to mid-grade quality, far superior to other low-grade treasures. The exhausting and perilous day had finally come to an end, and even Yun Che, with his exceptional stamina, felt somewhat drained. He dragged his aching legs back to his small courtyard, splashed some cold water on his face, and collapsed onto his bed to sleep deeply, even though dawn was already approaching. Around 3 in the afternoon, Yun Che woke up yawning, his black hair disheveled from sleep. On the table sat 2 dishes and a soup, with faint wisps of lukewarm steam rising beside the spoon. Fong Chu, who had just finished a round of cultivation, pushed open the door and entered. She reached out her small hand to touch the bowl, frowning slightly. It's gotten a bit cold. Let me reheat it for you, master. Your master isn't that particular. As long as it's edible, it's fine. Yun Che raised his hand to stop her, picking up a bite of food with a relaxed tone. As he ate, he looked up and asked, how is your cultivation progressing? Fong Chu pondered for a moment. Master, I feel like I'm progressing slowly. I've only just broken through to the middle stage of body tempering realm. Yunche nodded calmly, though he was secretly amazed. Reaching the middle stage of body tempering in less than 3 days, the supreme martial route truly lived up to its reputation. That speed isn't slow at all. Haste makes waste in cultivation. You have exceptional talent, so building a solid foundation step by step is more important than anything else. Fong Chu nodded gently but still muttered under her breath. But I want to help master as soon as possible. Yunche set down his chopsticks and gently ruffled her soft hair. Don't rush. You're just getting started. Someday you'll be able to help your master, and perhaps in the future, you'll even need to protect me. Speaking of which, he remembered the cultivation technique he had prepared long ago. He reached into his pack and pulled out a thin, black-red manual. To accelerate your cultivation, both techniques and resources are indispensable. This demonic flame heart sutra is a high-grade technique with an unconventional approach, but your master believes you can master it. He then took out a purple dew fruit and a blue Venom Flower, placing them in her palm. Taking these will further enhance your cultivation speed. Once you break through to the postnatal realm, your master will give you a fine sword. Fong Chu's eyes grew misty as she suddenly threw herself into Yunche's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Thank you, master. Besides my parents, you treat me the best. If you hadn't saved me that day, I would have surely. She didn't continue, but Yunche knew she was referring to the Red Skull bandits, those cannibalistic fiends whose very name could make even 3-year-old children tremble with fear. Fong Chu still felt lingering terror whenever she thought of them. Yunche gently patted her back. According to the original game plot, Fong Chu would later be rescued by Qin Kai, but he would die blocking a sword for her, leaving her to live a miserable life thereafter. From the day she was captured by the Red Skulls, she had fallen into hell. Though she eventually became Qin Kui's most formidable sword, she was merely a cold killing machine. For her, tortured beyond recognition at that time, could Qin Kui truly be considered a benefactor? Perhaps dying early would have been a mercy. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on gaining 1 constitution point. Yunche shook his head helplessly. To extract his disciple's supreme martial root, he would have to try again tomorrow. Only then did Fong Chu realize she was still clinging tightly to her master. Her face flushed red as she quickly released her arms, clutching the demonic flame heart sutra along with the spiritual fruits and herbs, and hurried to the wooden post in the corner of the courtyard where she sat cross-legged to continue her cultivation. Amu, the incompetent sweeping monk, gazed enviously at Fong Chu, who sat cross-legged in meditation. Like Yunche in the past, Mu possessed only the lowest grade of martial roots. Unless he could obtain superior cultivation techniques and abundant resources, he had little hope of breaking through to the postnatal realm in this lifetime. In the courtyard, the morning light felt cool and crisp. Amu stood motionless, clutching his broom, his eyes filled with the longing thought. If only I could cultivate too. But as a mere servant, he couldn't afford even a low-grade cultivation manual, let alone pills or spirit stones. Yunche noticed that burning gaze. With a casual thought, he tossed a low-grade greenwood manual to Amu as if throwing a pebble. Practice it yourself. Whatever level you reach is up to you. The moment the manual touched his hands, Mu nearly dropped to his knees in gratitude, trembling with excitement. Yunche couldn't be bothered with small talk with this blockhead and turned back toward his room, his mind preoccupied with the old man in the jade pendant who was still waiting for his answer. The door closed behind him, plunging the room into dim shadows. Yunche retrieved the jade pendant and saw that the elder's figure had become so faint it was nearly transparent, as if a breeze could scatter it completely. No way. I need to squeeze out one last haul. His mind racing, he activated Divine Hand and reached toward the phantom. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining Job Transfer Scroll Unique. Another unique grade Job Transfer Scroll? When did 7 colored scrolls become so worthless? He frantically opened his inventory. Job Scroll. Order Destroyer Pugilist Unique. Description. Break order, destroy rules. Upon activation, base defense and health are forcibly reduced to 1 point, with all remaining stats converted to attack power. Special. No transfer requirements. Compatible with other jobs. Level 1 Order Destroyer has a 10 power conversion rate, with the rate increasing as job level rises. Note. Only 1 compatibility job may be transferred to. Please choose carefully. So you really can have a second job. Yunche raised an eyebrow. During the beta test, there were rumors that a select few possessed second jobs, which he'd always dismissed as jokes. He never expected to actually encounter one. Order Destroyers certainly packed explosive attack power, but once switched, he'd become a pure glass cannon. The slightest hit could instantly kill him. However, equipment defense and health don't participate in the conversion. If I can get my hands on top tier, or even legendary defensive gear, I shouldn't get one-shotted. His mind flashed through various treasures. Automatic fatal damage avoidance, shield regeneration. If he could truly obtain such items, Order Destroyer would become utterly invincible. Thinking of how his old craftsman's cauldron would eventually allow him to forge such treasures, he hesitated no longer. It's you. Ding. Congratulations on successfully transferring to second job, Order Destroyer. Ding. Job attribute bonus gained. Agility 300 only active when switched to second job. Woohoo. A straight 300 agility boost. If this isn't the Flash, what is? Yin Che's mood sword. Current job, Titan Enforcer LV2. Righteousness, 160,500. Second job, Order Destroyer LV1. Death Aura, 0-100. He glanced at his status panel and discovered that Order Destroyer also didn't level up through experience, but through Death Aura. One required collecting righteousness, the other Death Aura. Wasn't this forcing him to play both sides? Ahem, I should call it being both Sage and Destroyer God. Yin Che corrected himself, nodding with satisfaction. Just then, the nearly dissipated elder in the jade pendant suddenly blazed with bright light in his eyes, his mechanical face taking on human expression. Stroking his flowing white beard, he complained, "You little brat, you've freeloaded 3 great inheritances from this old man without helping at all. This old man won't stand for it. Ding. You have received a mandatory quest. Quest, eliminate demon manufacturing base branch. Location, Saint Profound Sect. Time limit, 3 years. Failure penalty, 1 job randomly revoked. Little brat, this old man won't make things too difficult for you. Just this one quest, do it well. This old man has faith in you." As his words fell, the white-bearded elder revealed a mischievous grin before his figure shattered. The jade pendant also crumbled to dust, slipping through Yin Che's fingers. Holy crap, this is actually possible. Yin Che was completely caught off guard by this sudden mission, had absolutely no choice in the matter. After a few moments, he took a deep breath, and his wildly beating heart gradually calmed down. Since the situation was already set in stone, there was no point in complaining. He might as well focus on devising a strategy. He clearly remembered this mission. Issued by the royal family of the Great Yuan Empire, the objective was merely to locate a branch of the demon manufacturing base, not to eliminate it. However, during the beta testing back then, hundreds and thousands of players failed to complete it, and instead died mysteriously one after another, losing valuable equipment. Now he finally understood why the so-called base was actually hidden within the sacred Profound Sect, which was known as the #1 sect of the Great Yuan Empire. Asking players to search for clues in such a dragon's den was utterly treacherous. What was even more ridiculous was that many players had teamed up with sacred Profound Sect disciples, only to end up dead at the sect's perimeter, most likely betrayed by those very teammates. At this thought, Yin Che unconsciously clenched his jaw. He had died several times attempting this mission back then, and thinking about it now still filled him with frustration. The sacred Profound Sect boasted an Emperor Realm Sect Master, for King Realm Peak Masters, 12 Grandmaster Realm Elders, and innate realm disciples scattered across every peak. Such a colossal force was impossible to shake, even if he fought himself to ashes. Right now, the most urgent matter was surviving the upcoming For Great Bandits City Siege event. Carrying his humanities and history books, he hurried along the academy corridor toward Class 9's classroom. The headmaster hadn't announced any suspension of classes, so he still had to fulfill his duties as a civilian instructor. His footsteps echoed on the stone brick floor as his thoughts drifted to his next plan. Yi Qingshuang's crisis had been temporarily resolved, but the calamity facing Prince Qin, the lord of his territory, still loomed overhead. According to the plot, Prince Qin would likely be severely injured by the leader of the 4 great bandits. The injury itself wasn't the real problem. What was truly troublesome was that trusted confidant by Prince Qin's side. If that person succeeded in his sneak attack as in the original storyline, severing the prince's head and hanging it on the city gate, there would be no way to continue playing. This was difficult. In Prince Qin's heart, that confidant was practically like a son to him, had even taught him the Qin family's secret technique, Frost Heaven Absolute Sword, without reservation. The Qin sisters trusted him equally, and so far he hadn't shown even the slightest flaw. If Yin Che went directly to inform on him, saying your adopted son is a spy for the Red Skull, he would likely receive a few slaps and an eviction notice. He had to find a way to force that guy to expose himself, but since the man was also a Grandmaster Realm expert, assassinating him secretly wouldn't be easy either. Just as he was rapidly formulating strategies in his mind, 2 figures appeared around the corner ahead. Under the twilight lamplight of the academy corridor, the silhouettes of brocade robes and long boots were particularly striking. Yin Che looked up, and his expression changed when he saw who they were. It was actually Qin Lang, Prince Qin's adopted son, along with his own elder brother Yin Jin, whom he temporarily preferred to avoid. When these 2 schemers got together, the situation was definitely not good. After exchanging glances, both immediately broke into perfectly appropriate and gentle smiles, like award-ready actors on center stage. Greetings, young master. Qin Lang bowed very low, his tone respectful as he performed the courtesy. Hey, what's with this young master business? Such formality creates distance between us. Yin Che's smile was equally flawless as he raised his hand in a gesture of support. If you don't mind, I'll call you Brother Qin from now on. and we can address each other as brothers. When it came to acting skills, Yunche was certainly not inferior to these two since everyone wanted to put on a show. They might as well perform together and see who would act the other to death. Qin Lang smiled faintly and nodded warmly, though inwardly he felt nothing but disdain. Humph, a mere piece of trash dares to call himself my brother? Outside the martial arts arena of Luoyue Academy, autumn wind swept across the stone steps. Yunjin wore a white sword outfit, his long sword close to his body, and when standing sideways, he looked almost identical to Yunche. Without careful observation, onlookers would surely mistake them for the same person. Little brother, I never expected you to have such an encounter. He stepped forward with an intimate expression. Since you're fine, why haven't you returned to the Yun family to chat with your big brother? Yunche looked up, let out a soft sigh, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Big brother, you know my situation. As a Livian son-in-law, I have no control over my own fate. The day after my wedding night, I was forced to come to Luoyue Academy to serve as an academic instructor. You must have heard some rumors about this matter, big brother. Yunjin raised his hand and lightly patted his brother's shoulder. The force wasn't heavy, but it contained hidden jealousy and resentment. The three words, wedding night, pierced his heart like daggers that should have been the wife he married. Because the other party had concealed the truth, he had missed this good match. Rage surged to his throat, yet he still maintained the smile of an elder brother acting as a father. Qin Lang observed quietly from the side, still wearing a polite smile on his face, though his eyes flashed with mocking coldness. Yunjin didn't mention whether Qin Kai was practicing techniques that damaged people's souls. He reasoned that even if he asked, Yunche would only give vague answers. So he came to the academy with a letter of introduction from the Qin prince's mansion. First, to study combat techniques, and second, to secretly investigate his brother's situation. After inquiring around, he learned that Yunche was in charge of Class 9, the lowest ranked class in the academy, and the entire class had only one student. The reason this student attended class was simply because she never skipped. She was famously known as a good girl. Learning that his brother was living such a miserable life, Yunjin felt a twisted sense of satisfaction rise in his heart. Little brother, I've heard about your situation. Yunjin sighed with feigned depth. What have you heard that makes you sigh like this? Yunche raised an eyebrow. Academic instructors have never been popular. Yunjin spread his hands with a sincere expression. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Take it step by step, and big brother believes you can do it. A flash of realization crossed Yunche's eyes, so he was talking about his sparsely attended classes. Would he mind? Not in the slightest. Thank you for the reminder, big brother. I won't give up. If there's nothing else, I should go to class now. He nodded slightly to Qin Lang, picked up his humanities and history book, and walked past the two of them, while secretly activating his divine hand technique with his fingertips. Yunjin watched his brother's retreating figure and almost laughed. Was it really necessary to be punctual for a classroom with only one student? But he didn't voice this thought, only sneering inwardly. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining a second-grade meridian opening pill. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining a Red Skull secret letter. Yunche didn't stop walking, but he was slightly surprised. He didn't particularly care about the meridian opening pill, but he knew how important it was to Yunjin. Taking it could accelerate breaking through a minor realm in the acquired stage, which was why it was also called the minor breaking pill and was always in high demand on the market. As for that Red Skull secret letter, could it be another piece of unsavory news? If so, he'd be happy to add fuel to the fire and watch the show. He quickly scanned the secret letter. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, 2 VIP guests at Manjiang Tower. Handle with utmost care. Note: 1 is Su Fei, son of Su Aci. Do not neglect. Folding the letter, Yunche fell into brief contemplation. This incident seemed to have no direct connection to the upcoming main storyline. However, just to be safe, he decided to go and observe the situation tomorrow night. Yunche entered the Class 9 classroom and was surprised to discover that, besides Wan Chao Chao, the 11 students who had ventured to the Wu Gorge Mountains that day were also present. The atmosphere in the classroom was different from usual. These once noisy teenagers now sat upright as statues, their gazes fixed firmly on the podium, clearly eager to hear his lecture. Yunche raised an eyebrow, but remained indifferent. It didn't matter how many students came. He would harvest from every single one. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on gaining 4 experience points. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining a snuff bottle. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the low-grade technique, gentle water formula. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on gaining 5 spirit points. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining a first-grade disguise pill. 5 crisp chimes exploded in his mind as the newly captured rewards rapidly transformed into data and merged with his body. Immediately after, a 6th system notification suddenly rang out. Ding. Congratulations on triggering Divine Fortune Turn. You have gained the opportunity to actively select an item. Target: Zhang Wuji. Available items: 1. inferior martial route. 2. Low-grade technique, golden wind formula. 3. Low-grade movement skill, explosive step. 4. 8 strength points. 5. 15 endurance points. 6. 10 constitution points. 7. 5 spirit points. 8. Supreme battle technique, golden bell shield, incomplete. 9 pills. 10 copper coins. Selection limit, 1 item. He had originally thought that triggering divine fortune turn on a student would waste this precious opportunity, but unexpectedly, this boy named Zhang Wuji actually carried a fragment of a supreme battle technique. Yun Che's eyes sharpened, his heart burning with excitement. If the divine hand could automatically complete incomplete battle techniques after extraction, he would strike it rich. Without hesitation, he decisively locked onto his choice, the supreme battle technique, golden bell shield, incomplete. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the supreme battle technique, golden bell shield, incomplete. After several breaths, the spiritual energy within his body suddenly surged as the incomplete battle technique rapidly perfected itself under the divine hand's completion mechanism. Yun Che's lips curved upward uncontrollably. His guess had proven correct, and he now possessed another perfect grade supreme battle technique. Supreme battle techniques were treasures that even the royal family of the Great Yuan Empire could only dream of obtaining, yet he now possessed two. His luck was heaven-defying. Even more astonishing was that the perfect grade golden bell shield brought him a terrifying attribute boost. Strength 200, Endurance 200, Constitution 200. Having just entered the early innate realm, his basic attack power had now climbed to 745 points, while ordinary peak innate realm warriors typically had around 600 points. In other words, he now stood invincible below the Grandmaster realm. Yun Che called up his status panel, watching the numbers dance before his eyes. Basic defense, 888 points. Health, 6,900 points. When switched to the first-tier pugilist class, Order Destroyer, 10 of his combined defense and health would convert to additional damage if opponents mistook him for a sword cultivator and lowered their guard. He could unleash even more terrifying power with his bare fists. The only drawback was that the pugilist class couldn't use conventional weapons to stack damage. Legend spoke of pugilist exclusive gauntlets that, when equipped, could similarly boost attack power, but such items were extremely rare. In just a brief moment, Yun Che had set himself a small goal, to find pugilist exclusive gauntlets. After the class ended, Yun Che felt delighted, and his students were completely captivated by the lesson. One student, named Zhang Wuji, even entered an enlightenment state and broke through the bottleneck that had kept him at the peak of the body refining realm. Zhang Wuji's face flushed with excitement as he jumped from his seat, strode to the podium, and bowed deeply. Thank you, Instructor Yun. Without you, it would have taken me at least several more years to break through to the postnatal realm with my martial aptitude. Yun Che raised his hand slightly, gesturing for him to rise, with an encouraging smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Diligence can make up for lack of talent. For us cultivators, the first principle is never to be lazy. Remember, diligent people are more diligent than those who aren't diligent. After this dose of toxic chicken soup, Zhang Wuji and the others' eyes instantly lit up with admiration for Yun Che reaching new heights. The surrounding students marveled silently. Who said civilian instructors just coast for their salary? Look at Instructor Yun class, and he helped someone achieve enlightenment and breakthrough. Even many combat instructors would struggle to accomplish what he did so effortlessly. What's even more remarkable is that Yun Che never held back in his teaching, breaking down cultivation techniques and martial skills completely for his students if they weren't precious trump cards, but merely classroom materials. The only one who remained clear-headed was the adorably naive Ruan Chao Chao, who had grown accustomed to his style. She tilted her head and muttered quietly, "Diligent people are indeed more diligent than non-diligent people, but doesn't this sound a bit redundant?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she quickly covered her lips with her small hands, mentally scolding herself for being rude. Instructor Yun would never say meaningless things. Before long, news of Class 9's Instructor Yun Che helping a student achieve enlightenment and breakthrough in a single lesson swept through Luoyue Academy like wildfire. Some were shocked. Could this really be true? Some were skeptical. Isn't this just a rumor? Some scoffed. Nothing more than coincidence. Others immediately decided to audit his next class, mostly senior students who had been stuck at bottlenecks for years, willing to grasp at any opportunity, no matter how absurd it might sound. In the Class 5 classroom, Yun Jin heard his classmates praising his younger brother, his brow immediately furrowing with displeasure and disbelief. Impossible. I know him too well. With his comprehension, he can't even understand low-grade cultivation techniques, let alone explain them to others. His classmate shrugged. I can't say for sure about the rumors, but the whole academy is talking about it. Some are even calling Instructor Yun a martial arts grandmaster, saying his words are golden and every sentence is scripture. Yun Jin sneered coldly. Someone with inferior martial roots, weak meridians, and difficulty breaking through even the middle stage of body refining realm deserves to be called a martial arts grandmaster? How ridiculous. If that's the case, wouldn't I be the king of martial arts? At this moment, Yin Che, having nothing else to do, decided to visit other classes. He pondered, find some postnatal realm instructors and students to harvest experience from to improve his strength. Although his current combat power wasn't weak, compared to King Realm experts, there was still a vast difference. The revolution wasn't complete. Yi had to keep working hard. Experience points. I need experience points. Yun Che had originally planned to take advantage of Lord Qin Wang, but since he only returned to the academy at 2 a.m., it wasn't yet the next day, so his divine hand ability couldn't be activated. The night was silent, and the academy's lights had long been extinguished, leaving only the cold white moonlight streaming down at the end of the corridor. Just as Yun Che was about to sneak back to his dormitory, footsteps echoed from ahead. Lord Qin Wang, draped in a dark robe with python patterns, walked alongside a man with phoenix eyes. The man's moon-white robes shimmered faintly in the light, and he held a folding fan inscribed with the characters Buhua. His every gesture exuded scholarly elegance. A thought crossed Yun Che's mind. Refined-looking fellows were often the easiest targets. He quietly raised his palm, intending to use his divine hand under cover of darkness, but was interrupted by Lord Qin Wang's hearty laughter. Yun Che, this is the Great Yuan's foremost strategist Master Zhuge Buhua, and the chief advisor for the upcoming battle against the 4 great bandits. You should learn well from Master Zhuge. Zhuge Buhua nodded with clear, bright eyes. Yun Che's eyebrows twitched slightly. Had never encountered this person during the beta test, but he knew of his reputation and deeds. This man wasn't known for his combat prowess, but rather as a famously devoted lover, completely infatuated with Qin Kai, who was now Yun Che's wife. According to the original plot, Zhuge Buhua would betray the Great Yuan for Qin Kui's sake years later, long after Yun Che had met his demise. Now that this transmigrator had disrupted the storyline and Qin Kui had married another, could this Master Buhua still be harboring his obsession? The thought flashed by quickly as Yun Che proceeded with his plan. He cupped his hands in greeting. Greetings, Master Zhuge. Simultaneously, his divine hand struck silently. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining Research Manual for Pursuing Married Women. Research Manual for Pursuing Married Women. A detailed strategy guide personally researched and compiled by Zhuge Buhua after studying countless texts. Yun Che's eyelid twitched, and his smile froze. He had underestimated this man's obsession. Not only had the fellow not given up, he had actually begun researching how to pursue married women, clearly intent on making Yun Che a cuckold. Zhuge Buhua gently waved his fan and smiled as he returned the greeting. Young Master Yun is too kind. I've long heard of your reputation, and seeing you today, you truly live up to your fame. Yun Che inwardly scoffed. He was nothing but a useless son-in-law. What reputation could he possibly have? This was clearly mockery. How ruthless. After the pleasantries, the 3 parted ways. Yun Che continued prowling the academy under cover of night, searching for high-quality targets. His divine hand struck repeatedly for 3 straight hours. On his system panel, he gained 528 experience points, 21 strength, 15 endurance, 19 agility, 11 constitution, 20 spirit, plus several mid-grade and low-grade cultivation techniques, and combat skills a decent haul. Unfortunately, low-level techniques provided minimal attribute exchanges unless they were special categories. Rare resistances like poison, fire, lightning, frost, or corrosion offered additional benefits. Take that mid-grade, poison suppression demonic manual. For instance, even when cultivated to perfection, it only provided 50 poison resistance, far from sufficient. If I had enough poison resistance, I could enter the venomous miasma snake forest and claim that diamond treasure chest. Yun Che mused as he gazed at his panel, suddenly struck by inspiration. Could my divine hand directly extract poison resistance attributes from poisonous spirit plants? As the thought took hold, his eyes blazed with intensity. He took another careful look at the description of his divine hand talent. Divine hand unique. Simply lock onto any visible target to randomly extract an item from it. Note: each use consumes 5 spiritual power points, with greater consumption for more distant targets. Yun Che's eyes immediately lit up as he murmured softly, visible targets. It doesn't say it has to be people only. This could be incredibly useful. To test his theory right away, he jogged toward the spiritual herb area behind the academy, stopping outside the medicinal garden filled with poisonous spirit plants and raising his hand to activate divine hand. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on gaining 5 poison resistance points. It actually works. Yun Che suppressed his wild excitement and raised his hand again, repeatedly targeting the various poisonous spirit plants in the garden. Several students responsible for managing the herb field watched from a distance as the famous instructor Yun grabbed and squeezed at thin air, their faces full of suspicion. One girl with twin buns who spoke with a regional accent whispered, Has Instructor Yin from Class 9 lost his mind? Looking at him like this, he might be possessed. Should I go over and knock him awake with my shovel? She actually lifted her mud-covered silver spade, but a male classmate nearby quickly rushed over to hold down her hand, afraid someone might get hurt. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on gaining 5 poison resistance points. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on gaining 2 poison resistance points. Yun Che was now completely addicted to the thrill of freeloading poison resistance. I'll grab again. I'll grab with all my might. The poisonous spirit plants had no ability to resist, and the 100 success rate notifications were irresistible. In just a few minutes, his poison resistance attribute soared to over 200 points and kept climbing. For the first time, he truly experienced the supreme mastery of Divine Hand. Legend had it that once poison resistance reached 99,999,999 points, it would evolve into a bug-level divine body immune to all toxins. However, players generally considered this nothing more than empty promises, since even reaching 1,000 points was already incredibly difficult. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on gaining 7 poison resistance points. After extracting from the last poisonous spirit plant, Yun Che stopped and checked his status panel 666 poison resistance points, a perfectly auspicious number. He was in great spirits. With this, the treasures in poisonous lands are mine for the taking. Next, he tried targeting other non-poisonous spiritual herbs, but the interface coldly displayed a message. Ding. Spirit plant age is too low and contains no special attributes. Extraction failed. Yun Che pondered for a moment. Too low age? That meant if he encountered high-age spirit plants, Divine Hand would still work. He mentally noted this rule, planning to definitely borrow from any ancient spiritual herbs he encountered in the future. Just as he was about to leave the herb garden, a gray-robed elder who had been facing a chessboard in the pavilion suddenly spoke. Young friend, help me with a favor, and this old man will grant you a great fortune. Fortune my ass, I won't help. Yun Che shot back without even turning around. The gray-robed elder's chess piece dropped onto the board with a clatter. His composed expression instantly cracking was Huang Huihong, a 4th-grade alchemist revered by everyone at Falling Moon Academy. Who dared speak to him like this? Yun Che naturally recognized Huang Huihong, but knew this person's quests were extremely troublesome, time-consuming, and poorly rewarded. Even when he occasionally offered decent rewards, they were invariably part of tediously long quest chains, and Yun Che didn't want to waste his time. With nothing more to say, he raised his hand and activated Divine Hand again. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 2nd-grade pill, Tranquil Heart Pill. Huang Huihong watched Yun Che leave with swagger, his old eyes narrowing as he snorted coldly. Won't play along? This old man refuses to believe he can't handle one little brat. 4th-grade pill, 1 master-level pill. Yun Che remained completely unmoved. If this old scoundrel was truly willing to part with a master-grade pill, he wouldn't mind lending a hand. Based on his understanding of Huang Huihong, the old man would most likely try to fool him with a fake pill or throw out some second-phase task to stall for time. Rather than being deceived, it would be more satisfying to head straight to the Wu Gorge Mountains and eliminate a few third-rate bandits. However, this time he had misjudged. Without another word, Huang Huihong tossed over a 4th-grade master pill. The pill bottle traced a smooth arc through the air and landed precisely in Yun Che's palm. Yun Che caught it and tucked it away, his eyes filled with confusion. Huang Huihong snorted coldly. You can doubt anything about this old man, but you cannot question my integrity. To show my sincerity, here's the master pill first. Now can you help this old man out? Yun Che examined the pill's properties carefully. The system notification appeared. 4th-grade master pill, genuine article. This result was truly unexpected. He mused to himself. Could it be that in reality, Huang Huihong was actually an NPC who kept his word? Even so, he didn't dare let his guard down. After pondering for a moment, he said calmly, May I ask what Elder Huang needs me to do? Let me be clear, if it's beyond my capabilities, I absolutely won't force myself. The corner of Huang Huihong's eye twitched as he revealed a half-smile. Don't worry, I won't send you to your death. Within 3 days, gather 10 medium-grade snake fruits from the poison miasma serpent forest. How about it? This task isn't difficult, is it? After speaking, the old man seemed to already envision Yun Che's face turning ashen and obediently returning the pill. He chuckled inwardly. Heh, boy, won't give this old man face. Let's see how you get out of this one. Dinga system notification flashed. Huang Huihong has issued you an rank quest. Do you accept? Quest requirement. Collect 10 medium-grade snake fruits. Quest location, Poison Miasma Serpent Forest. Time limit, 3 days. Quest reward, 4th-grade Master Pill 1 prepaid. Silver coins 10, 2,000 experience points. The corner of Yun Che's mouth curved upward. As expected, even though the game world had become reality, character personalities remained unchanged. This Huang Huihong was still the same old scoundrel, except this time his scheming was more sophisticated. The poison miasma serpent forest? Ordinary people would surely die entering it, but for him, it was merely a forest with slightly denser toxic air. With his current high poison resistance, he only needed to watch out for those few Master Realm poisonous serpents. Under Huang Huihong's meaningful gaze, Yun Che pocketed the pill, turned to leave the medicinal garden, and waved casually. All right, I'll help you with this favor. Thank you for the pill, Elder Huang. Huang Huihong's smile froze on his face. Had this boy misheard? The poison miasma serpent forest. He'd lose his life going in there. He remained speechless for a long moment, then finally flicked his sleeves heavily and returned to the pavilion to continue his chess game. If he wasn't mistaken, that boy probably didn't understand the terror of the poison miasma serpent forest. Once he arrived there, he would surely retreat in the face of difficulty. Then he could properly lecture him and teach this reckless young instructor a lesson. Meanwhile, the leader of the Red Skull Bandit gang arrived at the ruins in the Wuxiao mountain range. As soon as he stepped into the mountain pass filled with rubble and broken walls, he received a report from his scouts. Hundreds of Red Skull bandits had already died from the traps and mechanisms. Upon hearing this number, his originally sharp gaze faltered slightly, his thin lips pressed tightly together, revealing a rare moment of emotion. Seeing this, Hong Miao immediately stepped forward, lowering his voice but speaking rapidly. Father, the mechanisms in these ruins are extremely dangerous, which means there must be great treasures inside. We've come this far way, absolutely cannot give up now. Zhao Tsang also followed closely behind, persuading. Chief, please rest assured. In my experience, no one else will beat us to it. If we can seize the treasures deep within the ruins, it will be enough to compensate for the loss of the four-armed demon maggot. The four-armed demon maggot. Upon hearing this name, Hong Futian's brow twitched, and his momentary hesitation was consumed by rage as he barked his orders. Fine. Send more men. If we don't get the treasure this time, I won't spare either of you too. Hong Miao clenched his fists. Thinking of the four-armed demon maggot's death, his eyes filled with sinister intent. Continue. Tell the brothers to move faster. We must reach the depths of the ruins before tonight. Even if we lose thousands or tens of thousands of men, we must get that treasure. Under his urging, the Red Skull Bandit gang members had no choice but to steel themselves and continue charging forward. The thunderous crashes of suddenly collapsing stone walls, the whistling of razor-sharp blades carrying bone fragments, the sickly sweet smell of surging poisonous fog, scenes of screams and blood continued endlessly. The crowd diminished at a speed that would terrify any observer, and corpses soon littered the narrow stone pathway. Hong Miao, Zhao Tsang, and Hong Futian, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, kept their eyes fixed on the path ahead throughout. Despite witnessing their subordinates falling one after another, they gritted their teeth and held fast to their single belief: they must obtain the treasure, or the entire Red Skull Bandit gang would collapse. However, the facts proved that the death traps within the ruins were far more vicious than they had estimated, and even throwing human lives at them resulted in painfully slow progress. A new day arrived, and Yun Che had breakfast at 6 o'clock as usual, then walked into Class 9 right on time. Upon pushing open the door, he discovered that over 50 students were sitting in the classroom, most of them from other classes who had come to audit. Though puzzled, he proceeded with his planned lesson, opening humanities and history, and beginning his explanation in a steady voice. Whenever he discussed cultivation techniques and combat skills, he would consciously slow his pace. The key to this technique lies in 30% force gathering and 70% force dissipation. Students taking notes, don't rush. I'll repeat it once more. The scratching of pen tips filled the classroom below, and Yun Che could clearly see that these auditing students had obviously come for the key points of the cultivation techniques. He didn't mind at all. When students improved their abilities, he could gain more experience points and attribute values. This was essentially a guaranteed profitable, free investment. Even more encouraging was that his previously stagnant reputation points had finally begun to fluctuate. Reputation was calculated as 1 point per 10 people, and in just yesterday alone, he had gained over 100 points, finally making a breakthrough. Once reputation accumulated to a certain amount, the benefits extended far beyond treasure chests. First, the higher the reputation, the greater the probability of triggering hidden quests. Second, reputation points could unlock the reputation shop, where rare mounts and rare metals could be exchanged. All rare metals were completely unique, and wearing them could increase special abilities and attributes. Of course, to truly unlock the doors to the reputation shop, one first needed to accumulate a full 100,000 reputation points. Even after opening the shop, acquiring the rare mounts or metals inside would still require massive accumulation. According to Yun Che's knowledge, in the reputation shop, even the cheapest mounts started at 500,000 reputation points for exchange, making successful acquisition no easy task. In the student cultivation chamber, Yun Jin had finally touched the bottleneck of the mid-stage acquired realm after a night of cultivation. A smile crossed his lips as he thought to himself that he truly was a natural martial arts prodigy at only 19 years old. He was about to step into the mid-stage acquired realm. He gathered his focus and carefully sensed the surging of true qi within his body. The image of Qin Kai, that first-tier genius, flashed through his mind, and he let out a soft snort. Such beings might be dazzling, but among the upper-middle tier, he, Yin Jin, was equally a genius warrior worthy of admiration. As long as he consumed the second-grade meridian opening pill, with his talent, he could absolutely break through with 100% certainty. Though he possessed only middle-grade martial roots, they were top quality among the middle grade. Even his instructor praised him for cultivating faster than other students with similar roots. Thinking of this, he unconsciously lifted his chin and silently declared to his younger brother far away at home, "Little brother, the gap between us will only grow wider. One day, you'll never be able to catch up to me." With this thought settled, he reached into his inner pocket where a small cloth pouch lay containing that precious second-grade meridian opening pill. His fingertips touched the fabric, but before his smile could spread, it froze on his face. Empty. Yin Jin abruptly pulled out the pouch, turning it inside and out until it was completely barring no trace of any pill. "Impossible," he growled, veins bulging on his forehead. Since placing the pill inside, he had never opened it once and had kept it on his person at all times. How could it have disappeared? He forced himself to calm down and carefully recalled whether he might have left it at home, but every memory was as clear as if it had just happened. The meridian opening pill had indeed been placed in the pouch. With a long sigh, he could only abandon using the pill for his breakthrough. He sat cross-legged and began circulating his energy, attempting to impact the bottleneck with his own foundation. This opportunity is rare and cannot be delayed further. Even without the pill, with my talent, I should be able to break through smoothly. An hour later, he opened his bloodshot eyes, his nails digging into his palms, yet unable to draw even a drop of blood. The breakthrough had failed. One shouldn't be too confident, or else it's just asking for a slap in the face. He mocked himself through gritted teeth, yet still couldn't swallow that stifling frustration. Damn it, where did that meridian opening pill go? I clearly had it on me the whole time. No matter from what angle he considered it, the answer seemed blocked in his throat, unable to squeeze out even a single thought. Meanwhile, at the Red Skull Bandit Group headquarters, in the cold stone chamber, Hong Mi and Zhao Tsong hung naked in midair, their bodies covered in whip marks, blood dripping from their toes and splattering on the ground to form shocking dark red stains. Hong Futian's hair was disheveled, his upper body bare as he raised a wine jar and took a fierce gulp, then spat it onto the blood-stained whip with a tui. The sweet, fishy wine mixed with blood to form a sticky red mud. His eyes were bloodshot, his face written with malice, rage, madness, and unwillingness as he stared fixedly at his own son Hong Mi and the skeletal Zhao Tsong. "Didn't I say that if you couldn't obtain the treasure this time, I'd string you up and beat you? Spare us, chief," Zhao Tsong wailed hoarsely. "It really wasn't our fault. Who could have imagined it would be completely empty inside? This makes no sense at all." "Still dare to talk back?" Hong Futian lashed down with the whip, the sound of splitting flesh and skin exploding against the stone walls. Of course he knew the problem wasn't entirely their fault, but no one could understand his feelings. Nearly 6,000 men, with a full half being Red Skull elites, all now buried. If they could have obtained treasure in exchange, any sacrifice would have been worth it. But the problem was, they had gained nothing at all. Forget treasure, they hadn't even seen the shadow of a copper coin. What frustrated him most was that Zhou Pongzi, Su Aci, and Lu Lucio had all found out about this incident. The schadenfreude and contempt of, "You little bastard trying to hog everything for yourself," written plainly across their three faces, was deliberately unconcealed. Hongmi felt his breath catch in his chest, and on the spot he spat out 3 mouthfuls of fresh blood. From beginning to end, he hadn't said a single word. The successive defeats piled one upon another, nearly crushing his nerves as depression and gloom clung to him like a death shroud. Enough. Even if you beat them to death, what would that change? Focus on preparing tonight's siege plan first. Once we take Luoyua City, we can naturally recover all our losses. A hoarse yet amused female voice echoed through the room. The speaker was Hong Lu's second-in-command. Chai Shi, still possessed of mature charm, yet made particularly terrifying by her single eye and hands stained with the blood of countless women. Hong Futian let out a muffled grunt, violently whipping his leather lash to the ground before heavily collapsing back into his chair, his tone dark. "What did you find? Who exactly killed the four-armed demon maggot?" Chai Shiyu's brow furrowed tightly. "We did uncover some clues, but they sound utterly absurd." "Speak." Hong Futian's face was black as ink. With his recent string of bad luck, he had already made up his mind that anyone connected to the four-armed demon maggot's death would be eliminated without exception. Chai Shiyu hesitated no longer. Intelligence indicates that in the end, it was a civilian instructor from Luoyue Academy named Yun Che who lured the four-armed demon maggot away and saved everyone. Even more inexplicable is that not only did he not die, he has now returned to the academy completely unharmed. A civilian instructor? Hong Futian's frown deepened. Never mind if that person also had innate realm cultivation. Even if he truly were at the innate realm, Surviving a direct encounter with the four-armed demon maggot without a scratch would be absolutely impossible. At this moment, Zhao Tsong, still hanging upside down from the beam, spoke weakly. Chief, I know that civilian instructor. His martial prowess is indeed pathetic. I'm willing to make amends by bringing him before you to question him face to face. Hong Futian snorted coldly, pondered for a moment, then raised his hand to signal his subordinates to release the man. I'll give you one chance to redeem yourself. If you can't even handle such a trivial matter, don't bother coming back. Zhao Tsong, having fallen to the ground, caught the clothes thrown to him and hastily covered himself, his voice low but firm. Rest assured, Chief. If I can't even deal with a mere civilian instructor, I'd have no face to see you again. By tonight at the latest, I'll deliver him into your hands. After Zhao Tsong left, Hong Futian seemed to remember something else. Su Assie's soul-corrupting powder will also be delivered tonight, correct? Chai Shiu nodded. Su Assie's son is personally handling it. There won't be any mistakes. A cold smile crossed Hong Futian's lips as he spoke, half to himself and half mockingly. Lord Qin, you could never imagine that the adopted son you've carefully cultivated has long been one of our Hong Lu people. I hope you'll be satisfied with tonight's blood feast. At Luoyue Academy, in Class 9's classroom, Yunche's lesson had only progressed halfway when 3 students stuck at bottlenecks suddenly closed their eyes and sat cross-legged in meditation, entering a state of enlightenment. One of them was even a senior student at the peak of the postnatal realm. The surrounding classmates all gasped in unison, holding their breath as they stared intently at that student. It's Yang Guoha's only 26 this year. If he can truly break through to the innate realm today, his future achievements will be limitless. Shoo, silence. Don't disturb the 3 of them. Yunche quietly left the classroom, knowing he had to leave early today. On his way out, he reflected on the perfect grade cultivation techniques and combat skills he had just explained. Hadn't expected those few pointers to benefit the students so greatly. Since the results were so remarkable, he secretly anticipated that once the good news spread, his reputation points should rise significantly. You'd better help promote your instructor well, he thought to himself, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After briefly adjusting his breathing, Yunche headed straight to the principal's office. On the surface, he politely greeted the Qin King. Secretly, his SS grade talent, Divine Hand, quietly activated. His fingertips trembled slightly as an invisible force gently extracted 500 experience points from within the Qin King's body. If he could kill him on the spot, the harvest would certainly be more than this. But extraction inherently carried strong randomness, so he could only quit while he was ahead. Player, Yunche. Identity, son-in-law of Qin King's manor, civilian instructor. Realm, early innate stage. Talent, SS grade Divine Hand unique. Martial root, medium. Profession, Titan Enforcer LV2 Righteousness value 160500. Profession, Order Destroyer LV1 Death Chi value 0100. Race, human. Reputation, 1421. Attributes, Strength 566, 201 Strength, 1 Attack Power. Agility 452 Effect Speed, Critical Hit, Dodge. Endurance, 706, 201 Endurance, 1 Defense Power. Constitution 501 201 Constitution 10 Health Points. Spirit 3051 Spirit 5 Spiritual Power. Equipment, Tears of Silver Dust Poison Resistance 150. Attack Power 666. Huang Mie Sword Attack Power 255. Xianrong Silk Soft Armor Defense Power 906. Health 75. Derived Values. Attack Power 766. Defense Power 906. Health 7010. Spiritual Power 2275. Cultivation Techniques. Golden Bell Shield Supreme Grade. Divine Soul Secret Record High Grade. Poison Suppression Demonic Manual Medium Grade. Movement Techniques. Thunder Shadow Divine Movement Supreme Grade. Floating Kakin Steps High Grade. Combat Skills. Frost Heaven Absolute, Sword High Grade. Sky Splitting 6 Harmonies, / High Grade. Bright Sword Technique Medium Grade. 10 Illusion Sword Technique Medium Grade. 9 Force Mountain River Fist Medium Grade. Star Chasing, / Low Grade. Phoenix Soaring, / Low Grade. Experience Points, 9498500000. Money, 9 Gold 148 Silver 41 Copper. I still need over 10,000 more experience points to break through to the middle innate stage. Yunche finished reviewing his status panel, his gaze sharpening. I need to visit the poisonous miasma snake forest soon. The demonic beasts there are incredibly rich in experience. A full hour after Yunche left the Class 9 classroom, the entire teaching building was shaken by deafening cheers. 3 students who had been stuck at bottlenecks 2 at the peak of body tempering stage, and 1 at the peak of acquired stage had all broken through after just 1 class, with 1 even achieving the innate stage. Where is Instructor Yun? I want to thank him in person. That's right, I want to thank him to change my future. The crowd parted as Yang Guo rushed to the podium, only to find empty desks and chairs. The surrounding students all marveled. Instructor Yun truly didn't seek empty fame, quietly departing after helping his disciples achieve breakthroughs. Even so, everyone was determined to spread his reputation and teaching prowess throughout Falling Moon Academy. The academy covered vast grounds, but through the students' enthusiastic word of mouth, the shocking news that 2 body-tempering peak students and 1 acquired peak student simultaneously broke through, with one entering the innate stage, swept through the entire academy in less than half an hour. Whether new or veteran students, all were stunned upon hearing items might be coincidence, but twice, with 3 people breaking through together, such a miracle couldn't help but shock everyone. Yun Jin had long since gone numb, his eyes filled with disbelief as his classmates' praises for Yun Che rang clearly in his ears. Yun Jin, no wonder your brother chose to be a civilian instructor. He's such an outstanding teacher. Let's go audit his next class too. I really envy you for having such a brother. You practice martial arts. He studies literature with 1 literary and 1 martial talent. The Yun family is truly destined for greatness. Yun Jin, you're his older brother. So come clean, has he given you private tutoring? We're desk partners, so don't hold out on us. Each compliment pierced his heart like a sharp needle. The frustration of his failed breakthrough surged within him, and Yun Jin suddenly shot to his feet, roaring, "Shut up. Don't compare me to him. I'm a martial prodigy, while he's just a useless scholar who can't even break through to the middle stage of body tempering. I'm the eldest son of the Yun family. Our rise doesn't need to borrow light from some Livian son-in-law." The moment the words left his mouth, he realized his carefully maintained scholarly image had crumbled instantly. Yun Jin lowered his head and silently left the classroom, directing all his resentment toward Yun Che. The students snapped back to reality, exchanging glances. TSK, this brother has quite the jealous streak. Seriously, only reaching the early acquired realm at 19, nothing to be proud of. In the deepest part of the academy, at the dean's office, the Qin King, who was temporarily overseeing academy affairs, had also learned of Yun Che helping 3 students break through on the spot and was utterly shocked. He instructed his assistant Qin Lang, "Where is Yun Che? Have him come see me." Qin Lang clasped his fists in response. "He has already left the academy, whereabouts unknown." The Qin King nodded. "Very well. Go notify those uncles and clan members to come to the academy tonight for a meeting." "Yes." Qin Lang turned and hurried away. Outside the academy, Yun Che walked toward the Manjiang Tower, planning to wait for his prey. Suddenly, a plain-looking young man blocked his path. Yun Che glanced at him, confirmed he was a stranger, and spoke indifferently. "Do you need something?" The one blocking his way was none other than Wang Hao, a bastard son of the Wang family, that pig-faced, masked man from that night. Seeing this damned but undying civilian instructor from afar, he immediately gritted his teeth and gave chase. Wang Hao sneered. "What a coincidence. I thought you wouldn't dare leave the academy. I'm puzzled, how does a civilian instructor like you have such luck? Today, let's see who can save you." With those words, he condensed a chi sword at his fingertip and thrust it directly at Yun Che's dantian, clearly intending to cripple his spiritual power first. Yun Che's eyes remained calm as he raised his hand to grab the other's wrist and gave it a slight twist. Crack. The sound of breaking bone rang out crisply. Before Wang Hao could even scream, Yun Che had grabbed his broken arm and smashed him into the ground like a windmill. Bang! Dust flew everywhere. Yun Che lifted his leg and kicked precisely at Wang Hao's dantian. After a muffled impact, Wang Hao's spiritual chi spiral instantly collapsed, his cultivation flowing away like a burst dam. He crouched beside Wang Hao, looking at the other's dazed face, and said with feigned confusion, "Sorry, I still can't remember who you are. My time is precious, I don't waste it remembering every nobody." Yun Che spoke indifferently, raising his hand to execute the divine touch technique. A sharp, almost suffocating force penetrated Wang Hao's body. Without lingering, he turned and departed, his robes fluttering gently in the air. The damage from that kick went far beyond destroying Wang Hao's spiritual energy vortex. His internal organs had been shattered inch by inch. Yun Che's control over timing was terrifyingly precise. His opponent had mere breaths left. This Wang family genius, who had remained hidden for years, would soon bleed from all 7 orifices as his soul departed for the heavens. The crowds lining the street had initially been mere spectators, but now their faces turned pale with shock. Some recognized Wang Hao's identity as a Wang family disciple and were too terrified to approach. Even reporting the incident seemed dangerous, so they scattered into a wide circle. The air felt thin, filled only with short gasps and fearful heartbeats. Wang Hao stood frozen like a man who had lost his mind. Before the excruciating pain could fully spread, his thoughts had already stagnated. The turn of events was too sudden, too absurd, making him wonder if he was trapped in a nightmare. Wang Hao, endured in silence for years, only breaking through to the innate realm after that battle with Qin Yuan. The thought churned in his mind as beneath his seemingly calm gaze surged disbelief and despair. He was only 25, having just entered the innate realm and should have dominated among the younger generation. How could he die at the hands of an instructor supposedly skilled only in administrative duties? As his internal organs convulsed, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Focusing his consciousness inward, he realized his life force was rapidly draining away. Only then did he understand Yin was no ordinary instructor, but an innate realm expert even more monstrous than himself, perhaps even more terrifying than Qin Kai. Splurt. Fresh blood erupted simultaneously from his ears, nose, mouth, and eyes, the crimson drops falling from his chin to the ground. Wang Hao's eyes quickly became saturated with blood as regret and unwillingness churned violently in his gaze. Why had he provoked Yin? They had no prior grievances. Yin, you despicable wretch. You'll die a horrible death, his final curse mixed with blood bubbles that burst in his throat. His pupils fixed in place as he collapsed straight into the pool of blood, utterly silent. Ding. Killed early innate realm expert. Experience 170, righteousness 10, death aura 10. As soon as Yin stepped into the Manjiang Tower, he heard a notification sound and froze for a moment. His opponent had actually broken through. Truly, heaven envies talent. Glancing upward, he spotted Su Fei, son of Prince Su, by a window on the second floor. At that moment, Su Fei was surrounded by women on both sides, drinking cups clinking together, thoroughly enjoying himself. So this was the distinguished guest mentioned in the letter. Yunche's mind raced as a mischievous smile crept across his lips. He took out a disguise pill and swallowed it, visualizing Qin Lang's facial features in his mind. His skin and bones instantly reshaped, and once his appearance had completely transformed into Qin Lang's, he steadily climbed the stairs and walked straight towards Su Fei. When Su Fei suddenly saw Qin Lang, he was initially stunned, then waved for the two women beside him to withdraw. He whispered, "Didn't we agree to meet at 8 tonight? Why are you here so early?" "You're here pretty early yourself," Yunche replied unhurriedly. Su Fei laughed heartily and wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth. "It's rare that I get to visit Luoyue, so naturally I want to have a good time. After all, after tonight, this city will be flowing with blood." With that, he pulled out a smooth jade bottle from his chest and solemnly handed it over. "Since you're here, I'll give this to you first. There's enough inside for 5 people. It must take effect tonight, there can be no mistakes." He lowered his voice and added, "The 4 leaders have been decided. The general attack begins at midnight tonight. You just need to make sure that before then, the Qin King and his trusted allies consume this colorless, tasteless, spirit-falling powder." Yunche's expression grew serious as he nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, with me handling this, Luoyue City will definitely fall tonight." The two men looked at each other and laughed knowingly. While the laughter hadn't yet faded, Yunche suggested, "Since Manjiang Tower is our meeting place after all, for caution's sake, Brother Su, why don't you go somewhere else to enjoy yourself? From what I know, Yichuan Courtyard is where the real experts gather. The girls there are skilled and experienced, each one battle-tested. They'll definitely make you never want to leave." Su Fei's eyes lit up as he snapped his fan shut. "Excellent. I'll take Brother Qin's advice. I'd also like to see just how profound the skills of Yichuan Courtyard's girls really are." With that, he strode away. Watching Su Fei step out of the building, Yunche's lips slowly curved upward. Because of his interference, although the great battle had been moved up, the Qin King and others were at full strength and wouldn't necessarily fall easily. If they could hold out until Yi Qingshuang recovered, the situation would definitely reverse. "Oh, I almost forgot to use Divine Hand." He locked onto Su Fei, turning the street corner, and flicked his fingertip. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining Shrank Rare Talent, Mental Spirit Sword. Holy crap, this kid actually has a talent? And it's Shrank. Yunche stood frozen in place, then wild joy spread across his brow. "I hit the jackpot now, the super jackpot." The system panel quickly appeared. Mental Spirit Sword condenses an invisible sword that directly strikes the target's soul, causing wounds that are difficult to heal. The severity of the wound depends on the target's mental strength. The stronger the mind, the less damage taken. When hitting a target, there's a 5 chance of causing 3 seconds of dizziness. Note, each use consumes 20 spiritual power points. The greater the distance, the more spiritual power consumed. It even has a 5 dizziness probability. What premium attributes? Yunche clenched his fist, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Although it was only 3 seconds of dizziness, that was enough time to accomplish many things. No wonder Su Fei, who was merely at the innate realm, managed to escape when the throat slasher bandit group was annihilated. It must have been thanks to this talent of his. Shortly after leaving the Manjiang Tower, the disguise pill's effects gradually wore off, and Yunche returned to his original appearance. He had originally planned to leave the city under cover of night to complete the venomous miasma snake forest mission assigned by Huang Huihong. The venomous miasma snake forest was only an hour's carriage ride from Luoyue City, much closer than the Wuxia mountain range. But with his current incredible speed, he had no need to hire a carriage. Night wind swept past along the forest path, tree shadows retreated into blurs, yet his steps remained steady throughout. After about 40 minutes, he could already see the mist-shrouded edges of the snake forest ahead. Just then, a streak of ice-cold sword light came slashing through the air from behind. Yunche's pupils contracted slightly as he executed the drifting Kakin steps, lightly tapping the ground with his toes and shifting several feet sideways. Well, so you're not a waste after all, but a super genius hiding your true depths. An aged, raspy voice exploded through the forest. Breaking into the innate realm at merely 17 years old, Yuri, even more monstrous than Qin. Vice Principal Zhao Tsong floated down from the branches of an ancient tree, his gray robes billowing without wind as he squinted at Yunche. Yunche was also surprised by the man's appearance. After returning to the academy that night, he had felt there were many suspicious points about Zhao Tsong's death and had guessed the man wasn't actually dead, but he hadn't expected him to follow all the way outside the city. At this thought, he slowly drew the Huang Mie sword, its pitch-black blade gleaming with cold light. So you're indeed still alive. I wonder what business Vice Principal has with me. Zhao Tsong's gaze fell upon that jet-black long sword, and an inexplicable sense of crisis arose in his heart, though he immediately sneered. Nothing major. My leader invites you for tea and a chat about the four-armed demon maggot, that's all. How unfortunate. Yunche shook his head, his tone flat. I have other matters to attend to, so I must decline Boss Hong's kind offer. Before his words had finished, Zhao Tsong shifted his stance slightly, his afterimage flashing forward as his withered 5 fingers struck like iron hooks straight at Yunche's throat. Not going? That's not up to you. Come along obediently with this old man, or you'll suffer for it. Yunche stood his ground without dodging or evading, raising his hand to execute Frost Heaven's absolute sword. Cold light exploded as sword intent surged like an icy tide straight toward Zhao Tsong's chest. Zhao Tsong hastily withdrew and retreated. Having reached the position of vice principal, he naturally possessed superior movement techniques. His figure seemed swept away by a fierce wind, barely avoiding the attack. The sharp sword light grazed past his shoulder, sending a chill down his spine as he inwardly cursed the danger. The Qin family's Frost Heaven absolute sword? You know it too. Zhao Tsong's expression darkened. That old dog Qin really values you, even giving you such martial techniques. A slight smile curved Yunche's lips as lightning exploded beneath his feet. Thunder Shadow Divine Movement. Activated instantly, his form transforming into lightning as he swept along the ground to appear before Zhao Tsong. The second technique, Frost Heaven's Swift Sword, slashed out wildly, multiple sword lights falling like a torrential downpour. Zhao Tsong was alarmed. But being at the peak of Grandmaster realm after all, his true chi surged within as he swept his longsword, dense sword shadows forming a barrier that dissolved all the sword lights. However, his gaze toward Yunche was now filled with shock. Thunder Shadow Divine Movement. Why do you know Yi Qingxuang's Thunder Shadow Divine Movement? A 17-year-old youth who could simultaneously master both superior and supreme movement techniques, this completely exceeded his understanding. Yunche didn't respond, only shaking his head helplessly. With his current strength, trying to kill a Grandmaster Heathen was still wishful thinking. He took a deep breath and charged again, simultaneously condensing his spiritual power into an invisible mental sword that ruthlessly stabbed toward Zhao Tsong's soul. Zhao Tsong was amused by this series of attacks. An innate realm cultivator daring to harbor killing intent against a Grandmaster? He snorted coldly to himself. Does this brat think that because of those 2 moves just now, he's forced out all my trump cards? Foolish Thinjif, I didn't want to avoid killing you. Do you think you'd even have the chance to draw your sword? Zhao Tsong roared, unleashing the full might of his peak Grandmaster realm aura, making it difficult for Yunche to breathe as his expression grew grave. The leaves hanging above them rustled violently in the fierce winds, and the dark soil beneath seemed to tremble. Yunche could clearly feel the powerful energy washing over his skin. His breathing felt half-blocked, and his footsteps involuntarily slowed by half a beat. A sharp pain suddenly pierced through the back of Zhao Tsong's skull. Yunche had quietly launched a mental sword strike at his soul. Though the pain was bearable, it irritated Zhao Tsong to the point where he nearly cursed aloud. You little brat, you know mental attacks too? But this level of intensity is barely enough to scratch an itch. Yunche didn't respond, relying on his Thunder Shadow Divine Movement to weave through the forest while continuously stabbing mental sword strikes into Zhao Tsong's consciousness. Zhao Tsong tried to close in, but missed time and again, unable to even touch the hem of Yunche's clothes. The small but persistent stinging pain was like mosquito bites, making his anger flare. Damn it! In his fury, he bit down hard on his tongue tip, burning his life essence as his aura instantly surged. Crimson true chi burst through his meridians, and his entire form became like a blood-red lightning bolt, appearing before Yunche in the blink of an eye. The sudden overwhelming pressure made Yunche's hair stand on end, but at the crucial moment, the 5-chance stun effect finally triggered. Zhao Tsong's form froze in place, his eyes vacant, as if little stars were circling above his head. The opportunity was fleeting. Yunche flicked his wrist and drew his sword, the cold gleam slicing across Zhao Cong's throat. The sound of the blade cutting through flesh was sharp and clear as blood sprayed several feet. Only then did Zhao Cong snap back to awareness, pressing his hands desperately against his throat, but could only produce blood-choked whimpers, his eyes filled with disbelief. In less than 3 breaths, he collapsed to his knees, his body convulsing a few times before falling silent. The mighty vice, Din Zhao, had met his end in this desolate forest. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 1 treasure map. Ding. Killed Peak Grandmaster Realm Bandit. Experience 5,000. Righteousness 150. Death Aura 150. Ding. Congratulations. Second profession Order Destroyer has advanced to level 2. Agility 300. Takes effect when switching to second profession. As the system notifications chimed continuously, Yunche looked at his status panel and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Including the 300 points gained during job change, his profession alone now provided 600 points of agilitia, a truly terrifying number. Unfortunately, the Order Destroyer's inherent suicide side effect was too severe. Without powerful defensive equipment, he dared not switch carelessly. While he was pondering, one of the 7 sin artifacts, the Gluttony Mask, flew out on its own, hovering about 3 feet above Zhao Cong's corpse. Dark light surged as it frantically devoured the body's essence and blood. In just 3 to 5 breaths, the already thin Zhao Cong was drained into a withered husk of skin and bones, his face grotesquely twisted. Yunche was about to scold it when the Gluttony Mask suddenly whooshed back into his body, returning to his game inventory and lying quietly as if nothing had happened. After a moment of stunned silence, he could only sigh helplessly. This mask could freely enter and exit his inventory at will. It was practically a bug. Even worse, it seemed quite picky about its food, completely ignoring any corpses below the Grandmaster realm. He checked the Gluttony Mask's information again and discovered that its attribute values had actually increased. Gluttony Mask Initial Awakening. Feed it with fresh blood to accelerate awakening. When worn, grants 400 strength, 400 agility. Warning: while equipped, there is a chance of falling into madness, mental collapse, loss of humanity, and premature transformation into a demon. Use with extreme caution. Does this thing truly have no limits? Yunche felt a chill in his heart. The mask was currently only in its initial awakening state. If it fully awakened, its power would be unimaginable. However, he had many other methods at his disposal and wasn't in a rush to use the Gluttony Mask, so he pushed the thought aside. Next, he opened the worn treasure map he had looted from Zhao Cong's body. The ink on the map had smudged, but the coordinates were still discernible. When he saw the location clearly, he was momentarily stunned. The treasure was buried on the very island where the Red Skull bandits had their stronghold. No wonder that old fool served Red Skull so loyally. He had this scheme in mind all along. Too bad it's all become my windfall now. Yunche removed Zhao Cong's mid-grade defensive soft armor and suddenly noticed a silver ring on the man's left index finger. His face lit up with joyous storage ring. These spatial artifacts were typically only used by King Realm experts who could afford them, yet Zhao Cong had possessed one. Storage rings were spiritually linked to their owners, and once the owner died, the imprint would dissipate automatically. Yunche easily retrieved the items inside. 1 low-grade longsword, and 1 low-grade soft armor, likely his old equipment that he had replaced. 2 14 gold coins and various scattered gold and silver pieces. 3 a small pouch of assorted pills, the most precious being 2 4th-grade yuan ascending pills, excellent cultivation aids for the Grandmaster realm. 4 several spiritual herbs and fruits, among which a mid-grade essence fruit stood out most prominently, capable of directly enhancing mental power for those below the Grandmaster realm. Without hesitation, Yunche devoured the essence fruit in a few bites. It was crisp, sweet, and juicy, with a taste similar to plums. Ding. Congratulations on gaining 20 mental power points. Though the demonic beasts in the poison miasma snake forest weren't particularly strong, he decided to upgrade his equipment first for safety's sake. Including the low-grade soft armor and longsword looted from Wang Hao, he now had 3 spare suits of armor and 3 spare longswords, 2 of which were mid-grade, perfect for smelting. After completing the smelting, Brilliant Destruction Sword gained 30 attack, bringing total attack power to 285, remaining high grade. Mystic Silk Soft Armor gained 35 defense, bringing total defense to 110, solidly mid-grade. Excellent. Including my base attributes, both my attack and defense have broken through 1,000. 1,000 attack points marked the minimum threshold for an early-stage Grandmaster Realm expert. 5 minutes later, Yunche arrived at the poison miasma snake forest. Pale red toxic miasma churned throughout the forest. Even King Realm experts would perish if they lingered too long. Ordinary cultivators could only enter by taking 3rd-grade detoxification pills, barely managing to stay in the outer areas for an hour. Venturing deeper would still mean certain death. But as Yunshe stepped into the forest, his robust constitution and enhanced attributes made the toxic miasma feel like a gentle breeze, causing no harm whatsoever. He began searching and soon spotted a small purple-stemmed grass. Low-grade poison stem orchid mine. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on gaining 2 poison resistance points. As he continued forward, whenever he spotted poisonous spirit plants, he would use his divine hand technique to snatch them up, gradually and steadily increasing his poison resistance attribute. Yunshe remembered that the legendary snake fruit was hidden deep within the venomous serpent forest, in the snake den at its very core. However, that old scoundrel had kept the coordinates tightly guarded, refusing to give up even the slightest advantage. But he, Yunshe, was naturally gifted with cheat-like abilities, destined to make that old fool pay dearly. With this thought, he simply picked up speed, his figure flashing between bushes and vines. Wherever he passed, poisonous spirit plants were casually uprooted and scattered about. Meanwhile, cold light flickered continuously as venomous snakes of various sizes were sliced into segments. Especially those seemingly harmless little green snakes, their venom was often the most potent. If bitten by one, forget about going to a medical hall. You'd be better off finding a shady spot to lie down and wait for death. Yunshe muttered these thoughts to himself, while his blade showed no mercy. Suddenly, the forest branches and leaves shook violently as a team dressed in dark blue uniforms came running frantically, their steps stumbling yet not daring to stop. Close behind them, a massive python covered in sharp red scales dragged its thick serpentine body forward, roaring as it tore through the air, bringing with it a nauseating stench. Yunshe raised an eyebrow slightly and immediately concealed his aura, retreating into the shadows of the thorns. He had 2 reasons. First, this fire-poison python was a mid-stage Grandmaster realm demonic beast, and fighting it heat-in would be both time-consuming and troublesome. Second, the dark blue color was the distinctive uniform of the Saint Profound sect's inner disciples, and he immediately recognized the leader Qiu Chuji, one of the Saint Profound sect's 10 prodigies, at the peak of the innate realm, with a cunning fox-like nature. During the beta test, they had once explored a dungeon together. Though the mission was completed, he had nearly been betrayed to death by this man. Since enemies had crossed paths, why not profit from it first? While everyone was in panic and still within range, Yunshe pressed his fingers together and sent forth an invisible force through the air divine hand. Ding. Extraction successful. Gained 120 experience points. Ding. Extraction successful. Obtained high-grade battle technique, supreme sword art. Ding. Extraction successful. Obtained mid-grade armor, heavenly blue robe. Ding. Extraction successful. Gained 10 strength points. Ding. Extraction successful. Obtained 1 mid-grade spirit fruit. Ding. Extraction successful. Obtained 1 5th-grade imperial heart pill formula. Ding. Extraction successful. Obtained 1 fire poison python demon core. Seeing the last notification, Yunshe's pupils contracted sharply. Could even extract demon cores from a distance? This was the core of a demonic beast's power. Without its demon core, wouldn't that python become nothing more than a useless snake? Just as he had anticipated, the pursuing fire poison python's body shuddered violently, its sharp scales clattering to the ground. The moment it lost its demon core, its Grandmaster realm aura dissipated like a receding tide, leaving only brute strength to sustain it. It took several moments to react, then turned and fled frantically, filled with terror, fearing that the humans might discover its weakened state and turn to kill it. Everyone stop. Qiu Chuji was the first to notice the change, raising his hand to signal the group to halt. That beast isn't chasing us anymore. One disciple supported himself with his hands on his knees, breathing heavily, and said with relief, "Didn't they say fire poison pythons hold the longest grudges?" A nearby disciple shot him a look. "Do you want it to keep chasing us? If I run any more, my spiritual energy will be completely depleted." At this moment, another male disciple with an ugly expression reluctantly reminded them, "Senior brother Qiu, that mid-grade spirit fruit we picked earlier seems to have been dropped." Another disciple said with trembling fear, "Senior brother Qiu, the 5th-grade pill formula I found on that corpse seems to have been dropped too." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere became tense. Before Qiu Chuji could lose his temper, a female disciple hesitantly added, "I think something's fishy about this. My mid-grade protective gear, the heavenly azure robes, also missing." All the male disciples turned their heads in unison, their gazes falling on her with ambiguous glints in their eyes. If the heavenly azure robe was lost, wouldn't junior sister Huang be completely bare underneath? Hiss. One male disciple's imagination clearly ran wild, drool nearly dripping from his chin as he quickly bent over, pretending to relieve himself, and stumbled away from sight. Huang Yaoer's face turned crimson with embarrassment, regretting her words. Why had she blurted that out? She quickly called another female disciple to stand guard while she hid behind a giant tree, frantically changing into spare undergarments. Qiu Chuji cleared his throat to restore order. "Forget about the spirit fruit. The key is that pill formula. Let's retrace our steps. If it really was dropped during our escape, we should be able to find it. Everyone nodded in agreement. After Huang Yaoer finished adjusting her clothes and rejoined the group, they each took out a detoxification pill to hold in their mouths and headed back toward the venomous snake forest, their footsteps crunching on fallen leaves. Meanwhile, Yin Che was examining the 5th-grade pill formula he had casually picked up. The more he read, the more shocked he became. This formula could actually increase the success rate of breaking through to the Imperial realm by 30%. This pill recipe, it's heaven-defying, he muttered under his breath, carefully tucking the formula into his chest before activating Thunder Shadow Divine Movement. He transformed into a blur, rushing straight into the depths of the venomous snake forest. After 20 minutes of swift travel, he discovered a dark cave entrance in the area where the poisonous mist was thickest. Around the entrance, countless venomous snakes coiled together in dense masses, their scales gleaming with cold, wet light in the dim glow enough to make anyone with trypophobia collapse on the spot. But Yin Che had no natural fear of snakes. He gripped the heaven-burning sword tightly, flames shooting a foot high from the blade. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hair-raising snake calls rose and fell in succession. Yin Che took a deep breath and unleashed his sword technique. Supreme Sword, Art Heartless Sword. Blazing white sword light swept along the ground like wind through fallen leaves, instantly shredding hundreds of venomous snakes and carving a bloody path straight into the cave. He touched his toes to the ground and glided into the snake den, following his sword light. The dim cave walls were bathed in orange-eared light from the flames on the heaven-burning sword, with snake shadows dancing wildly on the stone surfaces. Ding. Snake slain, experience 9, death chi 1. Ding. Snake slain, experience 6, death chi 1. Ding. Snake slain, experience 18, death chi 2. Most snakes in the cave were at the body tempering or postnatal realms, weak in strength, but vast in number. Yin Che crushed them effortlessly as his experience bar visibly climbed. Suddenly, a green light flashed from the pile of snake corpses at his feet. He bent down and grabbed a thin manual. Eyes of the Snake King, high grade, special class cultivation technique. Upon mastery, grants Snake King spirit eyes, night vision, poison detection, and concealment breaking abilities. Holy crap, a high grade technique dropped by small monsters? The odds are lower than winning the lottery. Unfortunately, with only medium grade martial roots, cultivating it would be time consuming and laborious. Better to save it for little Wen Chick and enjoy the benefits himself. He continued deeper. At the innermost part of the snake cave, the stone walls suddenly opened into a vast space where an extraordinary giant snake lay coiled quietly. Its body was snow white, its eyes silver bright, and a palm-length silver horn protruded from its forehead, gleaming with cold light. Yin Che's heart pounded heavily. Legend spoke of a tiny chance for the snake clan to birth anomalous serpents with dragon transformation potential. A creature before him matched those legendary descriptions almost perfectly. This really does seem like the anomalous snake from the legends. The Snake King's purple eyes flashed with murderous intent as silver lightning crackled around its body. Like an arrow, it swiftly closed in on Yun Che, while several arc-shaped lightning blades materialized, slashing toward him from all directions. Within the narrow snake cave, the stone walls flickered under the purple and silver lightning, with thunderous roars accompanied by scattered debris flying everywhere. Yun Che's gaze sharpened as purple lightning exploded beneath his feet, allowing him to step forward several paces in an instant. The Huang Mie sword in his hand surged with cold light as he unleashed the continuous Frost Heaven Swift sword technique. Though the sword light was thin as silk threads, it was exceptionally sharp, repeatedly clashing with the Snake King's lightning blades in a deafening symphony of crashes and booms. The figures of man and serpent flickered to their limits within the lightning, as purple and silver thunder wove into a dense net where the slightest carelessness would result in searing wounds. Yun Che silently marveled. You're merely at the late Grandmaster realm, yet you possess movement speed comparable to a King realm expert, truly worthy of being an extraordinary serpent with dragon transformation potential. With this thought, his determination to subdue the creature grew even stronger. On the other side, the Snake King was equally shaken. From Yun Che's spiritual power fluctuations, it could tell this human was only at the early innate realm, yet his terrifying speed far exceeded those of the same level. He must have cultivated a rare movement technique of considerable grade to perfect mastery. Both thoughts collided within the intersecting lightning, neither willing to yield. Just as the two sides were evenly matched, the Snake King's movements suddenly froze, with several spinning stars appearing above its head. It had fallen into brief dizziness. The 3-meter-long white serpent fell defenseless from midair. Yun Che seized the opportunity as lightning exploded beneath his feet, flashing forward with his fist carrying the momentum of mountains and rivers. 9-Force Mountain River Fist. A muffled explosion echoed through the snake cave. Though only a mid-grade battle technique, the Snake King hadn't yet awakened and took the full force of the punch, its scales instantly denting. 9 layers of hidden force exploded within the Snake King's body like rolling thunder. The Snake King suddenly awakened, but just as it tried to raise its head, sweetness filled its throat as blood gushed forth, staining its silver scales crimson. Its aura rapidly weakened as it lay half-collapsed on the ground. Purple pupils fixed on Yun Che, with eyes full of hatred and unwillingness, as if spitting out the word despicable. Yun Che withdrew his fist and stood tall, looking down from above. With your intelligence, you should understand that if that punch had struck a vital point, you'd already be dead. I could have killed you with one sword strike, but I didn't tie you understand my intention. With my abilities, I'm qualified to be your master. I'll give you 10 breaths time. Either acknowledge me as master and sign a master-servant contract, or I'll end your life with one sword strike right now, making you disappear from this world forever. The Snake King's purple pupils flickered with hesitation and struggle. After 5 breaths, a circle of silver contract runes rose from the ground, with identical runes appearing beneath Yun Che's feet, rotating and reflecting each other. Ding! Thunder Dragon Serpent has initiated an equal contract with you. Do you agree? Yun Che frowned slightly. This fellow is quite proud, preferring death over servitude. After brief consideration, he nodded in agreement. After all, it's a 1 in 10th serpent prodigy, a future divine dragon. I'll grant it some leeway. Ding! Equal contract successfully established. Congratulations on obtaining Pet, Thunder Dragon Serpent. The contract runes merged into both their bodies as the silver light and purple lightning dimmed simultaneously. Yun Che nodded with satisfaction, using one hand to stuff healing pills into the Snake King's mouth, while secretly employing Divine Hand, with the other to absorb the residual lightning power within the Snake King's body. After all, it would be a waste not to take advantage of a late Grandmaster Realm Great Demon. Ding! Capture successful. Congratulations on gaining 100 agility points. Yun Che's eyes flashed with light, and a smug smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Another stroke of incredible luck. With his agility now dramatically increased, if he unleashed Thunder Shadow Divine Movement, his speed would be enough to leave any opponent far behind in the dust. His gaze fell upon the white serpent in his arms that had just recovered a bit of strength, and he asked in a low voice, "Can you become even smaller?" The Thunder Dragon Serpent silently nodded. Silver lightning flashed, and in the blink of an eye, it shrank to the thickness of a finger and about 20 centimeters long, a delicate form that appeared cute, yet still radiated terrifying thunder intent. Whoosh! It burrowed into Yun Che's embrace and continued healing with closed eyes. Having gained quite a harvest, Yun Che was in excellent spirits. He walked slowly to the stone wall and carefully picked the red strawberries growing on the low shrub snake fruits. While poisonous when eaten raw, snake fruits were the primary ingredient for refining 4th grade master pills and were quite valuable, so he naturally collected them all. After leaving the snake den, he rushed toward the location of the diamond treasure chest. It was already close to 3 in the afternoon, and the gates of Falling Moon City would close at dusk. He needed to return before then. Not to participate in the city defense battle. The outcome would be decided by King Realm experts, and he couldn't interfere. His real purpose was to use Divine Hand, while the powerful gathered, making a quick profit. Half an hour later, his destination appeared before him, a ruined ancient tomb covered in dense vines, with a decaying aura hitting his face. Through the broken tomb entrance, he could vaguely see a jade stone coffin, though whether a zombie lay inside was anyone's guess. In front of the stone coffin stood a diamond treasure chest, quietly waiting beneath thick layers of dust. Yun Che wasn't unfamiliar with this place. The information came from official announcements. All 7 diamond treasure chests were placed in such dangerous, forbidden zones. They'd tell you the location, but whether you could claim it depended on your abilities. Apart from the surrounding poisonous miasma, he surprisingly found no traps. Frowning, he proceeded cautiously. Until he stopped before the treasure chest, everything remained calm. Yun Che smiled bitterly and shook his head. Seems I was overthinking. Almost no one can penetrate deep into the poisonous serpent forest, making traps rather pointless. With that, he raised his hand and stuffed the chest directly into his unique game inventory. Compared to the precious, but potentially stolen storage ring, he trusted this personal space that only he could access. His gaze fell once again upon the jade stone coffin. Could there be another treasure chest hidden inside the coffin? Or might there truly be a King Realm zombie slumbering within? Reason urged him to quit while ahead, but temptation clawed at his heart like sharp talons. Even if a King Realm zombie really pops out, with my current speed, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Once his mind was made up, Yun Che placed both hands on the coffin lid. The heavy stone cover slowly shifted under his dramatically increased strength. Creak, 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 creak. The grinding sound was particularly jarring in the silent poisonous forest. After pushing open a small gap, he retreated like lightning, confirming no abnormalities before approaching again. Several minutes later, the coffin lid slid off completely, revealing the scene within. This was actually... Yun Che stared at the half-corpse in the azure coffin with utter astonishment. The body in the coffin was completely missing from the abdomen down, with jagged and uneven breaks that looked as if they had been shattered by some domineering combat technique. The remaining upper torso was covered in dense wounds, with only 3 fingers left on the right hand, yet still clutching tightly to a long-decayed broken sword. The face was destroyed beyond recognition, but the cascading silver hair remained smooth and even faintly shimmered with starlight, utterly eerie. This was a woman, and judging from those countless wounds, she had experienced an extremely brutal battle before death. Who was she? Why was she buried here? The official storyline had never mentioned a single word about her. Yun Che's heart churned, was certain he had stumbled upon a completely new, unexplored plot development. The information he had gathered during the early beta testing was now utterly useless. She's also human. Maybe I can try divine touch. With a glimmer of hope, he reached toward the corpse. Ding. Alert. Cannot retrieve forbidden items. As soon as the mechanical system notification ended, Yun Che's heart went cold. This broken half-corpse was actually classified as a forbidden item. Whoosh. The transformation erupted suddenly. The female corpse in the azure coffin shot upright, her hands piercing through Yun Che's chest like lightning. The speed was so fast that he couldn't even blink before being frozen in place, unable to move, as if struck by some immobilization spell. What followed was a surging, tearing pain. His blood was rushing along the corpse's pale hands, flooding into her body. His 7,210 health points plummeted at a rate of 200 points per second. Simultaneously, the incomplete body visibly regenerated. Delicate blood vessels and meridians wove together like living serpents, filling gaps and reconstructing organs and muscles. In an instant, the originally hollow abdominal cavity grew into a smooth, flat belly, then extended into long, snow-white legs. The destroyed facial features also writhed and reformed, finally merging perfectly with a white porcelain mask. In the last moment, the mask seemed naturally part of her, impossible to separate. Yun Che was stunned and instinctively commanded his newly tamed Thunder Serpent Dragon to charge forward. The silver lightning blade tore through the air, striking fiercely at the woman, but the full-force attack from the latest-stage Grandmaster Realm Spirit Beast couldn't even create a ripple on her body. The lightning instantly dissipated. The woman's flesh seemed forged from divine metal, impenetrable. Terror surged in Yun Che's heart as his mind raced. Damn it. What the hell is this thing? 2,100. 1,800. 1,400. 1,000. 500. His health bar dropped faster and faster, as if it wouldn't stop until he was completely drained. In desperation, he focused his thoughts and pulled out the 100-slip banana peel from his game inventory, the item automatically falling beside the woman's feet. At this moment, he could only bet on this trump card. As long as he could interrupt her blood draining, it would be enough. Luckily, the banana peel equals guaranteed wipeout rule didn't let Yun Che down. When his HP was down to the last 100 points, the silver-haired woman's jade-white foot landed squarely on the peel, and with a thud, she went down hard. The instant she pulled both hands from his chest, 2 blood holes gushed like funnels, and his HP began plummeting at 5 points per second. Alarm bells rang in Yun Che's head, and he didn't dare hesitate. He crammed a healing pill, a rejuvenation pill, a coagulant pill, and even a few spirit fruits and herbs he clawed from his belt pouch straight into his mouth. The medicinal power surged, the bitter burn numbed his throat, and he didn't even have time to cough. When his bar dropped to a bare 5 points, the bleeding status finally got forced down, and his HP started rebounding at 50 points per second. As the agony ebbed, he flopped onto the ground, sucking in air, his face as white as powdered lime. So close. 1 hair's breadth more, and he'd have died here. Sure enough, it's just like the saying, a mouse licking a cat's muzzle is just asking for trouble. In under 3 minutes, his HP fully recovered and his internal and external injuries stabilized. Wiping the residue of medicine from the corner of his mouth, Yun Che looked at the silver-haired woman lying not far away, a chill lingering in his chest. She had no breath, no heartbeat. He couldn't tell whether she was a corpse or some special living thing. Run now, or watch a little longer. As he hesitated, the silver-haired woman's body rose soundlessly, as if tugged by invisible threads. A strange link burrowed into Yun Che's mind, and his gut told him she had lost all hostility toward him. Behind the mask, her golden eyes fixed on him, emotions tangled to the extreme: relief, remembrance, sighs, regret, and even a flicker of barely checked fury. Yun Che couldn't read any of it. All he felt was that she both knew him and was utterly unfamiliar. She halted 3 meters away and slowly extended a fair hand. Yun Che paused, then reached out to touch it. The instant their fingertips met, a string of information panels snapped into view. Forerunner, forbidden object. A survivor of the War of the Fallen Demon 7,000 years ago. Possesses the unique SS-ranked talent Immortal Divine Body. Revival was interrupted for special reasons and has been forced to become player Yun Che's Soul Guard armament. Note: the player's cultivation is too low to meet the armament condition and cannot equip this forbidden object. The Forerunner's cultivation will rise in step with the host's. When he finished reading, Yunshe turned to stone on the spot. This was an ancient relic that had literally become a forbidden object, a bona fide walking fossil. In the next heartbeat, the silver-haired woman's body began to disintegrate from the toes into fine starlight, which streamed into the center of Yunshe's brow. The sensation of it merging into his bloodline was both icy and warm, indescribably strange. So what are we now? Master and servant? Shared life? Or just a weapon? Yunshe was completely at sea, but he could only accept it for now. He pulled up his status panel for a look. Player: Yunshe. Identity: son-in-law of Prince Qin's mansion, civilian instructor. Realm: early innate stage. Talent: SS Strength Divine Touch Unique, Strength Mental Sword. Martial Root: medium. Profession: Titan Enforcer LV2. Righteousness: 320,500. Secondary profession: Order Destroyer LV2. Death Aura: 385500. Race: human. Reputation: 2,421. Strength: 571,201. Strength 1 attack power. Agility: 582. Effects: speed, critical hit, dodge. Endurance: 736,201. Endurance 1 defense. Constitution: 521,201. Constitution 10 health points. Spirit: 335. 1 spirit, 5 spiritual power. Silver Dust Tear 150. Poison resistance 1578. Attack power 771. Brilliant Destruction Sword 285. Defense 936. Mystic Silk Soft Armor 110. Health points 7210. Spiritual power 2425. Cultivation methods: Golden Bell Shield Supreme Grade. Divine Soul Secret Record High Grade. Poison Suppression Demonic Manual Medium Grade. Movement techniques: Thunder Shadow Divine Step Supreme Grade. Floating Kakin Step High Grade. Combat skills: Frost Heaven Absolute, Sword High Grade. Sky Splitting 6 Harmonies / High Grade. Supreme Sword Formula High Grade. Radiant Sword Technique Medium Grade. 10 Illusion Sword Method Medium Grade. 9 Force Mountain River Fist Medium Grade. Soul Guardian, Pioneer. Pet: Thunder Dragon Snake. Experience: 166,115,0000. Money: 23 gold, 548 silver, 265 copper. So there really was such a thing as a soul guardian. What exactly was this? A guardian spirit? He muttered to himself, then followed the interface prompts to attempt summoning the soul guardian. His fingertips moved slightly as he channeled his spiritual power, but there was no response. The empty air seemed to mock his futile efforts, leaving Yunshe with no choice but to give up. Apparently this was yet another mysterious item beyond his current control. Do you need this? Remembering the small white snake in his embrace, he retrieved the fire-poisoned giant python's demon core. The demon core, about the size of an infant's fist, was crystal clear with fiery red and dark green intertwining within, emanating a mixture of scorching heat and sickly sweet fragrance. The little white snake raised its head, a glimmer of light flashing in its silver serpentine eyes, before opening its mouth and swallowing the entire demon core. After devouring it, the snake's scales trembled slightly as faint electrical currents traveled along its body. Clearly the demon core was being refined. Seeing this, Yunshe smiled gently and made a mental note. I can't just sell demon cores carelessly in the future. Demon cores were the source of a demon beast's power, and only those who had entered the innate realm had a chance to condense one. Human cultivators couldn't directly absorb their power, but for alchemists, specific demon cores were often crucial materials for crafting supreme pills, making a high-quality demon core virtually equivalent to heavenly treasures. After confirming the little white snake was perfectly fine, Yunshe prepared to leave. He opened his bag, his gaze falling upon a diamond treasure chest emanating a dark golden luster. This was the reward dropped when he had defeated the boss earlier, which he had somehow forgotten in the corner. With a slight upturn of his lips, he grasped the lid without hesitation and casually opened it. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Special Treasure X1, Premium Wild Kiwi Fruit X1, Gold Coins X7, and 2,000 experience points. The system notification echoed through the dark, venomous miasma snake forest as pale golden light illuminated Yunshe's surroundings. 4 rewards materialized before him. A dark ring, a thumb-sized red-skinned blue-hearted spirit fruit pulsing with rainbow colors, 7 gold coins clinking softly against each other, and experience points condensed into glowing orbs. I actually got a special treasure. I hope it's better than my banana peel, Yunshe said as he picked up the ring, unable to hide his amazement. To save his life earlier, he had used the 100-trip banana peel in this place, and thinking about how that remarkable item was now wasted still made his heart ache. Ring of Reflection Special. Effect: when worn, reflects 1 fatal blow with 100 certainty. Single-use treasure that shatters upon activation and cannot be repaired. A 100 reflection ring. What a treasure! Yunshe joyfully stored the ring away, his regret instantly vanishing. This was undoubtedly better than the banana peel, essentially giving him an extra life. Next, he picked up the premium wild kiwi fruit. Though it shared the same name as Earth's version, it looked completely different, smooth red skin without fuzz, revealing a translucent blue center when cut, only thumb-sized like an exquisite gem. Its effects were worlds apart too. Consuming it would temporarily trigger a berserk state, boosting all attributes by 50. Such a rare spirit fruit naturally had to be saved for emergencies. Though the 4 items seemed modest, Yunche was quite satisfied. The experience points were a full 1,000 more than the previous diamond treasure chest. On his way back, he encountered scattered, little spicy strips of venomous creatures. The elongated bizarre creatures lunged at him with their pungent stench, only to be casually slain, providing small experience gains. Unfortunately, the venomous creatures in this forest were too scattered, and truly powerful ones were hard to find. It would be great if he could encounter another snake den. Lost in thought, Qiu Chuji approached with 7 other sacred profound sect disciples. This time, Yunche didn't deliberately avoid them. Everyone should mind their own business, so surely they wouldn't attack on sight. However, as the 2 groups passed each other, Qiu Chuji frowned and called out sternly, "Stop! Did you pick up a pill formula? If so, please return it. I'm willing to pay you 10 gold coins as compensation." Yunche remained calm, lying without batting an eye. No. Without even lifting his eyelids, he continued walking toward the exit of the venomous miasma snake forest. Clang, cold steel flashed as Qiu Chuji drew his sword, blocking Yunche's path with the blade mere inches from his throat. A nearby disciple whispered, "Senior brother Qiu, are you certain it's him? Besides him, we haven't encountered anyone else in this area. He's the prime suspect." Qiu Chuji snorted coldly. "Whether it's him or not, we'll know after capturing and searching him. If we're wrong, I'll apologize." Yunche scoffed, "Wanting to search me? You're being far too domineering. Aren't you afraid of kicking an iron plate?" As his words fell, not only Qiu Chuji but the other male and female disciples also showed mocking smiles. Huang Yaoer spoke disdainfully. "Our senior brother Qiu is at the peak of the innate realm. With your abilities, you think you're an iron plate?" Another male disciple laughed. "Iron plate? I'd say you don't even qualify as a wooden board. Put it this way, even if you really were an iron plate, would our sacred profound sect be afraid?" A subtle smile crossed Qiu Chuji's lips as he analyzed. "Though I cannot see through your cultivation level, given your age, even a super genius would at most reach the innate realm. Perhaps you've had heaven-defying opportunities and achieved a higher realm, but even if you're at the same innate peak as I am, you still wouldn't be my match. My place among the inner sect's 10 prodigies wasn't earned through words, but carved out sword by sword." Yunche nodded slightly, and before his words had finished echoing, he instantly drew the Huang Mie sword. Cold light swept backward as he slashed at his opponent's throat with a reverse grip. The blade cut through air like thunder, and in just one breath, the sword edge had already closed in. Qiu Chuji's pupils contracted sharply as he pushed his movement technique to its limit. Yet his speed was still half a beat too slow, and his throat was grazed, leaving a bloody gash with crimson seeping out. Yunche sheathed his sword and stood calmly, offering faint praise. "Your movement technique is quite good. You indeed have the qualifications to be proud and worthy of the title of Saint Qin sect prodigy." This had been merely a casual strike from him, so dodging the vital point was truly commendable. Qiu Chuji touched the warm blood in his palm, his fingertips trembling with shame and rage. Several Saint Qin sect disciples witnessed this scene with great alarm, drawing their swords in unison and unleashing battle techniques toward Yunche. "How dare you ambush senior brother Qiu? You must be tired of living. Couldn't you just talk nicely? Why force yourself into a dead end? It seems the Saint Qin sect's reputation isn't loud enough if any random cats and dogs dare to act recklessly." Amid their furious shouts, sword energy shot forth. Yet Yunche remained unmoved, seemingly deliberately pausing for half a breath to put on a show. When everyone's attacks pressed within 3 feet of him, his wrists suddenly exploded with power, unleashing the Frost Heaven Swift sword technique. Dense sword marks wove together like silver threads forming a net, shredding all the battle techniques while simultaneously rolling back in counterattack. 3 disciples had their chests pierced by sword light and died on the spot. Ding. Killed Saint Qin sect inner disciple. Experience 130, death chi 20. Ding. Killed Saint Qin sect inner disciple. Experience 110, death chi 15. Ding. Killed Saint Qin sect inner disciple. Experience 150, death chi 25. The remaining disciples stood frozen with swords in hand, their eyes filled with terror. Mighty innate realm cultivators had proven as fragile as paper. Frost Heaven Absolute Sword. "So you're from the Qin family?" Qiu Chuji exclaimed in shock, but immediately said coldly. "Even so, daring to kill my Saint Qin sect disciples means even if King Qin himself came, he couldn't save you." As his words fell, he quickly closed in, his water blue long sword gleaming with cold light. Supreme sword art. Heartless strike. Yunche's gaze remained calm as 6 sword shadows flickered around him before vanishing, 6 shadows merging into one as brilliant sword light exploded forth. Bang! Qiu Chuji took this sword strike heated, his body flying several zhang through the air while spraying blood like rain. Yun Che gave no respite, lightning crackling beneath his feet as he traced an arc of electricity, stepping forward to pursue Qiu Chuji, who hadn't yet landed, bringing his heavy sword down again. The latter was horrified beyond measure, forced to twist his waist and block while his injuries were still unstable, metal clashing against metal clang. Bang bang bang. 2 figures rapidly darted and collided through the poisonous miasma snake forest, sword chi raging wildly as they consecutively chopped down thick tree trunks. Everyone could clearly see Qiu Chuji was being chased as pathetically as a homeless dog. Huang Yaoer's face turned deathly pale as she said in terror, "Senior brother Qiu has actually been forced to burn his essence blood." At this very moment, Yun Che was still only using half of his strength, not even employing his Thunder Shadow divine movement technique. Your confidence seems to be nothing more than that. This iron plate of mine should be hard enough, shouldn't it? He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone calm, yet his words struck Qiu Chuji's heart like a heavy hammer. Qiu Chuji's face flushed red with surging fury, but his chest felt as if it had been doused with ice water shock and frustration intertwined. He never could have imagined that Yun Che was not only proficient in the Qin family's combat techniques and could execute the Wang family's secret arts, but could even casually perform Dean Ye's renowned ultimate skill, Thunder Shadow divine movement. Just what was the background of this young man before him? "My master is a peak king realm expert. You cannot kill me." He screamed out his final trump card with a hoarse voice. What answered him was Yun Che's emotionless gaze. The Huang Mie sword gathered momentum, and with a flash of cold light, it struck directly at his opponent's throat. As the sword radiance rose, the accompanying wind pressure cut through the air like a blade, instantly splitting the surrounding dark red, poisonous miasma in two. "You will regret this." Qiu Chuji gritted his teeth and suddenly crushed a jade token that had appeared in his palm. "How dare you, scoundrel!" Accompanied by an angry roar, a white light condensed in midair into the phantom of an elderly man, and the overwhelming aura of the late Grandmaster Realm erupted forth. Yun Che snorted coldly, spiritual power surging wildly within his body as he poured it all into the Huang Mie sword. Flames rose like a dragon, and the fierce patterns on the sword's body were completely ignited. Supreme sword, art absolute, hatred heartless sword. The blazing sword radiance was like a crimson sun splitting the sky. The elderly phantom had just taken form and hadn't even clearly seen Yun Che's face before being cleaved diagonally in half by a single sword strike, dissolving into countless specks of spiritual power light. The remaining force continued unabated, the sword radiance trailing a 100-meter-long flame trajectory as it split Qiu Chuji down the middle, leaving the ground along its path scorched black and cracked from the high temperature. Ding! Eliminated Saint Profound Sect Inner Disciple Elite. Experience 300, Righteousness 50, Death Aura 50. Yun Che was slightly stunned. So Qiu Chuji had committed quite a few evil deeds to actually drop righteousness points from his body. His gaze returned to the scene, where several Saint Profound Sect disciples were trembling all over with pale faces. "Great, great sir, we were wrong. Please spare our lives." "Yes, as long as you spare me, I'll do anything." Huang Yaoer was still secretly making eyes at him, attempting to trade her beauty for survival. Yun Che's gaze was ice cold as he swept his sword horizontally, and her throat instantly split open in a line of blood. The remaining few met the same fate with a flash of sword light. All were struck at the throat and wiped out on the spot. "I apologize, but the Saint Profound Sect is too powerful. With my current strength, I cannot face them heathen, so I can only ask you all to die." He calmly sheathed his sword, his tone containing not the slightest emotional fluctuation. Ding! Eliminated Saint Profound Sect Inner Disciples. Experience 20, Death Aura 20. Ding! Congratulations on breaking through realms, currently at mid-stage innate realm. Ding! Congratulations on advancing your second profession Order Destroyer to level 3, Agility 300, effective when switched to second profession. After Yun Che broke through to the middle stage of the innate realm, each of his 5 core attributes increased by 25 points. Though the numbers seemed modest, when combined with his already solid foundation, his power doubled instantly, becoming truly formidable. He then gathered all the armor and weapons left behind by Qiu Chuji and the others into his pack, and opened the forging interface. In the blazing red flames, the Huang Mie sword's edge grew even sharper, its attack power climbing to 315 points, while the Xianrong silk armor surface shimmered with faint silver patterns as its defense rose to 155 points. Even more surprising was discovering that Qiu Chuji had been hiding a mid-grade spiritual necklace. Yun Che merged it with his own silver dust tears, boosting his spiritual attribute by another 15 points better than nothing. After finishing the forging, he surveyed the corpses scattered across the ground and clicked his tongue. What a shame they're only innate realm though the materials are decent. He summoned the gluttony mask and asked bluntly, "Want to have a taste of these innate realm bodies?" He had already decided that rather than guard against the mask's growth, he might as well actively feed it. But the picky mask merely circled the corpses once before shooting back into his inventory with a clear attitude it wouldn't bother opening its mouth for anything below Grandmaster realm, not even peak innate realm. Yunche could only shrug and set off toward Falling Moon City at full speed. Meanwhile, atop a towering peak of the sacred profound sect, the green-robed elder Zhang Ruinfa suddenly opened his eyes. His white hair and beard bristled as his aura exploded like a raging tide, the pressure of Peak King realm crushing the entire mountain and sending rocks tumbling down. He stared toward the Great Yuan Empire, his voice low and menacing. "How many years has it been since I achieved the King realm? This is the first time someone has so humiliatingly destroyed my avatar." His robes billowed without wind as he counted off his enemies' crimes. "Killing my sect's disciples, stealing my sect's ultimate techniques, destroying my King realm avatar, none of these will go unpunished." With that, he snorted coldly, reined in his aura, and closed his eyes again. He was attempting to break through to the Emperor realm and didn't want to delay his cultivation over this incident. In his view, the enemy's refusal to show themselves openly proved they feared the sacred profound sect. Since this person was still active within the Great Yuan Empire, they would eventually slip up. Inside Falling Moon City, the full river tower blazed with lights under the night sky. At exactly 8 o'clock, a mysterious figure in a black robe and hat climbed the wooden stairs and quietly entered a private room on the second floor. In the flickering candlelight, he sat down and waited for his appointed contact. After finishing a pot of hot tea and hearing the midnight drums outside, there was still no sign of the other person, yet his bladder was screaming for relief though he dared not leave his seat. After another quarter hour, his bladder felt like it was filled with lead, and cold sweat beaded under his hat's shadow. Why is this taking so long? This shouldn't be happening. He calculated in his mind. I'll wait another 10 minutes. But after 10 minutes passed 3 times over, the tea's fragrance gradually faded from the room, and he finally understood what maximum capacity truly meant. Could they have canceled without notifying me? He slowly pushed himself up, his legs stiff as lead pipes. He struggled to stand, feeling as though the slightest movement would cause that fragile valve of willpower to burst open completely. He could no longer continue waiting first. That feeling of about to explode was becoming increasingly urgent. Second, in another half hour, he still had to attend the final city defense meeting with the King of Qin and several trusted advisors. Originally, that would have been the perfect opportunity to administer poison, but unfortunately the precious poison hadn't come into his possession, forcing him to abandon the plan. Qin Lang almost became a blur as he rushed into the nearest latrine. For a full 3 minutes, he emptied all his bodily reserves. During this time, 3 different groups of users came and went, each casting him a look of near shock as they passed by. Never mind other 7, Qin Lang himself was startled. Just how much could this body hold? "Come on, brother, weren't you uncomfortable holding it in for so long?" someone asked curiously. Without a word, he kicked the man into the cesspit, and the victim cursed him as a beast and sick from within the stench. Luoyue City had latrines positioned at regular intervals so everyone could relieve themselves in time, but he had pushed himself to the absolute limit. The cursing, stench, and chaos were all left behind him. Nearly 11 o'clock. The 4 great bandit leaders Red Skull, Rotten Heart, Throat Slasher, and Axe Blade led countless smaller bandit groups like a swarm of locusts, rapidly approaching Luoyue City. "Everyone give me 120% focus. After the city falls, the women, gold, and treasures everyone gets a share." As the shout ended, the bandits cheered in unison. Money was secondary. Most were thinking about those fair, tender daughters of wealthy families in the city. Atop the city walls, the King of Qin had already positioned himself with his trusted Grandmaster-level advisors and the city guard, ready for battle. Noticing that Qin Lang seemed distracted, he reminded him, "Langer, don't lose focus. Though the outcome of this battle depends on me, you Grandmaster-level warriors must also guard the other city gates, and absolutely cannot let any bandits infiltrate Luoyue City. Foster father, rest assured, Langer will fight with everything I have and give the bandits no opportunity to exploit." Qin Lang replied with a cupped fist salute. The King of Qin nodded and added, "That girl Yilan might charge to the front lines. Keep an eye on her for me, and don't let anything happen to her." "Yes." Qin Lang saluted again, but felt troubled inside according to his original plan. When the city fell, he was supposed to escape with Qin Yilan to win her heart, and then take advantage of the situation. But now, he had no idea how the 4 bandit leaders planned to attack the city, as if he'd been excluded, which made him very uncomfortable. "They're coming." Zhuge Buhuo waved his white paper fan, seeing the approaching firelight in the distance, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Dinya's side needs at least another half day. If all goes smoothly, holding out until he arrives to provide reinforcement shouldn't be a problem. The King of Qin nodded gravelly in this battle. He dared not relax in the slightest. Boom. For terrifying combat techniques unleashed by king-level powerhouses simultaneously struck toward the king of Qin. How impatient indeed. The king of Qin snorted coldly, drew his sword, and icy energy exploded outward as he unleashed the perfect level Frost Heaven's ultimate sword force to meet the attack heat-in. Fighting 1 against 4, he managed to block this round of fierce assault. In midair, Suasi laughed loudly. Your Majesty the King of Qin, are you feeling your spiritual power dissipating now? The King of Qin frowned slightly, not understanding, and coldly retorted. This king's spiritual power is abundant. What dissipation? Never mind defending the city. Even killing all 4 of you would be more than manageable. Suasi continued laughing confidently. The spirit-draining powder was colorless and odorless, leaving the poisoned completely unaware, and once they forcibly engaged in combat, their Dantian energy, sea would collapse and spiritual power would rapidly drain away. Hong Futian chimed in. Enough. King of Qin, stop pretending. You can hold out for at most another half hour. Tonight, Luoyue City will definitely fall. Brothers, let's all attack together. Didn't let him escape. Qin Xiao the King of Qin was almost amused by their audacity. Did these people really think a mid-stage king-level warrior was so easy to kill? If you want to die, this king will grant your wish. A great battle was about to erupt. As the 5 King Realm powerhouses began their fierce clash, the remaining Grandmaster Realm experts led their subordinates to assault the city. Kill. The 4 Grandmaster Realm generals under the Qin King Song Zhongji, Hichong, Wu Erlang, and Sikong zeniled the entire city guard army, raising their war blades high as they charged first through the broken city gates. Following closely behind were the innate realm instructors from Luoyue Academy and all the innate realm experts within Luoyue City. Today's enemies were unlike any before. The 4 bandit groups had united nearly 50,000 fierce criminals in their assault. Every cultivator in the city with acquired realm cultivation or above had donned armor and joined the battle. Kill. Kill these damn bastards. Yang Gua, a student who had just broken through to the innate realm, roared as he led the student forces charging first into the bandit formation. As Qin Xiao had predicted, Qin Yalan, despite only having latest-stage acquired realm cultivation, also rushed to the front lines. The long sword in her hand gleamed with cold light, its radiance weaving like silk threads. Wherever she passed, severed limbs scattered and blood splattered across the stone slabs. I'm late. Don't kill them all, let me have some. Yin Che had just arrived at the city gates to find corpses strewn everywhere, making his heart ache. He drew the Huang Mie sword and leaped into the battle with a single stride. His left hand's divine touch technique danced through the air while his right hand's blade carved vicious sword marks. Mindful of watching eyes, he only displayed the aura of peak body refinement realm and used only low-grade battle techniques. Always keep something in reserve for pleasant surprises. Even so, his sword speed was astonishingly fast. Others only saw flashes of cold light before blood appeared. Holy shit. How can a mere civilian instructor kill so smoothly? Body refinement realm bandit 1 sword, throat sealed. Acquired realm bandit leader 1 sword, throat sealed. Peak acquired realm bandit 1 sword, throat sealed. Even an innate realm bandit still 1 sword, throat sealed. The Luoyue City warriors watched with numbed minds. Was he really killing bandits? How could it be as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs? Even more ridiculous was he truly only at peak body refinement realm? Yin Che paid no attention to their discussions, completely immersed in the dual pleasure of extracting and killing. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 40 experience points. Ding. Bandit killed. Experience 125. Righteousness 10. Death energy 10. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining a mid-grade battle technique. Ding. Bandit killed. The more he killed, the smoother his movements became. The Huang Mie sword flashed coldly through the blood mist while his left hand continuously extracted spoils from thin air. Outside the battle, several warriors who knew Yin Che stared in shock, especially Yin Jin, who was sneaking around and observing from the sidelines. His eyes nearly bulged out, his sword-gripping hand trembled with rage, and his bloodshot eyes looked more ferocious than the bandits themselves. Little brother. He actually possesses such terrifying strengths. Been deceiving me all along. I understand now dual cultivation methods. He must have received feedback from Qin Kai, otherwise with his martial roots it would be impossible to cultivate this quickly. Yun Jin's wild speculations were as outrageous as always, though this divine leap of logic, while not entirely accurate, wasn't far from the truth. Qin Yalan continued slaying bandits while quietly moving closer to Yun Che. Blood splashed on her war boots, and blood droplets rolling off her sword tip reflected glimmers of light. Yet her beautiful eyes brightened with shock. Her killing movements remained precise, but her thoughts raced. Was it because of sister? No, that wasn't entirely accurate. Although the martial techniques he used were only low grade, they were all at perfect mastery level. To be able to send students into enlightenment within a single lesson, his true strength must be unfathomable. Qin Lang suddenly realized this point. inwardly cursing himself for not thinking of it sooner. At this moment, while directing his men to consolidate their battle lines, he kept his eyes locked on Qin Yalan's figure, his peripheral vision constantly tracking Yunshe, cold intent flashing in his narrowed eyes. This man cannot be allowed to live. On the other side, Yunshe was equally aware of Qin Yalan's movements. His brow furrowed deeply, his gaze filled with helplessness. Her azure sword gleamed like flowing lightning, harvesting enemies no slower than he was. You're a native who doesn't even need experience points to level up? Why are you joining the fray? Yunshe cursed inwardly. What made it worse was that Qin Yalan seemed determined to compete with him wherever he charged. She followed. Every time Yunshe managed to claim a straggling enemy, Qin Yalan would turn her head and smugly raise an eyebrow at him, her expression practically saying, "That's your best speed?" Yunshe was so frustrated his face darkened. Just as the two were locked in their intense rivalry, a bandit at the middle stage of the innate realm targeted Qin Yalan, lunging from her flank with cold steel aimed at her ribs. Yunshe caught this in his peripheral vision and judged that with Qin Yalan's cultivation level, she wouldn't be instantly killed by such a third-rate innate opponent in the short term. Moreover, that little spy in the background who had been pretending nothing was wrong was already rushing over with a dark expression. He was happy to yield the opportunity to play the hero. Taking advantage of the chaotic situation, Yunshe withdrew and leaped back, instantly creating distance between himself and Qin Yalan as he charged straight toward the area with the densest concentration of innate realm bandits. He fought with sweeping, powerful movements, his fists wrapped in crackling arcs of electricity. Wherever he passed, blood splattered, and experience points flowed into his interface like water. After just half an hour, the long-awaited system notification finally rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on your breakthrough. You are now at the late stage of the innate realm. Ding! Congratulations on advancing your Titan Enforcer profession to level 3. Strength 100, Endurance 100, Constitution 100. The explosive increase in attributes caused Yunshe's qi and blood to surge throughout his body, his muscles bulging like cast iron, while his bones emitted faint crackling sounds. He raised his hand and clenched his fist, feeling that surging power as his 5 main attributes on the interface climbed significantly higher. His basic attack power and defense alone had broken through the 1,000 threshold. Player: Yunshe. Identity: son-in-law of Prince Qin's manor, civilian instructor. Realm: late innate stage. Talent: SSS rank Divine Touch Unique. S rank Mental Sword. Martial Root: intermediate. Profession: Titan Enforcer LV3. Righteousness: 588, 5000. Secondary profession: Order Destroyer LV3. Death Aura: 723, 5000. Race: human. Reputation: 2421. Strength: 711,300. 1011 attack power. Agility: 842. Effect speed, critical hit, dodge. Constitution: 633,300. 933 health points. Spirit: 435. 5 spiritual power. Silver dust tears 165. Poison resistance: 2199. Attack power: 1011. Brilliant destruction sword 315. Defense: 1089. Mystic silk soft armor 155. Health points: 9330. Spiritual power: 3000. Cultivation methods: Golden Bell Shield Supreme Grade, Divine Soul Manual High Grade, Poison Suppression Demonic Scripture Medium Grade. Movement techniques: Thunder Shadow Divine Step Supreme Grade, Floating Kakin Steps High Grade. Combat skills: Frost Heaven Absolute Sword High Grade, Sky Splitting 6 Harmonies / High Grade, Supreme Sword Art High Grade, Radiant Sword Technique Medium Grade, 10 Illusion Sword Method Medium Grade, 9 Force Mountain River Fist Medium Grade. Soul Guardian Pioneer. Pet: Thunder Dragon Snake. Experience: 306, 115, 0000. Money: 32 gold, 848 silver, 665 copper. Still not enough? He must continue. Though he didn't expect to break through to the Grandmaster realm, reaching the peak of the innate stage was still very promising. This long string of attribute panels flashed before Yunshe's eyes as he silently assessed. 2,421 reputation points and nearly 30,000 experience points weren't sufficient to elevate him to Grandmaster level, but he still had enough strength to assault the innate peak. The foundation provided by cultivation methods and combat skills like Golden Bell Shield, Thunder Shadow Divine Step, and Frost Heaven Absolute Sword was impeccable, but his true trump card remained that unique SS rank talent, Divine Touch. Because of this, his righteousness and death aura values constantly fluctuated between Titan Enforcer and Order Destroyer. If he could advance further, perhaps both professional paths would welcome entirely new progressions. Meanwhile, the 32 gold, 848 silver, and 665 copper on his books was far from enough to sustain long-term cultivation, had to replenish his resources quickly. Yin-che immediately pulled out 2 spirit recovery pills and swallowed them. His current spiritual power reached 9330, yet it still couldn't withstand the violent consumption of divine touch. That feeling was like a spiritual sea bursting its banks, instantly draining his meridians. If not for his numerous trump cards like Silver Dust Tears providing 165 poison resistance points, Mystic Silk Soft Armor granting 315 defense points and 155 health points, he would have long since suffered spiritual exhaustion. Fortunately, he only used low-grade combat techniques, and often didn't even need techniques at all, otherwise the consumption rate would double. High above, the 4 bandit leaders had already realized something was terribly wrong. No matter how slow-acting the poison might be, it couldn't possibly take this long to manifest. The only explanation was that the King of Qin had never consumed the spirit-draining powder at all. Not only was he unaffected, but his 4 trusted subordinates were equally unharmed. Hong Futian gritted his teeth as he parried Qin Zhao's fierce sword strike, turning his head to snarl. What the hell happened? Did that boy of yours actually deliver the spirit-draining powder or not? Su Asi's face flushed with rage as he roared back. You fucking doubt me? My son never fails at anything. It must be your spy who screwed things up, or maybe he's already betrayed you. Hong Futian's heart sank. He didn't want to believe Qin Lang would turn traitor, but he couldn't completely rule out the possibility. In that moment of distraction, Qin Xiao broke through the 3-man encirclement and instantly appeared before Hong Futian, thrusting his sword at point-blank range. Humph. You dare let your mind wander at a time like this, die. Hong Futian's expression changed drastically as he hastily raised his sword. However, with his cultivation at the early King realm, he simply couldn't withstand Qin Zhao's full-powered strike. The bone-chilling Frost Heaven Absolute Sword Force crashed down, directly shattering the mid-grade longsword in his hands. The sword energy, over 10 feet long, slammed heavily into his chest. The sound of cracking bones and a spray of blood erupted simultaneously as Hong Futian was sent flying several yards before plummeting toward the chaotic battle below like a kite with severed strings. High in the sky, the faces of the remaining 3 Su Isii, the wrinkled fat man, and Lu Dai's instantly turned deathly pale, thoughts of retreat immediately arising. Qin Zhao's breathing was equally ragged. That last sword strike had cost him vital essence and damaged his foundation, but this was the perfect opportunity to sweep away the remaining enemies. Think you can come and go as you please? What do you take this place for, a brothel? Since you've stepped foot here, you'll all stay. The 3 men's hearts pounded wildly as they shouted in unison. You mad dog Qin. Do you really want to drag us all down with you? Qin Xiao snorted coldly. Mutual destruction? With just you 3? When all 4 of you fought together, it was barely 50-50, but now there are only 3 fish left in the net, and you still think you can escape? With that, he shook his sword and charged forward once more. Below, Yin-che had been closely watching the battle between the 5 King Realm experts. Seeing Hong Futian crash to the ground severely wounded, his eyes blazed with excitement. A King Realm expert? That's a massive amount of experience. It might directly push me to the peak of the innate realm. Without hesitation, he shot through the air toward his target. The spectating cultivators watched in stunned disbelief. What is he trying to do? Does he really think he can kill that wounded Red Skull leader? Are you kidding me? Even injured, a King Realm expert isn't something an ant like him can touch. I'm certain he's dead meat. Within 100 meters, he'll definitely be crushed to powder by that Red Skull leader's King Realm aura. After Qin Yelan slayed another peak postnatal realm expert, she leaned on her sword with both hands and shouted to Yin-che, come back. Don't go. A King Realm warrior isn't so easily killed. Yun Jin stood in the distance, a slight smile crossing his lips as he thought to himself. Go ahead. Go ahead. Who would have thought that having a bit of strength would make you so arrogant? Little brother, you'll regret this until the day you die. Chai Shiyu, the second-in-command of the Red Skull, had just struck down Wu Erlang with a single sword strike. She sheathed her blade with a cold snort and transformed into a blur, charging straight at Yun-che. It's over. This glory-seeking fool won't even need to get close to the Red Skull leader. Will be killed directly by the second-in-command. Some onlookers who recognized Yun-che shook their heads and sighed, turning their faces away, unable to bear watching. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Qin Lang burst out from the flank, forcibly blocking Chai Shuyu's path and buying Yun-che a precious moment. Yin-che paused, surprise flashing in his eyes. This little spy is actually helping me? Impossible. Then he reconsidered. He probably thinks I'm doomed anyway, so he might as well humor me. What a sneaky little devil. But I like it. The corners of his mouth curved upward as the Huang Mie sword in his palm hummed and vibrated. Lightning crackled along his calves, and his speed increased once more. In the air, Hong Futian was falling under the combined assault of many fighters, but he still kept watch over the entire battlefield. He caught sight of the lightning-wreathed figure on the ground, and killing intent crystallized in his eyes. Some nobody who crawled out from who knows where thinks he can take my life and steal my glory? Ridiculous. Meanwhile, Chai Shiyu stared coldly at Qin Lang. Qin Lang, It seems you've truly betrayed the Red Skull. You want to protect him? Qin Lang lowered his voice. How could I possibly betray the Red Skull or the leader? Do you really think he can kill the boss? I can't act openly, but this is a perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Chai Shiyu sneered, but still harbored doubts during the soul-corrupting powder incident. Why hadn't the Qin King and his trusted subordinates been poisoned? She narrowed her eyes and pressed. Then how do you explain that incident? Qin Lang looked genuinely confused. I waited at the Manjiang Tower for 2 hours and never saw Su Fei. I thought you had cancelled the plan. Chai Shiyu caught the bewilderment in his eyes, as if he truly knew nothing. There may have been complications. We'll know once we find Su Fei and question him. Just as the two were locked in confrontation, Lu Daihozi suddenly recognized Yun Che. His heart jumped, and he cried out in alarm, "Watch out. That kid knows the Thunder Shadow divine movement." Before he could finish speaking, lightning exploded beneath Yun Che's feet, and he had already swept to within 6 feet of the falling Hong Futian. The Huang Mia sword flashed with cold light. Hong Futian felt the world spinning as his head flew high into the air. In the instant it separated from his body, his thoughts churned wildly. What grade of sword is this? To cut me down with a single strike. I, a mighty King Realm warrior, died just like that. Blood sprayed everywhere as the headless corpse crashed heavily to the ground. The air seemed to be sucked away, and the entire scene fell into deathly silence. Under countless watching eyes, the white-robed young scholar stood quietly beside the corpse, dark red droplets of blood, the blood of a king dripping from the tip of his black ancient sword. He tilted his head back, closed his eyes slightly, and smiled, as if savoring this moment of silence. Ding. Capture successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Red Skull secret key. Ding. Red Skull leader eliminated. Experience 50,000, righteousness 1,000, death aura 1,000. Ding. Congratulations on your breakthrough. Current realm, early Grandmaster stage. Ding. Congratulations on achieving the first King Slayer accomplishment. Reward, 1 diamond treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations on accumulating 5,000 reputation points. Reward, 1 platinum treasure chest. Clang. Yun Jin's sword clattered to the ground as he stumbled back 2 steps. If there were a staring contest right now, his eyes would definitely take first place's little brother. This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Qin Yelon's beautiful eyes widened in equal disbelief. That young man had actually killed a King Realm expert, and not just any expert, but the most notorious of the 4 great bandits. Chai Shiyu suddenly kicked Qin Lang hard in the chest, her remaining eye fixed on him with blazing fury. If you hadn't blocked the way, how could our leader have died? I suspect you deliberately held back, giving him the perfect opportunity for a killing blow. Qin Lang opened his mouth but found no words to defend himself, only glaring with venomous hatred at Yun Che in the distance. Squelch. Shock aside, the battle continued. A sneaky fighter quietly pierced through a bandit's kidney, and the sounds of slaughter resumed as the chaotic melee raged on. Instructor Yun is mighty. Yonghua raised his arms and cheered. Every student in Class 9 had flushed faces, roaring with excitement. Yun Che's little fangirl Ruan Chao Chao even broke through to the early postnatal realm on the spot, her sword's speed, angles, and ferocity all skyrocketing. She seemed to have awakened some strange talent while others grew weaker as they lost emotional control. She grew stronger the more frenzied she became, each sword strike fast, precise, and ruthless. The companions around her watched this formerly bookish, adorable girl, and collectively turned to stone. Is this still Ruan Chao Chao? Her combat power now probably isn't much worse than mine. Wei Hong muttered in bewilderment while stabbing randomly, having completely forgotten proper swordsmanship and reduced to just 4 moves: thrust, stab, pierce, and jab. With his enhanced strength, Yun Che began a new round of harvesting. The Red Skull bandits' eyes turned blood red as they abandoned their original opponents and charged at him with collective roars. They hated him without their leader, a King Realm expert, to hold the fort. Red Skull's good days were over. If they couldn't survive, Red Skull Island would eventually be carved up by the remaining 3 bandit groups, assuming those 3 could even escape Falling Moon City alive. Perfect timing. Yun Che took a deep breath. Since his lightning shadow divine movement had already been exposed, he no longer bothered to hide it. Purple lightning exploded beneath his feet as he transformed into a bolt of electricity, weaving back and forth between the bandits. Whether postnatal or innate realm, all fell to a single sword strike before him. Our retreat quickly. We're no match for him. Don't lose your minds. Second leader, save us. The Red Skull bandits retreated in terror, and the other 3 groups began to flee as well. Yun Che's one-sword-and-kill fighting style completely shattered the battlefield's usual pattern of, you cut me once, I stab you back. Forget fighting desperately there, sword-holding hands were trembling. Chai Shiyu completely ignored her subordinates' wails, and instead quietly distanced herself from Yun Che before bolting toward the city outskirts. She knew very well that with his lightning-fast movement technique, 10 of her wouldn't be enough for him to cut down. Lightning Shadow Divine Movement. This was Yi Qingshuang's signature technique. This is an extremely rare and precious movement technique. It was precisely because Yi Qingshuang held the fort that Luoyue City could stubbornly survive under years of harassment from the four major bandit groups. Everyone understood this clearly. Second leader? Following the terrified gaze of the Red Skull Gang's subordinate, Yun Che looked over and saw the one-eyed female bandit Chai Shiyu quietly retreating along the edge of the ruins, trying to slip away in the chaos. Want to leave? Not so easy. Yun Che's eyes turned cold, and with a slight movement of his feet, he locked onto his target. According to intelligence, Chai Shiyu was notorious for torturing and killing women. To her, why should women make things difficult for other women, was pure nonsense. The more desperate and helpless the women, the more ruthlessly she struck. Many women from small towns weren't broken by life, but driven mad by her. Fong Chu had been tortured beyond recognition, mentally deranged, and lost an eye and an arm. This Red Skull second leader was the main culprit. Now, thanks to his intervention, little Fong Chu had escaped disaster. But since they'd already met face to face, he might as well settle all accounts and seek justice for those women who had been driven mad or to death. Sensing Yun Che's murderous intent, Chai Shiyu felt fear in her heart, her face changing drastically. While fleeing at full speed, she looked up and screamed toward the sky. Leader Su, save me. I'm willing to lead the entire Red Skull gang to join the throat slashers. Unfortunately, Su Aci was too busy saving himself at this moment. To shake off Qin Shao, he had already burned through all his strength. Fatty Zhou and Big Beard Lu were equally breathless and disheveled. The two exchanged glances, then suddenly each struck Su Aci with a palm to knock him away, while they themselves turned and fled toward the Wu Gorge mountain range, hoping to use the terrain to distance themselves from Qin Shao. Aci, sorry. If we get the chance, we'll definitely kill that old dog Qin to avenge you. In the wind, only their heartless voice transmissions remained. Bastards. Su Aci gritted his teeth in rage, never expecting his allies to betray him at the moment of life and death. Unable to spare more attention, he could only do his utmost to resist Qin Shao. Qin Shao snorted coldly and executed the drifting Kakin steps, his form sweeping forward like mist as he thrust his sword straight at Su Aci's heart. Blood exploded, and without hesitation, he changed direction to pursue the fleeing Zhou and Lu. With such a golden opportunity, if he didn't take advantage to eliminate these threats, he wouldn't sleep peacefully in the future. Here it comes. Yun Che saw Su Aci pierced through the heart by a sword, his form falling like a kite with a broken string. He hesitated briefly, then abandoned his pursuit of Chai Shiyu, changed direction, and dove straight for the falling Su Aci. Gathering power for his divine hand technique, he raised his sword and slashed out a blazing white sword beam, betting everything on this final strike. Although Su Aci had suffered a fatal wound, he was still a King Realm expert after all, and wouldn't die immediately. If that sword beam hit its mark, the head of a second King Realm expert would be credited to Yun Che's account. Understood perfectly well the importance of last hitting from gaming. After Yun Che changed targets, Chai Shiyu breathed a long sigh of relief, still puzzled. Why was this guy who concealed his true strength so obsessed with killing King Realm experts? Hateful insect. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Su Aci coughed blood frantically, consumed by rage. He absolutely couldn't die at the hands of some nameless nobody, like Hong Futian had for a King Realm expert. That would be the ultimate humiliation. Boom. The moment he hit the ground, he poured all his remaining strength into a counterattack, 100-meter-long brilliant sword light cleaving through the air with terrifying momentum. With this power, even a grandmaster would face near certain death, and even fellow King Realm experts would find it difficult to completely avoid. However, Su Aci didn't know that after Yun Che's breakthrough to grandmaster, his speed had reached another level entirely. Now executing the supreme grade Thunder Shadow Divine movement, his form seemed like a bolt of purple lightning, flashing past the sword beam in the blink of an eye. In an instant, he closed in on Su Aci, faces separated by no more than a fist's distance. Yun Che smiled and spoke. That sword strike just now wasn't bad, but unfortunately, it's useless against me. Su Aci's pupils contracted sharply, his heart filled with overwhelming shock as he could clearly feel the breath from his opponent's words against his skin. This meant what he saw was no illusion. His enemy had dodged his desperate strike using pure movement technique alone. Everything became crystal clear. This seemingly insignificant nobody was actually a wolf in sheep's clothing, and his act had been flawless. Yun Che didn't deliver a finishing blow, as Su Aci had already breathed his last in that instant. Ding. Capture successful. Congratulations on obtaining superior martial route. Ding. Throat slitter leader eliminated. Experience 50,000. Righteousness 1,000. Death aura 1,000. Excellent. Killing bosses really is the way to go. Yun Che nodded with satisfaction, his heart blooming with joy. If he relied on honestly grinding small fries, even with the divine hand assistance, who knew when he'd break through again? After a moment's thought, he activated Thunder Shadow Divine Movement. transforming into lightning as he raced toward the Wuxia mountain range. He still needed 70,000 experience points to reach mid-stage Grandmaster realm. If he could eliminate the two fleeing kings, he could break through immediately. Large amounts of experience were hard to come by, so he had to try his luck. Back at Luoyua City, the bandits lost all fighting spirit after losing their 4 leaders and scattered in retreat. The city walls erupted in thunderous cheers, joy and excitement written on every face. 50,000 bandits had besieged them while the city had fewer than 40,000 warriors capable of battle. The odds had been heavily stacked against them, yet they'd achieved victory with minimal losses. Zhuge Buhua was so excited his hands trembled slightly. For this siege defense, he'd prepared 3 complete strategies, even planning delaying tactics for after the city fell, hoping to hold out until Yi Qingshuang's reinforcements arrived. Yet the result was, the city held, morale soared, bandits routed, and victory came swift and decisive. This achievement was worthy of reporting to the imperial court and recording in the annals of history. Watching Yunshe depart, Zhuge Buhua's expression was complex. Though reluctant to admit it, he understood that the key to this victory was that civilian instructor Yunshe had ignited the army's fighting spirit with his supreme swordsmanship and terrifying strength, allowing the Qin king to seize the opportunity to kill the Red Skull leader and completely reverse the battle. He sighed softly, murmuring to himself, "Young Master Yun, you are indeed outstanding. But I've been childhood sweethearts with Qi since we were young. Only I am worthy of her, and only I won't let her down. Whether you're willing or not, you'll wear these green horns whether you like it or not." As his words fell, a trace of aura unique to King Realm experts leaked from his body before he suppressed it, continuing to play the role of that fragile strategist who only knew theoretical warfare. Wuxia Mountain Range. 2 figures streaked through the air at high speed. Fatty Zhou glanced back and cursed, "Qin Shao, why the hell are you chasing me? Go after that bearded bastard Lu." Qin Shao snorted coldly. "That bearded Lu isn't as scheming as you. I'd rather let him go for now and eliminate you first to avoid future troubles." Fatty Zhou was speechless, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Was that supposed to be a compliment? But he really hadn't schemed against anyone. Who the hell spread those ridiculous rumors? Qin Shao cursed silently as he unleashed his flying Kakin steps once more, his figure flickering through the rubble and dust before instantly closing in on the fat man Zhou. Blades and swords clashed in a deadly dance. Both men had exhausted their spiritual energy and could no longer fight in the air, forced to battle on the ground as their weapons collided with dull thuds and showers of sparks. "Qin Shao, if we keep this up, we'll both end up severely injured. How about we each take a step back and call it quits for today?" Zhou gasped heavily, still attempting to negotiate. A cold smile curved Qin Zhao's lips. "Fine by me." But even as he agreed, his sword strikes remained ruthlessly precise, giving no quarter and forcing Zhou to curse while fighting. Just as the two were locked in stalemate, Lu the bearded, who should have fled far away, appeared silently at Qin Zhao's side, using an invisibility artifact. A cold gleam flashed as his battle axe struck viciously at Qin Zhao's lower back. The sickening sound of cracking bone and tearing flesh filled the air as half of Qin Zhao's waist was cleaved open, soft intestines spilling out with gushing blood, a wound beyond any medicine's power to heal. Pain and fury surged through him as Qin Zhao spun around with a wrathful slash. Lu the bearded was ready, abandoning his axe to retreat hastily, barely avoiding the lethal strike aimed at his throat. The sword cut through empty air but grazed his skin, leaving a bloody line, yet Lu grinned wickedly. Qin Zhao endured the agony as he pulled the embedded axe from his waist, his left hand pressing desperately against the mangled flesh of his lower back, where even his kidney seemed ready to slip out. His eyes fixed on Lu the bearded with deadly intensity. A special grade invisibility artifact? How enlightening. Lu the bearded, who had been chased like a stray dog until now, was suddenly triumphant, throwing back his head in laughter. "Haha, don't blame me, Your Majesty, this was Fatty Zhou's idea." He pointed toward the distant fat man as he spoke. Qin Zhao's sword hand trembled slightly as he cursed himself for not killing this man first. Seeing this, Zhou quickly increased the distance between them, calculating that if he could just drag things out long enough, Qin Zhao would die from blood loss. "Don't be so angry, Your Majesty," Zhou called out. "You killed Hong Futian, and Su Asa having them as company in death isn't such a bad deal. Soon I'll personally cut off your head and deliver it to Falling Moon City, so the world can see how you failed and died miserably." Though this siege was a failure, eliminating a mid-stage King Realm powerhouse makes it worthwhile. Blood continued pouring from the gaping wound, pain like red-hot needles piercing his nerves. Qin Zhao drew a ragged breath, his eyes filled with resolute killing intent. "If you want my head, you'll have to pay with your lives." Zhou's heart tightened as he immediately shouted, "Keep your distance. He's going all out, don't let him get close." But his opponent had abandoned all thoughts of survival, consumed only by the madness of mutual destruction. Qin Zhao stomped on the rubble, his figure becoming a blur as he pursued Lu the bearded. In the latter's terrified pupils, cold light flashed at waist level. One sword thrust pierced straight through. Before Lu's scream could fade, his body was severed in two, blood and bone fragments splattering across the wasteland. Without glancing at the twisted corpse on the ground, Qin Shao endured the excruciating pain and advanced towards Zhou's step by bloody step. Zhou's face went deathly pale, and just as he was about to turn and flee, a heavy thud came from behind him. Thump! Qin Shao could no longer hold on and collapsed straight down, blood from his wound instantly staining a large patch of earth red. Zhou's knees went weak as he tremblingly exhaled a shaky breath. This bastard had actually managed to kill Lu the Bearded in return, but it seemed he was the only one left alive. Farewell, your majesty. With those words, Zhou Pongzi raised his sword and approached Qin Shao, intending to sever his head. The blade's cold gleam was menacing, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. But at this critical moment between life and death, Qin Shao, who should have been gravely wounded and near death, suddenly erupted with power, his sword carrying the last remnants of his true essence as he slashed towards Zhou Pongzi's neck. Zhou Pongzi's heart trembled as he hastily retreated, gravel scattering beneath his feet, but he was still a step too slow. Just as the sword tip was about to pierce flesh, a seemingly fragile light barrier suddenly appeared, rippling like water as it blocked his path, deflecting the killing blow with a sharp ding. Qin Zhao's sword vibrated against the light barrier before sliding away, and he collapsed powerlessly to his knees, a bitter smile flashing in his eyes as he roared unwillingly. You actually have a special artifact too. Zhou Pongzi looked down with a face dark as storm clouds. Special items were incredibly precious, especially life-saving artifacts like this one, which were priceless treasures. To waste it on a dying man filled him with both hatred and rage had he known this would happen. He should have been more cautious when facing this old dog Qin Shao. The mountain winds howled through the Wuxiao mountain range as Yun Che had been wandering the dense mountain paths for quite some time. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly spotted Zhou Pongzi in the distance, sword raised high, its tip aimed at the barely breathing King Qin. Yun Che's heart tightened, and in a flash he activated his supreme movement technique, Thunder Shadow Divine Movement, his form transforming into a lightning arc as he intercepted the descending blade just in time. The two men stood barely a meter apart. Zhou Pongzi raised his head, his gaze ice cold, his towering killing intent almost taking physical form if not for this ant's interference. How could their plan have failed at the crucial moment? Until this boy died, he would know no peace. He thrust his sword into the ground and brushed the dust from his robes, his voice indifferent, yet carrying a bone-chilling coldness. So it's you. Young man, you're quite impressive indeed. But I want to know, what do you mean by pursuing us here? Do you really think that with Thunder Shadow Divine Movement alone, you can dare oppose a King Realm expert? Puzzled eyes fell upon Yun Che. Without a word, Yun Che slowly sheathed the heaven-burning sword, then with a thought switched to his second profession, pugilist, Order Destroyer. At this moment, his status data appeared clearly in his mind. Base defense 1391 points, health 13440 points, agility 1244 points, attack power 1415 points. After switching professions, his defense and health dropped to 1 point each, while 10 of his other combined attributes converted entirely to attack power, simultaneously gaining the level 3 pugilist's 900-point agility bonus. With these dramatic changes, his total attack power soared to 2,888 points, with agility reaching 2,144 points. While his attack and agility still fell short of King Realm standards, combined with Thunder Shadow Divine Movement, his movement speed was enough to overwhelm his opponent. For him, this would be a one-sided, brutal battle. Yun Che looked down at his fists, lightly cracking his knuckles and rolling his neck slightly before saying calmly, I know the gap between myself and a King Realm expert, but with your current greatly diminished battle strength, I might not be without a chance of victory. As his words fell, Zhou Pongzi suddenly drew his sword, his form shooting forward like a cannonball, closing the distance to Yun Che in one step, his blade bringing fierce wind as it slashed directly at his neck. Nonsense. How dare you sheath your weapon before Mado? You really think the distance between a king and a commoner can be easily bridged? At this moment, time seemed to freeze, and when his opponent's sword was merely 1 centimeter from Yun Che's neck, he moved. Lightning flashed beneath his feet as Yun Che instantly appeared beside the fat man Zhou, delivering a swift punch to his cheek. With a crackling sound like electric arcs exploding, the fat on Zhou's face rippled violently. Before he could even scream, a second bolt of lightning flickered under Yun Che's feet. The corpulent figure flew through the air like a ball hurled by an invisible giant hand, crashing into walls, bouncing off, then slamming into the ground with thunderous impacts echoing one after another. In the blink of an eye, the fat man Zhou realized that Yun Che had become even more terrifying than before, especially his incredible speed, which far surpassed Yi Qingshuang's Thunder Shadow Divine Movement. Damn ant, don't get too cocky. He forcibly steadied himself and swung his sword in a horizontal slash. Cold light whistled through the air, But Yun Che merely sidestepped lightly, and the blade missed, grazing only his clothing. In the next instant, Yun Che closed in, his fist striking like a string of pearls, each blow landing precisely on vital points. After several breaths, the fat man's nose was crushed, his eyes swollen, his body covered in dark bruises, and his throat had received special attention, rendering him unable to make a sound. 9 Forces Mountain River Fist, ninefold force energy. With an angry roar, Yun Che's final punch slammed hard into his opponent's chest. The sound of cracking bones accompanied a muffled grunt as the fat man's heart stopped. Monster! You're a monster! His body swelled another size, his terrified and numb eyes filled with despair. Before he could finish speaking, he fell backward and died. Ding! Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 120 constitution points. Ding! Corrupt heart leader defeated. Experience 50,000, righteousness 1,000, death energy 1,000. The 120 constitution points meant 1,200 health points, perfectly suited for the Order Destroyer Pugilist class. Yun Che's eyebrows lifted slightly. He then casually took the fat man's storage ring, mid-grade longsword, and a mid-grade inner armor. Black mist flashed as the gluttony mask appeared, frantically absorbing the dead man's essence and blood. Yun Che glanced at it and whispered, "At least you have some sense, not appearing in front of everyone, or we'd both be treated as demons." After finishing up, he spotted the bearded man Lu in the distance. Despite being split in half by an axe, the man somehow still had a breath of life left. "Hang in there, don't die, wait for me." Yun Che rushed over like an excited wild dog, sword thrust forward. The man's terrified gaze quickly dimmed under the cold gleam of the blade. Ding! Axe blade leader defeated. Experience 50,000, righteousness 1,000, death energy 1,000. Ding! Congratulations on breakthrough. Currently at mid-stage Grandmaster realm. Ding! Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 1 Spirit Burst Orb. Ding! Congratulations on triggering Divine Blessing. Spirit Burst Orb has mutated into Tracking Armor Breaking Orb. Tracking Armor Breaking Orb. When thrown, it will track and hit the target with 100 accuracy, capable of delivering a devastating armor-breaking strike comparable to a peak King Realm expert. Yun Che played with the orb, nodding with satisfaction. Not bad. The vitality of a king is truly formidable. After finishing his business, he walked toward Qin Xiao. He had thought his friend had perished on the battlefield, but upon careful examination, he discovered that the red jade in Qin Xiao's embrace was emitting a gentle glow, continuously nourishing his internal meridians. This high-grade treasure wasn't a special type, but it possessed slow healing effects that had barely kept Qin Xiao alive. Yun Che didn't dare delay. He collected the bearded man's storage ring and equipment, lifted Qin Xiao onto his back, and rushed toward Luoyue City at full speed. Although the precious jade had temporarily preserved Qin Xiao's life, his injuries were too severe. If they didn't find a physician for treatment soon, he would likely still die. At Luoyue Academy, Dean Yi Qingxuang had fully recovered. After listening to Fan Chong's account, her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. She thought she knew Yun Che's strength better than anyone, but never imagined this young man would dare to hunt kings alone and actually succeed. What about the Qin King? Any news? She composed herself and immediately asked. Fan Chong shook his head. Nothing yet. But given the Qin King's cultivation level, dealing with 2 mere early-stage kings shouldn't be difficult. Before he could finish, Wei Hong burst into the office like a madman, gasping for breath. Dean, something's happened to the Qin King. He's critically injured, you need to come quickly. Yi Qingxuang's brows furrowed deeply. With the Qin King's foundation, how could he be pushed to such extremes? Without time to think further, she commanded sharply. Where is he? Lead the way. Under the heavy night sky, the three raced through the streets to Luoyue City's largest medical hall. In the brightly lit main hall, renowned physicians had gathered to desperately treat Qin Xiao. Beside the sickbed, Qin Yelon clutched her clothes, her expression anxious. Nearby, the little spy, Qin Lang, offered gentle comfort. Don't worry, Sister Yelon. Foster father has great fortune, he'll surely overcome this ordeal. Standing on her other side, Yun Che silently scoffed. Really? This kid is probably secretly hoping the Qin King kicks the bucket soon. Hearing from Wei Hong that Yun Che had carried the Qin King back, Yi Qingxuang hurried to him. Yun Che, what exactly happened? Why is the Qin King so severely injured? Yun Che shook his head. When I arrived, the Qin King was already critically wounded. Fatty Zhou and Bearded Lu were also badly hurt, so I simply finished them off and carried the Qin King back to the medical hall. His casual words sent shockwaves through everyone. Had single-handedly killed 3 King Realm experts? If they hadn't witnessed the aftermath, who would believe it? Yet no other explanation seemed possible. Students and city dignitaries arrived in waves, all marveling at Yun Che's incredible luck. Such an act would surely catch the royal court's attention, and rewards were inevitable. If the Qin King recovered, he would certainly lavish gifts upon this future son-in-law. Yi Qingxuang nodded slightly, but still warned sternly. Don't be so reckless next time. Even with Thunder Shadow divine movement, there's still a significant gap between you and true kings. Yun Che nodded respectfully, though his gaze couldn't help but linger on the dean's exquisite features and graceful curves beneath her plain dress. Rumors said Yi Qingshuang was cold and aloof, isolated from the world except for cultivation and academy affairs. Yet now she showed genuine concern for a mere administrative instructorate. Seemed saving her hadn't been in vain. Qin Yelan noticed the exchange between them, puzzled. No wonder brother-in-law knows Thunder Shadow, divine movement. Could he and the dean be secret master and disciple? If Yun Che knew her wild imagination, he'd probably flick her forehead. Master and disciple is fine, but adding secret changes everything. Time crawled by. 5 hours later, the medical hall remained brightly lit, filled with the mingled scents of blood and herbs. The physicians had finally reconnected the Qin king's severed intestines and sutured his wounds, sweat beading on their foreheads. Qin Yelan hurried forward anxiously. Divine physician's son, how is my father? Anyone who's been to the emergency room knows that when a doctor speaks with hands clasped behind their back, it means everything's fine and there's nothing to worry about. But if they fold their hands over their abdomen, you'd better brace yourself. Sun Ji stood with his hands firmly clasped in front of his abdomen, shaking his head slightly and letting out a soft sigh. Second miss, we've done everything we could. Those few words hit Qin Yelan's heart like a sledgehammer. Her face instantly turned deathly pale, and she staggered, instinctively reaching out for support, yet somehow falling toward Yun Che, who stood farther away. Yun Che immediately caught her. Qin Lang, who was much closer, froze with his fingertips suspended in midair before slowly clenching his fist and lowering it. She was clearly closer to him, yet she had fallen toward Yun Che. Rage flooded his chest, and he nearly drew his sword but forced himself to restrain. Right now, he was still the good brother. In Qin Yelan's eyes, she absolutely couldn't lose control. How infuriating. At this very moment, he truly wanted to run that little thief through with his sword. Yun Che noticed Qin Lang's hand quietly withdrawing, and a flash of guilt crossed his face. To Qin Lang's eyes, however, it looked like naked showing off, making him grit his teeth even harder, his expression darkening like stagnant water. Lord Qin's life has been saved, Sun Ji continued. However, his injuries are severe, and it will take time before he awakens. Moreover, he forcibly burned his life essence, causing his Dantian's spiritual energy sea to rupture. His cultivation can at most recover to the peak of Grandmaster Realm. As for returning to King Realm, I'm afraid that's impossible in this lifetime. The atmosphere in the room instantly froze. Yun Che, Qin Yelan, and even the usually composed Yi Qingshuang were stunned, practically wanting to grab a scalpel and stab this doctor who only told half the story. If it had been a more hot-tempered family member, they probably would have kicked him out already. Sensing that the 3 pairs of eyes were practically shooting flames, Sun Ji coughed awkwardly and quietly stepped back. Ahem. Lord Qin needs rest and quiet. I'll go check on the other patients now. Farewell. With that, he hurried away, running faster than anyone. Thus, the bandit siege seemed to conclude without major incident. But Yun Che felt no relief whatsoever. He knew well that the real disaster was just beginning. With the Qin king fallen, the wealthy clans in the city were stirring restlessly, and chaos would follow. Especially the 4 great families, the Wang, Gu, Xie, and Miao clans, who were secretly plotting to destroy the Qin family in one fell swoop, replace them, and become the new rulers of Luoyue City. Yun Che fell into thought. In the original plot, both Yi Qingshuang and Qin Shao died, and the Qin royal mansion was destroyed by the 4 great families working together. Qin Yelan was rescued by a master and joined the Divine Lotus sect, eventually becoming entangled with his dear brother, Yun Jin. This time, with Yi Qingshuang present, those 4 families theoretically wouldn't dare act rashly, nor did they have sufficient strength. However, just to be safe, he still had to remain vigilant. Suddenly, he remembered something. Yun Jin's encounter with Qin Yelan was thanks to a drunken old man. In the plot, when the city fell, Yun Jin was saved by that raggedly dressed old drunkard and even received his lifetime's ultimate techniques, leading to his rise. Had the old drunkard already arrived in Luoyue City? He needed to investigate quickly and absolutely couldn't let Yun Jin meet him. When leaving the medical hall, Yun Che took the opportunity to quietly reach out toward Yi Qingshuang and gently grabbed her. He held great expectations for this great beauty Yi, who had very little screen time in the original plot. Ding! Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 1 sealed memory. The system notification sounded in his mind. Sealed memory. Yi Qingshuang's memories from before age 10, deliberately sealed by a supreme realm expert. Would you like to view? Yun Che froze, stunned. That divine hand kept shattering his understanding again and again. He had never imagined that someone's memories could be directly ripped out, let alone a memory sealed by a sovereign at the supreme realm. Supreme stood above the royal realm, peerless beings that even kings rarely encountered. Across the entire Deyuan realm, the one hailed as the strongest was merely Hu Ao, sect master of the Shengxian sectamly at early royal realm. At that thought, Curiosity and unease tangled in his chest. What on earth was Yi Qingshuang hiding? If he peered into her past, would it change their relationship in unpredictable ways? After a brief hesitation, he still tapped confirm. Ist. A blood-red dialogue box popped up, cold as ice. The crimson light washed over his eyes, making his skin crawl. Yi Qingshuang's sealed memory. Yi Qingshuang, daughter of Yi Lin, patriarch of the Yi clan, bearer of the Soul SS grade talent Buddha Demon Dao Heart. Her fiancé, Lei Xin, eldest son of the Lei clan, learned of it and used a unique special type artifact to forcibly swap it with his own a grade talent. Yi Lin and his wife were enraged. The Yi clan went to war with the Lei clan and suffered a crushing defeat. The Yi clan was flayed, tendons torn, bones scraped, every last one died upon the Lei clan's execution platform. Yi Lin fought to the death to escort the 10-year-old Yi Qingshuang into the Deyuan realm. On his last breath, he encountered Han Chun, the former headmaster of Luoyue Academy, entrusted her to him, and sealed her memories prior to age 10, leaving her to forget her clan and her hatred, and live as an ordinary martial artist. A few lines of blood-red text, each one a knife. Before Yin Shay could recover, another scarlet box exploded before his eyes. Ding. Key memory unlocked. Hidden quest triggered. SS grade mandatory quest. Objective: help Yi Qingshuang take her revenge. Location: Lei Clan, Holy City. Time limit: 10 years. Success reward: break through one major realm. Failure penalty: death and obliteration. Yin Shay stared for 2.5 seconds, then smacked the back of his own hand. Serves you right for being nosy. Curiosity really does kill. But what was done, he had to accept it. 10 years at his current pace, could he really stand against the Supreme? Perhaps what awaited him wasn't only Supremes, but monsters beyond imagination. Why would Lei Xin risk everything to steal the Buddha Demon Dao Heart? There was only one answer. It defied heaven itself enough to rewrite fate. He pulled up the log again and tapped the highlighted Buddha Demon Dao Heart. Buddha Demon Dao Heart unique unconditionally increases breakthrough success rate by 50. That single line sent a jolt through Yun Chi's heart. With a talent like this, so long as one's foundations weren't crippled, the peak was within reach. Lei Xin, a direct heir of the Lei clan with outstanding aptitude, would never let such a chance slip by. Yin Che slowly exhaled a long, stale breath. His fingers curled into a fist, and his gaze hardened. Just a mere Buddha Demon Dao Heart. He sneered inwardly as a player from Earth. He leveled up through experience points, never encountering bottlenecks, and possessed the SS rank unique talent, Divine Touch. Even if his cultivation realm temporarily fell short of his opponents, by maxing out his attributes, he could still beat anyone into submission in public. With this thought, Yun Che's gaze locked onto the approaching student like a hawk. In the next instant, he raised his hand and gently grasped at the void, wind exploding from his fingertips as the student suddenly stumbled. Ding. Extraction successful, strength 5. Yun Che's lips curved upward. See? Here it comes. At the same moment, deep within Luoyue City, the 4 family heads of the Wang, Gu, Xie, and Miao families gathered in a dimly lit secret chamber filled with flickering candlelight. Incense smoke swirled around them, and the atmosphere was oppressively tense. Wang Feng tapped his knuckles against the table, his brow furrowed. Though Qin Shao is ruined, Yi Qingshuang still remains. Our complete control over Luoyue City is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Gunala crossed her arms and snorted coldly. Why not use poison? The throat slashers have soul-corrupting powder, colorless, odorless, and impossible to guard against. Yi Qingshuang would surely die. Xie Sanling shook his head slightly. Only the leader of the throat slashers knows how to concoct that poison. Now that Su Aci is dead and his son Su Fei has disappeared, this path is blocked. Miao Zheng stroked his beard and spoke in a low voice. In the end, we lack sufficient strength. Why not seek out an evil sect, or borrow the power of demons? As his words fell, the other 3 simultaneously changed color. Colluding with evil sects or allying with demons would, once exposed, bring universal condemnation and make them enemies of the world. Gunala frowned. We want to control Luoyue, not dig our own graves. Wang Feng also shook his head. Evil sects are treacherous, it's like seeking skin from a tiger. After a moment of silence, Xie Sanling spoke. Perhaps it's truly possible. I've heard the Blood God sect possesses secret techniques that can temporarily control demons. If we could obtain such methods, dealing with Yi Qingshuang wouldn't be difficult. Gunala and Wang Feng exchanged glances, still hesitant. Gunala asked, but where would we find a demon capable of matching Yi Qingshuang? Miao Zheng revealed a mysterious smile. Don't worry. I know of a demon sealed deep within the Wuxiao mountain range. As long as we obtain the control method, I'll lead you to release it. His voice grew low and fervent. When that time comes, the Qin royal manor will surely fall. Yi Qingshuang will surely die. We'll control Luoyue, and we might even use the demon's power to help the Great Yuan expand its territory and leave our names in history. The 4 exchanged glances, then burst into laughter, clearly very satisfied with this plan. At the sacred profound sect, atop the eternally frozen snow peaks, cold winds swept snow like blades, and spiritual energy roared and gathered at the summit. Qin Kai sat cross-legged in her moon-white robes, pale golden patterns appearing on her body's surface as spiritual energy transformed into mist and flowed into her. After more than 10 breaths, a circle of qi exploded outward, ice shards flying as she gently exhaled turbid air, slowly concluded her cultivation, and opened those obsidian-like eyes. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out from within the wind and snow. A handsome young man in dark blue robes approached through the snow, his smile gentle. In just a few short days, junior sister Qin has successfully broken through to the middle stage of the innate realm, truly worthy of being a heaven's favored daughter with superior martial roots. Qin Kai looked up at the approaching figure and rose slightly, offering a respectful bow. So it's senior brother Lu. I wonder what brings you here. Lu Xiaowen stepped into the bamboo grove, his robes brushing against the grass tips as he smiled and cupped his hands. I was passing by when I sensed junior sister's aura, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect to find you just breaking through. Please accept this small congratulatory gift. Qin Kai's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She had little interaction with Lu Xiaowen, and his sudden appearance stirred a sense of wariness within her. If senior brother Lu has no other business, I shall take my leave first. With those words, she turned to go, having no intention of engaging in further pleasantries. A flash of disappointment crossed Lu Xiaowen's eyes before he resumed his gentle expression. Please wait, junior sister Qin. I do have urgent news. Luoyua City is under siege by 4 major bandit groups. Qin Qi stopped abruptly and spun around. You say Luoyua City is besieged? What's the current situation? Are my father and sister safe? Lu Xiaowen raised his hand in a calming gesture. Don't worry. Luoyua City is no longer in danger. Lord Qin single-handedly protected all the citizens, truly a remarkable feat. Qin Kai's tense shoulders relaxed slightly. However, Lu Xiaowen paused. Lord Qin suffered severe injuries. His life is not in danger, but when he might awaken is uncertain. Qin Kai pressed her lips together and bowed again. Thank you for informing me, senior brother Lu. I must return home immediately. I'll request leave from master first. Lu Xiaowen pondered for a moment. You know master's temperament. On the day you became his disciple, he said you could only leave the mountain after breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. Now that you've only advanced one minor stage, leaving the sect rashly would surely displease him. Qin Kai's brows knitted as she recalled her strict master's instructions, finding herself caught in a dilemma. Lu Xiaowen added, how about this? I'll accept the sect training mission and inform master that I'm taking you along to seek breakthrough opportunities. Since it involves cultivation, master shouldn't object too much. A hint of joy appeared on Qin Kai's exquisite features. Lu Xiaowen was momentarily stunned, silently sighing. Truly a peerless beauty. His proposal wasn't solely to deliver news. She also wanted to take this opportunity to see the husband Qin Kai often mentioned. When Qin Kai first joined the sect, her flawless appearance and figure attracted admiration from countless senior and junior brothers, with suitors pursuing her endlessly. However, she publicly declared that she was already married and devoted herself entirely to martial arts, avoiding romantic entanglements. As one of her former suitors, Lu Xiaowen had always been curious. What kind of man could be the husband of such a heavenly beauty? What level of cultivation did he possess? Yun Che returned to his small courtyard, where the faint fragrance of medicinal herbs drifted on the breeze. As soon as he opened the gate, a soft and adorable little girl rushed toward him. Master, you're finally back. The person who cared most about Yun Che in this world was none other than little Fong Chu before him. Yun Che gently patted her back, letting her confirm that he was truly unharmed and had indeed returned. Who would have thought that in less than 30 seconds, little Fong Chu was already fast asleep in his arms, sleeping so peacefully and completely defenseless. Yun Che shook his head gently and carried her small body back inside. Half asleep, little Fong Chu's lips curved slightly upward, revealing a hint of mischief. This outwardly well-behaved little actress had indeed worried about Yun Che all night, yet her playful nature remained unchanged. As dawn approached, Yun Che's internal clock was completely disrupted, and he slept until noon before lazily getting up. On the table, still warm dishes had obviously been prepared in advance by little Fong Chu. In the courtyard, she was practicing diligently, covered in sweat. Meanwhile, the sweeping monk Emu wielded his broom while secretly circulating the Greenwood manual. This most basic cultivation technique should have been difficult for someone with his inferior martial roots. Yet at this moment, he was detecting subtle spiritual energy fluctuations and attempting to draw qi into his body, the key point being that his efficiency, while sweeping and cultivating simultaneously, surprised even himself. If Yun Che knew about this little bug, he would definitely slam the table and shout. Even a blockhead can awaken talent? And it's the heaven-defying kind. After finishing breakfast, Yun Che picked up his humanities textbook, preparing to teach class 9. Before leaving, he casually grabbed from both little Fong Chu and a moo. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the high-grade technique, Demon Flame, Heart Sutra. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 2 experience points. Though he felt somewhat regretful about not obtaining little Fong Chu's supreme martial roots, the Demon Flame Heart Sutra was enough to let him play with fire. He deliberately slowed his pace, lightly patting every student and instructor he encountered with his divine hand, watching his experience points and 5 main attributes slowly but steadily increase. After about half an hour, he arrived at Class 9. The originally empty classroom was now packed to capacity, with even the aisles and back row crammed with people. With all of you here like this, I can't even get to the podium, Yunche reminded them with a smile. The students in the aisle immediately squeezed backward, forcibly creating a single-person pathway. Under everyone's fervent and reverent gazes, he stepped onto the podium and began his lecture. The result was as expected, once again refreshing everyone's admiration for Instructor Yun. A full 14 students broke through on the spot, their roaring spiritual energy making everyone's scalps tingle. In Academic Director Ding Man's office, Yi Qing stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, her gaze falling through the glass onto Yunche at the podium and the 14 students who had achieved breakthroughs. Pass the word down, let Instructor Yun teach martial arts classes directly, and raise his compensation to the highest tier, she instructed after a moment of contemplation. Ding Man's mouth fell open, and just as he was about to ask questions, Yi Qing added, after class, notify all instructors to go to the conference room. I'm planning to appoint Instructor Yun as the Academy's new vice principal. This statement left Ding Man too shocked to speak. Before he could recover, Yi Qing spoke again. Go move all my office belongings here. I'll be working in this office from now on. Hearing that he could share an office with the principal, Ding Man's eyes lit up as he rubbed his hands together. Yes, I'll do it right away. Being able to work alongside principal, it's my honor. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow, slowly emphasizing each word. What I mean is this will be my private office from now on. For one person. The wild joy on Ding Man's face instantly froze, his mouth twitching awkwardly twice. Well, he had been overthinking everything. While several students were focused on their breakthroughs, Yunche opened his game inventory and activated both the diamond chest and platinum chest together. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining Supreme Flying Vessel 1. Mid-grade Spirit Fruit 2. Second grade Essence Pill 1. Gold coins 5. 1,000 experience points. Another crisp chime followed immediately. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining High-grade Longsword Crimson Demon Sword 1. Low-grade Spirit Crystals 3. First-grade Bone Strengthening Pill 1. Gold coins 1. 300 experience points. The brilliant light from the double drop danced across his inventory interface, making Yunche's eyes sparkle with delight. Actually pulled a supreme grade treasure. His luck was absolutely incredible. Without hesitation, he immediately consumed the 2 mid-grade spirit fruits, 1 second-grade essence pill, and 1 first-grade bone strengthening pill. The medicinal power surged through his body like a raging river. Ding. Congratulations on gaining 40 constitution points. Ding. Congratulations on gaining 12 spirit points. Ding. Congratulations on gaining 5 endurance points. His attribute panel flickered with the updates. As for the high-grade Crimson Demon Sword, he barely glanced at it. It would eventually be melted down together with the Huang Mie Sword anyway, so it was merely sacrificial material. In comparison, the Supreme Flying Vessel he'd just obtained was the real prize. Name, Silver Flying Shuttle Supreme Grade. Category, Amphibious Flying Vessel. Activation, insert spirit crystals to enable flight. Higher quality crystals provide longer duration. Speed, comparable to peak King Realm experts. Defense, automatically activates spirit barrier when under attack, capable of withstanding full force strikes from late King Realm experts and below. Note, barrier duration depends on spirit crystal consumption. This thing would be perfect for escaping or underwater treasure hunting, Yunche mused to himself. Even though King Realm experts could fly and dive underwater, prolonged breath holding was still inconvenient, and the flying vessel perfectly addressed this limitation. During half the class period, while patrolling the classroom, he casually harvested from every student present, steadily increasing his various attributes and experience points. Although he possessed superior martial roots and naturally cultivated quickly, it was still several beats slower compared to his divine touch talent. Moreover, sitting in meditation was incredibly boring, and someone as restless as him couldn't sit still for long. Harvesting attributes was different, walking around and casually collecting, gaining both experience and entertainment. As usual, he left mid-class again. Probably no other instructor in the entire academy had such a relaxed teaching style. After leaving the classroom, Yunche headed straight for the herb garden behind the mountain. Under the pavilion, Huang Huihong sat, as always, with black and white game pieces, head lowered in contemplation. Hearing footsteps, he looked up, his aged eyes flashing with complexity and resentment. Had been present during yesterday's city defense battle and naturally knew why Yunche had come. Given the strength the young man had displayed, he had probably indeed harvested all 10 snake fruits. Yun Che approached with a smile, retrieving 10 fist-sized snake fruits with winding green patterns from his storage ring and arranging them in a row. Ding! Harvest successful. Congratulations on gaining 10 poison resistance points. Yun Che raised an eyebrow, surprised he could still extract poison resistance attributes from this old miser. What an unexpected bonus. Elder Huang, I'm here to complete the mission. Here are the snake fruits you requested, not one missing. Though Huang Huihong was typically stingy, he couldn't be bothered to quibble over a few measly silver coins. Now the biggest reward had already been given to Yun Che last night. With a wave of his sleeve, he tossed over a bulging money pouch. Take it, take it. Here are the promised 10 silver coins. I say, kid, do you have some kind of treasure that protects you from toxic miasma? How is it that others can't get in, but you can pick those snake fruits so easily? Huang Huihong blocked Yun Che at the entrance of the medicinal garden, his face full of suspicion. Yun Che pocketed the silver coins and, for once, gave a serious and honest answer. I don't have any treasure, but I am indeed immune to toxic miasma. Humph, who would believe that? Huang Huihong snorted coldly. All alchemists knew how rare poison resistance was. He himself had spent over 10 years consuming poison pills to build up just a little resistance. No matter how talented Yun Che was as a student, it was impossible for him to move freely through the venomous miasma snake forest. As Yun Che was about to leave the medicinal garden, Huang Huihong gritted his teeth and called out loudly. Wait, I have another task for you. If you complete it, I'll give you another 4th grade pill. If you fail, return that 4th grade master pill to me. Do you dare? Yun Che turned around, almost laughing out loud. This old man was clearly unconvinced. He shrugged. There's nothing in it for me. To be honest, I'm not very interested in pills used for cultivation breakthroughs. If it were a permanent enhancement pill, I might consider it. You. Huang Huihong was so angry his beard trembled wildly. Pills that others would fight tooth and nail for. This kid actually looked down upon. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and pull out a jade bottle from his medicine pouch. Fine. 1 4th grade dragon tiger pill that strengthens the body and increases power. As long as you accept the task, it's yours if you complete it. The name Dragon Tiger Pill made Yun Che's eyes light up, and he nodded. All right, tell me, what's the task? Huang Huihong raised his eyebrows, thinking to himself, you may not fear toxic miasma, but can you go underwater? 1,000 miles east of Luoyue City, in the Eastern Sea, there's a spiritual plant called seashell seeds, precious and difficult to harvest. Bring me 10 pounds within 7 days, and I'll present the Dragon Tiger Pill with both hands. Do you dare accept? Ding. Huang Huihong has issued you a rank mission. Do you accept? Yun Che was first stunned, then delighted. Suppressing his laughter, he immediately agreed. Fine, I'll deliver 10 pounds of seashell seeds within 7 days. Huang Huihong snorted coldly. Don't think about buying them from the market. I can tell at a glance whether they're fresh or not. Yun Che waved his hand. And don't you try to cheat either. I have a good relationship with the dean. If you dare withhold the reward, I'll ask the dean to come find you personally. Huang Huihong's mouth twitched. Had indeed planned to renege later, but hadn't expected to be seen through. With the task settled, Yun Che went to the toxic spirit flower field and reached out to extract, once, but unfortunately failed. Plants seemed different from people. He could extract from people once daily, but toxic spirit plants might have a cooldown period. He made a mental note. More than 10 minutes later, he left Luoyue Academy and headed toward the streets where beggars gathered. Though hope was slim, he still wanted to find that mysterious drunken old man first that absolutely couldn't let his dear elder brother encounter misfortune. Searching along the way, he casually used Divine Hand on passers-by who caught his eye. Ding. Extraction successful. Gained 3 experience points. Ding. Extraction successful. Obtained 1 packet of virility powder. Ding. Extraction successful. Obtained treasury password. Treasury password. Yun Che immediately turned back to look for that middle-aged man, but unfortunately, he had already turned the corner. Treasury password. The Wang family's ultra-secure treasury, used for 300 years to this day. Apart from opening with this password, it has never been robbed. Up, down, up, northeast, left, down, southwest. Indeed complex enough. With 300 years of accumulation, there must be plenty of good things. He'd go take a look tonight. Suddenly, a red-nosed old man lying in the shadows by a wall caught his attention. The old man was hugging a gourd half as tall as a person, snoring thunderously as if he wouldn't care even if the sky fell. Could it be him? Yun Che frowned and used Divine Hand on the old man once. Ding. Congratulations on triggering Divine Fortune. You have gained the opportunity to actively select an item. Target character, Old Drunkard Late King Realm. Available items, Superior Martial Root, Rank Inheritable Talent, Wine Addiction. Superior Technique, Yin Yang Divine Water Formula. Supreme Combat Skill, Water Dragon Sword Soul Slash. Superior Movement Technique, Carefree Steps. Superior Spirit Crystal X1, Medium Spirit Crystal X10, Inferior Spirit Crystal X150. Constitution 200 points. agility 150 points, endurance 180 points, spirit 130 points, experience 1000 points, gold coins. Selectable items 1. A light screen suddenly appeared, with densely packed text flickering with pale golden light. After scanning through all the options, Yunche's mouth fell slightly open and inheritable strength talent had actually appeared. He immediately understood that Yun Jin's rise to power despite having only a medium-grade martial root was likely related to this talent. But a problem arose. The list contained almost nothing but treasures, yet he could only choose one item. Yun Che weighed his options. 1. Strength wine addiction. Drinking alcohol could accelerate cultivation, truly heaven-defying, but he didn't cultivate at all, making it a complete waste. 2. A massive pile of attribute points. To obtain this much at once, he'd have to wait for divine fortune to trigger again, but such opportunities were rare. 3. Supreme combat skill. Water Dragon Sword Soul / his strongest technique was still at the superior grade level. While it could serve him through the King realm and even Emperor realm, he ultimately lacked a trump card finishing move. After careful consideration, he decided to take the combat skill, as attributes could be obtained later. Ding! Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining Supreme Combat Skill, Water Dragon Sword Soul /. After acquiring the combat skill, his attention returned to the old drunkard. What exactly had this old man seen in Yunjin? If he could trick this master into coming to his courtyard, his chances of gaining massive attributes would definitely double, and his improvement speed would skyrocket. Since the man was called Old Drunkard, he'd start with alcohol. Having made up his mind, Yun Che ducked into a nearby tavern, selected a pot of rich, potent wine, returned to the street, crouched beside the reclining chair, and brought the wine spout close to the old man's alcohol-reddened nose. The old man's nostrils twitched, his cloudy eyelids lifted, and he snatched the wine pot, gulping down several large mouthfuls before closing his eyes and snoring again. Yun Che stood there stunned. That was it? He just drank it all and ignored him? Old man, you're forcing my hand. His tone suddenly turned serious. The old drunkard merely lifted his eyelids slightly and snorted, clearly too lazy to bother with him. Yun Che reached into his robes, and when his hand emerged, it held a thick stack of small booklets. Embarrassingly, most of these books had been extracted from students, and they were all rare, out-of-print treasures impossible to find on the market. In this world lacking entertainment, no matter how addicted to alcohol one might be, there were always times when drinking grew tiresome, especially when these booklets were quite stimulating. He cleared his throat and spoke mysteriously. The untold story of Shimin Guangda and sister-in-law Pan. Would you like to take a look, old sir? Neighbor Wang's wife asked me to wash dishes. Extremely thrilling. The old drunkard's ears twitched slightly, clearly having his curiosity piqued. Seeing this, Yun Che struck while the iron was hot. There's also the unfilial daughter who fell in love with my enemy. Exquisite illustrations, rich content, twisting plot, absolutely captivating. The old drunkard's eyes cracked open just a sliver, secretly stealing a glance at the cover. Exquisite artwork with legs so long they seemed more precious than his own life. He swallowed hard but stubbornly kept his eyes closed, pretending to sleep to save face. Yun Che squinted with amusement, his tone respectful yet teasing. You've truly seen it all, old master. I'm impressed. If these next 2 volumes don't catch your fancy either, I'll have to destroy them on the spot. After all, no one in this world understands their artistic value. Here we have the Lin sisters after 77 nights, with explosive scenes that will captivate you endlessly, and last night's beauty, which even Lord Qin praised as extraordinary, the only set of its kind in existence. Before he finished speaking, he gathered up the books and strode away, completely ignoring the old drunkard who was now gaping and drooling. The old man snapped back to reality and scrambled after him, tumbling toward the door. Young friend. Wait. Who says no one understands art? This old man was born for art itself. Half an hour later, the old drunkard had been settled under the lychee tree in Yun Che's courtyard. Amu brought over a rocking chair, with fine wine, hot meat, and salted peanuts arranged nearby. Yun Che bowed respectfully. Please take your time reading and eating, senior. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. The old drunkard waved dismissively, his meaning crystal clear. Get lost, and don't interrupt my artistic studies. Clutching the rare books, he practically glued his eyeballs to the pages, his face flushed red. In the courtyard, little Fong Chu, who was practicing sword work, curiously glanced over and immediately turned crimson, silently cursing the improper old man, unaware that the true culprit was her dear master. Night fell. Yun Che secured a window seat at the tavern closest to the Wang family estate, nursing a pot of light wine from dusk until the deep of night before finally departing. Yun Che glanced at the door lock, a complex mechanism embedded with profound steel that even master-level experts would struggle to break without the password. Confirming no one was around, he quickly manipulated the combination dial. Within moments, a soft click sounded, and the door opened. With a slight smile, he slipped inside like a shadow. Time was precious, So he collected everything in sight. Cultivation techniques and combat skills into the storage. Spirit medicines, precious fruits, and exotic herbs into the storage. Weapons of all grade swords, spears, staffs, and clubs into the storage. Gold, silver, jewels, spirit crystals, and pills all into the storage. In short, not even a copper coin was left behind. Suddenly, he noticed the wall decorations seemed oddly placed. A light touch revealed a hidden compartment containing only an ancient scroll. Without hesitation, he took that as well. At the same moment, Wang family patriarch Wang Feng jolted awake in his bedroom in his dream. The treasure vault had been completely emptied, which he dismissed as an absurd nightmare. The 18-year-old beauty beside him stirred sleepily. Master, what's wrong? Wang Feng shook his head and playfully pinched her soft flesh. Nothing, just a ridiculous dream. Go back to sleep. But before even an incense stick's time had passed, urgent knocking echoed at the door. A trembling servant's voice called out. Family head, something terrible has happened. The treasure vault has been completely emptied. Wang Feng felt as if struck by lightning. He leaped from bed and rushed to the vault. The massive doors stood wide open, revealing nothing but emptiness. Not only were the cultivation techniques and combat skills gone, but not even a single copper coin remained. Even the mysterious scroll he had specifically hidden in the secret compartment had vanished without a trace. His blood surged violently, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood before collapsing straight down. Master, family head. Yin Che had no idea that the Wang family patriarch had experienced an incredibly vivid prophetic dream. After returning to Luoyue Academy, he went straight to his dormitory and locked himself in, immediately beginning to inventory his spoils of war. The cultivation techniques and martial skills were only mid-grade at best, so he dismissed them with barely a glance. The spiritual herbs and treasured fruits that followed ranged from low to high grade, with several fruits that could permanently enhance attributes, making his heart leap with joy. Now, these were truly valuable items. What excited him most, naturally, were the 3 heavy wooden chests, 2 large boxes of low-grade spirit crystals, and 1 small box of mid-grade spirit crystals, containing 5,000 and 100 pieces respectively. Such resources were typically only affordable to King realm powerhouses, yet this mere Wang family had hoarded so many. The pills were equally impressive, ranging from 1st to 3rd grade, primarily consisting of consumable and breakthrough assistance types, their value equally considerable. As for money, he couldn't even be bothered counting the silver and copper coins. The gold coins alone numbered 60,000. By conversion, 100 silver coins equaled just 1 gold coin, and ordinary people might never see more than a few in their entire lives. Yet he had struck it rich overnight. If not for his freeloading talent that required him to pay out of pocket for daily cultivation, his wallet would have been empty long ago. After organizing the spiritual materials, he tossed all the looted weapons into his blacksmith-grade furnace for smelting. The fierce sword Huang Mia upgraded to supreme-grade treasure, gaining 999 attack power. The Xuanrong silk soft armor similarly rose to supreme grade, gaining 999 defense. The furnace had reached its limit, leaving him somewhat regretful. He also refined the remaining weapons and armor into several high-grade treasures. Rare equipment he could casually throw around that would make the entire continent green with envy if others knew. After going through his spoils, he found an ancient scroll in the corner of his game inventory. Clicking Examine, a basic function built into the inventory information appeared. Revival ancient scroll, unique special item. Write the name of a deceased person and drop their blood upon it to instantly revive them. Yin Che was first stunned, then overjoyed. This was literally an extra life. However, his joy quickly faded as he frowned. This scroll seemed unable to work on himself. Realizing he would need to die first before using it, he felt a headache coming on. He then smiled bitterly and shook his head. Forget it. Why am I always thinking about dying? How inauspicious. Early the next morning, 2 pieces of news arrived simultaneously. Good news. The academy officially appointed him as vice principal, giving him complete freedom in attending classes. Bad news. He was required to teach 1 martial arts class per week, and it would be a school-wide public lecture, all 9 classes attending simultaneously. Honor and pressure flew together, leaving him torn between laughter and tears. Even more troublesome, the Yuan Imperial Court had already dispatched an envoy to Luoyue, wanting to see this legendary newcomer with their own eyes. Congratulations, kid. Becoming vice principal at such a young age. Old Wine seemed to recognize that Yin Che was a lazy person who disliked taking on too many responsibilities, and appeared somewhat gleeful at his misfortune. Yin Che had no desire to speak with him and activated his divine thieving hand. Ding. Extraction successful. Obtained 1 high-grade spirit crystal. A pale golden light flickered at his fingertips, and a lustrous spirit crystal quietly settled into his storage ring. Yin Che's lips curved slightly upward. This was probably the most valuable thing the old drunkard possessed, and now it belonged to him. Following his usual routine, he used the divine thieving hand on little Fong Chu and a Mu as well, but unfortunately only captured a few cold attribute readings with no physical rewards. Before leaving, the old drunkard waved his bamboo fan and looked meaningfully at Yunche. Little Fong Chu has exceptional talent, and you don't seem particularly interested in teaching disciples. Why not let me have her? Hand over the future's greatest fierce sword to you. Yunche curled his lip, thinking to himself, in your dreams. Before he finished speaking, Fong Chu, who had been meditating nearby, suddenly sprang to her feet. Her slender sword hummed as a sharp sword chi slashed directly at the old drunkard. Old man, I made myself perfectly clear yesterday I will never acknowledge you as my master. Her almond-shaped eyes blazed with anger, and her sword intent was equally uncompromising. The old drunkard casually flicked his finger, instantly dispersing the sword chi. He shook his head with an unconcerned laugh. Young people don't understand the value of opportunity. Acting on impulse is understandable. Let me be honest with you, I am at the late stage of the king realm. With my true teachings, your strength would advance by leaps and bounds. So what if you're a king? You've just cultivated a few more years than my master. Feng Chu was shocked, but remained stubborn. I believe it won't be long before master surpasses you. The old man chuckled softly, treating her words as a joke. No matter. I can wait. When you want to become stronger, come find me anytime. Umph. I would never become the disciple of a decrepit old man like you. The little girl held her head high, clearly knowing her confidence was lacking, yet still fiercely defending Yunche's dignity. Yunche walked to her side and gently ruffled her hair, looking toward the old drunkard who was lying in his rocking chair reading a small storybook. Senior's inheritance may be excellent, but I don't think it suits her. With that, he retrieved a scroll radiating seven-colored flowing light from his ring and handed it to Fong Chu. The brilliance illuminated the entire small courtyard in dazzling colors. Since you trust me so completely, how could your master disappoint you? I originally planned to give this after you broke through to the postnatal realm, but now that you've reached the peak of body refinement, it's about time. Fong Chu stared blankly as she accepted the scroll, not yet understanding what it was, when suddenly the old drunkard transformed into a blur. Whoosh! The air exploded with a sharp whistle. The scroll was snatched into his hands. The old man's fingers trembled slightly as he unrolled it, his hoarse voice filled with disbelief. A great emperor's inheritance scroll. You actually possess such a thing. Thanks for the appraisal. Yunche reached out and snatched the scroll back, handing it to Fong Chu again. Use it for now. Though you haven't broken through to the postnatal realm yet, early activation won't hurt. When you successfully advance, all information about the Flame Dragon Saintess will naturally flow into your mind. The scroll transformed into seven-colored light mist and merged into Fong Chu's body, causing the spiritual energy in the courtyard to instantly surge. The old drunkard's expression looked as uncomfortable as if he were constipated, but he could only sigh helplessly. You little brat, you're really willing to part with it. He lay back down in his rocking chair and held up his little yellow storybook to cover half his face, pretending nothing had happened. At that moment, the courtyard gate was gently pushed open, and a woman in green robes stepped inside. Yi Qingshuang waved to Yunche from afar. I heard from Elder Huang that you plan to go to the East Sea. I happen to have business there as well. Shall we travel together? This was naturally exactly what he wanted. Yunche nodded without hesitation. Traveling with a companion versus journeying alone was like night and day, especially when that companion was the ethereally graceful Yi Qingshuang. The young woman gave a slight nod, turned to lead the way, and he immediately quickened his pace to follow. Glancing sideways, Yi Qingshuang's expression remained as calm as still water, revealing no ulterior motives clearly. She truly just wanted to travel together. Yunche secretly laughed at his own presumptuous thoughts. How could such a mighty king realm expert possibly develop feelings for a mere son-in-law? Before departing, the two first visited the Qin royal manor to check on the unconscious Qin Shao. His breathing was steady, his injuries visibly improved. Awakening was surely just a matter of time. Outside in the courtyard, Qin Yelan was practicing her sword work with fluid motions. Seeing the two walking side by side, her beautiful eyes narrowed as she sheathed her sword and approached. Brother-in-law, where are you two going? She deliberately emphasized the words brother-in-law, while fixing her gaze on Yi Qingshuang. Yi Qingshuang glanced coolly at Qin Yelan, then deliberately stepped half a pace closer to Yunche, lifting her chin with a hint of provocation at the corners of her mouth. Don't worry, I have no such intentions toward your brother-in-law. Yunche hadn't expected this playful side of her and quickly explained. We're both heading to the East Sea, so we're just traveling together. Don't get the wrong idea. Watching their figures leave the manor together, Qin Yelan muttered under her breath. She's willing to teach you supreme movement techniques, yet claims you're just ordinary friends? I wouldn't believe that if you killed me. If you dare betray my sister, I'll slice you up with my sword. As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized she might not be a match for this annoying brother-in-law. Any more. Just how high had his cultivation sword? With a frustrated snort, the defiant girl returned to her sword practice. At 16, she had already reached the peak of the postnatal realm. With further progress, she might very well break Qin Kui's record of entering the innate realm at 18. Yun Che and Yi Qing hired a horse carriage and headed straight for Luoyue City Skyport. Walking would take far too long. Even a carriage would require 10 days to half a month only. By taking an airship, could they quickly reach the East Sea? All skyports in the empire were government-operated enterprises. Anyone boarding a vessel had to pay hefty fees that went directly into the national treasury, with no one daring to embezzle, making skyports one of the Yuan Empire's most profitable revenue sources. The carriage compartment was small, but the bumpy journey along the way didn't feel constraining. Yi Qing rested her chin on one hand, her gaze drifting past the street scenes outside the window. She had always been modest, preferring simplicity over ornamentation. Her raven black hair was held up with just a single warm jade hairpin. Osmanthus-shaped jade earrings hung from her earlobes, and she still wore that plain white dress. As the carriage swayed gently, a subtle, elegant fragrance drifted into Yun Che's nostrils, causing him to lose focus momentarily. If I told your wife and sister-in-law that you're looking at me with impure thoughts, I wonder what they'd think. Yi Qing's pink lips curved slightly, her eyes still gazing at the scenery outside the window as she spoke words that made Yun Che blush slightly. Yun Che rubbed his nose and chuckled. I'm simply appreciating beauty. If I didn't look at you, wouldn't that suggest the dean's charm is less captivating than the scenery outside this window? Yi Qing's lips curved slightly as she retorted coolly. My master once said that men always eat from their bowl while eyeing what's in the pot. You're no exception. Yun Che shrugged. Whether there's any food in my bowl is clear to everyone in Luoyue City. Through a twist of fate, I became a son-in-law of the Qin prince's mansion, nothing more. I expect my wife will send divorce papers before long. Yi Qing said nothing more, only muttering silently to herself. Yet before coming to the academy, you hadn't agreed to divorce her. After nearly 40 minutes, the carriage came to a steady stop in front of Luoyue Skyport. Yi Qing was first to leap down, her long dress sweeping the ground as she walked directly toward the ticket office. Yun Che quickly called out, Dean, there's no need for such trouble. I have my own flying vessel, I just need to process a flight permit. Yi Qing paused mid-step, her expression skeptical. Even she couldn't afford a flying vessel. Yet this young man who had just been promoted to vice dean claimed to own one. Flying vessels were difficult to craft and rare in number. Whenever one was completed, it would immediately be claimed by high court officials or top-tier sections. As a mere academy dean, she had no chance to compete for one. Despite her doubts, she nodded slightly since he dared to speak up. He presumably wouldn't embarrass himself. The two approached the registration office. Just as Yun Che was about to retrieve his silver flying shuttle to process the flight permit, an unpleasant voice rang out from nearby. Qing, long time no see. Yi Qing's brow furrowed as she replied coldly. Please address me as Dean Yi. We're not close enough for you to use my given name. Yun Che turned to look and saw a young man dressed in black martial robes with a long sword strapped to his back. Though his features were regular, he examined Yi Qing with the appraising gaze one might use on merchandise. This person was Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng glanced at Yun Che with utter disdain. When you rejected my marriage proposal, it wasn't for him, was it? I recognize the Luoyue Academy uniform. That's what civilian instructors wear, right? To think you'd fancy such a weak, incompetent scholar. Your taste is truly garbage. Yi Qing's eyes turned cold. Whom I fancy is none of your concern. If you have no business here, please step aside. We need to process our flight permits. Yun Che raised an eyebrow helplessly, done nothing, yet found himself insulted for no reason. This must be what they meant by beauty brings trouble. Too lazy to argue, he focused his mind and used his divine stealing hand on Jiang Heng. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining one mid-grade flying vessel. Yun Che's lips curved slightly. What an unexpected windfall. Scanning through the information in his mind, he quickly pieced things together. Jiang Heng, vice dean of Beiyuan Academy in Beiyuan City, was merely at the late stage of Grandmaster realm, his strength vastly inferior to Yi Qing's. But he had another identity worth noting. Son of Jiang Haitao, Grand Elder of Divine Sword Sect. Though Divine Sword Sect couldn't match Sacred Profound Sect, it was still renowned, and Jiang Haitao was a formidable late-stage king realm expert, not to be underestimated. Seeing the two about to process flight permits, Jiang Heng scoffed. Yi Qing, if you wanted to reject me, you didn't need such a pathetic excuse. We both know there are only a few craftsmen in the Great Yuan Empire capable of building flying vessels. Only Master Qin and Master He are willing to sell to outsiders. Half a month ago, Master Qin completed a mid-grade flying vessel that my father bought for 150,000 gold coins. Tell me, where exactly did you get a flying vessel? If you're going to lie, at least make it believable. Come, let me show you what a magnificent mid-grade flying vessel looks like. He raised his right hand toward the sky as onlookers craned their necks, eager to witness such splendor. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds passed. No flying vessel appeared, only a bird that flapped overhead and deposited a load of droppings squarely on Jiang Heng's forehead. Everyone suppressed their laughter, watching Jiang Heng with puzzled expressions as his face flushed red. Jiang Heng's spiritual consciousness searched through his storage ring over and over again, but he couldn't find the flying vessel he had stored less than 10 minutes ago. His mind went completely blank. How could it be gone? He had just flown here on it. Could the storage ring have a leak? But even if something leaked out, the flying vessel should have immediately materialized, and besides, storage rings simply don't leak. Your flying vessel wouldn't happen to be invisible, would it? I don't see anything. Yun Che dropped this remark and headed straight for the registration desk, his laughter causing the surrounding crowd to burst into laughter. Say that again, and see what happens. I'll tear your mouth apart. Jiang Heng was both embarrassed and furious, stepping forward as if to charge at him. Yi Qingshuang stepped in front of Yun Che, her eyes gleaming coldly. Touch him, and I'll tear your mouth apart too. Jiang Heng snorted coldly. Yi Qingshuang, have you forgotten that my father is a late-stage king realm expert and a grand elder of the divine sword sect? Do you have a death wish? Before he finished speaking, Yun Che had already summoned a silver flying shuttle, radiant and magnificent, causing everyone to gasp in amazement. What a beautiful flying vessel. What grade could this possibly be? Yun Che waved his hand in front of Yi Qingshuang's stunned eyes and smiled. Stop staring and get on board. Don't mind that bragging fool. Yi Qingshuang nodded gently, and before boarding, she cast a meaningful glance back at Jiang Heng, her expression clearly saying, "This is what you think qualifies you to propose to me?" Jiang Heng instantly understood, his chest tightened, and puffed. He could no longer suppress a mouthful of blood. Damn bastard. How dare you mock me? I'll make sure you die horribly. He rushed to the registration desk with bloodshot eyes. Tell me, what grade is the flying vessel he registered? The registrar was just an ordinary person and was scared stiff. It's just low grade. Low grade. Jiang Heng spat out another mouthful of blood. Are you fucking taking people for fools? However, the silver shuttle had already transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the horizon. Inside the flying vessel, the moment Yi Qingshuang stepped through the cabin door, she was stunned by the luxurious scene before her. Within what appeared to be a modest vessel, there was actually a small world, pavilions and towers, training grounds, and even a small pond for fishing, everything one could imagine. She couldn't help but ask, what grade is this flying vessel exactly? As far as I know, even the imperial family's flying vessels aren't this miraculous. Yun Che set up a fishing rod by the pond while pointing toward the nearby outdoor kitchen, grinning mischievously. If the dean would be so kind as to show her skills and make some specialty refreshments for this vice dean, I'll tell you. Yi Qingshuang rolled her eyes at him, but actually turned and walked toward the kitchen. Halfway there, she suddenly stopped and asked softly, am I the first person to board this flying vessel? Yun Che was a bit puzzled about why this was even worth asking, but he still replied, yes, you're the first person to board this flying vessel besides me. Yi Qingshuang nodded gently, an unconscious smile crossing her lips. Luoyue City. The setting sun slanted down from the high walls and eaves as Qin Kui and Lu Xiuwen entered the Qin prince's mansion one after the other. At the courtyard gate, Qin Yalan came out to greet them. Her eyes first lit up with joy at her sister's return, then she noticed the handsome young man beside her sister and couldn't help but stare in bewilderment. Could it be that sister and brother-in-law have reached an agreement to go their separate ways? When Lu Xiuwen saw Qin Yalan, a flash of amazement crossed his eyes, and he silently praised. Indeed, they are sisters, both are breathtakingly beautiful. Xiaolan, how is father? Qin Qi steadied herself and focused on the important matter first. He hasn't awakened yet. Qin Yalan shook her head. But divine physician son says he should wake up in another 2 days. Her gaze fell on Lu Xiuwen as she asked curiously, sister, who is this? My senior brother, Lu Xiuwen. Qin Qi introduced simply. If not for senior brother Lu, I'd still be trapped at the sacred profound sect. I was able to return early this time entirely thanks to his help. However, if I can't break through to the next minor realm before returning to the sect, Master will surely punish me. I must hurry. Speaking of this, her expression showed some helplessness. Lu Xiuwen smiled warmly and bowed slightly to Qin Yalan. Where is your brother-in-law? I'm quite curious about what kind of person could win junior sister Qin's favor. He's still at Luoyue Academy right now. Qin Kai replied casually. He's just a scholar. You probably wouldn't have much to talk about, so it doesn't matter whether you meet or not. Qin Yalan opened her mouth, wanting to tell her sister that this scholar had already slain a king, but before she could speak, Qin Kai had already moved on. Xiaolan, I'm afraid I can't wait for father to wake up. I'll visit him briefly and then must depart. Qin Kai said hurriedly. So urgent. Qin Yalan frowned. The sacred profound sect's inner disciple examination is in half a year. Qin Kai said firmly. I want to compete for the top 10. Only by entering the sword pool and comprehending sword intent can I advance further. Knowing her obsession with the sword path, Qin Yalan could only nod. Then, do you want to leave a message for brother-in-law? Qin Kui pondered for a moment, then finally shook her head. No need. Just knowing he's safe is enough. With that, she and Lu Xiuwen headed toward the inner courtyard. After visiting her father, the two would take a flying vessel to the East Sea, training along the way as they returned to the sect. Qin Yelon watched their retreating figures and muttered to herself, how come they're also going to the East Sea? Could they really have planned this together? Deep in the Wuxiao mountain range, in a dark cave, Wang Feng, Miao Zheng, Xie Sanlang, and Gunala were busy around a monster. Sweating profusely, the demon had 2 heads and 3 pairs of fleshy wings, with a fierce aura and cultivation at the late King realm. If not for the thick black chains binding its limbs and necks, the cave would have already become a bloody mist. Gunala's face was deathly pale, her legs trembling. Maybe we should just give up? Once it breaks free, forget about Luoyue Citawheel, all die. Xie Sanling frowned. We've come this far. Wouldn't giving up now make all our efforts worthless? Miao Zheng, who had originally proposed capturing the demon, was now also hesitating. Family head Gu is right. This beast is too difficult to tame. We're only at the Grandmaster realm. The slightest mistake means complete annihilation. Wang Feng's eyes were bloodshot, still immersed in his hatred over the treasury robbery, and he hissed, continue. The chains have it bound tight. What are you afraid of? If 10 times doesn't work, then 100 times. If 100 times doesn't work, then 1,000 times. As long as we can control it, won't we be able to do whatever we want in the future? At this moment, Gunala raised an even more awkward question. But even if we successfully control it, with just the swords we have, we can't cut through these chains either. Wang Feng clicked his tongue, Miao Zheng wiped his face with his palm, and Xie Sanlang scratched his hair. The 3 men looked at each other, finally realizing they had overlooked the most crucial issue. After a brief silence, Xie Sanling spoke first. I know of an extremely potent corrosive liquid that's said to dissolve even high-grade treasures. It should be able to damage these chains. Miao Zheng quickly added, my family has an ancestral spirit insect with exceptionally sharp teeth. According to our clan records, it once gnawed through supreme-grade treasures. We could try that too. Wang Feng's eyes lit up as he clapped his hands enthusiastically. Indeed, there are always more solutions than problems. Let's continue then. Inside the silver flying vessel, Yi Qingshuang approached Yun Che, carrying a celadone plate filled with pastries made from glutinous rice and snow powder, each shaped like a thumb-sized white rabbit. She said softly, these seem like pastries I ate as a child. I can't remember their name, yet I know how to make them. Isn't that strange? Yun Che leaned in for a closer look, his pupils contracting slightly. I recognized these treats. They were called snow crystal cakes, a family recipe that Yi Qingshuang's mother had taught her by hand. He took a piece and tasted it. At first, he detected no sweetness, but as he chewed, layers of sweet fragrance gradually unfolded on his tongue. Very delicious. This is the most unique pastry I've ever had. Yi Qingshuang's eyes curved into crescents as she took a piece herself and sat in the bamboo chair beside him. You might not believe this, but I have no memories from before I was 10. I've asked my master about it, but the old man absolutely refuses to say anything. Do you think I'll ever have a chance to remember those lost days? Yun Che pondered for a moment. Perhaps the time isn't right yet. When you break through to the imperial realm, or even the supreme realm, those memories might unlock themselves. Yi Qingshuang's eyes brightened, as if she had instantly rediscovered her motivation to cultivate. Since advancing to the middle stage of the king realm, her progress had noticeably slowed. Combined with her master's travels to distant lands, leaving her to shoulder the responsibilities of being the dean of Falling Moon Academy, cultivation had become increasingly difficult. Bang! The sudden impact caused the flying vessel's protective formation to instantly activate, and the windows transformed into translucent screens displaying the outside scene. 6 lower-grade flying vessels had somehow formed a fan-shaped encirclement around them, their blood-red battle flags fluttering with the characters Blood Fong emblazoned upon them. Yi Qingshuang frowned slightly. Sky pirates. I'll go out and deal with them. Yun Che waved his hand to stop her. No need. Their attacks can't break through my defenses. Let's play with them for a while first. With a thought, the silver flying shuttle shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging straight at the nearest enemy vessel. The pilot aboard that sky pirate ship was terrified and hastily maneuvered to dodge. Boss, this flying vessel is definitely not ordinary. It's probably a high-grade treasure from the royal family or a major sect. The leader of the Blood Fong Sky Pirates, Ma Daha, had a bald head that gleamed coldly in the sunlight, but his eyes flashed with fervor. Obviously, quickly deploy the spirit lightning net. If we can capture this vessel, we'll be rich. The Blood Fong Sky Pirates claimed to be one of the 3 great sky pirate groups, and Ma Daha possessed mid-listage king realm cultivation. He believed that even if their opponents came from the royal family, he had nothing to fear. Yi Qingshuang sensed the subtle energy fluctuations in the air and whispered a warning. Be careful, the spirit lightning net will directly interfere with the pilot's control. Yun Che nodded lightly. He knew the Sky Pirates' methods all too well. This spirit lightning net was one of their commonly used interception techniques. Unfortunately, His silver flying shuttle was far beyond what a few mere psychic lightning nets could interfere with. The defensive shield instantly activated as Yun Chei's hands flew across the control panel. Maneuver. Maneuver. Bang. The shield, carrying the sharp prow, thrust forward violently. Under Ma Daha's horrified gaze, a low-grade flying vessel was pierced clean through, spirit stone furnaces sparking wildly, as the hull let out a piercing metallic wail. What grade of flying vessel is this? Even a high-grade one shouldn't be able to ram so recklessly. Ma Daha suppressed his shock and shouted orders. Quick! Rescue the survivors first. It wasn't compassion driving him, but rather his reluctance to see the sky bandit forces he'd worked so hard to assemble fall apart. As long as his brothers lived, they could always plunder new vessels later. Ding! Sky bandit eliminated. Experience 27, righteousness 5, death aura 5. Ding! Sky bandit eliminated. Experience 50, righteousness 10, death aura 10. Ding! Sky bandit eliminated. Experience 120, righteousness 25, death aura 25. The experience panel flickered with numbers, cold digits reflecting the flames spreading beyond the shuttle's windows. Yi Qingshuang's beautiful eyes widened. Since when could flying vessels be used like this? And you haven't lost any mental energy at all. The vessel doesn't even have a scratch. Is this the difference between supreme grade and high grade flying vessels? Yun Che raised an eyebrow. If they dare cast nets, then we'll do it again. Bang! Another low-grade flying vessel snapped in half under the frontal collision, screams and cries for help rising one after another as debris rained down toward the sea of clouds like droplets. Ma Daha's expression darkened, no longer daring to stand idly by. He channeled his own elemental power, planning to personally capture this lawless silver shuttle. At that moment, Yi Qingshuang lightly poked Yun Che's shoulder with her finger, her eyes bright as stars. I want to try too. May I? Sure, just take it easy. Yun Che nodded, taking the opportunity to activate his divine hand technique, preparing to loot some valuables from the falling bandits. Once the psychic connection was established, Yi Qingshuang gripped the controls and completely let herself go. If not for Yun Che's occasional reminders to slow down, there probably wouldn't be a single intact flying vessel left in the sky. This is too much. Stop right there, damn you. For flying vessels spiraled downward, trailing flames. Ma Daha's face went white with rage, his guts turning green with regret. He bombarded them continuously, yet couldn't even shake the shield's surface. What kind of heaven-defying vessel was this? The remaining two flying vessels were forced to fly side by side, their decks crowded with blood-fong sky bandits. The underlings huddled together trembling, wailing loudly. Boss, retreat. Ma Daha gritted his teeth, but the enemy gave him no chance. What made his mentality completely explode was that the silver shuttle would suddenly charge forward, then reverse, performing serpentine drifts in the most chaotic manner. Damn it! What's with that reverse startup? Are you showing off how extraordinary your flying vessel is? If Yun Che had heard his roar, he would have replied without hesitation. Female driver on the road. Life-loving or death-seeking, everyone get out of the way. Amidst this chaos, a royal high-grade flying vessel bearing the golden insignia of Great Yuan Empire came breaking through the air. On the deck, a man in golden armor wielding a long spear gazed sharply ahead, reporting to the young woman behind him. Fifth Princess, it's the blood-fong sky bandits. They appear to be attacking that flying vessel. If Ma Daha had heard this, he would have roared furiously. Are you blind? Who the hell is attacking whom? The fifth princess waved her hand gently, signaling the spear-wielding man to go provide assistance. How dare you be so insolent? Next, I'll use my strongest move to crush you. Superior combat technique, Supreme Slash. Ding. The system notification suddenly rang out. Capture successful. Congratulations on obtaining one superior grade long blade. Ma Daha had just channeled his surging spiritual power into the weapon, ready to strike, when suddenly his vision went blank. The long blade in his hand was gone. Where's my blade? Did anyone see my blade? He looked around frantically in midair with a completely bewildered expression. Having lived for over 100 years, this was the first time he'd encountered such an absurd situation. His entire being froze, even his floating posture appearing stiff. Inside the flying vessel's cabin, Yun Che nearly couldn't hold back his laughter. This really wasn't his fault. He could only blame the bandit leader's incredibly rotten luck. Ding. Another soft chime, and the system panel refreshed again. Capture successful. Congratulations on obtaining one mental thunder net. Immediately after ding. Congratulations on triggering divine blessing. Mental thunder net has mutated into chaotic desire mental thunder net. The special effect of the chaotic desire mental thunder net clearly appeared. 100 lock-on capture. Captured targets will suffer mental shock, lose emotional control, and perform shameful acts toward those nearby. A gleam flashed in Yun Che's eyes. After capturing for so long, he'd finally triggered divine blessing, though this mutated treasure seemed somewhat improper. Bang! A sudden explosion came from outside. Yi Qingshuang had originally planned to drive specifically to pilot the flying vessel and ram that bandit leader to pieces. At that moment, a man wearing golden armor and wielding a long spear appeared out of nowhere. Thud! He kicked Madaha hard in the face. Before Madaha could roar in anger, the armored spearman had closed in, delivering a fluid combo that left him with broken bones and torn muscles, then casually lifted him like a dead chicken. The Bloodfong bandit group's remaining flying vessel was now crammed with enough people to fill 6 ships. The vessel struggled to stay airborne, its deck packed with people, all the bandits' faces pale as death. It wasn't that they didn't want to flee, they were simply so overloaded that even the propellers could barely function. Unsurprisingly, everyone was captured, including Yunshe and Yi Qingshuang. Of course, these two were merely kept around to observe the situation. If they truly wanted to leave, they could slip away at any time. 5th Princess, the battle has ended. I leave the rest to you. The spear-wielding man, carrying the barely conscious Madaha, turned respectfully. Under everyone's gaze, a young woman in a fiery red dress gracefully emerged from the flying vessel. She had a delicate figure with curves in all the right places and could be called a little beauty. However, the natural arrogance flowing from her brows and eyes revealed her spoiled nature and reckless behavior. Yi Qingshuang moved closer to Yunshe and lowered her voice. The Xinyang Empire isn't on friendly terms with our Great Yuan Empire. I'll hold off that spear-wielding general while you pilot the vessel and break through. Yunshe waved dismissively. No need. My flying vessel at full speed can match a peak King Realm expert. If trouble really arises, we'll just leave, they can't catch us. Yi Qingshuang paused slightly, then nodded. From the corner of her eye, she noticed Yunshe occasionally reaching out to grasp at the air, as if practicing some profound combat technique. She couldn't help but wonder, could this be one of those legendary, strange, yet heaven-defying awakened talents? At that moment, 5th Princess Ouyang Qing spoke with haughty arrogance. Everyone line up properly, it's this princess's robbery time. Yunshe was stunned and muttered quietly. I see. This Xinyang princess is bored out of her mind and came out specifically to play bandit. Yi Qingshuang replied. You're overthinking this. Maybe it was just a whim, a momentary desire to play around. Yunshe shook his head lightly, but immediately dismissed his own speculation. The girl before him displayed such outrageously skilled techniques that this definitely couldn't be her first time doing such things. On the other side of the deck, Ouyang Qing sat in an intricately carved cloud-patterned chair. Her gaze swept across and noticed Yunshe and Yi Qingshuang conversing quietly in the corner. Immediately, her lips pursed in a pout, displeasure written all over her face. Hey, you two, didn't you hear what this princess just said? Her voice suddenly rose, crisp, yet carrying an intimidating pressure. I said it's robbery time. Hand over all your valuables, including that flying vessel of yours. Then jump off from here. Before her words even finished, those sky bandits who had already been robbed of their money were roughly pushed off the flying vessel under the escort of her personal guards. The guards showed no mercy, using scabbards and boot saws alike. Within a few breaths, this group of people became black dots falling from the high altitude. Sword light flashed suddenly. Yunshe drew the Huang Ye sword, its tips sweeping as several sword energies shot forth like silver ribbons across the sky, instantly slashing toward the falling sky bandits. Screams were torn apart by the fierce wind, blood mist exploded, and corpses tumbled and rolled as they plummeted into the clouds. His thinking was exceptionally simple. Since these people were destined to die anyway, why not convert their lives into his own experience points? As for whether it was cruel or not, he didn't care at all. Wherever sky bandits and brigands passed, no village or town was spared. Men, women, old and young all became white bones. They deserved death more than anyone. Ma Chao, standing nearby, squinted his eyes and asked in confusion, I don't understand, what's the point of killing them? Falling from this height. Even if they landed in a river, they'd surely die anyway. Yunshe sheathed his sword and smiled faintly. Of course, he wouldn't tell anyone about experience points, so he simply turned to ask that arrogant 5th princess, we're not sky bandits. Why should we hand over our valuables to you? A playful curve appeared at the corner of Ouyang Qing's mouth. Encountering a troublemaker? Perfect. She loved making troublemakers cry and beg at her feet. A month ago, she had ordered her men to intercept a low-grade flying vessel where a married couple was equally stubborn. In the end, she had her subordinates defile the wife in front of the husband. That man knelt on the deck, crying until he broke down completely, offering up all their possessions. She waved her hand, her gaze wandering between Yunshe and Yi Qingshuang, lingering especially long on Yi Qingshuang. That absolutely beautiful face outshone her by miles, and her figure was half a head taller. Either trait alone was something she couldn't tolerate. What's your name? Do you know I'm the 5th princess of the Divine Sun Empire? Ouyang Qing spoke deliberately, yet with hidden malice. Those who defy me will meet a very miserable end. Yunshe appeared completely fearless, cupping his fists and laughing heartily. I never change my name whether standing or sitting. M. Jianghong, Vice Dean of the Northern Abyss Academy. What do you want to do about it? Yi Qingshuang's beautiful eyes widened. This man was shamelessly using someone else's name. Yet somehow, she felt a surge of excitement in her heart. Impersonating someone else seemed quite interesting too. After a brief moment of shock, Ouyang Qing was intimidated by Yun Chei's imposing manner, but her lofty status meant she would never admit defeat. Jiang Heng, is it? I'll give you one chance. Either kneel down and obediently offer up your treasures and flying vessel, or, she raised her hand pointing at Yi Qingshuang, her voice suddenly turning cold. I'll have my guards discuss your beautiful companion right in front of you. In the end, I'll still make you cry and beg me to take your flying vessel. Choose. As her words landed, Yun Chei's divine hand technique paused mid-motion as he stared at this young princess in Surpresido be so vicious at such a young age, not only wanting money and lives, but also seeking to inflict physical and psychological humiliation. She was thoroughly rotten. The aura around Yi Qingshuang condensed, killing intent spreading like something tangible. Ma Chao immediately sensed it, his eyes sharpening as he stepped in front of Ouyang Qing. Fifth princess, be careful. This person is also a king realm expert. Ouyang Qing's heart skipped a beat as she quickly retreated behind Ma Chao. Yun Che raised his eyes, his voice turning cold. You intercepted us, and I originally just wanted to see what kind of game you were playing. I never expected your thoughts to be so malicious. Since you enjoy playing this way, let me give you a personal taste of it. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Che released his silver flying shuttle, swept his arm around Yi Qingshuang's waist, and leaped aboard. Then he hurled the chaotic emotion spirit lightning net toward the enemy's flying vessel. Ma Chao sneered coldly. You want to escape? Keep dreaming. Do you really think a mere spirit lightning net can do anything to me? However, just as he leaped up, the seemingly ordinary spirit lightning net suddenly expanded dramatically, instantly enveloping him and everyone on the entire flying boat. Immediately after, a strange electric current coursed through their bodies, and a primal urge suddenly erupted as everyone rushed toward the nearby fifth princess. This is a little gift for you. I'll no need to thank me, Yun Che said. With that, he piloted his silver flying shuttle, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing in an instant. At this moment, Ma Chao, the fifth princess, and the others hadn't completely lost their consciousness, but they were utterly unable to control their own bodies. Ouyang Qing cried out in despair and terror. Ma Chao, what are you doing? I am the fifth princess. If my father the king finds out, he will exterminate your entire family. Ma Chao was also overcome with uncontrollable desire, unable to control his own body as if he were being manipulated by some mysterious force. He said with difficulty, but fifth princess, you're the one undressing yourself and coming closer to me. And please, don't pull at my belt. No, Jiang Hong, this princess will never forgive you. With the fifth princess Ouyang Qing's desperate cry, she was overwhelmed by dozens of guards plus the formidable Ma Chao. The scene was too explosive to witness directly, too unspeakable to describe in detail, too disturbing to contemplate further. After a very long time, countless disheveled men lay collapsed on the ground, with a red-clothed young woman hugging her knees and weeping in their midst. Ma Chao rose to his feet and immediately knelt on one knee, his face full of shame and embarrassment, mixed with a hint of secret satisfaction because throughout the entire ordeal, he had maintained control of the most important position, truly demonstrating superior prowess. Ma Chao failed to protect his master properly. Please punish me, fifth princess, he said. Ouyang Qing raised her bloodshot eyes and spoke in a hoarse, venomous voice. Kill them all. This matter must remain between you and me alone. After a moment's hesitation, Ma Chao still rose to carry out the order. Sir, spare our lives, the guards collectively pleaded. Ma Chao's expression was ice cold as he said in a deep voice. You have followed the princess for a long time, and she has never treated you poorly. Every time we captured women of decent appearance, she basically rewarded them to you all. You've lived fulfilling lives. Now, the princess only asks for your lives, only wants to keep this secret. Can't you fulfill even this small request? The guards collectively cursed Ma Chao in their hearts. Was this a small request? This was about dying. They hadn't lived enough yet. However, facing Ma Chao, a latest-stage king realm powerhouse, no amount of pleading and crying would help. Sweeping strike. Bang, 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 bang. With one ultimate move, dozens of heads exploded simultaneously, killing them instantly. Finally, Ma Chao approached the fifth princess, whose gaze seemed somewhat vacant, hesitating to speak. Ouyang Qing said weakly, just say whatever you want to say. Now there are only the two of us left. Ma Chao nodded slightly and spoke. That person called Jiang Heng and that woman also know about our affair. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Qing's emotions, which had just calmed down, erupted violently once again. She gritted her silver teeth and said, they should be heading to the East Sea. Chase them. No matter what. We must kill them to silence them. Yes. Around 9 o'clock the next morning, Yun Che's flying boat finally arrived at the East Seaport. After disembarking from the flying vessel, Yun Che turned to Yi Qingshuang beside him and said, I need to dive into the sea next. What about you? Yi Qingshuang hesitated briefly before revealing her purpose for this journey to the East Sea. I need to visit the Blue Squid Inn in Starfish City. My master said he has something very important to give me, but he didn't reveal what it is specifically. Yunche nodded without pressing further. Then go ahead. Once I've gathered the sea clam seeds, I'll come to the Blue Squid Inn to pick you up. With that, he took out a communication jade talisman infused with his spiritual power and handed it over. When you're done, just crush the jade talisman to notify me. Yi Qingshuang accepted the jade talisman, joy flashing in her eyes, then warned him with concern. The underwater realm is different from land. Many sea beasts have extremely powerful attacks. Be careful. Don't worry, Yunche replied, boarding the flying vessel again and controlling it to streak toward the sea surface like a water arrow. He had been submerged for only 3 minutes when a mid-grade flying vessel followed, and Qin Kui and Lu Xiuwen leaped down from its deck. While storing away the flying vessel, Lu Xiuwen repeated their master's instructions to his companion. Master said that in 2 days, the East Sea will experience a great low tide, and underwater ruins will emerge. We can train there, and if we're lucky, we might even find inheritance treasure chests. Inheritance treasure chests are probably rare encounters, Qin Kui said, pushing back her bangs, though her tone still carried anticipation. But I heard that a type of high-grade spiritual fruit grows in those ruined sea god fruit. Anyone below the king realm who consumes it can greatly improve their cultivation. If we can find 1 or 2, this trip won't be in vain. As they walked and talked, their minds conjured the legend of the wandering sword elder who obtained an emperor realm inheritance. Last year opportunities came with deadly risks. After the tide receded, powerful amphibious sea beasts would surge into the ruins, along with carnivorous barnacles and poisonous corals that killed on contact. The danger level approached that of forbidden zones, where even king realm experts might perish. Meanwhile, underwater, Yunche also recalled information about the great low tide. Though he hadn't ventured this far during the beta test, the relevant details remained clear. He secretly anticipated, if he truly encountered underwater ruins, that would be a massive windfall. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 30 constitution points. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 14 poison resistance points. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 1 supreme deep sea king pearl. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 140 experience points. For Yunche, this sea area was practically an attribute paradise. The 5 major attribute strength, agility, constitution, endurance, and spirit rapidly increased on his status panel. Just as he was thinking this, a massive turtle with intricate shell patterns that occupied half the screen slowly glided past the side of his vessel. Yunche locked onto it remotely through the control interface and directly activated extraction. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 500 endurance points. Holy crap, you're amazing, old turtle. Yunche couldn't help but exclaim quietly. Giving me 500 endurance points at once, how generous. His smile grew even brighter in the deep blue light of the sea with these additional 500 endurance points. His endurance attribute had reached over 2,100. If circumstances allowed, he truly wished he could capture this old turtle and raise it at home, constantly harvesting its benefits. Unfortunately, this ancient turtle was a ferocious sea beast at the late king realm stage, and he didn't dare to be too presumptuous for now. More than 10 minutes later, Yunche maneuvered his flying vessel close to a dark reef. The rock's surface was densely covered with seashell seeds, each about the size of a thumb, with yellow shells marked by black patterns, resembling cat's eye stones that flickered in the flowing water. A whirlpool-shaped collector extended from the vessel's bottom compartment, parting the seawater with a splash and sweeping all the seashell seeds into the storage box with remarkable efficiency. The only disappointment was that these seashell seeds were too low-level for his divine hand ability to extract any attribute values. After completing the collection, he didn't immediately return to shore. Instead, he planned to explore the seabed for a few more days to accumulate more attributes and experience, ensuring this trip wouldn't be wasted. However, things didn't go as planned. After 3 consecutive days of harvesting, he clearly felt his gains plummeting. On the first day, he had extracted 500 endurance points from that old turtle that had been following him for so long. The second day yielded only 100 strength points. The third day was even worse, barely managing to obtain 15 agility points. Based on this pattern, the fourth day would likely yield even less, possibly nothing at all. No wonder he couldn't extract much from his innate realm instructors lately. Apparently, the first 3 days were the high-yield period. It seems I need to focus on newcomers. Otherwise, the efficiency will keep declining, or I might not be able to extract anything at all. While calculating in his mind, Yunche also considered another possibility. Perhaps these NPCs needed a cool-down period to regenerate their point values. If he waited a few days before harvesting again, it might result in another wave of substantial gains. After returning, he planned to test this theory first with the poison resistance attribute from the poison spirit flower. With this thought, he stopped pestering the old turtle. The vast ocean contained countless powerful beasts, and while sea creatures with special attributes were rare, patient exploration would eventually lead to encounters. Meanwhile, the tide on the sea surface gradually receded, slowly revealing a considerable ruin, broken walls and remnants arranged in the outline of an ancient empire, with architectural styles completely different from the current era. The underwater ruins have appeared. Everyone charge. The warriors who had been waiting on the sea surface felt their blood surge with excitement. They drew their weapons and rushed toward the ruins with thunderous roars. Lu Xiaowen's expression grew serious. Junior sister, let's go in as well. Be extremely careful and don't touch those poisonous corals. Qin nodded gracefully. I understand. This trip is mainly to hone my swordsmanship and find the sea god fruit. I won't be reckless. With these words, she took the lead, stepping onto the ruin's stone steps, her figure flashing as she locked onto her direction. Her frost heaven swift sword technique erupted, with sword light like flying frost and snow, instantly slashing through the carnivorous barnacles that wrapped around her path. Excellent swordsmanship, junior sister. Senior brother will assist you. Lu Xiaowen laughed heartily, secretly delighted. For him, if he could use this outing to further his relationship with Qin, it would make the trip worthwhile. Especially regarding the dual cultivation technique that Qin had recently obtained. He knew more about it than other senior brothers. She had heard that this technique could help people comprehend the Tao and increase their chances of breaking through realms. He has now remained at the peak of the Grandmaster realm for nearly 8 years, yet still shows no signs of breakthrough. If he continues to stagnate for another 2 years, an insurmountable chasm will emerge between him and those supreme prodigies who have already stepped into higher realms. Lu Xiaowen has always been proud, consistently ranking in the top 5 among inner disciples, and he absolutely refuses to be left behind. The streets and alleys of Starfish City now reeked of gunpowder. A one-armed elder, his wounds still fresh with blood, dragged Yi Qingshuang along as they fled frantically along the coastline. The sea breeze carried salt spray that lashed against their faces as the elder's voice grew hoarse from blood loss. Shuanger, this Yin Che you mentioned, does he really have a top-grade flying vessel? Yi Qingshuang nodded while running. Yes, he does. If we can find him, we'll have a chance to escape directly by flying vessel. A fierce glint flashed in the one-armed elder's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Good. This old man will gamble everything on this bet. Bang, bang, bang. 3 sword beams infused with terrifying sword intent thundered from behind, their energy whipping sand and stones into the air. Yi Qingshuang and the one-armed elder immediately unleashed their battle techniques, barely managing to deflect the sword beams. Wandering sword elder, stop your futile struggle, came an icy shout from behind. Hand over the inheritance, and we may spare your life. 3 pursuers gave chase, all latest-stage King realm experts. Sword beams struck out every few breaths, intended to slow down the master and disciple. The 3 had different identities: Elder Feng Jinka of the Sacred Profound Sect, Grand Elder Jiang Haitao of the Divine Sword Sect, and a mysterious black-robed figure from an evil sect. The wandering sword elder cursed into the sea wind. I've made it clear enough that inheritance is only suitable for women, and I've already had my disciple absorb it. What's the point of chasing us? Feng Jinka snorted coldly. You think you can hide it, but word has leaked out. That's not an imperial realm inheritance, it's a supreme inheritance. Even if she truly absorbed it, she must spit it out intact. That's not something you can control. Jiang Haitao also said gravely. Whether it's only suitable for women doesn't matter. Just hand it over. Do so, and you might still live. The black-robed figure remained silent, but his battle techniques fell like a torrential downpour, demonstrating his determination to obtain it. The wandering sword elder seethed with hatred, but could only continue fleeing. Seeing the 3 experts closing in, he could almost feel the sword intent scraping against his skin. At the critical moment, Yi Qingshuang suddenly grabbed her master's arm and executed the Thunder Shadow divine movement. Lightning instantly coiled around their bodies, dramatically increasing their speed. Feng Jinka sneered. Thunder Shadow divine movement again? Let's see how long you can maintain it. Chase them. The wandering sword elder's heart burned with anxiety as he whispered. Shuanger, why don't you go alone? Let this master hold them off for a while. Yi Qingshuang shook her head without hesitation. You're my only family, master. I'd rather die than abandon you. The wandering sword elder felt bitter as he desperately sought an escape plan. He secretly worried placing all their hopes on a young man of modest strength ultimately left him uneasy. Suddenly, amid the sound of breaking waves, the outline of massive ruins emerged from the sea surface, with waves surging between the broken walls and debris. The wandering sword elder's eyes lit up. Underwater ruins. These ruins were enormous in scale, reportedly harboring king realm-level sea beasts within. If they could use the sea beasts to create chaos, they might actually buy time until that young man appeared. Go into the ruins. The wandering sword elder's shout rang out as he turned and hurled 3 thunder pearls. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning exploded, Seawater churned, and the three pursuers were forced to retreat several zhang. Jiang Haitao's expression darkened. Don't let them enter the ruins, stop them. At that moment, Yi Qing raised the transmission jade talisman that Yunche had given her and crushed it with her fingertips. The crisp sound of the jade talisman shattering was particularly piercing in the sea when Yi Qing had immediately crushed the transmission jade talisman that Yunche had given her. Half an hour ago, beneath the eastern sea, Yunche was waiting for the thunder dragon serpent to advance. Earlier, he had unexpectedly captured a demon core from a late King Realm sea octopus, cracked open its shell on the spot, and fed it directly to the thunder dragon serpent. For this little snake that had originally been only at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, tasting a demon core from a King Realm powerhouse was like a dream come true. Even as it swallowed the core, it couldn't believe it had received such an honor. Ding. Capture successful. Congratulations on obtaining pufferfish spine. Ding. Congratulations on triggering divine blessing. Pufferfish spine has mutated into Madness Needle. Madness Needle, special hidden weapon, can lock onto targets with 100 accuracy, carries strong hallucinogenic effects, only effective against those below Emperor Realm. Yunche weighed the slender bone spike in his hand and muttered to himself. Finally got something decent. During this time, he had collected countless sea beast refining materials, but hadn't had any major gains until now. This was finally a critical hit. Roar. The thunder dragon serpent's hiss echoed through the seabed, sounding both dragon-like and serpentine. In the next moment, blazing silver lightning burst from between its scales, forming a spiritual energy storm that swept across dozens of zhang. Fortunately, beneath Yunche's feet was the top-grade flying vessel Silver Shuttle, its silver patterns flickering as it forcibly withstood this violent energy. Otherwise, the mere aftershock would have torn an ordinary spirit boat to shreds. After several breaths, the storm came to an abrupt halt. The silver radiance converged, and the thunder dragon serpent shrank back into a palm-sized miniature white snake, wagging its tail as it floated over and gently nuzzled Yunche's hand twice, full of affection and gratitude. Looking at it, Yunche couldn't hide his envy. Only by stepping into the King Realm could one fly through the air, and this was precisely the threshold he urgently wanted to cross. Suddenly, his communication talisman vibrated slightly, and the dean's message appeared. Matter settled. Return quickly. Yunche looked up to estimate the distance. He was now far from the eastern seaport, and even driving the silver shuttle at full speed, it would take 4 or 5 minutes to arrive. Meanwhile, deep within the sea ruins, Wind Swordsman, Jiang Haitao, and the evil sect member Long Xian were relentlessly pursuing Wave Sword Elder and Yi Qing, continuously unleashing sharp sword energy, each time specifically targeting the most severely injured Wave Sword Elder. To protect her master, Yi Qing had forcibly blocked attacks multiple times, her palms already bloody and mangled, her sword-holding hand trembling constantly. Jiang Haitao spoke coldly. If we weren't interested in the inheritance you carry, a mere mid-stage King Realm cultivator like you would have been killed by us long ago. Long Xian sneered. Stop wasting words. As long as she's alive, breaking a few limbs doesn't matter. I have my ways to make her cough up that inheritance. With that, he struck with his sword. The sword energy formed a cross-shaped spinning blade that rotated at high speed upon leaving his hand, maintaining its sharpness even when blocked. Clang, 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 clang. Yi Qing desperately channeled her profound energy to swing her sword, blocking 4 times in succession before barely deflecting the cross-shaped sword energy, while the debris beneath her feet was scattered in all directions by the whirlwind-like force. Wave Sword Elder gripped his sword with one arm, his eyes blazing with fury as he suddenly unleashed a high-grade battle technique. His sword light surged like the sea, forcing back the sneak-attacking evil sect expert by half a step. Damn insects. If I hadn't dropped in realm because of this inheritance, you 3 little ants would be cleaned up in minutes. His voice was hoarse, yet couldn't conceal the decline of his profound energy. The 3 remained calm, offering no rebuttal. Wave Sword Elder had once been at the peak of King Realm, and they knew well that their 3 latest-stage King Realm selves would be no match for him at his prime. Jiang Haitao chuckled softly. Too bad your realm has dropped, and I've severed one of your arms. Your era has finally come to an end. Just then, Qin Kai and Lu Xiaowen came rushing toward them, and behind the two, a long-legged giant catfish was following. This massive catfish possessed the strength of the early King Realm, far beyond what Qin Kui and her companion could handle. Even more astonishing was the platinum treasure chest forcibly embedded beneath its thick scales, with only a cold corner visible, occasionally reflecting dazzling light. Elder Fong, that beast has an inheritance chest on it. Lu Xiaowen shouted loudly, hoping Wind Swordsman would intervene. In fact, no reminder was needed. Wind Swordsman, Jiang Haitao, and the black-robed evil sect expert already had burning eyes, almost simultaneously leaping through the air toward the giant catfish. A platinum-grade inheritance chest held fatal temptation even for King Realm powerhouses. The Wave Sword Elder had once obtained a supreme realm inheritance from a chest of this grade. Though the probability was extremely low, who dared guarantee they wouldn't be the next lucky one? Even if they couldn't draw an inheritance, just obtaining cultivation-enhancing spirit fruits or divine pills would greatly benefit them at their current level. On the other side, Qin Kai recognized the one-armed old man and the woman in plain dress, her eyes flickering slightly. Former Dean. Dean, you've also come to the ruins to seek treasure? Yi Qingshuang nodded gently, secretly admiring that Qin Kai truly deserved her title as the greatest beauty of the Great Yuan, her appearance and figure matching her own perfectly. She then whispered a warning. This place is filled with venomous creatures. With your strength, you'd better leave quickly. After speaking, she supported her master and quickly retreated toward more complex terrain, wanting to distance themselves from Wind Swordsman's group while waiting for Yunche to appear. Lu Xiaowen was already entranced by Yi Qingshuang's elegant temperament, even secretly calculating if he could practice dual cultivation with this woman, even losing 10 years. No, 5 years. No, 3 years of his lifespan would be worth it. Sword Qi crisscrossed the battlefield. Jiang Haitao stepped forward, his blade almost touching the catfish's forehead, but was forced back by Wind Swordsman's horizontal sword. Jiang Haitao, do you really think the Divine Sword Sect can protect that treasure chest? Wind Swordsman snorted coldly. Before his words finished, the black-robed evil sect expert had ghost-like swept to the fish's belly, striking at its throat with one sword while reaching for the treasure chest with the other hand. You shadowy cur, I don't have time for this, or I would have cut you down with one sword already. Wind Swordsman roared angrily. The black-robed figure spoke for the first time, revealing an enchanting female voice. TSK, such big words. I'm also latestage king realm. You think you can kill me with one sword? Anyone who didn't know better would think you're an emperor realm powerhouse. At this moment, Wind Swordsman and Jiang Haitao showed rare coordination, attacking outward together. The evil sect woman cursed inwardly and transformed into black smoke to escape. Jiang Haitao shook his head and sighed. Evil sect methods are truly troublesome. Wind Swordsman responded coldly. Just sewer rats. Sooner or later, we'll root them out completely. He took the opportunity to snatch the treasure chest and tuck it into his robes, then flashed toward Yi Qingshuang and her master not far away. Hey, we split what we find. Jiang Haitao gritted his teeth and followed closely. In less than a minute, Wind Swordsman intercepted the two, his sword blazing with cold light. Knowing you can't escape, why still struggle? To save myself trouble, those slender, beautiful legs of yours. Allow me to collect them. With that, his long sword struck directly at Yi Qingshuang's thigh. However, Yi Qingshuang suddenly stopped and no longer dodged, only smiled as she looked behind him. Jiang Haitao followed her gaze, and his pupils contracted sharply. Watch out for the flying vessel. Bang! The silver flying shuttle tore through the air like thunder, striking Wind Swordsman squarely in the tailbone. The sound of cracking mixed with a spray of blood as Wind Swordsman flew out at super light speed, his face scraping against the ground. In the eyes of Yi Qingshuang, the old swordsman Lang, Jiang Haitao, and the pursuing Qin Kai and Lu Xiaowen, the flying vessel that streaked across the sky like lightning seemed to tear through the air itself, leaving only a ghostly afterimage of the Wind Swordsman frozen in place. Was that his soul? Yunche. Yi Qingshuang stood on the deck, waving toward the flying vessel with a relaxed tone in her voice. Only then did the old swordsman Lang snap out of his shock. Seeing the genuine smile on his precious disciple's face, he sighed inwardly. This little cotton-padded jacket of mine is probably beyond saving now. Yunche. Qin Kui heard the name Yi Qingshuang called out and frowned slightly, thinking it was merely a coincidence. But when the young man leaped down from the flying vessel, his familiar face left her frozen in place. It really was her husband, Yunche. Moreover, he was piloting such a luxurious flying vessel and seemed as close to Dean Yi Qingshuang as old friends. Yunche landed and first looked toward Yi Qingshuang. Are you all right? I saw that guy about to attack you, so I figured I hit the right person. Yi Qingshuang's eyes sparkled with amusement as she shook her head gently. He's the Wind Swordsman from the Sacred Profound Sect, trying to steal the inheritance my master left behind. You didn't hit the wrong person. Qin Kai watched their natural, flowing conversation with an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. She never interfered with whom Yunche chose to befriend, but right now he was still her husband. Yet not only had he failed to notice her immediately, he continued to ignore her presence. Finally, Qin Kai stepped forward. The moment she moved, Yunche noticed her, his eyes flashing with obvious delight. Wife, what are you doing here? Qin Kai sighed softly. I came home to visit my father and decided to train in the East Sea. But what about you? How did you end up here? And whose luxurious flying vessel is this? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly thought of something and turned to look at the Wind Swordsman in the distance. He was now deeply embedded in the mud, his legs twisted behind his head, his body convulsing, blood flowing from all 7 orifices, looking as if he might die at any moment. Qin Kui's face instantly turned deathly pale. Yin you were too impulsive. He's Elder Fong from our sacred profound sect, known for his vindictive nature. You've severely injured him, definitely won't let this go. As she spoke, she rushed toward the half-dead wind swordsman, reaching out to check his breathing and see if he could still be saved. The old swordsman Lang was dumbfounded. Wife? This young man was actually married. But he had already seen the impure gleam in his disciple, Yi Qingshuang's eyes. Heavens above, were all young people nowadays this complicated? Lu Xiaowen approached Yun Che with a gentle smile, cupping his hands slightly. So you're junior sister Qin's husband. I've heard much about you. I'm Lu Xiaowen, and I've been taking care of her throughout this journey. Yun Che smiled faintly. So this was Qin Kui's devoted protector. The man was trying to provoke him with words, but he'd picked the wrong target. He patted Lu Xiaowen's shoulder like an elder encouraging a junior. Well done. Keep up the good work. Lu Xiaowen's mouth twitched violently, his fake smile instantly crumbling as he brushed away Yun Che's hand, dropping all pretense. I never expected a mere scholar like you to have such audacity. It's quite impressive. However, you're not worthy of junior sister Kui. If you have any self-awareness, you should voluntarily propose a divorce and stop hindering junior sister Kui's future. Yun Che wasn't angry at all and chuckled. Exactly. Isn't it much easier to talk like this? Why always wear a mask? It's exhausting. With that, he suddenly stepped forward, tensed his back, and swung his right arm like a gust of wind, delivering a clean right hook that slammed hard into Lu Xiaowen's face. Caught completely off guard, Lu Xiaowen's nose bridge instantly collapsed, and his entire body flew sideways, the back of his head hitting the deck with a dull thud. Yin Che, what are you doing? Qin Kui had just turned around when she saw her husband pulling back his fist, and she hurried over. Lu Xiaowen's cheeks swelled up dramatically, his facial features all scrunched together. He had wanted to get up and fight back, but seeing Qin Kui approaching, he changed his mind at the last moment, deciding to play the victim instead, hoping his junior sister would turn her anger on Yin Che. Unfortunately, he didn't understand Yin Che at all. Yin Che pulled out a handkerchief and wiped his knuckles, his expression calm. My dear wife, your senior brother here says he likes you and wants me to voluntarily divorce you. He's publicly trying to cuckold me. Tell me, doesn't he deserve a beating? Qin Kui had been about to help Lu Xiaowen up, but her hand froze in midair. Lu Xiaowen's face instantly turned ashen. Junior sister, don't listen to his nonsense. I never said anything like that. Yun Che sneered. You dare say it but won't admit it? Senior brother Lu, that's just pathetic. Qin Kui understood perfectly well. She had long seen through Lu Xiaowen's feelings. Out of consideration for his past help in leaving the sect, she didn't want to completely burn bridges, but her tone was firm. Senior brother Lu, I made it clear the day I joined the sect that I only want to focus on the way of the sword and have no interest in romantic matters. Please don't waste your time on me. Also, please tell Master that once I break through to the late stage of the innate realm, I'll return to the sect immediately. After saying this, she turned to Yin Che, her voice gentle but reproachful. Husband, senior brother Lu was going easy on you this time. Otherwise, with his cultivation level, how could you have succeeded? You really need to work on that impulsive temper of yours. Yin Che's mouth fell slightly open. Quite helpless at his wife's distrustful gaze that night, he had been completely powerless to fight back, and now he had suddenly reached the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm, which even he found bizarre. Just as he was preparing to explain, Zhang Haitao, who had been treated like air this whole time, raised his hand to stop everyone's movements. Sorry to interrupt your reunion. Zhang Haitao swept his gaze over everyone, his lips curled with arrogance. Now it seems I'm the only one here with intact combat power at the late stage of the King realm. Therefore, I'm announcing two things. First, Yi Qingshuang, hand over the inheritance your master gave you, and I might spare your lives. Second, this high-grade flying vessel is now mine. If there are no objections, let's begin. Lu Xiaowen was secretly delighted, looking at Yin Che with provocation in his eyes. So what if you have a nice flying vessel? Without strength, you can't protect it anyway. I'm going to pursue Qin Kui. I'm going to cuckold you, and what can you do about it? Yi Qingshuang was about to speak when Yin Che raised his hand to stop her. Yin Che frowned. Must it really come to this? Zhang Haitao nodded calmly. It must. No room for negotiation? No room for negotiation. Are you certain it can only be a fight to the death? If you don't agree, I can only kill you and take the treasure. Zhang Haitao's voice was unhurried but carried a bone-chilling killing intent. Yin Che sighed softly and nodded in acknowledgement. In the next instant, a pale golden glow appeared in his palm as the divine hand quietly activated. He flicked his finger, a black pearl the size of a knuckle shot out like lightning. Ding! Capture successful. Congratulations on gaining 500 experience points. The black pearl cut through the air, trailing a black line as it aimed straight for Zhang Haitao's forehead. A sudden premonition of death washed over Zhang Haitao. Though he found it ridiculous, he instinctively dodged several yards to the side, trying to avoid the attack. However, the black pearl bizarrely changed direction, moving so fast that even he, a latest-stage King realm cultivator, couldn't react in time. Oh no, it's a special type treasure. In his haste, Jiang Haitao could only draw his sword to block, attempting to deflect the black pearl. But the 100% armor-breaking pearl only needed the slightest touch to unleash an attack comparable to a peak King Realm strike, complete with armor-piercing power. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted on the deck. Everyone watched in horror as Jiang Haitao, a mighty late-stage King Realm expert, was blown to pieces by a black pearl the size of a longan fruit. Literally blown to pieces. They could see with crystal clarity how Jiang Haitao's limbs and head flew out in 5 different directions at high speed, like a fireworks display. Ding! Defeated Jiang Haitao, gained 70,000 experience, 1,500 righteousness, 1,500 death aura. Ding! Defeated Wind Swordsman, gained 70,000 experience, 1,500 righteousness, 1,500 death aura. The electric arcs had not yet fully dissipated when Yunche raised his eyes to glance at the charred rock wall. In the distance only a sword mark and wisps of ash remained there, clearly indicating that Old Wind had ultimately failed to survive. Ding! Congratulations on breaking through. Current realm, late Grandmaster stage. Ding! Congratulations on advancing your Titan Enforcer profession to level 4, 100 strength, 100 endurance, 100 constitution. Ding! Congratulations on advancing your second profession, Order Destroyer, to level 4, 300 agility, only effective when switched to second profession. Player information. Identity, son-in-law of Prince Qin's manor, civilian instructor. Realm, late Grandmaster stage. Talents, SS rank, Divine Touch unique, rank Mental Spirit Sword. Martial Root, superior grade. Profession, Titan Enforcer LV4. Second profession, Order Destroyer LV4. Righteousness value, 6,988 50,000. Death aura value, 7,623 50,000. Race, human. Reputation, 6,134. Attributes, strength 1,640 401 strength 1 attack power. Agility 1,764 effect speed, critical hits, evasion. Endurance 2,244 401 endurance, 1 defense power. Constitution 1,666 410 constitution, 1 health point. Spirit 1,089 1 spirit, 5 spiritual power. Equipment bonuses. Silver Dust, Tears 165 poison resistance. Brilliant Destruction Sword 999 attack power, total attack power 2040. Mystic Silk Soft Armor 999 defense power, total defense power 2644. Total health 20,660. Total spiritual power 6,250. Cultivation methods: Golden Bell Shield Supreme Grade, Demonic Flame Heart Shock High Grade, Divine Soul Secret Records High Grade. Movement techniques: Thunder Shadow Divine Movement Supreme Grade, Floating Kakin Steps High Grade. Combat skills: Water Dragon Soul / Supreme Grade, Frost Sky Absolute Sword High Grade, Sky Splitting 6 Harmonies / High Grade, Supreme Sword Art High Grade, 9 Force Mountain River Fist Medium Grade. Soul Guardian, Pioneer. Pet, Thunder Dragon Snake. Experience, 395,311 500,000. Money, 51,340 gold, 948 silver, 765 copper. Yin Che let out a long breath of stale air, thinking to himself that he had finally broken through. Indeed, to level up quickly, one still had to desperately farm bosses. Recalling how he had spent 2 full days hunting at the seabed and only accumulated less than 10,000 experience points, nearly making him sick of it, he felt even more precious about this sudden surge of gains. He felt an indescribable sense of relief. At this moment, whether it was the Wandering Sword Elder, Yi Qing, Qin Kai, or Lu Xiaowen, all were staring intently at Yun Che with eyes full of shock and bewilderment. A mighty late King Realm expert had actually been killed by him in a single strike. What kind of terrifying treasure could that be? Feeling his face burn under everyone's stares, Yun Che scratched his nose tip and laughed dryly. It's just good luck. I happened to pick up a thunder orb with slightly greater power. No need to be so surprised, right? The Wandering Sword Elder shook his head with a bitter smile. You make it sound so simple. How difficult is it to step into the King Realm, yet you dismiss it with just thunder orb? This old man suddenly feels unmotivated to cultivate. Not far away, Lu Xiaowen's face was deathly pale as he quietly shuffled backward. He knew there couldn't possibly be a second such orb, but he was still terrified, afraid that Yun Che might have a sudden whim and throw another one at him. Standing on the same ground as this ruthless person, his calves couldn't stop trembling. In this moment, Lu Xiaowen had already begun to hesitate whether he should still try to cuckold this ruthless man. Quietly distancing himself from Yun Che, Lu Xiaowen immediately summoned his flying vessel and, after settling aboard, transformed into a streak of light heading straight for the sacred profound sect. Yun Che watched Lu Xiaowen depart, his fingertips twitching slightly before ultimately abandoning the thought of silencing him. His manipulation of the flying vessel to kill Wind swordsmen could not be concealed forever. Not to mention that Qin might be interrogated under pressure, but the surrounding warriors who had witnessed everything clearly were living proof. Qin frowned in contemplation for a moment before advising in a low voice, "Husband, perhaps we should temporarily leave the Great Yuan Empire. The sacred profound sect has peak king-level experts standing guard, and their sect master is about to emerge from seclusion as an imperial realm powerhouse whom even the old academy dean cannot protect you from." Yunche gently shook his head, raising his hand to signal her to remain calm. Now that he possessed the silver flying shuttle, he could fly directly to Red Skull Island once he returned to Falling Moon Academy. With the Red Skull Bandit Group's treasury key and treasure map in his possession, once he completed the excavation, he might very well break through to the King Realm. Afterward, sweeping through the remnants of the other 3 major bandit groups would yield another substantial amount of experience points. The Sacred Profound Sect is not virtuous. They may be colluding with demons, so it's best to distance yourself from them early, he warned. Qin's expression turned stern as she immediately denied this. You cannot make such baseless accusations. The Sacred Profound Sect has deep ties with the imperial family. How could they ally themselves with demons? Yunche could only sigh. Without concrete evidence, he could only hope his nominal wife would maintain some vigilance. We're returning to Falling Moon City. Will you come with us? After pondering for a moment, Qin still shook her head. I came out under the pretense of sect training. If I don't break through at least one minor realm, I'll surely face my master's punishment. Though my master is strict, he has treated me well, and I don't want to disappoint the old man. Yunche nodded and retrieved a refined superior-grade longsword from his game inventory, handing it over. The Heavenly Frost Sword can increase ice damage by 20% and perfectly complements the Frost Heaven Absolute Sword technique. Take it. Qin gazed at the cold, frosty radiance emanating from the blade, her eyes lighting up with delight. After a moment's hesitation, she finally accepted it. Husband, you know my heart. I cannot give you a future, so I feel unworthy of this sword, yet I must accept it. I promise you that once I achieve mastery in swordsmanship, I will return to find you, and bear you many children. With that, she blushed and hurried away with the sword in her arms. Originally, this Heavenly Frost Sword was intended for Qin Yalan, his sister-in-law, but Yunche felt that Qin needed it more at this moment. Watching her figure gradually disappear into the distance, Yunche murmured to himself, comprehending the ultimate essence of swordsmanship. How could that be easy? 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, who knows? He didn't take this promise to heart. The path of cultivation was long and unpredictable. Perhaps she would return in a few years because of her vow, or perhaps she would sever this emotional bond entirely. Not far away, the one-armed old man quietly reminded Yi Qingxuang, whose expression was complex. If you fall for this boy, you'll have plenty of suffering ahead. While your feelings aren't deep yet, listen to your master and cut them off quickly. Bang! Yi Qingxuang suddenly stomped on Wandering Sword Elder's foot before leaping onto the silver flying shuttle. Yunche turned toward Wind Swordsman's corpse, crouching down to search and take all his belongings. He also found Jiang Haitao's severed hand and took his storage ring as well. The gluttony mask took the opportunity to possess Wind Swordsman's body, instantly draining the corpse dry. His attributes climbed straight to 1,000 points, yet still remained in the initial awakening stage. Meanwhile, the incredibly lucky 4 little strongmen had actually managed to bind a latest stage King Realm Great Demon. The demon, wrapped in chains and unable to roar properly, watched as they excitedly embraced each other. We succeeded. Expanding territory and achieving unprecedented merit is within reach. Quick, figure out how to unlock the chains. However, they failed to notice that the bound demon, with his head lowered, had a sinister smile creeping across his lips. Inside the silver shuttle, Elder Langjian was also stunned by the luxury of this supreme, flying vessel. The massive interior cabin had been expanded by magical arrays, with spirit crystals embedded in the walls and flowing light circling around. He couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. A world within a world, truly a supreme treasure. You lucky kid. Did this also come from an inheritance chest? Yunche nodded while taking out a platinum treasure chest and placing it before them. Having opened 2 mini diamond chests, he had limited interest in platinum grade ones. Seeing the bright, eager eyes of Yi Qingxuang and Elder Langjian, he decided to share the opportunity. Dean, would you like to open it? May I? Yi Qingxuang lowered her voice, unable to hide her excitement. Elder Langjian was equally eager. Go ahead and open it. Yi Qingxuang took a deep breath and carefully lifted the lid. A flash of milky white spiritual light burst forth, ejecting a small pile of items that scattered around the chest. Elder Langjian bent down to pick up an ancient manual with a weathered cover emanating faint spiritual light, laughing so hard his beard trembled. A high-grade cultivation technique. This could serve as a family's ultimate secret art. Yi Qingxuang looked around and shook her head with a sigh. This might be treasure for Grandmaster Realm cultivators, but for us, it's rather ordinary. Yun Che casually picked up a talisman with a yellow base and black patterns, its surface alive with flowing spiritual markings. He raised an eyebrow. No, you're quite lucky this is a special class treasure. What? Both exclaimed simultaneously. Yun Che held the talisman up to eye level. A status recovery talisman. It instantly restores everything to perfect condition: severed limbs, hidden injuries. Even fallen cultivation realms can be restored. As his words settled, the cabin fell into brief silence. Elder Longjian's throat bobbed, and if not for his dignity, he might have already pounced forward in worship. This talisman was exactly what he needed most. Unfortunately, his pockets were empty. He couldn't even produce items of equivalent value. Yi Qingshuang faced the same dilemma. Even if she emptied her entire fortune, she couldn't afford this talisman. During the awkward standoff, Elder Longjian's eyes suddenly lit up. He coughed and said, "Young man, if you give me this talisman, I'll give you my precious disciple. How about it?" The air seemed frozen. Yun Che was stunned, while Yi Qingshuang's face flushed crimson as her jade hand moved to her sword hilt. Just minutes ago, her master had advised her to sever emotional ties, and now he was directly selling her? Meeting his disciple's murderous glare, Elder Langjian awkwardly touched his nose. She doesn't listen to this old bag of bones anyway. Might as well make it official. Clang. The sword was drawn. Yi Qingshuang was beside herself with embarrassed fury. "Master, say another word, and I'll really turn against you." But Elder Langjian seemed determined. "Ungrateful disciple. Your master found you a supreme realm inheritance. What's wrong with you making a small sacrifice for me? You're still talking." Yi Qingshuang's sword moved like wind as she chased after her master. Elder Langjian had anticipated this and flashed behind Yun Che, showing half his old face pleading for help. Yi Qingshuang gritted her silver teeth, her sword stopping beside Yun Che's shoulder, her anger still burning. Caught between the chasing and fleeing pair, Yun Che suddenly recalled a memory unrelated to the main plot, but growing increasingly clear. It was said that Elder Langjian carried a seal, which was the key to opening the saint's ancient tomb and the credential for receiving the final inheritance. Based on the current timeline, the other party shouldn't know the true purpose of that seal yet, so it would be best to exchange for it first. Yun Che quickly calculated in his mind, his gaze sweeping between the old swordsman Lang Jian and Yi Qingshuang before him. He cleared his throat lightly, his tone steady yet carrying unwavering persistence. "I can give you the talisman, but if you expect me to hand it over for free, there should be some compensation, right?" Fearing he might change his mind, the old swordsman Lang Jian nodded eagerly, his beard trembling non-stop. "Name your price, boy. Whatever you want. Even my precious disciple here, I'll offer with both hands." "Master." Yi Qingshuang's delicate eyebrows shot up as her jade hand pressed against her sword hilt. "Forget the talisman. Let me send you to meet your maker right now." A cold gleam flashed as she half drew her long sword. Yun Che had to raise his hand to stop her. "All right, old man, enough fooling around. Keep talking nonsense and I won't hold her back." His tone grew serious, finally bringing the situation under control. "Here's what we'll do: take out everything you have, and I'll pick 2 items as an exchange." The old swordsman Lang Jian didn't dare delay. With a wave of his hand, lights surged from his storage ring as spiritual materials, precious artifacts, and pills instantly covered the ground. The accumulated treasures of a peak king realm expert gathered over decades created a dazzling display that hurt the eyes. Yet in his heart, all of these combined couldn't match the value of a recovery talisman. "Pick whatever you want. 2 items, 10 items, 100 items, all fine." The old man patted his chest with the air of someone making a noble sacrifice. Yun Che crouched down to search through the pile, his fingertips quickly gliding over the treasures. Before long, he felt a small, exquisite jade green seal beneath an emerald jade box, and joy flashed in his eyes. After quietly slipping the seal into his palm, he unhurriedly selected 99 other items that caught his fancy, piling them to one side. The old swordsman's eye twitched as his Adam's apple bobbed. "Good heavens, I was just making an example, and you actually picked a full 100 items? Not one more, not one less." Yun Che dusted off his hands, smiling openly. The old man silently vowed never to make casual examples in front of this boy again, waving his hand in resignation. Take them all." With a grand gesture, Yun Che swept the 99 treasures into his own storage ring, while the jade green seal was separately tucked into his game inventory, sealed away in multiple layers. Afterward, he pressed the recovery talisman against the old swordsman's severed arm. Talisman lights surged, and in the blink of an eye, flesh regenerated at the break as blood, meridians, and bones all reconnected. Within moments, the old man's aura blazed like a rainbow as his cultivation climbed back to its peak, a complete restoration to full health. "Ha ha, excellent. The old swordsman Lang Jian is back." The old man threw back his head in laughter, his sword-like eyebrows bristling as his voice shook the roof tiles. Yun Che had his reasons for willingly trading away this recovery talisman that was worth its weight in gold. As Qin Kai had reminded him, having killed Feng Jianjia and Jiang Haitao, neither the Sacred Profound sect nor the Divine Sword sect would let this slide. The first wave of trouble would most likely come from peak King Realm experts. He was confident that going all out wouldn't leave him afraid of peak King Realm opponents. But that would mean exposing all his trump cards, which wasn't his style. If he could have the old swordsman Lang Jian stand on the front lines, he could preserve over 70% of his hidden cards, making the situation much more stable. Thank you, Yin Che. Yi Qingxuang sheathed her sword, her eyes slightly red. The recovery talisman hadn't just healed her master, it had rekindled his possibility of breaking through to the Emperor realm. Such a profound debt of gratitude made any words seem inadequate. Yun Che glanced at her, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. Just saying thanks isn't enough, you need to show some concrete action. Yi Qingxuang's heart skipped a beat as she wondered. Could this guy be trying to take advantage of the situation? She bit her lip, hesitating whether to agree. But then she heard Yun Che add, "Those little rabbit-shaped steamed buns you made last time were quite delicious, make a few more." Yi Qingxuang's cheeks warmed slightly as she softly agreed. "All right, I'll go do that now." With that, she quickly walked toward the kitchen. The old swordsman Lang Jian sidled up to Yun Che, stroking his beard with a mischievous grin. "Boy, the opportunity was right there in front of you, yet you foolishly didn't know how to seize it." Yun Che paused for a moment, then suddenly realized what he meant and quickly called out toward the kitchen. "Wait, I want to change my request." Before he could finish, the kitchen door had already closed, and the sound of the stove lighting up could be heard with no response whatsoever. He had clearly missed his chance. Yun Che was in no hurry to travel. The flying vessel moved at an ordinary king-level speed, gliding through the sea of clouds as leisurely as taking a stroll through a garden. Old man Lang Jian stood at the bow with his arms crossed, his gaze shifting between Yun Che and Yi Qingxuang. Suddenly, he grinned and said, "Kid, Shuanger tells me your combat prowess isn't weak. How about we spar a bit?" Though his words seemed casual, they carried the undertone of an elder wanting to guide a junior. Yun Che withdrew his gaze from fishing, pondered briefly, set down his fishing rod, and stood up. "All right, I wasn't really in the mood to fish anyway. I'll exchange a few moves with you, senior." He lightly brushed his sword hilt, and cold light flashed. Old man Lang Jian frowned and raised his hand to stop him. "You want to draw your sword? With my mastery of the sword Dao, you haven't reached the level where I need to unsheath my blade. How about hand-to-hand combat instead?" Yun Che shook his head with a carefree smile. "My sword is a seal. If I don't use my sword, I'm afraid I might wound your martial Dao heart, old sir. Let's settle this with swords." These words sounded arrogant, but they weren't mere boasting. Since his second profession had advanced to level 4, his attack conversion rate had jumped from 10% to 20%, with his panel attack power soaring to over 6,700. Though this still fell short compared to Peak King's 12 to 15,000, his nearly 3,000 agility points had long since broken through the limits of his tier. Even if Old Man Lang Jian unleashed his high-grade movement technique at full power, his speed could barely break 2,000, while Yun Che could easily surpass that with Thunder Shadow Divine Movement alone. Thunder Shadow Divine Movement was originally obtained by Yi Qingxuang during her later training. Old Man Lang Jian had never learned it. And even if he mastered it now, he could only match Yun Che without movement techniques, perhaps even falling slightly short. At this moment, hearing the 5 words, "sword is a seal," not only was Old Man Lang Jian puzzled, but Yi Qingxuang also looked completely bewildered. Powerful warriors typically boasted with phrases like, "drawing the sword means invincibility." Yet Yun Che claimed that unsheathing his sword actually restrained him, and that fists and feet were his true killing moves. How could anyone understand this? Old Man Lang Jian sighed softly and finally grasped the cold essence of his sword. "Fine, we'll use swords. Don't blame me for being heavy-handed if you lose badly." Before his words finished, purple light flashed. Yun Che stepped on Thunder Shadow Divine Movement, transforming into a bolt of lightning that closed the distance in an instant. Caught off guard, Old Man Lang Jian was startled. He shifted his form and couldn't help but curse. "Holy shit. Shuanger, you even taught him Thunder Shadow Divine Movement." "I didn't." Yi Qingxuang stamped her foot anxiously. "I have no idea where he learned it." The old man remained skeptical and had no choice but to push his high-grade movement technique to its limit. But the more he dodged, the more alarmed he became. His full speed barely exceeded 2,000. Yet Yun Che moved like lightning tearing through the sky, still half a step faster than him. 2 figures chased across the deck, one after the other. Afterimages were continuously shattered by sword chi, and the ringing of metal on metal mixed with the whooshing sounds of battle techniques. In moments, the ship's railings were crisscrossed with sword marks, and shattered wood chips flew through the air. Yi Qingxuang stood frozen in place. In her memory, not long ago Yun Che had to flee desperately before an early-stage king, yet now he could match her master evenly. She found it difficult to accept such a dramatic change. Old Man Lang Jian was forced to break into a sweat, but remained unconvinced. Finally, he shouted in a deep voice, "You do have some skill, kid, but competing on speed alone isn't enough." Thunder Heart Sword Art Swallow's return flash. The sword light suddenly rose high, as if spiritual swallows were weaving through the void. In the next instant, the old man continued his assault. Frost Heaven's absolute sword momentum. Yun Che spotted the opening, retreated half a step, raised his sword in a simple starting stance, and ice blue spiritual power condensed along the blade. The next moment, his sword tip cut through the air. After the simple starting sword stance, he slashed out a trail of crystalline frost. The old sword master became increasingly exhilarated as he fought, as if he hadn't experienced such a thrilling battle in ages. "Come on. Thunderheart sword technique reverse, thunder slash," he shouted, and arcs of electricity erupted from the sword's edge, lightning flashing like silver serpents, tearing through the air. Yun Che met him heated. Frost Sky's swift sword style. Cold air spread with his stance, and tiny ice crystals exploded beneath their feet. While he couldn't match the old sword master in strength, he showed no weakness in swordsmanship. The old sword master also refrained from using his realm to suppress Yun Che, purely competing in their mastery of the sword. After a brief exchange, Yun Che's sword intent suddenly shifted, the frost transforming into a sharp, metallic energy. Sky-splitting 6 cut 6 shadows 1 sword. 6 golden sword shadows screamed through the air towards him. "Damn, how come you know the Wang family's forbidden techniques?" The old sword master exclaimed in shock, retreating but finding his escape cut off by the relentless sword shadows. As the 6 shadows descended, Yun Che changed his sword intent again, the gray-white sword energy cold and menacing. Supreme sword technique absolute hatred, no mercy. Bang! The 2 sword intents collided heat-in, forcing the old sword master to block repeatedly, his hands trembling from the impact. It was then that he fully believed his disciple's assessment. This kid was definitely a freak. Could he really possess the rare talent to learn just by watching? "Stop, stop, stop! No more fighting." The old sword master huffed, sheathing his sword and jumping to the edge of the pond, plopping down and pulling out a fishing rod. Who practices swordsmanship like this? It's too demoralizing. He muttered to himself. An ordinary swordsman would be lucky to master one sword style, yet this monster had grasped 3: frost, metal, and ruthlessness. If they continued, even his Thunderheart sword technique might be learned by this kid. Yun Che also sheathed his sword, only then remembering he hadn't yet shown the old sword master his true skill. Ding! Capture successful. Congratulations on acquiring the high-grade combat technique Thunderheart sword technique. With its lightning attribute, it surpassed the sky-splitting 6 cuts. A smirk appeared on his lips as he silently decided. 6 cuts, eliminated. At that moment, a tremendous roar suddenly echoed through the peaceful, falling moon city. The city wall collapsed for 100 meters, debris flying everywhere. A fearsome demon burst through the air. 2 heads, 3 pairs of flesh wings, casting a shadow over the entire street. The nearest city guards turned pale, their hands trembling as they held their weapons, wanting to flee but finding their legs as heavy as lead, frozen in place. Whoosh! The male and female demons casually waved their hands, grabbing several city guards and tossing them into their mouths, chewing a few times before swallowing. The male head, tasting blood and flesh, lit up with excitement and greed. The female head, still unsated, howled in dissatisfaction, urging her counterpart to hurry into the city to search for more food. "It's a demon. Run. Quick, find Lord Qin. Damn it, he's still not awake. Run to the academy, find the dean." Warriors and residents fled in droves, clutching their loved ones, desperately rushing towards Falling Moon Academy, cries and shouts echoing through the streets. At the city gate, Wang Feng, Gunala, and Xie Sanlang arrived alongside the demons, their gazes fixed on Miao Zheng, who controlled the male and female demons. Gunala frowned. "Did you order the male and female demons to eat people? Didn't we agree to just scare them first?" Miao Zheng shook his head, frowning. "I didn't give any orders to eat people. It must be the demon's instinct." The 3 exchanged glances, feeling helpless. Demons craved fresh flesh, especially that of powerful humans, which was like a delicacy to them. This male and female demon had been suppressed for countless years, and now, seeing a city full of blood and flesh, it was only natural they couldn't control themselves. Wang Feng said, "Bloodshed is inevitable. We needn't worry about such trivial matters. Order it to charge toward Luoyue Academy. Once we kill that woman Yi Qingxuang, Luoyue City will be ours to command." Gunala frowned, but couldn't help reminding them. "I just remembered Yi Qingxuang seems to have a master at the peak of the King realm. Though that person has been missing for years, what if that old fool suddenly returns? We might not be able to handle him." Xie Sanlang laughed heartily, turning to look at her with contempt and greed in his voice. "Family head goo. Don't worry. Once it devours Yi Qingxuang, this creature might break through to become a peak king. By then, what would we have to fear from him?" Miao Zheng licked his lips coldly. "Family head Xia is right. If that doesn't work, we'll feed it others." If we can help it directly enter the imperial realm, wouldn't the entire Great Yuan Empire be at our mercy? The four were blinded by desire, never considering deeply. Once the twin demon truly stepped into the imperial realm, would they still be able to control it? Or rather, were they truly commanding the demon, or was the demon manipulating them? Even they themselves couldn't tell. On the other side of the city, the three royal mansion masters Song Zhongji, He Chang, and Sikong Zinkold only struggle to evacuate the crowds, trying to prevent more civilians from becoming demon fodder. Hurry! Move faster! Run toward the academy! Song Zhongji roared while slashing through collapsed wooden beams. In the stampeding crowd, copper coins scattered across the ground. A raggedly dressed resident crouched down, frantically collecting the money. Damn it! Forget the money, dough, you want to die. Song Zhongji shouted angrily, kicking the man in the rear. Before his words faded, the twin demon's massive shadow fell over them. One arm shot out like lightning, lifting Song Zhongji entirely off the ground. He Chang, save me! He struggled and screamed from above. He Chang's sword-gripping hand trembled continuously, his face deathly pale, yet he dared not advance. Just as Song Zhongji closed his eyes in despair, Water Dragon's soul slash. A water-blue sword light streaked across the sky like a true dragon wrapped in surging waves, instantly severing the demon's arm. The severed limb crashed to the ground, black blood splattering everywhere. Roar! The twin demon howled in pain, both pairs of crimson eyes simultaneously locking onto the disheveled, wine-reeking old man in midair. The four conspirators standing in the shadows of the eaves all contracted their pupils. Hey, a latest King realm expert? Where did this old man come from? The freed Song Zhongji tumbled to the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. Thank you for saving my life, senior. The wine-soaked old man waved his hand. Quickly lead everyone away from Luoyue City. This is not a battle you can interfere with. He suppressed his drunkenness, gripping his sword tightly with both hands, his cloudy eyes unusually grave as they fixed on the twin demon. However, the next moment, something bizarre occurred. The mountain's eyes demon body actually tore apart along its center line, splitting with a crack into one male and one female, both terrifying demons at the late King realm stage. The wine old man's eyebrows twitched sharply as he smiled bitterly and smacked his lips. Ah, I should never have come to Luoyue Academy. For a few measly storybooks, this old man might end up losing his life here. The four conspirators on the eaves exchanged glances, overjoyed. They had originally counted on just one demon, never expecting this creature could split. Within the same realm, demons naturally overpowered human warriors, let alone now that it had become 2 against 1. If it were just a single latest King realm demon, the wine old man might still manage a mutual destruction by burning his life essence. But now it was impossible 2 against 1. Even if the old man burned himself to nothing, he could never defeat 2 powerful demons of the same realm. At the same time, Fan Chong crushed the emergency jade talisman that Yi Qing had given him, a talisman that could only be broken when Luoyue faced a life-or-death crisis. Aboard the silver flying shuttle, Yi Qing had been brewing tea when the jade talisman shattered. In that instant, a crimson light shot into the communication jade slip in her sleeve. Her expression changed slightly as she rushed to Old Man Langjian and Yun Che with her teacup in hand, relaying Fan Chong's distress message word for word. Old Man Langjian's eyes sharpened. After a moment's consideration, he set down his fishing rod. We're less than 1,000 li from the Great Yuan Empire's border. I can get back faster using my movement technique than this flying vessel. Don't delay, follow as quickly as you can. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped into the void. His aged figure transformed into thunderous flowing light and vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Yun Che extracted the depleted spirit crystals and replaced them with fresh mid-grade ones. As spiritual energy roared to life, the silver shuttle's tail erupted in brilliant flames, instantly piercing through the thick cloud layers in pursuit of Old Man Langjian. Meanwhile, dark clouds churned above Luoyue City as the entire population focused their gaze on the solitary, imposing figure fighting alone against the enemy old drunkard. He was single-handedly confronting 2 demons. If he fell, everyone in the city would become blood food for these monsters. To suppress his enemies, he once again unleashed his ultimate technique, Water Dragon Soul Severing Slash. Azure Sword Light transformed into a roaring dragon, forcing both demons to retreat repeatedly. It was only through this technique that he had managed to hold out until now. Damn it! A wandering beggar like me has become the hope of an entire city. Old drunkard cursed inwardly, yet his feet remained firmly planted in midair. He had originally wanted to escape, but looking down, he saw crowds of civilians fleeing desperately outside the city gates, some carrying infants, others supporting white-haired elders, and pregnant women in their 7th or 8th month struggling with each step. Their terrified, helpless expressions made it impossible for him to move. He knew clearly that once he withdrew, none of these people would survive. More ironically, he was from the Divine Yang Empire, yet here he was risking his life for enemy citizens. Fate truly was absurd. With this thought, his gaze suddenly became resolute, with only one conviction in his heart: fight to the death. Even if it meant burning his last drop of blood, he would be a true hero for once. Splurt. The female demon's shadow loomed overhead, her scarlet tongue moving almost too fast to see as it pierced through old drunkard's chest in an instant. Ugh! Blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. Through the searing pain, he roared and swung his sword, the blade erupting in a thunderous azure-blue pillar of lightwater dragon soul severing slash. Dragon soul burst. Boom. The roaring water dragon struck the vengeful female demon Hedon, tearing through her scales and sending flesh flying as she was severely wounded and forced back. Old drunkard's breathing grew labored as he pulled out healing and spirit recovery pills, swallowing them in one gulp. He knew this strike was the strongest form of the water dragon soul severing slash, and also the most spiritually draining burst attack. Senior, watch out behind you. Song Zhongji's alarmed cry echoed across heaven and earth. The male demon suddenly concealed his form, appearing behind old drunkard as if teleporting, his foul fangs opening wide to devour him whole. You dare, beast. In this critical moment, thunderous light roared from the distance. Old man Langjian arrived through the air with overwhelming sword intent. With just one strike, thunder pierced down from above, cold light flashing as a single sword thrust penetrated the male demon's skull. Someone recognized the wandering sword elder, and their expression immediately became excited. It's the old Dean. He's returned. We're saved. This single sentence ignited the entire crowd, and everyone shouted in unison, their morale surging dramatically. But the next moment, the male demon that should have been killed actually stood up again as if nothing had happened. The hole in its forehead, with only dried blood traces, was clearly visible. Obviously, it hadn't recovered through some rare healing talent, but was being controlled by some unknown force. What's happening? Wasn't it just pierced through the head by the old Dean's sword? How is it not dead? Before the crowd's exclamations could subside, Old Wine had already hurried to the wandering sword elder's side, cupping his fists and saying, "Thank you for the rescue." The wandering sword elder quickly raised his hand to stop him, instead returning the courtesy with cupped fists. "I should be the one thanking you. Thanks to you holding Luoyue. Otherwise, even if I had arrived faster, heavy casualties would have been inevitable." After the pleasantries, he fixed his gaze on the two strange demons, his brow furrowed deeply. They're not like ordinary demons. I'm afraid we'll need to dig out their cores to truly kill them. Old Wine readily agreed. If they have no vital points, then we'll beat them into minced meat. Perhaps that will solve the problem completely. All right, I'll entangle the male one first. You just hold off the female. As they spoke, the male demon threw back its head and roared, the sound waves like owls, nearly bursting people's eardrums. Before the roar ended, its toad-like thick legs kicked hard, transforming into a black shadow lunging toward the wandering sword elder. Golden threads as fine as hair extended from its claw tips, seemingly soft, but incredibly sharp. With just a light sweep, the ground and buildings were sliced open with long, narrow cracks like tofu. What strange methods? Where on earth did this demon come from? The wandering sword elder squinted, his long sword crackling with lightning as he repeatedly deflected the golden threads. Let's see if you can still revive after being turned to minced meat. He flickered forward, his sword thundering with lightning. Thunder Heart Sword Art Reverse Thunder Cut. Electric light interwove, countless sword shadows layered upon each other. Just as it seemed the demon would be dismembered, the golden threads suddenly extended, wrapping around his arm and forming a dense net that forcibly blocked the sword rain. The strength of these golden threads is comparable to top-grade treasures. The wandering sword elder felt challenged for the first time. On the other side, though the female demon lacked golden threads, it possessed the same immortal constitution. Old Wine wasn't skilled in swift sword work, but excelled in violent combat techniques. He had repeatedly blasted it into pulp, but in an instant, that pile of rotten flesh would writhe and reassemble, causing endless frustration. The wandering sword elder caught sight of Old Wine's combat techniques' power and immediately suggested, "Your sword force is domineering. Why don't you cut the golden threads while I look for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow?" "Agreed," Old Wine responded, temporarily forcing back the female demon and raising his sword to gather surging water spiritual power. Water Dragon Sword Soul / Dragon Soul Burst. A water blue sword dragon roared forth, crashing toward the male demon that hadn't yet fully retracted its golden threads. Bang! The golden threads were forcibly blasted with a fist-sized hole, like severed meridians. Now's the time. The wandering sword elder's entire body exploded with lightning, teleporting to the demon's front, his long sword slashing rapidly, sword shadows surging like ocean waves. Roar! The male demon let out an agonizing scream as its massive body visibly split into 10 pieces, then 100, then 1,000. Seeing the writhing chunks of demon flesh scattered across the ground, the old drunkard gritted his teeth and raised his hand to unleash another Dragon Soul Blast. causing blood mist to churn violently. Let's see you resurrect from this. Don't let up. There's still one more, let's finish it together. The old swordsman touched down with his toes, and, alongside the old drunkard, swept toward the female demon that was attempting to reassemble itself. Using the same technique as before, they each delivered their most powerful strike. Hidden in the shadows, Wang Feng and his three companions watched with wide eyes as the two demons were blown to pieces of rotting flesh, then reduced to ash. They pounded their chests in fury. Had their hard-won opportunity for rise to power just been destroyed by these two old fools? Their resentment and unwillingness nearly drove them to howl at the heavens. Sanlang turned and asked, Master Miao, as the contractor, what's the current status of the male and female demons? Before he could finish speaking, he saw Miao Zhang's face suddenly turn the color of pig's liver. Miao Zhang's hands desperately clutched at his throat, clawing until blood and flesh flew, as if something was trying to burst through. The next instant, Miao Zhang's back tore open with a wet sound, and a pair of fleshy wings identical to those of the demons emerged. Immediately after, a pair of withered, sharp, elongated arms reached out from his mouth and violently tore his upper and lower jaws apart. Blood sprayed everywhere as the male and female demons were reborn in this shower of gore, their forms rapidly expanding. Wang Feng and his two companions were completely stunned. Weren't the demons already dead? How were they crawling out of Miao Zhang's body? Even more terrifying, this time they had not only returned at full strength, but their aura had skyrocketed to the peak of the King realm. Two grotesque heads looked down at the three little ants before them, eyes narrowing with amusement as they suddenly spoke. Master, I'm hungry. Wang Feng was the first to react, his feet moving as if he were riding wind and fire wheels as he desperately tried to distance himself from the demon. However, how could a mere Master Realm cultivator escape from a peak King Realm being? In less than a breath, he was seized by the demon and thrown into its gaping maw. His pleas for mercy were cut short as he was devoured completely. Gulala and Sanlang turned pale as death, crying out for help from the old swordsman and old drunkard who were rushing toward them. But the outcome was predetermined. Trying to control demons at the Master Realm was nothing but a fool's dream. The male and female demons flashed before the two, grabbing one in each hand and stuffing them directly into their mouths. We're the ones who freed you, you can't be so ungrateful. Sanlang still foolishly tried to reason with them, but only managed half a scream before being crushed to pieces. The old swordsman and old drunkard arrived to find the demon licking its fingers with an expression of satisfaction. The old drunkard frowned. What's going on? Why isn't it dead? And how did it get here? The old swordsman spoke grimly. It must be due to its demonic nature. What's worse, after dying once, its strength has clearly increased. This won't be easy. Whoosh. A black shadow flashed by as the resurrected male and female demon's speed reached its peak, instantly appearing behind the old drunkard and bringing its massive palm crashing down. Unable to defend in time, the old drunkard's entire body shot toward the ground like a cannonball, crashing through several buildings before finally stopping. By chance, he landed at Yun Jin's hiding spot. Yun Jin was stunned for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth and rushed out, hoisting the blood-soaked, aura-disrupted old drunkard onto his shoulders and sprinting madly toward the academy. The wandering sword elder stared with utmost gravity at the hermaphroditic demon pair before him, who wore smug smiles and triumphant expressions. After their resurrection, these creatures' power had surged to terrifying levels, especially their speed, which now slightly surpassed his own and approached that of the legendary Speed Demon. The wandering sword elder cursed under his breath while trembling inwardly. Young Yun, are you making babies with my disciple in that flying vessel? Why aren't you here yet? Cold sweat trickled down the wrinkles on his forehead. He wasn't the type of king who specialized in body cultivation, and his physical constitution was barely better than the old drunkard's. If these demons landed a direct blow on him, his fate would be no better than the old drunkard's. In the distance from Luoyua City, the hope that had risen from two King Realm experts joining forces instantly crumbled. The citizens watched the fierce battle in the sky, their expressions turning ashen once more. If two kings couldn't handle it, now only the old dean remained. Could he manage? The hermaphroditic demons sensed the wandering sword elder's tension, their smiles growing increasingly sinister. The male demon pressed his hands against the ground, arching his spine like a drawn bowstring before explosively launching himself like an arrow toward the wandering sword elder. Get back! The wandering sword elder roared. Though slightly slower, he remained a peak king, more than capable of defense. As the demon shadow closed in, he swiftly swung his long sword, the swallow's return technique cutting through the air with a cold gleam. In midair, man and demon engaged in close combat, sword light and claws weaving an impenetrable net. Gradually, it became apparent that the wandering sword elder was being forced to retreat continuously, almost entirely on the defensive with few opportunities to attack. Worse still, the hermaphroditic demons split into two again, their twin forms attacking from front and back, nearly causing the wandering sword elder to lose his defense repeatedly. Just as the sword shadows and demon forms reached their most intense clash, Yunche's silver flying shuttle finally arrived, its massive hull like a gleaming giant sword that drew countless gasps of amazement from the city below. That flying vessel is beautiful, like a giant sword. Who's piloting it? Who cares who it is? We should thank the heavens if they're here to help. The key question is, can they actually help? At the bow of the shuttle, Yunche and Yi Qingshuang stood side by side. As Yi Qingshuang prepared to leap into battle, Yunche grasped her wrist. Let me go instead. With your thunder shadow divine movement, you could indeed entangle that demon for a while, but for safety's sake, let me handle this. Before his words finished, Yunche flicked his finger, and a cold light flashed. The psychotic needle shot through the air, aimed directly at the male demon, while he simultaneously activated the divine hand technique. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 300 points of strength. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 280 points of agility. Not bad, not bad. Got all the attributes. Yunche grinned. The male demon, struck by the fine needle, instantly lost focus in his eyes. His claws, which should have struck the wandering sword elder, suddenly changed direction and viciously smashed into the female demon's skull. Bang! The female demon's head exploded, her massive body crashing to the ground. But the immortal attribute instantly restored her, and she stood up again, glaring at her partner with fury and confusion. The male demon couldn't stop his attacks. In his confused vision, the female demon's face overlapped with the wandering sword elder's, mocking and disdainful, driving him into a mad rage as he struck with deadly force. The female demon was thoroughly enraged and responded with equally lethal attacks. The wandering sword elder hovered in midair, watching the two demons tear each other apart, completely stunned. He sheathed his sword and landed on the flying shuttle with a light tap of his toes, his face full of suspicion. Boy, this wouldn't be your doing, would it? Yunche nodded in acknowledgement. The psychotic needle, anyone struck by it becomes unable to distinguish friend from foe, fighting until death. Both the wandering sword elder and Yi Qingshuang gasped in shock. You used such a precious artifact just like that? The wandering sword elder felt somewhat regretful. Yunche shrugged. It's not really that valuable. This needle only works on targets below the Emperor realm, and its effects are time-limited. It's hardly invincible. The wandering sword elder nodded in agreement, but still sighed. Even so, it's an extremely rare special artifact. Used properly, it would make an excellent trump card for saving your life. When I was being hunted last time, if I'd had it, I wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. Changing the subject, he pointed toward the demon whose head had already been smashed 3 times. Can this demon truly not be killed? Yunche gazed at the massive figure slowly regenerating, his expression grave. The hallucinogenic effect of the madness needle was weakening over time. If this dragged on, the situation would only deteriorate. The wandering sword elder looked somewhat helpless. Earlier, Old Wine and I completely destroyed them once, but somehow they suddenly revived and even advanced a minor realm, becoming even more troublesome. I'm worried that killing them again might cause them to directly condense their crowns and ascend to Emperor Realm demons. If that happens, the entire Great Yuan Empire will face catastrophe. Yunche pondered for a moment. Condensing a crown was no simple matter. Even demons couldn't make such a leap from nothing. But in the next instant, his eyes sharpened. As the female demon's head shattered once again, a speck of light fine as dust flashed by, quickly burrowing back into the reforming flesh and blood. That light speck, perhaps that's the secret to their immortality. Yunche's mind raced. If he could precisely destroy the light before it reintegrated, perhaps these two demons could be permanently eliminated. He voiced his thoughts. I saw extremely small light specks within the demons' bodies. If we can shatter them, we might be able to end this prolonged battle. Though the wandering sword elder hadn't caught sight of the light specks, at this critical moment, he naturally wouldn't doubt him. Good. Shuang'er and I will create an opportunity for you. Just deliver the final blow. With that, Yunche leaped forward, landing at the edge of the battlefield with sword in hand. The wandering sword elder's sword intent surged as he and Yi Qingshuang both charged toward the male demon, who was trapped in hallucinations and relentlessly pursuing the female demon. The male demon was completely like a madman now, eyes blood red, grabbing the female demon and tearing at it with savage blows, completely oblivious to the deadly threats around him. What drove it to such fury was the ridiculous hallucination created by the madness needle. In its vision, the wandering sword elder was grinning wickedly as he pinned its partner to the ground, performing extremely humiliating acts. Anyone witnessing such a scene would instantly fly into a rage. If the wandering sword elder knew he was being slandered by this illusion, he'd probably be too angry to sleep for 3 days. No matter how desperate he might be, he would never be attracted to a female demon. Taking advantage of the male demon's loss of control, the wandering sword elder and Yi Qingshuang shouted in unison, unleashing the Thunder Heart Sword technique's ultimate move, Thunder Radiance. With a thunderous roar, Blue-white lightning tore through the night sky, blasting away more than half of the male demon's chest and abdomen. Its massive remains came crashing down toward Yunche. Master, I saw it. There really is a light speck, but it quickly burrowed back in. Yi Qingshuang's eyes blazed with intensity as she called out the warning. The wandering sword elder took a deep breath, his chiseled face illuminated by the lingering lightning. Whether we can kill this demon now depends on whether Yunche's sword is fast enough. Yunche's hand was already gripping the sword hilt. His current attack power exceeded 3,300, and if he employed high-grade combat techniques, breaking through 4,000 attack power would be effortless. Slaying a mere peak King Realm demon would be child's play. Frost Heaven Swift Sword, he roared. Within less than 3 meters, the massive male demon's body pressed forward, its bloody aura overwhelming. But the Huang Mie sword had already been unsheathed in an instant. White light crisscrossed like silk threads, cuts appearing everywhere at a speed almost too fast for the naked eye to follow. At this moment, the sword edge was like a high-speed shredder, cutting the 5 to 6 meter-long flesh into short segments, then into 1-meter pieces, then dozens of centimeters, and finally down to mere millimeters. The scattered flesh was ground to ash by the blazing white sword light, yet he still couldn't capture that grano-fry-sized light point. Faster, even faster. Yunche urged himself mentally as the control of the neurotic needle was weakening. The male demon's blood-red eyes suddenly blazed bright, and upon regaining consciousness, its fury reached the heavens. Its muscles bulged, ready to unleash its strongest strike at any moment. Just then, Yunche caught a glimpse of purple from the corner of his eye. That light point hidden within the demon's body had broken free and was attempting to transfer to the remaining flesh. Trying to escape, he flashed forward, activating Thunder Shadow Divine Movement at full power. Lightning coiled around his feet like electric serpents as he pursued the light point. The Huang Mie sword struck down precisely. Ding! A crisp sound rang out like breaking refined iron as the sugar grain-sized light point split in two. The male demon's face showed terror and despair, its roar cutting off abruptly. The flesh that had been writhing moments before went completely limp as its life force dissipated. Ding! Killed Peak King Realm Demon. Experience 80,000, Righteousness 2,000, Death Qi 2,000. Success. Old Man Lang Jian and Yi Qingshuang cheered simultaneously. At that moment, the female demon, having just recovered and witnessing her mate's demise, turned blood-red with rage and lunged furiously at Yunche. Yunche twisted his wrist lightly, unleashing the Huang Mie sword's ferocious form. Flames burst from the blade as the surrounding temperature soared, and the air seemed to ignite. Old Man Lang Jian's eyes widened. This is also a supreme-grade treasure. Where on earth did this kid get it from? In the next breath, Yunche unleashed the strongest technique of the Thunder Heart Sword art, Thunder Radiance. Fire and lightning intertwined into a purple-gold giant blade that crashed down thunderously. The female demon's King Realm peak body, tough as black iron, was instantly scorched. Thunder power surged wildly through the wounds as flesh rapidly cracked, charred, and crumbled. Charred ash scattered across the ground. Yunche raised an eyebrow slightly. The system hadn't indicated a kill, meaning the target wasn't completely destroyed. With no signs of regeneration, it was likely feigning death. Truly troublesome. Even that couldn't shatter the light point. Old Man Lang Jian and Yi Qingshuang landed beside him, faces full of joy and ready to congratulate him, but were interrupted by Yunche's words. Collect all the demon's ashes. Though puzzled, the two each grabbed brooms and swept the ashes into a pile at Yunche's feet. Yunche, what are you planning to do? Before the words had finished, they witnessed a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Yunche gripped the Huang Mie sword, its blade blazing with fierce flames, and thrust it violently into the pile of demonic ashes. The sword tip pierced through the charred earth, and with Yunche's low roar, the first brilliant white lightning bolt exploded thunderously. Thunder Radiance. Boom. The ashes scattered in all directions, and the acrid smell mixed with gunpowder smoke hit him in the face. Immediately followed by a second thunderous crash. Thunder Radiance. Boom. The air was torn apart by the high temperature, flames and lightning intertwined, illuminating the surrounding craters. Yunche didn't stop, and the third lightning bolt struck down. Thunder Radiance. Boom. After the series of explosive roars, the demon's remains were completely ground to powder, and 3 charred black holes were blasted into the ground. Ding. Killed a Peak King Realm Demon. Experience 80,000, Righteousness 2,000, Death Aura 2,000. Ding. Congratulations on breaking through, currently at Peak Grandmaster Realm. The light screen notifications flashed one after another. Yunche raised his sword and looked up, nodding with satisfaction. Finally sent it on its way. After the flames receded, a platinum treasure chest gleaming with silver-white luster was revealed at the bottom of the crater, with divine beast patterns carved on the lid shining brilliantly. Yunche grinned. Luck is off the charts. On the other side, the previously petrified old man Lang Jian came to his senses and whispered to Yi Qingshuang beside him. He doesn't really have some kind of corpse-abusing fetish, does he? The people of Luoyue City had long fled far away. No one could see Yunche's appearance clearly, only knowing that someone had slain the two great demons for the old dean. According to rescue rules, all reputation was credited to Yunche. In just a few breaths, his reputation skyrocketed. 10,000 points, 15,000 points, 20,000 points, 25,000 points. Ding. Congratulations on accumulating 50,000 reputation points, rewarded with 1 diamond treasure chest. Nice. Yunche was secretly delighted, then glanced at his panel again. Another 50,000 and I can unlock the reputation store. Those unique grade rare metals inside were his for the taking. Although he could almost certainly confirm that he was the only player in the entire Shenwu world, Yunche still wasn't at ease since he could enter. The other players who beta tested with him might not be unable to enter. Before any unexpected changes occurred, it was best to collect all the good items first. Once reputation breaks 100,000, the final rainbow treasure chest will also be mine. Yunche stroked his chin, pondering what to do next. At this time, the people of Luoyue City gradually returned, beginning to clear passages, rebuild houses, and repair city walls. At this very moment, the Great Yuan Imperial Court's envoy group arrived. Their timing was as perfect as police showing up in a play. Just as everything was finished, they happened to make their entrance with all their gifts and ceremonies. Old man Lang Jian told Yunche that all 4 family heads had died under the fangs of the male and female evil demons. Others only thought they were unlucky, but Yunche suspected the appearance of the demons might be connected to these 4. Although the 4 family heads' strength wasn't sufficient to control the male and female evil demons, based on his memory, Luoyue City should be temporarily free of major disasters. Once these imperial idiots leave, I'll go to Red Skull Island, destroy the bandit nest, dig for treasures, and break through to King Realm. Yunche already had his plans. However, there were 2 unexpected matters. The first concerned his dear big brother, Yunjin. This person actually ended up pairing with the old drunkard, giving Yunche a headache. Yunjin used the excuse of life-saving grace to shamelessly demand to become a disciple. The old drunkard originally refused, but upon learning that Yunjin was Yunche's brother, he immediately nodded and accepted him. So Yunjin successfully became a disciple, ultimately still benefiting from Yunche's influence. Fortunately, the old drunkard didn't take him seriously, at most passing on some high-grade cultivation methods and battle techniques, and wouldn't bring out his treasured ultimate battle techniques and talents. With Yunche's current strength, he was too lazy to care. As long as Yunjin didn't cause him trouble, he could show off however he wanted. The second matter was that the Divine Lotus sect finally arrived at Luoyue City and, as in the original plot, took a liking to Qin Yelan. The difference was that Qin Yelan didn't immediately agree, but first came to consult her brother-in-law's opinion, which quite pleased Yunche. It proved his little sister-in-law still had him in her heart. Yunche immediately shook his head. Yelan, the Divine Lotus sect has 2 deep foundations, with countless connections to various empires and sections. I don't recommend you join. If you want to become stronger, I'll teach you whether ultimate cultivation methods or ultimate battle techniques. I can provide them all. Before Qin Yelan could speak, a yellow-robed, beautiful woman had already stepped into the small courtyard. Her eyes were bound with white silk bands. Her face beautiful but carrying 3 parts arrogance, snorting lightly through her nose. Such big words. Just you. And you think you can teach Yelan ultimate cultivation methods and battle techniques? Just your foundation alone. And you think you're comparable to our Divine Lotus sect? Qin Yelan said. Yunche, this is the senior who wanted to invite me to join the Divine Lotus sect, the Wood Flower envoy. Yunche nodded slightly and was about to speak when he saw a graceful, mature beauty enter the small courtyard. The Wood Flower envoy's gaze was cold, her voice soft, yet carrying undeniable authority. Young man, don't think that gaining a little fortune makes you superior to everyone else. The power of our Divine Lotus sect far exceeds your imagination. Yunche shrugged and helplessly raised his hand. But the Wood Flower envoy didn't give him a chance to interrupt, continuing. Qin Yelan's decision to stay or leave should be hers alone. If you forcibly interfere, you're not helping her, but harming her. Yunche rolled his eyes, and before he could explain, the Wood Flower envoy raised her eyebrows again. Only by joining our Divine Lotus sect can she fully unleash her talent. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Yunche was speechless. Just as he was about to speak again, he was blocked by her words. Can you let people finish speaking? The Wood Flower envoy didn't take him seriously at all as a young grandmaster. Her willingness to say even one more word to an unknown nobody was already out of consideration for Qin Yelan. After speaking, she couldn't be bothered to look at Yunche again and turned around directly, her curved hips almost touching Yunche's face. Her posture so arrogant, it was almost provocative. She smiled at Qin Yelan. Yelan, consider carefully, don't be swayed by others. Ding. Capture successful. Congratulations on obtaining mid-grade Armor Sahara Yellow Robe. Just as the sudden system notification ended, a scream pierced the air. The Wood Flower envoy cried out, covering her chest with both hands and crouching on the ground. Everyone's eyes fell on her in unison. A lotus-patterned undergarment clung to her snow-white skin, silk panties wrapped around her slender waist and curved hips, while her original yellow outer robe had vanished into thin air, leaving only her intimate garments. The courtyard instantly fell terrifyingly silent. Yunche, Old Wine, Amu, Fong Chu, and Qin Yalan were all stunned. Yunche couldn't believe it for a moment that piece of armor was actually her outer robe. Thinking about how he had taken someone's clothes without distinguishing right from wrong, he was so embarrassed he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Old Wine's eyes, unobstructed by the gauze covering his body, scanned like scanners, up and down, left and right, his Adam's apple bobbing as he slurped saliva more than 3 times, shouting wildly in his heart. So white. Could this be the legendary top-grade zero-gravity melons? He could feel his divine weapon, sealed for years, faintly awakening, and was even fantasizing about where to live in the future, when to hold the wedding banquet, and what to name the children. In just 1 minute, he had fallen deeply in love with the beautiful Wood Flower woman. The incompetent sweeping monk Amu felt blood rushing to his head, his eyes rolling back, nosebleed flowing like a fountain, and he fell straight down with his broom with a thud. Yunche also hurriedly raised his hand to wipe away the drool about to fall, sighing inwardly. Indeed, they are big. Pervert, don't look. A gentle little hand suddenly covered Yunche's eyes. Qin Yalan's pretty face was flushed red as she scolded, then turned to order Fong Chu, who was staring wide-eyed at the white tender melons. Quick, go back to the room and get an outer robe. The Wood Flower envoy was on the verge of tears, her ears red, her chest heaving violently. As a high-ranking member of the Divine Lotus sect, how could she have any face left to stay every second longer made her feel unbearably ashamed. After putting on her clothes, the beautiful woman Muhua departed from Yunche's courtyard at a speed that even King Realm experts couldn't match. What a disaster. How could she perform such tricks right in front of us? I really don't understand. Yunche complained aloud, though his heart was filled with confusion. Qin Yalan didn't respond, merely narrowing her beautiful almond-shaped eyes as she quietly observed this brother-in-law with his calm expression. It was the same anomaly again, and every time it was somehow connected to Yunche. Could he really be the one pulling strings behind the scenes? Though her suspicions grew stronger, without any evidence, she could only suppress them for now. Sensing his sister-in-law's gaze, Yunche immediately broke into a cold sweat. Why did she have to witness the successful materialization again? Could she be getting suspicious? He quickly changed the subject. Yalan, what's your decision? Do you still want to join the Divine Lotus sect? After pondering for a moment, Qin Yalan slowly shook her head. Though you're mysterious and secretive, your teaching abilities are genuinely impressive. I believe following your instruction will lead to rapid progress. What do you mean you? You should call me brother-in-law. Yunche muttered under his breath. Qin Yalan had already walked out of the courtyard, letting out a light snort, and completely ignoring this seemingly reasonable yet unwelcome demand. The courtyard returned to tranquility. The old drunkard closed his storybook, stroking his disheveled beard and muttering to himself. If I shaved this beard and cleaned myself up properly, I'd look at most 60 or 70 years old. This old man could still be considered a handsome fellow. Amu had 2 half-read paper rolls stuffed in his nostrils, still not recovered from the earlier stimulation, sweeping the ground in complete disarray. Yunche shook his head watching this, secretly wondering whether he should take time to bring him to a brothel for some exposure. If he fainted like this from seeing someone half undressed, wouldn't he explode with nosebleeds upon seeing a completely naked woman? Little Fong Chu in the corner of the courtyard was 13 this year, already approaching the height of a high school student. She had just happened to catch sight of her master secretly swallowing saliva earlier, and silently vowed in her heart that only by achieving such curves could one be considered truly perfect. No rush, I'm still developing. There's always hope. At this moment, Fong Chu was practicing the supreme sword manual, her sword light flowing like silk, each move sharp and stunning. Yet Yunche was deeply conflicted about whether to teach her the Thunder Shadow Divine Movement or floating Kakin steps. The former was Yi Qingxuang's exclusive movement technique, while the latter came from the Qin family. Teaching either would seem inappropriate, as both were secret arts not passed to outsiders. Who exactly was Feng Chu's master supposed to be? Besides these 2 techniques, he had other movement arts, but they were all inferior in sophistication. As his first official disciple, her foundation couldn't be shabby. Feng Chu's class was Flame Dragon Saintess, and only by cultivating fire attribute cultivation methods and combat techniques could she fully unleash her battle power. Let me open the treasure chest first. If that doesn't work, I'll have to make a trip to the lava valley. That lava valley, like the poisonous miasma snake forest, was considered a forbidden zone, with a diamond treasure chest hidden deep in the magma that no one had yet obtained. Yun-Che lacked fire resistance, so venturing down recklessly would mean certain death. His real objective for this journey was to kill the fire lizards and that boss. If he could claim the first kill, the chances of obtaining fire attribute cultivation methods and combat techniques would be very high. Returning to his room, Yun-Che took out the platinum treasure chest and diamond treasure chest. As the vice dean, he had spent the entire previous night coordinating with the whole academy, and now that he finally had a moment of respite, he decided to line up both treasure chests side by side. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 5th grade Dragon Blood Pill 1, mid-grade Spirit Fruit 1, 1st grade Soul Essence Pill 1, Gold Coins 1, 500 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained Supreme Combat Technique 1, mid-grade Treasure Tool 1, low-grade Defensive Equipment 1, low-grade Spirit Medicine 1, Gold Coins 3, 1500 experience points. Holy crap! A 5th grade pill. Yun-Che stared at the notification, nearly slapping the table in excitement. He wasn't surprised that a supreme combat technique came from the diamond chest, but what truly shocked him was that the platinum chest had produced a rare 5th grade pill, the Dragon Blood Pill. He knew the pill market all too well. 1st to 3rd grade pills could be bought with enough money. 4th grade required painstaking collection of exclusive materials. As for 5th grade, forget about gathering the materials. Even if you could, finding a 5th grade alchemist willing to craft it was nearly impossible, and the price was astronomical. Dragon Blood Pill 5th grade. Main ingredient, Dragon's Essence Blood. Effect upon consumption, Strength 500, Endurance 500, Constitution 500. Restriction, can only be consumed once in a lifetime. Blazing Flame Sword Draw Technique Supreme. Description, concentrates all fire element spiritual power into the blade, releasing a lethal strike at the moment of drawing the sword. Note, the more spiritual power concentrated and the more unique the fire attribute, the greater the power. This sword technique is absolutely insane. Yun-Che's heart raced with joy. For someone like him and Fong Chu who practiced the demonic flame heart sutra, this technique was like adding wings to a tiger. He raised his hand, and the blood-red dragon blood pill entered his mouth. The medicinal power surged through his body like molten fire, his blood boiling as he could clearly feel his muscles and bones gaining explosive strength. In a short time, his character attributes underwent another qualitative transformation. As for Fong Chu, the superior version of the demonic flame heart sutra was sufficient for her current needs. Her fire element combat technique sequence was already well formed. Low grade, Phoenix Soaring Flash. Mid grade, Blazing Fire Sword Art. Ultimate move, Blazing Flame Sword Draw Technique. Adding one more superior combat technique would complete the set, but Yun-Che wasn't in a rush. With Fong Chu's talent and profession, she would likely dominate in same-level duels, and even against tough opponents, one sword draw technique could deliver an instant kill. More importantly, the Flame Dragon Saint's profession came with maximum fire attribute affinity enhancement, passively doubling the power of all fire element combat techniques. She was only level 1 now, but if she reached the maximum level of 9, even a casual low-grade technique could probably wipe out hordes of enemies. Yun-Che couldn't help but marvel. The Flame Dragon Saintess truly deserved to be ranked alongside Titan Enforcer and Order Destroyer as unique professions of the same tier, each with their own specialties. Strictly speaking, the Flame Dragon Saintess's burst attack power even exceeded his 2 existing professions. However, the one that suited him best personally was still the Order Destroyer, which could ignore rules. With the Divine Touch enhancement, he could amplify this profession's potential again and again. As for the Titan Enforcer profession, it seemed to serve merely as a tank with no particular distinguishing features. However, it possesses rare characteristics that other professions lack. Upon reaching the maximum level of 9, one can freely obtain a power of Rulsen absolute force that only saints can initially master. Moreover, it can transform into an ancient titan's true form, gaining 3 minutes of invincible status. At this moment, player Yun-Che scanned through his data on the system interface. Identity, son-in-law of the Qin Royal Manor, Vice Dean of Luoyue Academy. Realm, Peak Grandmaster. Talents, SS Rank Divine Touch Unique, Rank Mental Spirit Sword. Martial Root, Superior. Profession, Titan Enforcer LV4. Righteousness Points, 129,885,0000. Profession, Order Destroyer LV4. Death Aura Points, 116,235,0000. Race, Human. Reputation, 52,030. Basic Attributes. Strength, 2677 4001 Strength 1 Attack Power. Agility, 2269 Effect Speed, Critical Hit, Dodge. Endurance, 2952 4001 Endurance 1 Defense Power. Constitution, 2493 4001 Constitution 10 Health Points. Spirit, 12891 Spirit 5 Spiritual Power Points. Equipment, Silver Dust, Tiers 165 Poison Resistance. Attack Power, 12,009. Huang Ye Sword 3077 attack, 999 defense. Xuanrong Silk Soft Armor 3352 defense, 999 health. Current total health 28930. Current spiritual power 7270. Cultivation methods: Golden Bell Shield Supreme Grade, Demonic Flame Heart Sutra High Grade, Divine Soul Secret Records High Grade. Movement techniques: Thunder Shadow Divine Steps Supreme Grade, Floating Kakin Steps High Grade. Combat skills: Water Dragon Sword Soul / Supreme Grade, Fire Flame Sword Drawing Technique Supreme Grade, Frost Sky Absolute Sword High Grade, Supreme Sword Formula High Grade, Thunder Heart Sword Formula High Grade, 9 Force Mountain River Fist Medium Grade, Soul Guardian, Pioneer, Pet, Thunder Dragon Snake. Experience: 530499, 5000000. Money: 52466 gold, 648 silver, 965 copper. After reviewing his attributes, Yunche nodded with satisfaction. Only the experience points made him frown. To break through to the early king realm, he needed to accumulate 1 million experience points, but his current number barely exceeded half. Even if he eliminated all the remaining members of the 4 major bandit groups, it might not be enough. After pondering for a moment, he decided to try his luck at Red Skull Island first. Perhaps he could find a pleasant surprise. Leaving the main city, he returned to the medicine garden of Luoyue Academy. At the end of the corridor, Huang Huihong was crouching and trying to sneak away. Yunche stepped forward and grabbed him. Elder Huang, running away the moment you see me? Are you trying to default on your debt? As his words fell, a heavy bag of sea melon seeds crashed onto the table with a thud. This is 10 pounds, not an ounce less. Hand over the 4th grade Dragon Tiger Pill. What Dragon Tiger Pill? I was just fooling you. Huang Huihong pushed back his disheveled hair and reluctantly pulled out 5 gold coins. This is all I have. Take it or leave it. During the beta test, players leveled up slowly and truly had no way to deal with this old scoundrel. But now Yunche was no longer the novice he once was. Bang! Yunche punched the table, sending wood chips flying. Smack! Smack! Bang! Bang! Boom! Huang Huihong screamed in agony. What are you doing? Ouch! Want a reason? Fine, let's reason with fists. Yunche raised his hand for another series of heavy strikes. I'm going to file a complaint. I'm going to tell the dean that you're openly assaulting me. His response was a clean shoulder throw, followed by a dazzling uppercut. Hat's got some backbone. After a few moments, Huang Huihong raised his hands in surrender with a bruised and swollen face. Not only did he obediently hand over the 4th grade Dragon Tiger Pill, but the beating also triggered a hidden quest. Quest rating: Rank. Quest location: Underground Chamber of Yuan Imperial City. Quest requirement: Find the Wood Spirit Pearl. Quest time limit: 3 months. Quest rewards: High-grade treasure Black Jade Spider Silk Gauntlets, Gold Coins 10, Experience 10,000. The gauntlets were exactly the pugilist equipment Yunche had been dreaming of. When he saw the reward, he couldn't help but smile. After organizing the pills and quest scroll, Yunche dusted off his hands and left the medicine garden with satisfaction. He walked along with a smile like spring breeze. Truly worthy of being an alchemist. What a rich collection indeed. Huang Huihong lay sprawled on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Despite his advanced age, his tears and snot flowed even more profusely than a woman's. With trembling hands, he picked up the yellowed teeth that Yunche had knocked out, stuffing them one by one into his sleeve while mumbling curses through his tears. Woo woo woo. Bandit. This is highway robbery. I'm definitely going to report you to the dean. If the dean won't listen, I'll go to the former dean. Yunche, let me tell you, I have an excellent relationship with the former deanery best buddies. At this moment, Yunche naturally had no idea how heartbroken Huang Huihong was. After swallowing the Dragon Tiger Pill, his strength increased by another 100 points. He was planning to leave Falling Moon Academy with Fong Chu and head straight to Red Skull Island for training and treasure hunting. The flying vessel was right before him when Yi Qingshuang rushed over. Yunche, wait a moment. An imperial envoy wants to see you. Yunche frowned slightly. His identity was ultimately that of a Great Yuan citizen. While private defiance was acceptable, he still needed to maintain appearances publicly. He followed Yi Qingshuang through the corridor into the academy's reception hall. In the seat of honor sat a white-haired man in blue robes, slowly sipping from his cup. The man's complexion was sickly pale, as if he rarely saw sunlight. Behind him stood 2 men in martial attire, one fat, one thin, their hands at their sides, openly displaying the aura of mid-stage Grandmaster realm cultivators, enough to dominate Falling Moon Academy. Before he could even bow, Yunche quietly activated his divine hand technique. He couldn't see through the white-haired man's cultivation level, but since he was high-ranking imperial personnel, his foundation was certainly solid. It would be foolish not to take advantage. Ding. Extraction successful. Gained 240 experience points. Ding. Extraction successful. Obtained 1 pack of Imperial Special Fish Jerky. Ding. Extraction successful. Obtained Supreme Technique, Pseudo Sunflower Manual. Ding. Warning. Cultivating this technique will cause gradual detachment and disappearance of male organs. Integrate. No. No, no, no. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his clothes. Without the system's warning, that night with Qin Kai might truly have become his only such memory in this lifetime, and even reminiscing about it might have become pointless. After composing himself, he stepped forward and cupped his hands. Greetings, Lord Chao. May I ask what matter brings you to seek me? The white-haired man Chao Taikun set down his teacup and looked Yun Che up and down, nodding with a smile. Excellent. Truly a handsome and talented young man. Yun Che's spine stiffened. Rumors circulated that some imperial eunuchs favored Min. Could this one have taken a fancy to him? Fortunately, Chao Taichun quickly got to the point. Vice Dean Yun, I hear you have considerable achievements in teaching cultivation techniques and combat skills. I've come not only to invite Falling Moon Academy to participate in the 100 Schools Elite Tournament, but also to ask a small favor. He raised his hand to indicate Yun Che needn't interrupt, then continued. Our Great Yuan's 7th Princess Li Muling once made a wager with Divine Sun's 5th Princess Ouyang Qing. In 5 years' time, they would compete in swordplay at Heavenly Pillar Sword Cliff. Whoever loses must run 3 laps around the winner's imperial capital completely naked. What began as children's jest, the Divine Sun Empire has taken seriously. After hearing this, Yun Che's expression became rather peculiar. In simple terms, the Great Yuan Empire now faces a severe shortage of troops, leaving the 7th princess with no choice but to accept the wager and duel with Ouyang Qing at Qingtian Sword Cliff in 1 month. In the Great Hall, court officials remained silent. With enemies surrounding them on all sides, the Great Yuan could barely spare any additional forces. The 7th princess Li Muling's cultivation remained stubbornly stuck at the peak of the body refinement realm, while her opponent Ouyang Qing had already reached the middle stage of the acquired realm. The gap between them was like a chasm, with virtually no chance of victory. Coincidentally, the royal family had heard of a miraculous instructor at Luoyue Academy who could help people achieve enlightenment and breakthrough, so they immediately rushed to request his assistance. Meanwhile, the Triennial Elite Academy competition was about to begin, featuring both instructor and student divisions running simultaneously. The top 10 finishers would not only receive generous rewards, but could also represent the Great Yuan in the Imperial Tomb secret realm to seek treasures. Legend had it that the Imperial Tomb contained countless remains and treasures of Imperial Realm masters, along with deadly perils lurking within. The secret realm was controlled in rotation by the 4 great empires, Great Yuan, Shenyang, Tianman, and Qingke, opening once every 3 years. Without the Imperial Ancestor, an Imperial Realm Master, standing guard, the Great Yuan would have long been expelled from this arrangement. For Yun Che, this competition presented an excellent opportunity to accumulate prestige. He was calculating his options when ding. Chao Taichun of the Great Yuan Empire has issued you in rank mission. Do you accept? The system's cold prompt suddenly rang out. How could merely teaching a little princess warrant an rank mission? Yun Che's heart skipped a beat, sensing this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to accept. Chao Taichun was staring right at him, giving him no room to refuse. I can agree to go to the imperial capital to teach the 7th princess, but I'd like to handle some personal matters before departing, Yun Che said with a cupped fist salute. Chao Taichun frowned slightly. With less than 2 months until the 7th princess's duel with the 5th princess of Shenyang, I cannot give you much time. 7 days is too long. 3 days at most. 3 days. If you haven't returned after 3 days, I will revoke Luoyue Academy's qualification to participate and ban it from the Elite Academy competition for life. His words fell like a blade. If Luoyue truly lost its qualification, the Academy's future would be ruined, and Yun Che would become a target of universal condemnation. He took a deep breath. Fine. 3 days it is. The system prompted again. Congratulations on receiving an rank mission. Mission location, Imperial Capital. Mission requirement. Help 7th Princess Li Muling break through her cultivation realm and achieve victory in the duel. Mission time limit, 2 months. Mission reward, unknown. Mission failure, prestige halved, lifetime revocation of instructor qualification, removal from vice principal position. The severe penalties made Yun Che's heart sink. Seeing him accept, Chao Taichun's expression softened somewhat. Vice Principal Yun is decisive. I shall wait at Luoyue for 3 days, trusting you won't gamble with the entire Academy's future. With that, he brushed past Yun Che with his 2 attendants, one fat, one thin. Before leaving, he casually tossed over a storage ring. This is your reward for slaying the King Realm Bandit. Take it. As the ring landed in his hand, Yun Che secretly scorned the gesture. If he hadn't agreed to help the 7th princess, this reward would probably have vanished entirely. After leaving Luoyue Academy, Yun Che piloted his silver skiff, taking the little phoenix chick with him, and sped toward Red Skull Island. Meanwhile, beneath layers of sea fog shrouding Red Skull Island, dark currents churned. The 4 factions Red Skull, Corrupted Heart, Cutthroats, and Axe Blade had merged outright. then forcibly absorbed countless smaller pirate bands, cobbling together a new monstrosity, the Great Red Skull Corsairs. Their headquarters was this pitch-black, fog-wreathed lonely isle. All this upheaval was for one thing: to one day bathe Luoyue Academy in blood and avenge their humiliating defeat. Cold reality, however, stared them in the face. The strongest among them was only at the Grandmaster realm. With that level of strength, assaulting Luoyue again was a pipe dream. So a plan as deranged as it was hair-raising was put on the table. Years ago, Red Skull Island had chanced upon the demon core of a royal realm fiend. Now they would wager everything on if a human devour the core and forcibly demonize themselves. Everyone knew the odds for a human consuming a demon core were a pitiful 1%, and failure meant certain death. Yet the plan had begun. More than 2,000 cold bodies already lay heaped in the depths of the experimental cavern, and the trials continued. Zhang Yong, third boss of Axeblade, pressed his brow and spoke in a low voice. Boss Chai, over 2,000 people are dead already. Are we really going to keep pushing this? Mo Tian, second boss of the Cutthroats, chimed in. We should find another way. I've never heard of anyone successfully absorbing a demon core. Qian Li, fourth boss of Corrupted Heart, added with a frown. Exactly. Boss Chai, if this keeps up, forget revenge, our hard-won Corsair alliance will fall apart. Standing in the torchlit shadows, Chai Shiyu only shook her head slightly, her tone icy and unflinching. If the records say someone has absorbed a demon core, they're not wrong. The problem is method, physique, or mental fortitude. Mastering demonic power is our only chance to wipe out Luoyue. The plan continues. Zhang Yong sighed. But a lot of people want to quit the Great Red Skull Corsairs. They're afraid of being dragged in as test subjects. Chai Shiyu gave a soft, wintry laugh. Quit. Easy. Send them straight in as test subjects. The three men stiffened in unison. As expected, this woman was still the most venomous of Red Skull. With a single order, she chained everyone to a road of no return. The doors of the stone council hall creaked open. A disheveled young man staggered in, reeking of alcohol. Hong Tian, steeped in dejection. Chai Shiyu shot him a glance, her disgust unmasked. If not for old ties, she would have cut him down long ago. She sneered inwardly. So he lost a fiend in an empty ruin. Does that warrant this pathetic collapse? Useless. What are you doing here? Leave. We don't need the spineless, she said bluntly. To her surprise, Hong Tian slowly lifted his head, a dead-ash resolve in his eyes. Make me the next test subject. Mo Tian, Zhang Yong, and Qian Li traded looks. Had the liquor rotted his brain? Chai Shiyu narrowed her eyes, studying the way he dropped to the floor and drank with his head tipped back. Have you made up your mind? Hong Tian tossed aside the empty flask, his voice flat. There's nothing to think about. Like you said, without demonic power, we have no chance. And don't tell me you think the Great Yuan Empire will just let this slide. They'll seize the moment to root out every last one of us Corsairs, leave no survivors. Don't think that being shrouded in sea mist makes Red Skull Island safe after all these years. Plenty of people have figured out exactly where the island is. Hong Piao leaned against the wall, his voice dripping with mockery. Mark my words, it won't be long before the Great Yuan Empire's airship fleet comes knocking at your door. And what are you doing? Huddling together for comfort. If I were in charge, I'd have forced everyone to join the demon transformation plan by now. He dropped these words and walked toward the door without a care for Chai Shiyu and the other three, whose faces had darkened considerably. Just before leaving, he let out a derisive laugh. You'd better hope I succeed. If even a grandmaster like me can't absorb the demon core, those weaklings don't stand a chance. With that, he tapped his forehead with his finger. Let me tell you the truth, success depends entirely on mental strength. The fact that you never bothered to consult someone who's actually raised demons shows just how foolish you are. You. Chai Shiyu shot to her feet, her face flushing red and purple with rage, but she couldn't find a single word to refute him was right. Why hadn't she sought advice from someone who had actually contracted with demons? Just then, a subordinate stumbled into the hall, reporting urgently. Boss, we're in trouble. The Great Yuan Empire's airship fleet is here. Chai Shiyu slammed her fist on the table, sending wood splinters flying. Damn it. That waste was actually right. After a brief moment of thought, she commanded grimly, don't engage them, Hedon. Activate the giant fans and deploy the poison mist defense. Yes. Chai Shiyu snorted coldly. So what if they're here? Do they really think Red Skull Island has been sitting defenseless all these years? If they want to take this place, they'll pay dearly for it. 3 kilometers offshore, a fleet of 10 airships led by a top-grade vessel was breaking through the mist. On the deck of the lead ship, General Gaia stood wrapped in a crimson cloak, his burning gaze fixed on the blood-red archipelago in the distance. As a peak grandmaster, he had confirmed that the Red Skull pirate group had no king-level warriors stationed there, only some latest-stage grandmasters among the remaining stragglers, who were no match for him. He had nearly come to blows with several high officials competing for this guaranteed victory campaign. After all, who wouldn't covet such easy military merit? All airships, advance at full speed. Yes. The 10 airships roared forward, tearing through the sea mist. As they landed on the beach, the Imperial soldiers were about to charge forward when several men suddenly collapsed, unable to even grip their weapons properly. Gaia's face darkened as he shouted, "Heavenly fragrance, muscle relaxant. Everyone take your antidote pills immediately." The Imperial Research Institute had long since developed antidotes for this poison, and they even had corresponding pills for the Red Skull powder aphrodisiac that Red Skull Island commonly used. To ensure victory in this campaign, the Empire had invested enormous resources and could not afford failure. However, they had miscalculated one thing. The current Red Skull was now the Greater Red Skull Pirate Group, formed by merging from major pirate groups with countless smaller ones. Their forces had multiplied dramatically, and any frontal assault would inevitably result in rivers of blood. Even more troublesome was that Mo Tian, the second-in-command of the Throat Slitter Pirate Group, had brought with him a deadly poison that the Empire still couldn't counter: soul corruption powder. According to tradition, the formula for this colorless, odorless poison was only passed down to the next leader, but the ambitious Mo Tian had secretly copied the recipe long ago, plotting for an opportunity to seize power and become the head of the group. The spirit-draining powder works best when consumed directly. However, with limited supplies, it was impossible to force-feed every attacker on the island. Standing on the highest point of the deck, Chai Shuyu's eyes gleamed in the humid night as inspiration struck. Boil the spirit-draining powder. Let the sea breeze carry the medicinal mist toward the enemy formation, and mix in heavenly fragrance muscle-weakening powder to cripple the entire Great Yuan army's combat effectiveness. She calculated the tides and wind direction, then commanded in a low voice, "The time has come, brothers. Charge. Kill these bastards." With her order, the Red Skull bandits who had only been fleeing suddenly turned like a reversing tide, wheeling around in unison to attack the Great Yuan forces. Gaia snorted coldly, his heavy armor gleaming with cold light under the moon as he waved his hand. "Charge. They're nothing but chickens and dogs. This is our chance to earn military merit and get promoted." At these words, the Great Yuan soldiers seemed to have been force-fed a jug of strong liquor, their eyes turning blood-red as their battle cries merged into one thunderous roar, boldly meeting the bandits' front line. The two forces clashed, armor plates and blades striking sparks as the smell of blood instantly filled the sea breeze. Less than 10 minutes into the battle, something strange occurred. The Great Yuan soldiers' spiritual energy circulation suddenly stagnated, their movements and sword techniques becoming sluggish. The battle line that had held the advantage moments before was instantly torn open by the bandits' screams of agony rose as sharp blades pierced bellies and heads were cleaved off. Gaia also felt his meridians congealing. In high-level combat, the slightest difference meant life or death. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it! This poisonous mist contains more than just muscle-weakening powder. There's something else." Retreat. However, with their spiritual energy impaired and movement like wading through mud, how could they escape quickly? Chai Shiyu laughed triumphantly, raising her blade high. "Brothers, full assault. Kill as many as you can. Whoever kills the most gets to spend a night with me." At her words, every male bandit's mind exploded as they stole glances at Chai Shuyu's wild expression beneath her single eye and her voluptuous figure, their Adam's apples bobbing. Flavored yogurt. Delicious and perfectly tasted. The group went mad, wishing they had extra hands to grip additional blades. Even more unexpectedly, several female bandits also secretly tightened their grips on their weapons, clearly wanting to compete for first place, though their motives remained unclear. At this moment, Mo Tian and the other two looked at Chai Shiyu with eyes full of admiration. No wonder she was the chief, and not them. Qianli wiped the blood from his face and grinned. "Boss Chai, I want to join this competition too. Is that possible?" Chai Shiyu raised an eyebrow, sizing up his greasy pig-like face with an unhurried tone. "Sure. But you're a grandmaster. After all, competing with the brothers for kills would be boring. If you can take that general's head, I'll serve you for 3 days and nights, with a new trick each day." Qian Li's eyes blazed as he seemed to envision Chai Shiyu naked and seductive before him. But reason reminded him, he was only mid-stage grandmaster, while that Great Yuan general was at least latest-stage grandmaster. Even affected by the spirit-draining powder, he wasn't someone who could be killed easily. Seeing his hesitation, Chai Shuyu's lips curved with disdain. "What? Scared? I'm giving you the chance. If you want to get in my bed later, it'll be much harder." Zhang Yong and Mo Tian stepped forward with wicked grins on their faces. Zhang Yong said, "I don't like the sound of that. If the three of us join forces and happen to kill that general, would we be able to have a proper fight with Boss Chai?" Chai Shiyu was slightly taken aback. She raised her hand to brush her hair and snorted in response. "Just 3 people? Fine, I accept your challenge. But when the time comes, don't embarrass yourselves by taking breaks in the middle." The three exchanged glances, their eyes blazing with determination. This was a matter of dignity, and there was no backing down. "Good. Then Boss Chai better prepare a big bed and wait for us." As soon as the words fell, 3 figures flickered and chased after Gaia, whose face had turned ashen as he alternated between running and using evasive techniques. Meanwhile, Yin Che followed the route from his memory and piloted his flying vessel to the airspace above Red Skull Island. With the wind howling across the deck, he turned to the 12-year-old Fong Chu beside him and instructed, Fong Chu, I'm leaving the silver shuttle for you to pilot. If you want to test your cultivation results, go find some isolated latest-stage bandits to practice on. Your master believes you can handle it. Little Fong Chu clutched the corner of her clothes. Though somewhat frightened, she nodded firmly. After a moment's thought, Yin Che retrieved an ice silk brocade garment that had been refined to perfection from his storage ring and handed it to her. You don't have any protective gear yet. Put this on before you go down. Yes, Fong Chu understands. The young girl blushed as she accepted it, secretly thinking to herself, Master is giving me undergarments again, how embarrassing. After giving his instructions, Yin Che leaped into the air. Amidst the howling wind, he deployed his floating steps technique midair, landing gracefully after a few movements. The moment his toes touched the ground, he had already drawn his sword and split an approaching minion in half. A quick glance revealed countless bandits swarming around him. Yin Che focused his thoughts and patted his chest. Dragon Snake, come out and help. The white thunder dragon snake yawned and poked its head out from his collar. Help me knock all the enemies over here, and I'll cut them down. Remember, go easy on them. The thunder dragon snake nodded and exploded into a silver lightning bolt that shot away. In the divine martial world, masters gain no experience when their pets killed enemies otherwise. Yin Che would have long since let the dragon snake handle everything while he lounged on his flying vessel fishing. Bang, bang, bang. What kind of monster is that? Watch out for that silver lightning. Accompanied by screams, the bandits struck by the lightning flew toward Yin Che like kites with broken strings. Before they could even hit the ground, they were met by Yin Che's precise sword strikes. Ding. Capture successful, ding. Kill successful. The system notifications continued endlessly. At the other end, Chai Shiyu finally noticed this scene of slaughter wreathed in purple lightning and silver light. When she saw Yin Che's face, she nearly collapsed on the spot. Damn it. How is it this little demon? How did he get here too? Her face instantly turned pale. Not daring to linger, she quickly fled toward the depths of Red Skull Island, fearing discovery by Yin Che. The massacre continued for a while, but Yin Che felt the efficiency was still insufficient. He ordered the thunder dragon snake to bite through enemies' legs and pile them together while he charged into the heap with his sword. Purple lightning and silver radiance crisscrossed, instantly turning half the battlefield into a living hell. The bandits who had originally been chasing the Great Yuan soldiers were terrified out of their wits, with only one thought: retreat. Get as far away from those two mysterious light orbs as possible. However, Yin Che had come here specifically to slaughter the entire island. How could he let any monsters that could provide experience escape? On the other side of the battlefield, with nowhere to run, Gaia could only steel himself to face two mid-stage grandmasters and one latest-stage grandmaster. Though the fallen spirit powder in his system limited his strength, he still managed to create a mutually destructive situation using his peak-level foundation. Unfortunately, being outnumbered while alone proved too much. Motion seized an opening and unexpectedly thrust his sword into Gaia's side. Blood spurted as Gaia grunted and staggered back, seriously wounded. Zhang Yong licked his lips and approached with a smile. General, it looks like you won't be escaping today. Leave your head behind. Just as his sword was about to sever Gaia's head, a blazing flame flashed by in an instant, directly severing his sword-wielding right hand. Searing pain spread from the severed wrist as blood transformed into scattered sparks in the air. Zhang Yong's expression changed drastically. What kind of attack was that? Before he could even blink, the fiery light had vanished. Following its trajectory, he saw a stunningly beautiful young girl slender in build, with half-lowered eyes radiating coldness. Her left hand pressed against the scabbard at her waist while her right hand lightly gripped the sword hilt, youthful yet resolute. Did she make that strike? Zhang Yong's mind buzzed. Her aura clearly indicated only early acquired realm cultivation, yet that sword's speed rivaled a Grandmaster realm's instant kill. Was it you who unleashed that flame? He questioned in a low voice. Yes. Little Fong Chu showed no retreat, her toes lightly touching the ground as spiritual energy surged along her sword spine. Fierce flames faintly coiled around the blade's edge as her second form fire flame, blazing sword technique, gathered momentum. Taking advantage of the opening, Gaia clutched his blood-stained abdomen and hoarsely warned, "Run quickly. You're no match for him." Zhang Yong's cold laughter answered him. With just one step, he closed in on little Fong Chu, his left hand forming claws as he struck toward her slender, pale neck. Too fast. Little Fong Chu's condensed fire flame blaze couldn't be unleashed in time. Whoosh! An even more blazing, ferocious fire blade tore through the sky from afar. Though Zhang Yong clearly tracked its trajectory, he seemed forcibly pulled away by distance as the fire blade swept across his throat in the blink of an eye. The next moment, he froze in place, blood gushing from his neck. Yin Che, dressed in white scholarly robes, appeared beside little Fong Chu as if teleporting, gently patting her head with a smile full of approval. Excellent. Daring to face a Grandmaster realm cultivatory, truly have your master's bearing. Little Fong Chu's pretty face flushed slightly, though her sword-gripping hand remained steady. I've made Master laugh at me. I simply couldn't help but act when I saw him about to behead someone. On the other side, Mo Tian and Qian Li's legs were already trembling upon recognizing Yun Che's face. This very demon had shattered their siege plans, and now he had returned like a persistent ghost. Yun Che's gaze swept over the two men. I wondered why I couldn't find Red Skull's higher-ups. Turns out you're all hiding here. Mo Tian forced himself to remain calm, raising his sword toward Yun Che with a trembling voice. You, don't come any closer. Clang. His answer came in the form of Yun Che's advancing shadow and a flash of cold light. The sword gleamed as it passed, sealing Mo Tian's throat, while nearby, Qianli couldn't escape either. Both fell almost simultaneously in a clean, efficient double kill. The severely wounded Gaia, ignoring the grinding pain in his abdomen, stared at Yun Che in bewilderment. When had Grandmaster realm experts become so easily defeated? Gritting his teeth, he struggled to his feet and cupped his hands. Thank you for your rescue, sir. Yun Che waved dismissively, and was about to take little Fong Chu to Red Skull's treasury when a thunderous roar erupted. A distant building exploded, sending tiles and wooden debris flying in all directions. Through the smoke, a nearly 10-meter-tall, 8-legged demon burst through the wall. Its octopus-like tentacles were thick as stone pillars, one of which clutched the flattened Chai Shuyu. Even more chilling was that the demon's head was unmistakably Hong Miao, Red Skull's third leader, though his features were twisted beyond recognition, his skin covered in sucker-like growths. The demonized Hong Miao's 4 eyes blazed with fire, his gaze locked deadly onto Yun Che. Memories rapidly pieced together. In that twisted skull, it was this very person who had issued the assassination mission that seemed insignificant yet caused his entire plan to crumble, leading to the death of his painstakingly cultivated 4-armed demon maggot. Hong Piao's massive body instantly created an afterimage as he appeared before Yun Che, demanding, "Did my 4-armed demon maggot die by your hand?" Yun Che's expression froze momentarily, secretly marveling. Even after his demonic transformation, Hong Piao could still maintain his conscious self-awareness. Such mental fortitude was truly terrifying. Mental strength. A gleam flashed in his eyes. If I could grab some of that, there might be a pleasant surprise. As soon as the thought arose, he unhesitatingly activated Divine Hand. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 300 mental points. Indeed, a pleasant surprise. Yun Che's mood brightened considerably as he turned to instruct Fong Chu. Take the general aboard the flying vessel first. Leave this to your master. Yes, master, please be careful. Fong Chu responded, raising her hand in a gesture. A silver flying shuttle hidden in the clouds descended swiftly. As she helped Gaia board the vessel, Gaia still reminded him. Sir, be cautious, this demon likely possesses peak king realm strength. Yun Che nodded slightly, casually extracting another handful of data from Gaia before facing Hong Piao. You already know the answer in your heart. Why ask such a pointless question? Ha ha ha. Hong Piao laughed maniacally, his voice causing the air itself to tremble. Heaven has eyes, allowing me with my surging power to encounter you, you disgusting insect. Since you're the one who killed it, let's settle both old and new grudges together. Yun Che slowly sheathed the Huang Mie sword, silently switching to his second profession, pugilist, Order Destroyer. On the shuttle's deck, Gaia frowned and whispered, "What is your master doing? Sheathing his sword before a powerful enemy is unwise." Fong Chu pursed her lips. I'm not sure either, but master must have his reasons for doing this. Before she finished speaking, Hong Piao's 8 legs moved in unison, his tentacles instantly transforming into barbed blades as he charged wildly toward Yun Che. Yun Che took a deep breath. Purple lightning flashed, and his figure had already appeared before Hong Piao's face. Though he was only the size of his opponent's head, his fist contained the power of destruction. Bang! The thunderous sound echoed as the earth trembled. The demonized Hong Piao was punched deep into the ground. His massive body twisted and collapsed, foul blood splattering everywhere as cracks spread like a spider web in all directions. Yun Che lightly landed on Hong Piao's convulsing body, smiling faintly. It seems the situation you anticipated didn't quite occur. Gaia swallowed hard, his fingertips ice cold. Your master. Isn't he a swordsman? Fong Chu nodded in bewilderment. Master does practice swordsmanship, and he's very strong at it. It's just that master without his sword is even more terrifying. This is impossible. Hong Piao roared in deranged fury. How could you possibly possess such terrifying power? I don't believe it. Amid his frenzied roaring, 10 centimeters above his head, wisps of golden light gathered as a crown's phantom slowly took shape. Yun Che's pupils contracted sharply as he exclaimed in shock. No way. Yun Che naturally wouldn't allow him to break through unchallenged. He suddenly stepped forward, power surging from his waist and hips as his fist struck Hong Miao's forehead like an iron hammer. The crisp sound of shattering bone accompanied spurting blood, and white brain matter even seeped through the cracks in the fractured skull. Yet even so, Yunche still couldn't stop the ethereal crown formed of demonic energy above Hong Miao's head. His opponent was forcibly breaking through to become an Imperial Realm Great Demon. In just a few breaths, every cell in Hong Miao's body seemed ignited by fierce flames, their vitality reaching a terrifying peak. Even if Yunche pulverized him into a pile of mangled flesh, he could recover in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, condensing the crown was no easy feat, as evidenced by the translucent, precarious demonic crown swaying above. Though Hong Miao had swallowed a genuine Imperial Realm Great Demon's core, he had ultimately only barely stepped into the pseudo-Imperial realm. Meanwhile, aboard the Great Yuan fleet's flagship suspended in midair, Gaia stood as if struck by lightning, his mind completely blank. Who could have imagined that what was supposed to be a routine cleanup operation would witness the terrifying spectacle of a demon condensing a crown and breaking through to the Imperial realm? If not for Yunche's intervention, everyone he had brought would surely be dead by now. In that case, Gaia would not only bear responsibility for total annihilation but would be disgraced for centuries. The families of fallen soldiers would inevitably pour all their hatred upon him. The world wouldn't examine the details, they would simply conclude it was all due to this general's misjudgment. General, perhaps we should retreat. With our strength, we couldn't possibly defeat an Imperial Realm demon. We must report to His Majesty immediately. Yes, General. If we delay any longer, we'll surely face certain death. Several officers crowded to the front of the deck, their voices trembling with barely suppressed fear. If not for military discipline, they would have already lit their sails and fled at full speed. Gaia gritted his teeth and turned to Fong Chu standing on the other side. Young lady, please advise your master to retreat. Even with his remarkable combat prowess, he's no match for an Imperial Realm Great Demon. This matter requires careful planning. Fong Chu looked down at the calm figure below and gently shook her head. You should go first. I'll wait here for my master to return. Gaia sighed softly and bowed helplessly. I apologize. As their general, I cannot place all hope on your master. Thank you for your earlier assistance. Farewell. Before his words finished, he leaped back onto the flagship and raised the command flag with one hand. All ships, retreat from Red Skull Island at full speed. As the order spread, all officers and soldiers breathed a collective sigh of relief. They had truly feared their general might suddenly decide on some heroic sacrifice, which would have been utterly hopeless. Yunche watched the Great Yuan fleet disappear as streaks of light in the distance without comment. In Gaia's position, he would probably choose immediate retreat as well. All power. Endless power. Now I'll use this same fist to kill you, Yunche. Hong Miao's entire body surged with demonic energy, his ecstasy nearly driving him to madness. Breaking through to the Imperial realm was the glory countless demons dreamed of achieving. Even if it was only pseudo-imperial, he believed it was enough to smash Yunche's dog head. Yunche die? His figure flickered and vanished, appearing behind Yunche the next moment, 8 barbed blades thrusting rapidly toward Yunche's back. However, just as the blade was about to pierce Yunche, purple lightning flashed beneath his feet, and he moved at an even faster speed to appear behind Hong Miao, delivering a powerful whip kick that struck hard against the back of his opponent's head. A thunderous crash echoed as dust scattered everywhere. Although Hong Miao had stepped into the pseudo-emperor realm, his speed still fell short of Yunche's by half a step. Yunche pressed his advantage with fierce attacks, each punch making the ground tremble and sending debris flying. My current movement speed is around 4,500 points, while yours after breaking through is just over 4,000. Compared to me, you're still only fit to take a beating, Yunche declared resolutely. Bang! Bang bang bang. Fist shadows fell like rain as Hong Miao's demonic body continuously caved in, blood splattering everywhere. His expression remained wooden, wanting to counterattack, yet feeling chilled to the bone by that terrifying speed and power. When he first encountered Yunche, he hadn't taken this civilian instructor seriously at all, but the continuous stream of shocking intelligence finally made him understand. This ant had been playing the pig to eat the tiger all along. Yunche, do you really think I have no way to deal with you? At this very moment, even if the founding emperor of the Great Yuan dynasty himself were to arrive, he couldn't save you. Before his words finished, Hong Miao's figure vanished into thin air, and a gust of wind even more fierce than Yunche's suddenly arose. Master! Fong Chu cried out from the flying vessel, his face deathly pale. Yunche narrowed his eyes, instantly drawing his sword and switching to his first profession, raising the Huang Mia sword to block horizontally. Bang! His entire body was sent flying, tracing a long arc before crashing hard into the ground. A speed-type talent? Yunche's heart tightened. Boom! Hong Miao flashed to his flank, sharp tentacles like spinning blades cutting straight toward his chest. Water Dragon Sword Soul Slash. Yunche unleashed his sword technique in a combo, his battle skill erupting, only to be knocked flying backward once again. Bang bang bang. Hong Miao's figure seemed to teleport, appearing consecutively behind Yunshe with attacks like a tidal wave. Yunshe was beaten into continuous rolls in midair, yet at every life or death moment, he managed to block with his sword's flat surface. His defense power reached over 4,600 points, so even the current Hong Miao found it difficult to kill him instantly. Ha ha ha, Yunshe, why don't you fight back? How come you only know how to defend? You useless trash. Can you even see my afterimages now? Hong Miao laughed maniacally, though anxiety churned in his heart. That seemingly ordinary sword was incredibly sturdy, and despite his full-force strikes, he couldn't leave even the slightest nick on its blade. Damn it, what's with this ant? Do I have to keep wearing him down? Perhaps I should retreat for now. Wait until I truly break through to the Emperor realm, then destroy him with a single finger. Though such thoughts swirled in his mind, he continued his relentless assault. Yunshe was knocked down once again, knowing that if this dragged on, his spiritual power would be drained. Each defensive move consumed enormous amounts of spiritual energy. Even though he possessed over 10,000 points of spiritual power, he couldn't withstand such bombardment. With my current mental state, wearing it should be fine. He took a deep breath and raised his hand to retrieve a fierce-looking mask. Come forth. 7 Sins Treasure, Gluttony Mask. The moment Yunshe put on the mask, violent emotions instantly flooded his entire body, and a blood-red spiritual aura erupted around him. At this stage, the Gluttony Mask was still in its initial awakening phase, yet it had already boosted both his strength and agility, attributes to a full 2,500 points each. Yunshe continued to utilize all the enhancements from his second profession, the combat class, and, with the additional attributes provided by the mask, his attack power soared to over 11,000, while his agility broke through 6,000. With such movement speed, crushing Hong Ni, who was merely at the pseudo-emperor realm, had become effortless. What is that? A mask? Hong Ni stared blankly at Yunshe after the mask had merged with him, feeling a chill in his chest. The demonic aura emanating from his opponent was actually more intense than his own, despite being half human, half demon himself. A cold arc curved across Yunshe's lips as he stomped his right foot heavily on the ground. His figure instantly tore through the air, leaving a trail of afterimages, and appeared directly at Hong Ni's abdomen while he hovered in midair. Spinning his body, he executed an overhead kick, striking heavily against Hong Ni's chest. What kind of speed is this? He can actually continue to improve. Before Hong Ni could process what was happening, a thunderous bang echoed as he was brutally smashed into the ground, sending up clouds of dust. Before he could react, Yunshe was already standing on his chest, his crouched form resembling a bloodthirsty beast. At this moment, his eyes were completely consumed by crimson red. Dark red light flickered through his hair. The mask had completely fused with his skin, and his exposed fangs were sharp and menacing. Are you human or demon? Hong Ni cried out in terror. His opponent's malevolent aura was several times more overwhelming than his own after consuming the demon core. Yunshe didn't answer, merely reaching out to grab one of the tentacles and using the creature's head like an anvil, swinging it like a whip. Bang, bang, bang. With each heavy blow, Hong Ni's body developed horrifying dents, his flesh and bones deforming under the impact. In less than 10 strikes, he was barely clinging to life. Spare me. I beg you. I don't want to die yet. Hong Ni completely broke down at this moment, filled with regret. If he had fled from the beginning, he knew clearly that Yunshe couldn't fly yet, making it absolutely impossible to be caught. But Yunshe showed no mercy, delivering a final punch that completely shattered the already deformed massive head. Ding! Pseudo-emperor defeated, experience 200,000, righteousness 5,000, death chi 5,000. Ding! Congratulations on breaking through realms, currently at early king realm. Ding! Congratulations on achieving the first kill of an emperor realm expert, rewarded with 1 diamond treasure chest. Yunshe raised his right hand and forcibly pulled the gluttony mask from his face, causing the violent aura to dissipate instantly. He exhaled a long breath of stale air, tossed the mask on a Hong Ni's remains, and muttered irritably in a low voice. Want to stay glued to my face forever? Hurry up and absorb. The gluttony mask trembled slightly, sensing with confusion how incredibly strong its master's spirit weighs. It had barely managed to corrupt Yunshe in the slightest. After finishing all this, Yunshe waved toward Fong Chu on the flying boat. Little Fong Chu didn't hesitate for a moment, leaping down with a single bound, clearly not worried about falling at all. Yunshe could only helplessly step forward and reach out to catch her. Master, you were so amazing just now. What was that mask? Fong Chu looked at the mask that was absorbing blood, showing no fear, but rather eyes full of curiosity. One of the 7 sins treasures the gluttony mask. Yunshe answered frankly. Fong Chu's eyes immediately widened. Everyone thought that was just a legend, but it actually exists. Come on, let's go to the treasury. In just a few moments, Yunshe brought Fong Chu to the treasury entrance. He turned the secret key in the lock, and a flash of dark golden light appeared as the heavy door silently opened with effortless ease. At the end of the corridor, mountains of gold, silver, and precious gems glowed brilliantly under the soft light, or raise enough wealth to rival the foundations of some mid-tier sections. Without examining them closely, Yunche simply waved his hand, using his powerful mental force to sweep up all the treasures and stuff them into his storage ring, planning to sort and count them later. Master, aren't we going back? Fong Chu blinked and asked softly. There's another treasure here. We'll return after we retrieve it, Yunche said casually. Fong Chu's eyes instantly lit up like two little stars. Since following this master, she had witnessed many legendary forbidden items like the Seven Sins Mask, and now he had easily located a treasure site that others had searched for in vain. Only 4 words remained in her heart: absolutely omnipotent. Following the treasure map in his hand, Yunche quickly identified the target, the base of the sea cliff in the southeastern direction of Red Skull Island. The seawater there was deep blue, and from the color alone, one could tell the waters were extremely deep, likely a vertical underwater cliff. No wonder Zhao Tsong had been unable to retrieve the treasure for so long. Ordinary diving methods could never reach such depths. Without hesitation, Yunche boarded the silver flying shuttle with Fong Chu and activated the spirit array to dive into the sea. The shuttle descended continuously, with the depth indicator rapidly climbing until it finally stopped at the terrifying depth of over 7,000 meters. The surroundings were pitch black, but fortunately, the 4 luminous pearls embedded in the shuttle's bow were energized by spirit crystals, casting brilliant beams that illuminated the narrow field of vision. Master, there's an iron door over there. Fong Chu pointed into the distance. Yunche nodded and steered the shuttle toward it. The iron door was covered in rust and crumbled almost at first touch as the shuttle broke through. Behind the door was a long, narrow corridor with walls covered in erosion marks from seawater, indicating this place hadn't always been submerged. It must have been a waterway for ships to pass through. This suggested that at the end, there was likely a sunken pirate ship. After 5 or 6 minutes, the shuttle reached the end of the corridor. A massive shadow lay before them, an ancient steel warship with a design completely different from contemporary flying vessels, at least 3,000 years old. At that time, the Xinwu continent had not yet developed flying boats, and craftsmen still commonly used this type of vessel. Wait here for me. I'll go take a look. Yunche released the protective lock. Yes, master, please be careful, Fong Chu replied obediently. As the shield opened, the crushing water pressure instantly rushed in, making Yunche's chest tighten and nearly leaving him breathless. However, with his current physique, he quickly steadied his blood circulation after a brief adjustment and swam directly toward the sunken ship. Inside the cabin, it was dark and cold. Using his spiritual sense, he located the treasure hold, pushed open the door, and entered to find heaps of gold and silver gleaming in the dark water. What excited him even more was a row of sealed jade boxes neatly stacked with ancient inheritance scrolls. From just a cursory glance, he discovered 2 scrolls of supreme grade quality. Besides the scrolls, the corner of the treasure hold quietly contained 7 bronze treasure chests, 3 silver treasure chests, 1 golden treasure chest, and 1 platinum treasure chest, all bearing intricate inscriptions that clearly came from master craftsmen. In terms of total value, this expedition could be described as wealthy enough to rival a nation. The gold coins alone amounted to 3.6 million pieces. The only thing on the Xinwu continent that Yunche's divine hand couldn't directly seize was land. But now, this wealth was enough for him to purchase territory in an excellent location, or even support him on a more ambitious path. He collected all the spoils into his storage ring, returned to the flying shuttle, and began ascending while falling into deep thought. Should I buy a piece of territory to develop myself, or should I directly plot to usurp the throne? To continuously gain reputation points, owning one's own territory is an essential prerequisite. After reviewing the original storyline in his mind, Yunche understood clearly that the Great Yuan Empire was doomed to be a mess heading toward destruction. Bandits pillaged the borders, foreign enemies lurked menacingly on all sides, and what was truly fatal was the corruption and internal strife within the imperial court. The current Great Yuan Emperor had only one heir left, Li Xianfeng, but this crown prince was utterly incompetent. Once the current emperor died and Li Xianfeng naturally ascended the throne, he would collude with bandits to preserve his position, openly engaging in human trafficking. To survive, he would repeatedly cede territory to neighboring empires in exchange for peace. Under Li Xuanfeng's brilliant rule, the Great Yuan Empire would collapse spectacularly in just 2 years, making him undoubtedly the most failed emperor in the entire Xinwu continent. After much deliberation, Yunche decided to first invest in purchasing private land as a backup plan. First, he genuinely had no desire to inherit the riddled mess that was Great Yuan. The fact that Luoyue City received no support despite being attacked by bandits was the most direct evidence. Second, due to his arrival, the original plot had already deviated significantly. 2 new storylines that didn't originally exist, tutoring the 7th princess and searching for the wooden dragon pearl in the imperial palace's secret chamber, were about to unfold, and perhaps they could actually create a subtle turning point for Great Yuan. Since his next step was to personally visit the imperial capital, he needed a secure retreat even more. With his mind made up, Yun Che retrieved the diamond treasure chest he had obtained from completing an achievement. As the chest opened, an ancient martial arts scroll glowing with pale golden light slowly floated out the supreme-grade combat technique, Divine Intent Fist. In the Shinwu world where heavy swords dominated and blade lights flashed everywhere, masters proficient in fist techniques were extremely rare, and Yun Che himself had only practiced one mid-grade technique, Nine Forces Mountain River Fist. If he had mastered Divine Intent Fist earlier, he would have needed only one punch to crush Hong Miao to powder in their previous encounter. While his enthusiasm was high, he opened all the treasure chests he had found in the sunken ship in one go. Except for one platinum chest that yielded a special category treasure, he disdained the items from all the other chests. If the players of Shenwu knew about this, they would probably spit blood on the spot during the beta testing years ago. Entire teams had fought to the death over a mere silver treasure chest. The special category treasure was called Flight Prohibition Talisman. Its description was straightforward. 100% accuracy, whether targeting people or other flying objects. Anything hit by the talisman would fall, with no solution below the supreme realm. Yun Che examined the talisman from all angles and grinned, perfect for dealing with those high-altitude masters who like to hover in the air and show off. Regardless of its attack power, using it to trip someone up at a crucial moment would be satisfying enough. Finally, he organized a large pile of inheritance scrolls, 1 supreme grade, 3 top grade, 12 high grade, and 72 mid-grade scrolls. The quantity was staggering. For his current level, high-grade techniques couldn't even spark his interest unless they had special mechanisms like the Divine Soul Secret Record. Among the 3 top-grade ancient scrolls, 1 was a cultivation technique and 2 were combat techniques. The cultivation technique, Extreme Flame Force, was fire-attributed, but after a rough comparison, Yun Che suspected its power might not even match the high-grade Demonic Flame Heart Sutra. So he temporarily hadn't decided whether to have Fong Chu practice it. The 2 combat techniques were Infinite Thunder Sword and Heaven Fighting War Staff, both belonging to superior fierce fighting styles. Especially Infinite Thunder Sword, its power was at least 3 times that of the Thunder Heart Sword art, and he absolutely had to master it. As for the final supreme ancient scroll, it contained a powerful movement technique called the Phantom Dragon Step. When executed, it could leave behind a phantom body to confuse enemies, making it suitable for warriors of any attribute. Truly the greatest gain from this expedition. After finishing his review, Yun Che gently traced the scroll's patterns with his palm, his eyes blazing with brilliant light. Finally, I have a unique movement technique that belongs to the Yun Che lineage. After storing away all the cultivation techniques and combat skills, he fed the vast collection of weapons and equipment seized from his enemies into the furnace. Silvered flames roared upward as metal melted into gleaming rivers of molten fire, which he refined one by one. Moments later, several supreme weapons and defensive gear radiating cold light were neatly arranged on the deck. He handed the golden-red sword Huang Mia, with its blade resembling a burning sun, to Fong Chu, a fire attribute longsword, perfect for the flame dragon Sanctus. The girl received it with both hands as blazing fire patterns erupted along the blade, as if responding to its new master. For himself, Yun Che selected a lightning attribute longsword Yulei. The blade was dark purple with lightning dancing through its engravings. The status panel displayed an impressive 999 attack value, along with a paralysis special effect. When spiritual power was channeled into it, there was a 35% chance to paralyze the target for 3 seconds, stackable up to 3 times. Once struck, victims would feel as if they had inhaled soul-severing powder, their spiritual power circulation blocked, and stuttering enough to drive any opponent to madness. Though he had just broken through to the King realm, with 2.5 days remaining before the sect gathering, he was in no rush to return. After less than half a day of rest, he piloted the flying vessel toward the clouds, setting aside a full 2 days for wandering and instruction. Inside the cabin, pill fragrance swirled through the air. Yun Che personally guided Fong Chu's cultivation, providing an endless stream of pills and spiritual fruits. The girl's internal spiritual power surged like a raging river, while faint crackling sounds emerged from her bones, signs of an impending breakthrough. In just 2 days, she had already approached the middle stage of the postnatal realm. An even greater surprise followed. Using his divine hand ability, Yun Che successfully extracted 2 treasures from Fong Chu's body, supreme-grade martial roots and the high-grade special technique, Serpent King's Eye. The latter could see through all concealment methods, perfectly matching his urgent need for reconnaissance abilities. With the supreme-grade martial roots enhancing his body, he truly understood what it meant to have an unfair advantage. When testing his new martial roots effects, he mastered the Phantom Dragon Step in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. As his true chi circulated, 2 figures, one real, One illusory alternately flickered and vanished across the narrow deck, leaving even Fong Chu unable to distinguish between them. From then on, his comprehension speed for every movement technique and secret art became frighteningly fast. While it couldn't compare to the Divine Hand's ability to automatically achieve perfect mastery upon extraction, compared to other warriors, he had opened up a tremendous gap. Around 9 o'clock on the third evening, Yunche and Fong Chu returned to Luoyue Academy. The moment he stepped through the academy gates, the system panel materialized before his eyes, its cold and densely packed data displaying the complete harvest from his arduous journey. Identity: son-in-law of Prince Qin's manor, Vice Dean of Luoyue Academy. Realm: Early King Realm. Talents: SS Rank Divine Hand Unique, Rank Mental Sword Spirit Root. Profession: Titan Enforcer LV 4 Righteousness Points, 37,347 50,000. Profession: Order Destroyer LV 4 Death Chi Points, 31,598 50,000. Race: Human. Reputation: 54,030. Basic attributes: Strength: 3,244 4,001 attack power. Agility: 2,977 effects speed, critical hits, evasion. Endurance: 3,456 4,011 defense power. Constitution: 2,884,110 health points. Spirit: 21,561 5 spiritual power. Equipment: Tears of Silver Dust, 165 poison resistance, 12,009 attack power. Thunder Control Sword, 3,644 attack power, 999 defense power. Xuanrong Silk Soft Armor, 3,856 defense power, 999 health points, 32,800. Current spiritual power, 11,605. Cultivation methods: Golden Bell Shield Supreme Grade, Demonic Flame Heart Sutra High Grade, Divine Soul Secret Records High Grade, Serpent Kings I High Grade. Movement techniques: Phantom Dragon Step Transcendent Grade, Thunder Shadow Divine Movement Supreme Grade, Floating Kakin Step High Grade. Combat skills: Divine Intent Fist Transcendent Grade, Infinite Thunder Sword Supreme Grade, Water Dragon Soul / Supreme Grade, Blazing Flame Draw Sword Technique Supreme Grade, Frost Heaven Absolute Sword High Grade. Soul Guardian, Pioneer. Pet: Thunder Dragon Serpent. Experience: 1,010,209 5 million. Money: 3,892,466 gold, 148 silver, 812 copper. After confirming everything was in order, he and Fong Chu returned to their respective rooms and fell into deep sleep. Dawn had barely broken, still moments before 6 in the morning, when violent pounding suddenly erupted from outside his door. Bang, 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 bang. Vice Dean Yun, it's getting late. We should depart. It was the tall, thin attendant sent by Lord Chao. Still heavy with sleep, Yunche nearly drew his sword to give that door a taste of his infinite thunder sword, door-opening style. He took a deep breath, suppressed the impulse, and shouted back, "Coming, coming, stop banging." As soon as the door opened, besides the thin attendant, there stood another man, spirited and with arrogant eyes, his dear elder brother Yunjin. The man's tone carried its usual innate sense of superiority. "Little brother, I've come to see master. Please step aside." Yunche looked up at the sky speechlessly. Was it really necessary to be so arrogant just because he had taken a king realm expert as his master? He clearly understood the source of Yunjin's smugness. The old drunkard lived in this courtyard, but hadn't taken Yunche as his disciple. In Yunjin's view, this meant the old drunkard looked down on Yunche. Meanwhile, although Yunjin had used some underhanded methods, he had successfully become a disciple. The comparison instantly filled him with superiority. "The old drunkard isn't awake yet. I suggest you come back in an hour," Yunche kindly reminded him. But Yunjin didn't care at all. Carrying his sword in one hand, he barged past Yunche into the courtyard. "Little brother, I know you're jealous that I've taken a powerful master, but you can't sabotage me. My master ordered me to arrive at this hour. How could I delay even a moment?" Yunche nodded silently and casually cast Divine Hand on him, then followed the tall, thin attendant toward the academy plaza. They had barely taken 10 steps when a thunderous bang erupted from the courtyard. Yunjin flew out like a torn sack, crashing heavily into a nearby wall. The old drunkard's furious roar echoed from the courtyard. "Insolent disciple! What time is it? Come back tomorrow." Yunche glanced at Yunjin, whose left eye had swollen like a steamed bun, and shook his head slightly. "Good advice can't save a fool bent on death." The thin attendant peered into the courtyard and narrowed his eyes, commenting coolly, "Vice Dean Yun's little courtyard truly harbors hidden dragons and crouching tigers." Yunche merely smiled without explanation. Leaving the small courtyard, they walked along the academy's broad roads bustling with people. Every student and instructor they encountered bowed respectfully. "Good day, Vice Dean." "Good morning, Vice Dean." This respect stemmed both from Yunche's extraordinary teaching abilities and his astounding combat prowess. Though few had actually witnessed him slaying demons, all sorts of wild rumors were already flying. 1. Some said Vice Dean Yun could transform one sword into 3,000 and was a true sword master. 2. Others claimed he could tread upon thunder, wielding a lightning sword with countless variations. 3. Still others insisted he was actually the old dean's second personal disciple. Seeing that Yunche continued smiling without responding, the thin attendant grew annoyed and spoke mockingly. I hear Vice Dean Yun is quite the romantic debts to settle? Yunche's mouth twitched as his gaze turned cold. The romantic debts the attendant mentioned referred to that absurd piece of gossip. According to rumors, Yunche and Yi Shuang had once been deeply in love, but he was forced to leave her due to pressure from the Qin royal manor, marrying into the family to become Qin Kui's dual cultivation furnace. Because of his special constitution, not only did he survive, but he gradually developed feelings for Qin Kai, and they even discussed having children. Later, when Qin Kai realized he still harbored feelings for Yi Shuang, she resolutely went to the sacred profound sect to cultivate the heartless sword Dao, vowing to return in 3 years to duel Yi Shuang and determine once and for all who would be Yunche's legitimate wife. This brainless romance saga had only appeared 2 days ago but spread through Falling Moon City's streets and alleys at a terrifying speed, as if it were ironclad fact. Yunche couldn't be bothered to explain. The more he explained, the worse it got, and no one would believe him anyway. He simply channeled his anger into his grabbing power, secretly casting Divine Hand on passing students and instructors. Ding. Grab successful. Congratulations on obtaining 8 points of strength. Ding. Capture successful. Congratulations on gaining 16 experience points. Ding. Capture successful. Congratulations on obtaining 1 kidney stone. Yunche was slightly stunned and turned to look at the administrative instructor who had been clutching his lower abdomen just moments ago. At this moment, the man was touching his waist, his face full of confusion and pleasant surprise. Huh? It doesn't hurt anymore. With his abdominal pain gone, the administrative instructor was in high spirits. He stretched his back, abandoning his earlier plan to seek medical treatment, and walked with vigorous strides. Watching his spirited figure, Yunche couldn't help but chuckle. His divine hand seemed like an unconventional healing technique. However, to precisely extract the root of illness as he had just done would require luck as good as this instructor's. Of course, if he could trigger divine fortune, he would be able to directly extract the root, cause no matter what difficult or complicated disease it was. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered a place, the Tianshui sect. The Tianshui sect was merely a lower-tier sect, with mostly female disciples, many of whom were beauties. Yunche remembered it not because of the beauties, but because a powerful expert of the imperial realm was sealed beneath the sect's grounds. In the storyline, the Tianshui sect would face invasion from the Blood God sect. The Blood God sect was a high-tier evil sect, with their strongest expert being at the peak of the King realm, while the Tianshui sect's strongest was only at the peak of the innate realm. They had no power to resist. When the Tianshui sect disciples swore they would rather die than become cultivation furnaces, that imperial realm expert of unknown origin forcibly broke free from his seal and single-handedly repelled the Blood God sect, saving the Tianshui sect. However, due to forcibly breaking through, the soul-suppressing needles in his body erupted, and he died on the spot. Before his death, he passed his inheritance to the current sect master, Duanmu Qiyue. During the player era, everyone accepted the S-rank mission issued by Duanmu Qiyue to assist the Tianshui sect in resisting the Blood God sect's second attack. However, at that time, the highest realm among players was only the Grandmaster level, and the mission ultimately ended in failure. The Tianshui sect was massacred, all male disciples were killed, and all female disciples were captured and taken to the Blood God sect. Their fate was self-evident. The beta players who accepted the mission collectively dropped 1 major realm and lost 2 pieces of good equipment. At that time, Yunche was doing other missions and fortunately didn't make it in time. He heard the mission rewards were extremely generous, but he was more interested in that imperial realm expertise he could use removing the soul-suppressing needles as a reason to gain the man's loyalty. Wouldn't that be equivalent to being able to extract something from him every day? The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Although Divine Hand relied on randomness, as long as he extracted daily, he would eventually extract the soul-suppressing needles or directly trigger divine fortune. By his calculations, there was still more than half a year before the Blood God sect's invasion, so theoretically there was no rush, but the butterfly effect was unpredictable, so he needed to investigate the Tianshui sect's current situation in advance. At the Academy Plaza, Chao Taichun approached from the opposite direction. Though his complexion was pale, he showed a relieved smile. Vice Dean Yun indeed keeps his word. We can depart immediately. As he finished speaking, he flicked his wrist, and a high-grade flying vessel appeared in the air. Vice Dean Yun, time is of the essence. Let us depart now. Yi Shuang, who had come to see them off, said, Go and return safely. With your abilities, I'm confident you'll help the seventh princess achieve her breakthrough. Yunche clasped his fists in acknowledgement, then stepped aboard the flying vessel adorned with golden white hues, cloud patterns, and the vermilion bird emblem. On deck, Chao Taichun stood with his hands behind his back. Seeing Yunche board, he nodded, and the vessel immediately cut through the sky, transforming into a streak of golden white light that vanished in an instant. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the flying vessel had already passed over the capital of the Great Yuan dynasty. According to court protocol, they should have landed and switched to a horse-drawn carriage to show respect to His Majesty. However, Chao Taichun, as Vice Minister of Rights and the seventh princess's tutor, enjoyed special privileges. The golden white vessel didn't even lower its altitude, flying straight toward the imperial palace. On the city walls, 2 rows of guards in pristine armor looked up, their gazes following the streak of light with a mixture of awe and envy. How magnificent! I wish I could be that impressive just once in my lifetime. A young soldier couldn't help but sigh. An older soldier beside him glanced over and laughed mockingly. Are you still half asleep? Forget about being like Minister Chao. First save up enough money for a single ride on a flying vessel. The young soldier scratched his head sheepishly. A middle-aged soldier slowly shook his head, his voice tinged with resignation. It's not that we can't afford it. But if I really went, my wife and 2 children would have to survive on pickled vegetables and thin porridge for the month. We soldiers can't indulge ourselves at our family's expense. The young soldier from before patted his shoulder and smiled. Come on, don't look so glum. Common folk have their own way of living, at least we don't have to scheme against each other all day. You know what? Yesterday, another wealthy merchant got his assets seized. These days, having money without connections just makes you someone else's piggy bank. Whoever needs cash just smashes it open. The middle-aged soldier nodded in agreement and continued his vigilant watch over the city walls. In the great hall, Yunche followed Chao Taichun inside. On the left stood armored military officials gripping their sabers, while on the right stood civil officials in flowing robes. Pairs of eyes scrutinized him like merchants appraising goods. So young, can he really help the seventh princess break through her current realm? He must be here as a joke. I doubt it. The seventh princess only has inferior martial roots, and with her unstable mental state, even elixirs haven't helped her break through. How could he possibly succeed? Someone from the other row suddenly snorted coldly. I don't like what you're saying. What's wrong with being young? Besides, talking like that didn't tell me you don't want the seventh princess to break through. You wouldn't happen to be a spy from the Xinjiang Empire planted in our Great Yuan, would you? The civil official's face flushed red. You're talking nonsense. I'm just being objective. The military officer slapped his sword hilt heavily, the sound making the palace eaves tremble. Oomph. If I were a spy, the first person I'd cut down would be you. You smooth-talking corrupt scholar. The noisy chatter echoed through the high coffered ceiling, but Yunche turned a deaf ear to their verbal sparring. Only one thought occupied his mind: these were high court ministers. Even the civil officials with lower cultivation levels all wore storage rings. If he could swipe one directly, he'd make a small fortune today. With this thought, he silently recited his secret technique, activating divine hand without a sound. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on gaining 40 experience points. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on gaining 3 constitution points. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining superior battle technique poison dragon claw. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on gaining 20 spirit points. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 1 storage ring. Yes. Got 1. Yunche's eyes lit up. The storage ring came from the civil official who had just mocked him. The man was still looking him up and down with disdain, completely unaware that his ring had vanished without a trace. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 1 packet of knockout powder. Ding. Congratulations on triggering divine blessing. Knockout powder has mutated into Vigor Needle. Vigor Needle special. 100 accuracy when thrown. Those struck cannot fall asleep, and even being knocked unconscious is ineffective until they die from exhaustion due to sleep deprivation. Note: only effective on those below Imperial Realm. Yunche drew in a sharp breath. This thing is pretty vicious. No problems in the short term, but drag it out, and even King Realm cultivators couldn't endure it. He walked along the red carpet to the front row, noticing a young man around 20 leaning casually against a stone pillar. With a lazy expression and slightly open collar, he was lightly tapping his shoulder with a family Xianfeng, the sole remaining prince of Great Yuan. Li Xianfeng looked up, a hint of something unreadable flashing in his eyes as he smiled casually. So you're the instructor responsible for teaching my imperial sister? Work hard. If you truly succeed, this prince will reward you handsomely. Yunche replied with a bland, thank you, but inwardly muttered. That look seems familiar somehow. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the booklet, The Art of Swordplay. His mouth twitched slightly. Who would have thought this 6th prince would bring such reading material into the Golden Throne Hall, and of that particular, masculine theme? Finally, He turned his gaze toward the dragon throne. The middle-aged man seated there appeared to be in his 40s, his brow heavy with exhaustion, whether from state affairs or palace troubles was unclear. Regardless, his governing abilities were clearly limited. Otherwise, bandits wouldn't run rampant, evil sects wouldn't wreak havoc, and the Great Yuan dynasty wouldn't be tottering on the brink. What could he extract from this emperor? With this thought in mind, Yunche immediately activated his divine intervention ability. Ding! A crisp system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations on triggering Divine Fortune Turn. You have gained one active item selection opportunity. A light screen suddenly unfurled, displaying over 10 treasures under the target, Li Yu's name. 1. Superior Martial Route. 2. Supreme Combat Technique, Emperor's Slash. 3. Supreme Cultivation Method, Tyrant Emperor's Art. 4. Supreme Movement Technique, Divine Steps. 5. 5th Grade Medicinal Pill, Body Nourishing Pill. 6. Imperial City Underground Key. 7. Explored Map of the Imperial Cave Secret Realm. 8. Supreme Essence Fruit. 9. Peerless Longsword. 10. Special Treasure. Selectable Items. 1. Yunche's eyes flashed with intense light. Worthy of being the Emperor, every single item is a prized possession. He quickly weighed his options. The Shrank mission was closely tied to the Imperial City Underground Key, and no martial arts or pills could compare to the practical value of mission rewards. That's the one. With a thought, the Imperial City Underground Key transformed into a golden light and fell into his sleeve. Chao Taichun stood before the hall and announced, "Your Majesty, this is Yunche, who will be responsible for assisting the 7th princess." The Great Yuan was founded on martial prowess, so kneeling was unnecessary. Yunche cupped his hands and spoke steadily. "Commoner, Yunche greets Your Majesty." Li Yu reclined against the dragon throne and waved casually. "Let's skip the formalities. I only care about results. If you can help my daughter break through her realm and defeat Ouyang Qing, generous rewards await, including possible nobility." "Your Majesty, absolutely not." Before he finished speaking, the court erupted in chaos as officials rushed to dissuade him. Li Yu ignored them, his gaze sharp as a blade. "But if my daughter fails to break through and ultimately loses, bringing shame to our Great Yuan, you must die as well." Killing intent surged forth, and the air in the hall turned frigid. Yunche remained unmoved and cupped his hands again. This commoner will naturally give his utmost effort. Seeing his unwavering gaze, Li Yu finally examined him seriously and nodded slightly. "Old Chao, take him to see the 7th princess." "Your servant obeys." Chao Taichun bowed and led Yunche away. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, the Tianshui sect was brightly lit as urgent mission orders flew to various major sects. However, the pleas for aid sank like stones into the sea. The Shengxian sect, Divine Sword sect, and other superior major sects all replied. "The Imperial Cave Secret Realm is about to open, and we cannot afford to lose our fighting strength. We regret we cannot assist." Although the Imperial Cave Secret Realm was controlled by the 4 great empires, these major sects could force their way in if they truly wanted to. Unfortunately, the so-called righteous path offered only verbal indignation. "We righteous sects share common roots. If the Blood God sect dares to act viciously, we will settle accounts in the future. The Tianshui sect is an ally of the righteous path. How dare a mere evil sect be so presumptuous?" One after another, these beautiful but useless warnings arrived, making Duanmu Qiuyue tremble with rage. She never expected that when facing the Blood God sect, not a single sect would be willing to truly tear off the mask. After long periods of peace, losing a few small sects was merely like wind moving stones to them. In the Great Hall, disciples could no longer contain their anger. "Sectmaster, if the Blood God sect really dares to come, let's fight them." "Right, at worst we'll die." Duanmu Qiuyue looked at these passionate young men and women, feeling both gratified and helpless. Though the Tianshui sect was small, every disciple had an unyielding spirit. But when facing superior major sects, they could only submit or perish. She knew this all too well. At this moment, a white-robed young woman rushed into the hall, her pretty face frosted with anger. This was Duanmu Qiuyue's only daughter Wu Qingqing. Others only knew she had medium-grade martial roots, but they didn't know she actually possessed rare supreme-grade martial roots. At only 14 years old, she had already entered the late stage of the postnatal realm and would very likely break through to the innate realm before turning 16. Wu Qingqing suppressed her fury. "Mother, the Blood God sect has sent another message. As long as we offer 10 female disciples monthly, they won't destroy our sect. If we refuse, they'll level the Tianshui sect in 7 days, leaving no survivors." Puff! Several elders simultaneously slammed the tables, cracking the wooden surfaces. "This is too much. Sectmaster, we can't wait any longer. Those major sects only care about themselves and will never come to help us." Duanmu Qiuyue's face was dark as water as she pondered for a moment. "To deal with our Tianshui sect, the Blood God sect will at most send grandmasters. They won't deploy king realm experts." Our sect protection formation can hold off latest-stage grandmasters for some time. Continue sending requests for help and raise the rewards unless absolutely necessary. We must not clash directly with the Blood God sect. Yes, sect master. At the princess's residence, Yun Che followed behind Chao Taichan along the winding corridors. They passed through several archways and circled around 3 small gardens filled with fragrant flowers before finally stopping outside a bedroom. The door was slightly ajar, and bright light streamed from within. Inside, a young woman in a pink dress lay sprawled across a desk, her arms hanging limply as if all her strength had been drained away. Chao Taichan raised his voice. Your Highness, this is the new instructor Yun Che. You may consult him regarding cultivation matters. The girl merely lifted her hand half-heartedly. Fine, I understand. You may go now. Her voice was soft and listless, as if even speaking was too much effort. Yun Che's heart sank. The problem wasn't her words, but the overwhelming aura of everything is bothersome that surrounded her. Dejected, utterly dejected, extremely dispirited. Now he understood the root cause of her inability to break through. This 7th princess found living tiresome and cultivation annoying. She would lie down rather than sit, sleep rather than wake. No wonder this mission was rated class. As the elders often said, poor talent isn't frightening, but lack of effort is. Li Muling possessed both mediocre talent and unwillingness to try, leaving Yun Che feeling defeated for the first time. Noticing Yun Che's barely contained expression, Chao Taichan solemnly reminded him. Vice Dean Yun, there are 1 month and 20 days until the formal competition. Please make haste and do not slack off. Yun Che nodded, though inwardly he was nearly breaking down. It's not that I don't want to work hard, she has absolutely no motivation. After Chao Taichan left, Li Muling slowly slid from the desk to her chair like a puddle of mud, her dress silently pooling on the floor. She half opened her eyes to glance at Yun Che and said lazily, this princess has already been active for 10 minutes. I'm tired. Let's discuss cultivation tomorrow. With that, she closed her eyes right where she sat, her breathing becoming deep, and even as she instantly fell asleep. Yun Che was speechless. Only then noticing that the entire floor was covered with soft carpets. Clearly the servants had long understood the 7th princess's habits and could only accommodate them. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 1 lotus pastry with bite marks. Yun Che's mouth twitched as he retrieved the pastry bearing shallow teeth marks. She was even too lazy to finish eating? If not for her princess status ensuring someone would care for her, she might starve herself to death. He casually tossed the pastry aside, pulled up a chair, and found himself infected by the negative atmosphere, unable to muster any enthusiasm. After some consideration, Yun Che took out the high-grade cultivation method Chao Taichan had given him and began explaining it in low tones near Li Muling's ear, hoping to force her into an unconscious technique circulation mode. As for combat skills, he selected a high-grade technique called Dreaming Madness Sword. The secret lay in practicing swordplay in dreams, neither fully asleep nor awake, to achieve basic mastery. Yun Che couldn't remember when he had extracted this technique, probably from some bandit during the raid on Red Skull Island. The world was vast and full of wonders. Whoever created this technique likely also sought shortcuts. Yun Che spent 3 days and finally managed to force Li Muling to memorize the combat technique's essentials during her brief moments of consciousness. On the 5th morning, a miraculous scene that shocked all the servants unfolded. The entire staff of the side courtyard stopped in their tracks, staring intently at the peculiar pair in the yard. Yun Che, dressed in a white scholarly robe, lounged leisurely in a rocking chair, casually cracking sunflower seeds with his fingertips while reciting crisp, powerful martial technique incantations. Beside him, the 7th princess Li Muling wore only a thin nightgown, her eyes tightly closed, yet her sword moved swiftly with each incantation, cutting through the morning mist with a humming resonance. Yun Che felt quite accomplished. If it were anyone else, mastering this sleepwalking mad sword technique would be nearly impossible. But Li Muling was so utterly lazy that her soul remained drowsy while her body was led by the nose by his incantations. He even thought to himself that even if someone stripped this princess naked and tormented her 101 times, she probably wouldn't bother opening her eyes. It was precisely this rare laziness that allowed her to cultivate passively in a dream state. Suddenly, spiritual energy surged around Li Muling as a vortex spiraled upward, signs of breaking through to the postnatal realm. Yun Che's expression sharpened, and he immediately changed his recitation to guide her into a seated meditation position, rapidly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy as her sword movements ceased. At the courtyard gate, eunuch Chao Taichan, who was conducting a routine inspection, was about to knock when he witnessed this scene. His pupils contracted sharply. In half a lifetime, this was the first time he'd seen one person cultivating another in this manner. His mind felt like churning porridge, unable to process what he'd seen for a long moment. Vice Dean Yun was truly an extraordinary person, Breaking through the mere postnatal realm took very little time. The spiritual tide subsided in just 5 breaths. Clap, clap, clap. Chow Tai-chun entered the courtyard with a smile, his applause crisp and his eyes full of admiration. Vice Dean Yun's great talent. To enable the 7th princess to cultivate and break through in such a manner is truly remarkable. Before his words finished, Li Muling, having lost the guidance of the incantations, went limp and collapsed to the ground with a thud, falling back into deep sleep. You too, help the 7th princess inside to rest, Yunche instructed. The 2 maidservants dared not delay and quickly carried her away. When only he and Chow Tai-chun remained in the courtyard, Yunche helplessly clasped his hands. I've made a fool of myself before Lord Chow. This was a desperate measure. Fortunately, it succeeded, or I might have lost my head. Chow Tai-chun smiled slightly. Vice Dean Yun is too modest. However, this is just the beginning. Ultimately, the 7th princess must win. Yunche nodded and sat down, casually reaching toward the other man. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining special treasure. Unsealing seal. The treasure's description immediately appeared. 100 accuracy, capable of breaking all seals except forbidden objects. Yunche was secretly delighted this item would be invaluable for treasure sites protected by powerful restrictions. It seemed the rumors were Trinix indeed loved accumulating wealth, and Lord Chow was no exception. Chow Tai-chun produced a stack of documents and handed them over. This is the information on Tianshui sect you requested. This small sect is in dire straits right now. Do you know them? I don't, Yunche replied, his brow furrowing as he flipped through the pages. I'm just looking for someone. After a quick review, he discovered that the plot developments regarding Tianshui sect were far ahead of his expectation. She needed to get there quickly. Chow Tai-chun nodded indifferently. Small sects burn out like candles. It happens every year. Nothing particularly curious. Though this time it involves the Blood God sect. That evil sect has considerable foundation. Even our Great Yuan Empire is reluctant to provoke them lightly. With that, Chow Tai-chun left without looking back. Yunche understood the other party's meaning. Finding anyone would be impossible, and the Great Yuan would provide him no assistance. In truth, he had never counted on the Great Yuan's meager military forces. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he retrieved a silver flying shuttle as slender as a sword blade, leaped into the cabin, and with a surge of spiritual power, the shuttle thundered into the sky. Hiss! This instructor Yun has such audacity, daring to use a flying vessel above the imperial palace. How bold! Stop immediately! 2 guards shouted their reprimands. But before their words had finished echoing, the shuttle had already transformed into a silver streak of light, instantly crossing over the palace walls and leaving only a gust of wind in its wake. Hiss! So fast. Much faster than Lord Chow's flying vessel. Be confident. Drop. This seems to be. Should we report this to Lord Chow? You blind fool. Lord Chow is right over there watching. Not far away, Chow Tai-chun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching the silver shuttle disappear into the horizon, his brow deeply furrowed. After a moment, he waved for everyone to disperse. That flying vessel was very likely a supreme-grade craft, but the Great Yuan's weapon refiners could barely forge even high-grade vessels. Where could such a supreme-grade one come from? In fact, Chow Tai-chun had long been secretly investigating Yunche. Identities like second young master of the Yun family and son-in-law of the Qin family he believed were merely disguises. What he truly wanted to know was the origin of Yunche's mysterious treasures and his real combat strength. Unfortunately, there were no clues, and even his cultivation realm remained unclear. The Falling Moon people had claimed Yunche could slay kings, but how was that possible? Yunche was only 17 years old. Even if he had started cultivating at 7, he couldn't possibly have stepped into the king realm. He refused to believe anyone in the world could cultivate so rapidly. Even with legendary absolute grade martial roots, there wouldn't necessarily be such vast resources for consumption. Yunche, what secrets are you hiding? Acting so brazen, Lido, you truly not understand the principle that possessing a treasure brings calamity? At this moment, 10,000 zhang high in the sky, the interior of the silver shuttle formed its own small world. Yunche sat cross-legged beside a spirit pool, holding a fishing rod in one hand and tending a charcoal fire with the other. Fresh fish were immediately gutted, seasoned, and roasted as soon as they left the water, sizzling and filling the air with fragrant aromas. While biting into freshly grilled fish, he pulled out the storage ring of that high-ranking civil official and forcibly erased the spiritual imprint with his divine consciousness. At the same time, in a private room at the 100 Flowers Tower, the civil official who had been desperately searching for his ring for days was vigorously engaged with a courtesan. Suddenly, his body stiffened, and he cried out in anguish. The sudden sharp pain left him instantly deflated, as if permanently damaged at the root. My lord, what's wrong? The courtesan forced a smile, her voice filled with confusion. The official's face turned dark purple as he pulled up his pants, grinding his teeth. Someone forcibly erased the spiritual imprint on my storage ring. All my precious collections are inside. If I find out who did this, I'll make them wish they were dead. Naturally, Yunche was unaware of the civil official's fury. At this moment, he was picking through the contents with a somewhat disdainful tone. There were quite a few second and third grade pills, but they were all aphrodisiacs and bedroom enhancers. The guy only looked to be in his 30s or 40s. Was he really that weak? Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Yunche muttered with a frown as he rummaged through the storage ring. The weapons were all low grade, medium grade at best, so he simply melted them all down for materials. The clothes were all outdated styles, which he disdainfully tossed into the flames. Apart from a few useful pills for himself, he casually threw the rest over the flying vessel's railings. Even the spiritual herbs were all focused on that aspect, making him grumble internally. You old lecher, you'll die in some woman's bed sooner or later. Above the Tianshui sect, the protective formation had been activated. Inside and outside the mountain gates, disciples stood in formation with swords drawn, their expressions solemn. Beyond the barrier, Blood God sect members filled the area, radiating murderous intent. At the front of the Blood God sect's formation, a cold-faced, middle-aged man Huang Sheng, a mid-stage grandmaster, fixed his gaze on Duanmu Chue, his voice dripping with mockery. Sect Master Duanmu, why struggle in vain? You know very well that no one will come to save you, and no one dares to. Your fate was sealed long ago. Duanmu Chue pressed her red lips tightly together. She had originally planned to buy time while secretly evacuating some of the more talented disciples, but she hadn't expected the Blood God sect to have thoroughly mapped out the Tianshui sect's terrain, blocking all the secret passages completely. Boom. A sharp whistling sound came from the depths of the sky as a silver-white, flying vessel shot through the air like a giant sword, instantly hovering steadily above the Tianshui sect's protective formation. Members of both the Tianshui sect and Blood God sect looked up in unison, their gazes falling on the white-robed, scholarly young man standing at the vessel's bow. It was Yunche. Seeing that the protective formation was still intact, Yunche breathed a slight sigh of relief. Huang Sheng's eyes turned sharp as he demanded coldly, "Boy, which family's young master are you? I advise you not to meddle in affairs that don't concern you." Yunche couldn't be bothered to respond. With a swift movement, he leaped directly toward Duanmu Qiuyue's position. Huang Sheng's expression darkened, but he didn't dare act rash. The flying vessel was too luxurious, suggesting an unpredictable background. Whoosh! A sword-like cut through the air as a latest-stage innate realm expert seized the opportunity to attack, his blade angled cunningly toward Yunche's heart from behind. Blood God sect disciples snickered. Humph! All show and no substance. Good looks won't fill your belly. From within the defensive formation, Wu Qingqing urgently warned, "Be careful. He's an innate realm expert." The next moment, everyone witnessed a scene they would never forget. Without stopping his stride or shifting his gaze, Yunche simply raised his finger and lightly flicked the expert's forehead, instantly exploding him into a cloud of blood mist that scattered in all directions. The world fell silent as everyone's breath caught. Both Duanmu Qiuyue and Huang Sheng stared at Yunche in shock. Ding. Capture successful. Congratulations on gaining 120 experience points. Ding. Innate realm kill. Congratulations on gaining 310 experience points. Righteousness 5. Death aura 5. Yunche clicked his tongue, seeming somewhat embarrassed as he muttered to himself, "Didn't control my strength properly. Sorry about that." He then walked to the protective formation and addressed the graceful, dignified woman. "You must be the Tianshui sect master, right? I'm here to help, so please issue me a quest." Both Duanmu Qiuyue and the disciples behind her were stunned. If he truly wanted to help, he could simply act directly. Why specifically ask her to state it? After a moment's thought, she realized this young man's strength was at least at the grandmaster level, and her attitude immediately became respectful. "Just as I announced publicly, if you can help our Tianshui sect repel the Blood God sect, I'm willing to offer 70% of our sect's wealth as reward. Please lend us your aid." Ding. Tianshui sect master Duanmu Qiuyue has issued you an S-rank quest. Do you accept? Accept. Ding. Congratulations on receiving an S-rank quest. Quest content. Help the Tianshui sect repel the attacking Blood God sect. Time limit, 3 days. Quest reward, 70% of Tianshui sect's wealth, 100,000 experience points. Yunche smiled faintly and said, "I'll take on this task. However, I have one small request." Duanmu Qiuyue's brows furrowed slightly as her gaze fell upon her daughter beside her. Wu Qingqing misunderstood Yunche's intentions, her fair cheeks flushing crimson with a mixture of shyness and indignation. After a moment's hesitation, Duanmu Qiuyue spoke in a deep voice, "Please speak. After this matter is settled, I wish to visit the underground chambers of your sect." Yunche's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. "There's someone I need down there, and I will be taking him with me." Both mother and daughter were stunned, realizing that Yunche had no designs on the daughter after all. Wu Qingsheng felt an unexpected pang of disappointment, followed immediately by secret anger. Could it be that even the sect's greatest beauty couldn't catch his eye? Duanmu Qiuyue steadied herself and replied solemnly, If you can truly repel the Blood God sect, our Heavenly Water sect will spare no effort in helping you find this person. It's a deal. As her words fell, Yun Che turned around, his gaze fixing upon Huang Sheng, the Blood God sect master who had maintained a stern expression throughout. Meeting his stare, Huang Sheng felt his heart inexplicably tighten and roared. Boy, do you truly wish to make an enemy of our Blood God sect? Have you thought this through? Without answering, Yun Che stepped forward, his form ghost-like as he swept before Huang Sheng, the Thunder Imperial Sword's cold light flashing. Ding. Capture successful. Congratulations on gaining 20 endurance points. Ding. Master killed. Experience 2000. Righteousness 50. Death energy 50. Blood spurted from Huang Sheng's throat, his pupils dilating as the mighty sect master was killed with a single sword strike. Duanmu Qiuyue's heart surged with shock. What level had this young man truly reached? The remaining members of the Blood God sect, several Xiantian realm experts and hundreds of Hotian realm warriors turned pale as death, almost simultaneously turning to flee. At this moment, beauties, cultivation furnaces, and martial techniques all became meaningless clouds. They only wanted to survive. Yun Che stood with sword in hand, stepping forward as his phantom dragon steps suddenly unfolded. In the blink of an eye, sword shadows appeared behind every fleeing figure. Some had their throats slashed, others were decapitated, some had their hearts pierced, others were cleaved in two. Nearly every conceivable method of death was now being demonstrated upon the Blood God sect disciples. The chiming sounds continued incessantly as hundreds of lives offered Yun Che over 4,000 experience points. He didn't slaughter them all, deliberately leaving one person to carry word back. That disciple stumbled away in flight, but before he could get far, a blood-red light descended from above, splitting him from crown to tailbone into two halves. Yun Che looked up to see blood-red robes billowing in midair, a man surrounded by bloody aura, gazing down coldly Tao Xiang. He was only going back to report. Why kill him? Isn't that a bit excessive? Yun Che spoke indifferently. Tao Xiang snorted. Since I'm here, there's no need for reports. As his words ended, he was about to draw his sword when he discovered Yun Che had already appeared above his head. Then, bang! Yun Che stomped down, his powerful true essence penetrating through the body. Tao Xiang's head was pressed down like a turtle shell, his entire form plummeting to the ground and creating a deep crater. Yun Che descended from the air along with Tao Xiang, landing without stirring up any dust, his voice carrying coldly. I don't like people standing above my head when they speak to me. I consider it very impolite. Duanmu Qiuyue and the others had gone from initial despair to shock and numbness. They thought they had already estimated Yun Che's strength to its limits, but the scene before them shattered their understanding. Once again, the man who had been floating in the air, looking down upon all living beings, was Tao Xiang, the third elder of the Blood God sect, a true Qing realm powerhouse. Yet before this young man, Tao Xiang was like a newborn chick that could be crushed with a casual squeeze. Mother! He just stomped Tao Xiang down with one kick. Could he be a Qing realm expert? Wu Qingqing's voice trembled, her eyes filled with disbelief. Such a young king? Even with day and night cultivation, it would be impossible to break through to the Qing realm at such an age. Rubble flew from the crater as Tao Xiang emerged disheveled, his eyes bloodshot with rage like a man-eating demon. If one ignored his embarrassing state below the neck, this fierce expression might actually frighten ordinary people. At this moment, his neck had been forcibly compressed into his body, his head nearly buried to his shoulders, creating such a comical sight that it was hard not to laugh. Yun Che shifted his steps slightly and moved forward, already appearing before Tao Xiang. Scheme against you? You're not worthy. Below the Emperor realm, I am already invincible. Tao Xiang's pupils contracted sharply. He clearly saw Yun Che draw his sword, but found that his nerves simply couldn't react in time. His anger-drowned reason suddenly returned. This person before him was absolutely someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Damn it! Where did the mere Tianshui sect find such a monster? What price did they offer to move you? Your Excellency, we have no grudges. Take this Tianshui sect if you want it. I'll leave immediately. Tao Xiang retreated repeatedly. Yun Che's expression remained calm as still water, his sword falling without the slightest hesitation. Your Excellency, don't go too far. Tao Xiang roared in shock and anger, suddenly burning his essence blood, trying to escape with his explosive speed. Boom. Violent air waves swept out, but that seemingly plain sword strike clung to him like a bone-deep poison, firmly locking onto his chi. No matter how he retreated, he couldn't create even an inch of distance. Puchi. The sword light fell, and under the extremely shocked gazes of the Tianshui sect members, a king was thus cleaved diagonally from left shoulder by the young man in white, scholarly robes. Blood sprayed as Tao Xiang's eyes bulged with fury and regret intertwined. The sect master, will not let you go. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes lost focus. Ding. Capture successful. Congratulations on obtaining 80 constitution points. Ding. King slain. Experience 50,000. Righteousness 1,000. Death, Qi 1000. Yunshe bent down to pick up the red book that had exploded from the ground, the corner of his mouth curling slightly. Perfect. I'll make time to visit the Blood God sect later. During the beta testing while doing quests, he had been disturbed by this evil sect many times. Now cleaning them up conveniently would not only vent his anger, but also harvest experience. At the same time, the gluttony mask silently attached to Tao Xiang's corpse, beginning to devour the king's blood, it had become increasingly picky now, with non-king realm flesh and blood unable to catch its attention at all. Seeing Yunshe approaching, Duanmu Chiyue hurriedly ordered people to withdraw the sect's grand formation. She stepped forward with utmost reverence and said, "Thank you for saving the Tianxue sect. According to our agreement, I will hand over 70% of the sect's wealth to you." Yunshe nodded slightly, his gaze calm. The system interface remained silent in his mind, with no task completion notification appearing. He concluded that to claim the reward, he would need to personally eliminate that peak king realm expert from the Blood God sect. Outside the training grounds, disciples of the Tianxue sect followed behind him, trembling with fear. Even knowing that Yunshe was their savior, they still felt chilled to the bone. This man could effortlessly kill king realm powerhouses, leaving them without even the courage to harbor thoughts of resistance. At the back of the group, Wu Qingqing walked with her head lowered. The young woman's eyes were dim, a bitter smile playing at the corners of her mouth. How could such a young sovereign care about a worthless, acquired realm cultivator like her? Even more ironic was that she had once thought his judgment was poor. Yunshe entered the training grounds and stopped at the center. According to the original plot, the gray-haired man should emerge from this very spot. Meanwhile, deep beneath the Tianxue sect, in front of damp stone walls, a murky green spear pinned a bare-chested gray-haired man to the wall, blood trickling down the spear shaft. The man focused his senses and detected the king realm aura above ground, murmuring, "Ah, the presence of a king realm expert. If I don't act, this small Tianxue sect will surely perish." Though he knew that taking action would likely mean his death, he still resolved to break free from the formation. This wasn't out of sudden benevolence, but for a dear friend named Wu Qingxin, more precisely, the woman he loved but could never have. Years ago, Wu Qingxin had personally founded the Tianxue sect and told him, when she returned after mastering the sword Dao, if the sect still existed, she would marry him. For this promise, he was willing to sacrifice his life and protection. The gray-haired man whispered to himself, his voice swallowed by the stone walls. "XR, I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for your return." Duanmu Chiyue spoke thoughtfully. "Sir, would you like our sect to assist with the excavation?" Deep down, she was filled with doubt. Was there really a living person sealed beneath the Tianxue sect? But these were Yunshe's own words, and she dared not contradict him, nor could she find any reason why he would lie. "No need, step back." Yunshe waved his hand and added in a low voice, "I'm about to start putting on a show. Ahem, get to work." He silently switched to his second profession, rotating his wrists as his joints cracked crisply. The next instant, under the watchful eyes of everyone from the Tianxue sect, he suddenly raised his fist and struck downward. Divine intent fist, heaven and earth will. The punch appeared unremarkable, but the moment it hit the ground, it erupted with an air-splitting roar. Dust billowed as a terrifying shockwave spread outward, accompanied by a deafening crash. A massive crater nearly 30 meters in diameter and seemingly bottomless appeared instantly. At the bottom of the deep pit, a gray-haired man was pinned to the rock wall by a gray-green spear, murmuring to himself, "My beloved, though we cannot be together in this life, in the next." The collapsed ceiling suddenly exploded open, and blinding daylight poured down, cutting off his words abruptly. Looking up, he saw the crater's edge filled with curious disciples peering down, and in the center, a handsome young man in white scholarly robes floating in midair. A king. Is he the king who came to attack the Tianxue sect? The gray-haired man's heart trembled. Duanmu Chiyue and the others exchanged glances, all too shocked to speak. There really was a living person sealed beneath their sect. Yunshe slowly descended. The gray-haired man snorted coldly. "A mighty king realm expert bullying a small sectant? You feel ashamed?" Yunshe was momentarily stunned, then realized the man had mistaken him for someone from the Blood God sect. He quickly said, "Senior, you misunderstand. Words are useless," the gray-haired man roared. "Don't think I can't deal with you just because I'm bound by the soul-suppressing needle. Even if I die and my path crumbles, I'll drag you down with me. Tianxue sect master, quickly take your disciples and leave. I am about to explode." "Oh!" he roared furiously, his spiritual power surging wildly as he tried to forcibly pull out the soul-suppressing needle from his chest. Smack! A shadow flashed by, and Yunshe raised his hand to slap the back of the man's head, instantly dispersing his spiritual power. "What the hell? Do you think you're a super scion? I told you it's a misunderstanding." Duanmu Chiyue also leaped down from above, fearing an irreversible misunderstanding. She quickly explained, "Senior, you've misunderstood's not an enemy." The gray-haired man's aura immediately subsided. as if his previous fury had never existed. He said calmly, "Since the Tianxue sect is safe, then you may leave. Please help me patch up the ceiling while you're at it. Thank you." Yunche was puzzled. "Senior, don't you want to leave?" The person hasn't returned. The feelings remain unresolved. The gray-haired man shook his head. "She promised me she would definitely come back." The disciples secretly admired him, so this mysterious powerful expert who had been sealed away was actually a devoted lover. Suddenly, another slender figure descended from Abovite, was Wu Qingqing. The gray-haired man glanced at her casually. Then his pupils contracted sharply. "Qingxin, is that you?" "You've heard her no. That's not right. You're not Qingxin." "Who are you?" Wu Qingqing frowned. "My name is Wu Qingqing. The Qingxin you mentioned. Senior, could she be my great-aunt?" "Wu Qingxin. Great-aunt." The gray-haired man's voice suddenly shot up, his face filled with disbelief. The gray-haired man froze in place, his eyes filled with disbelief. After a moment of silence, he asked in a low voice, "How many years has your grand-aunt been away from the Tianxue sect?" Wu Qingqing thought for a moment and replied, "About 300 years. She then bowed and asked, "May I know your esteemed name, senior? Why are you beneath our Tianxue sect?" The gray-haired man smiled bitterly, his voice hoarse. "My name is Ning Yi, and I'm an old friend of your grand-aunt. As for why I'm here, there's no need to elaborate. All right, everyone disperse. I need some quiet time." Just as everyone was about to leave, Wu Qingqing suddenly stopped, surprise flashing in her eyes. "So you are Senior Ning Yi? To be honest, 3 years ago my grand-aunt returned to the Wu family once and gave me a letter, saying that if someone named Ning Yi came looking for her, I should give him the letter." "What? Your grand-aunt came back 3 years ago?" Ning Yi suddenly looked up, his expression excited. "Where's the letter? Give it to me quickly." Wu Qingqing nodded, leaped out of the cave entrance, and disappeared after a few bounds. Only Ning Yi and Yunche remained sitting across from each other in the cave. Yunche took the opportunity to bring up the old matter again. "Senior Ning, if I can help you escape safely, would you be willing to follow me?" Ning Yi remembered being patted on the back of his head by Yunche earlier, his expression unfriendly. "You keep calling me senior, yet you lay hands on me. I'll tell you the truth, the soul-suppressing needles in my body cannot be removed at all. Forceful extraction will damage my soul, and I'll die within half a day." Yunche smiled. "I naturally won't act recklessly. Senior only needs to agree to follow me after being freed." Ning Yi snorted coldly. "Humph, I don't believe a single word you say. However, if you truly save me, I suppose I could work as your bodyguard. Should I make an oath?" "That suits me perfectly," Yunche said cheerfully. "No need for a poisonous oath. Just say if you break your word, you'll become impotent forever. How about that?" Ning Yi's mouth twitched, cursing inwardly. Isn't this poisonous enough? Nearby, Duanmu Qiuyue and other female disciples blushed furiously, lowering their heads and shuffling their feet on the ground. "Fine, you're ruthless, kid." Ning Yi gritted his teeth. "I probably can't get out anyway, so making another oath doesn't matter." In front of all the female disciples, Ning Yi raised 3 fingers. Ning Yi. Wait a moment." Yunche stepped forward, pressed down his raised pinky finger, and pulled up his index finger. The gesture needs to be proper. Ning Yi rolled his eyes and raised his hand again to swear. Ning Yi, swear that if Yunche can safely rescue me, I will follow him for life. If I violate this oath, may I become impotent forever." The female disciples blushed and giggled quietly, but also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, so this powerful being had such a side too. Yunche gave a thumbs up and praised sincerely. "Senior's boldness puts me to shame." At that moment, light footsteps could be heard. Wu Qingqiang returned carrying a yellowed letter, handing it to Ning Yi. "Senior, this is the letter my grand-aunt entrusted to me." Ning Yi's hands trembled slightly as he hurriedly opened the letter. With just one glance, the expectant expression on his face instantly vanished. The yellowed paper slipped from his fingers, and the information on the paper appeared before Yunche and the others. "Brother Ning, Qingxin has achieved mastery in the way of the sword, but only upon entering this realm did she realize that the path of swordsmanship is vast and boundless. Merely comprehending mastery-level swordsmanship is far from what Qingxin desires." She gently caressed her sword hilt, her voice clear yet resolute. "I apologize. Qingxin must break her promise to Brother Ning. Qingxin is not worthy of your waiting. Just as my name suggests, do not pour your heart out. Brother Ning, please do not devote your heart to me anymore. In this life, I only wish to be companions with the way of the sword." Yunche and the others stood at the bottom of the side hall stone steps, speechless. No one knew how to comfort Ning Yi, and could only watch his upright figure bear the pain alone. The way of the sword. The way of the sword. Always the way of the sword. Ning Yi's throat rolled as he growled lowly, his chest trembling. So what if swordsmanship reaches mastery? So what if it reaches the ultimate level? Before his words finished, a pure and gentle sword intent erupted from within his body, like a gentle breeze caressing one's face. Yet within moments it turned cold and indifferent. It was also sword intent at the mastery level. It turned out that during his mere 300 years of waiting at the Tianshui sect, he had comprehended mastery-level, passionate sword intent through his longing for Wu Qingxin. However, at this moment, this touch of tenderness instantly froze, transforming into bone-chilling coldness. Ning erased his eyes, calm to the point of numbness. Wu Qingxin, then let it be Wu Qingxin. I had already guessed you wouldn't keep your promise. Your eyes have always held only the sword, never me. I originally planned to wait for your return to the sect before forcibly breaking through, just to see you one last time. Thus, my wish would be fulfilled, and you wouldn't need to be distracted by me. Now it seems even this final wish cannot be realized. The cold spread, and Yunche instinctively activated his divine hand of seizing, his 5 fingers lightly probing the void. Ding! Successful capture. Congratulations on obtaining heartless sword intent. He stood frozen in place. Even sword intent can be captured? I'm done for. I'm going to be invincible. What am I to do now? What shocked him even more was that the heartless sword intent that merged into his body directly reached the perfect level. Sword intent is divided into 4 levels: beginner, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfect, with each step being as difficult as ascending to heaven. Many people spend their entire lives unable to even reach the beginner level. Yet Ning Yi had reached major achievement through his own comprehension, showing just how astonishing his talent was. In the silence, the soul-suppressing needle still pierced Ning Yi's chest, sealing his spiritual power. Boy, what's your name? Didn't you say you could help me escape this predicament? Quickly let me out. I need to find that bastard who suppressed me and settle the score. Ning Yi's voice was low, yet suppressed storm-like killing intent. Yunche deliberated for a long time. He had originally wanted to come daily to gain some opportunities, but now worried that this heartless person might turn around and end his own life. So he had to immediately help. This junior is Yunche, and I shall help senior escape this predicament now. After speaking, he took out a palm-sized golden seal and threw it toward Ning Yi. The moment the golden seal touched the soul-suppressing needle, 2 rays of light, one gold and one green, blazed forth, then simultaneously extinguished and vanished without a trace. The soul-suppressing needle was originally an extremely rare, one-time special treasure and had now been unsealed. Ning Yi looked down at his empty chest and shook his head with a bitter smile. This time I have no choice but to admit defeat. So it was you, boy, who set a trap for me. He wasn't surprised that Yunche possessed special treasures, but was surprised that the other party happened to have a treasure that could break the seal. Could it really be that fate decrees I shouldn't die? Boy Yun, you've won. I, Ning Yi, keep my word. From now on, I'll be your personal bodyguard. However, before that, I must first go find that bastard and settle the score. Yunche nodded, indicating he had no objections. After a moment of thought, he said, the Blood God sect still has 3 King Realm experts. Senior, why don't you come with me first to eliminate them completely? Only then will the Tianshui sect be truly safe, and you'll be able to put the past behind you once and for all. After that, I'd also like to travel with you to investigate who exactly plotted against you. As he spoke, he chuckled inward. Lithe chance to fight alongside an Emperor Realm powerhouse and potentially land the final blow was an opportunity he absolutely wouldn't miss. Upon hearing these words, Duanmu Chiyue and the others all looked toward Yunche with gratitude in their eyes. The remaining thread of the Blood God sect was exactly what they had been worrying about. Ning Yi pondered briefly, then nodded gently. That sounds good. There's no time to waste. Let's depart immediately. Sect Master Duanmu, until we meet again. As his words fell, he stepped forward and transformed into a silver streak of light shooting into the sky. Yunche nodded slightly to Duanmu Chiyue and followed closely behind, his speed matching perfectly. The Tianshui sect respectfully sends off both seniors and thanks you for your great kindness. The disciples called out loudly from within and around the mountain gate. High in the sky, 2 streaks of light pierced through clouds like lightning serpents, racing side by side. Ning Yi glanced sideways and saw that Yunche maintained perfect pace with him, thinking in amazement. Early King Realm? His speed actually matches mine. This young man is simply monstrous. A slight smile curved Yunche's lips. He could tell that Ning Yi was intentionally testing him through this speed comparison. But unfortunately though, he wore the guise of King Realm cultivation. His true combat power far exceeded that level. Why would he show weakness over such a trivial probe? Clouds rolled and fierce winds whistled. During their flight, Yunche suddenly remembered something and turned his head to ask, by the way, Senior Ning, as far as I know, even Emperor Realm experts can't go without food indefinitely. How did you survive for over 300 years? Ning Yi's expression paused slightly. Then, as if remembering something, he raised his hand and swept it across his storage ring. With a rustling sound, objects scattered from the airdreed excrement as brittle as sand, instantly dispersed by the wind. Yunche's eye twitched as thunder seemed to crash in his mind. This Emperor Realm powerhouse had actually stored feces in his storage ring. But upon reflection, he understood that dark, cramped chamber would have become unbearably foul if waste hadn't been stored away. Emperor realm experts can certainly starve to death, but going without food for a month or two isn't a problem. Ning Yi shook his head with a bitter smile. Besides, I had stockpiled plenty of dried provisions and pills in my ring. Forget 300 years, I could endure another 100. Yun Chain nodded and pressed further. May I ask who imprisoned you beneath the Tianshui sect? With your abilities, it seems unlikely you'd fall to such a scheme. Ning Yi's face showed helplessness. The one who acted was Situ Kong of the Situ family. He, Wu Qingxin, and I were originally close friends. Yun Che sighed inwardly as he listened. Indeed, the human heart was most unpredictable, and it all came down to jealousy in the end. The situation was simple. Both Ning Yi and Situ Kong had fallen for Wu Qingxin, but when she left, she only promised Ning Yi that she would return. Situ Kong offered verbal blessings and even claimed he'd help guard the Tianshui sect for his friend, but the jealousy in his heart had already twisted into madness. He first invited Ning Yi to a cultivation chamber beneath the Tianshui sect, then secretly shot soul-suppressing needles to pin him to the stone wall. Since Wu Qingxin asked you to protect the Tianshui sect, then guard it for the rest of your life. He even deliberately left the storage ring, letting Ning Yi live but never be free. Such vicious intent, such cruel heart, showing no regard for their past friendship, truly a case of choosing friends poorly. What shocked Yun Che the most was undoubtedly the Situ family. If his memory served him correctly, this was the clan of that aloof woman Situ Shui. In the storyline he knew well, the Situ family was merely a small clan protected by a grandmaster. Who would have thought that behind the grandmaster lurked an imperial realm powerhouse hidden so deeply? Indeed, if his guess was right, this was very likely another main plotline he had never grasped. The Blood God sect was currently holding a sinister Blood God party. Under the churning night sky, massive altars crisscrossed with blood channels, where secretly captured young men and women were pressed down on stone platforms. Blades flashed, and fresh blood flowed along the grooves into sacrificial pools. To the Blood God sect, humans were no different from chickens and ducks when necessary. They could even be thrown into iron pots and stewed. Among this batch of newly captured sacrificial offerings were over 10 students in matching school uniforms and 2 instructors. They came from Nanhai Academy and had been caught during an outdoor training expedition. Beside the iron cage, the long-haired male instructor Song Li's face was ashen, clearly on the verge of collapse. He suddenly pointed at the short-haired female student beside him, his voice hoarse and urgent. Sect Master Tai, she is of the Qin Empire's royal bloodline. You could use her to exchange for more hostages. Please spare my life, I have a newborn child at home. I beg you to show mercy. After speaking, this usually gentle and scholarly instructor Song actually dropped to his knees with a thud, his forehead striking the rough stone surface repeatedly with loud bangs. In the cage, the female student Le Jingyun was stunned beyond belief. She had always been closest to Song Li, even moved by his erudition and gentleness, harboring feelings that transcended the teacher-student relationship. Yet now, to save his own life, he had actively exposed her identity. She stood frozen, unable to condemn him. Selling out a student to see his newborn child didn't seem entirely unreasonable, did it? The other male instructor Duan Hun was furious, rushing to Song Li and pulling him up. Instructor Song, how can you act this way as an educator? Stand up. Song Li's voice trembled with tears. Instructor Duan, I know it's wrong, but I really don't want to die. Blood God sect Master Tai Ka sat high on the stone steps, holding a wine cup carved from bones, watching this display of human nature's collapse with great interest. A brilliant idea suddenly occurred to him, his eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty light. You want to live, do you? Song Li immediately scrambled to his feet, eyes full of pleading. Sect Master Tai, as long as I can leave alive, I'll do anything you ask. Tai Ka shook his cup, the blood wine rippling with an eerie crimson. Excellent. Then in front of Marape, the royal woman you mentioned. As the words fell, both Song Li and Le Jingyun froze as if struck by lightning. Tai Ka smiled mockingly. What? This request is quite simple, isn't it? Consider it a bonus for you. Duan Hun roared. Song Li, wake up. Even if you do as he says, he'll never let you go. Tai Ka waved dismissively. I don't like what this instructor is saying, makes it sound like we evil sects are unreasonable. Don't worry, do it, and I'll release you immediately. Guards, lock these two in the same cage. Chains rattled as an executioner disciple pushed the two away from the group. Song Li's expression was numb, Le Jingyun's eyes filled with terror. After the cage door clicked shut, Le Jingyun pressed against the bars, struggling to steady her trembling voice. Song Li, if you really dare touch me, my brother will never let you go. Take chimed in. Master Song, rest assured, I won't let her leave here alive, and this matter will never spread beyond our Blood God sect. Feel free to proceed. I'll count to 3, and if you're still standing there motionless, I'll have to withdraw my generous offer. 1, 2, before the third count could escape his lips, Song Li was already lunging at Yue Jingyun with a savage roar. Yue Jingyun cried out in alarm, desperately trying to dodge, but she was merely a student after all. Her meager skills meant nothing before Songli. His massive hand shot out like a talon, instantly pinning her down. Ha ha, how amusing. Your teacher-student bond is as fragile as paper. Take threw back his head in laughter, while the blood god sect disciples below joined in with raucous jeering. I'm sorry, I truly have no choice. Yuezhingyan looked at the tear-streaked face of Song Li and suddenly understood his desperate longing to see his family. However, sympathy aside, she would never willingly become his sacrifice. Take frowned and barked harshly. Hey, we agreed you'd hold her down, not stop there. Continue. Song Li clenched his jaw and tore at her clothing, the fabric ripping with a sharp sound. Just as Yuezhingyan's garments were about to be torn away, a disciple stumbled frantically into the hall. Sect Master, something terrible. They've broken in. 2 kings have invaded our blood god sect, and one of them is carrying the severed head of our 3rd elder. Take's expression froze. Then his gaze turned murderous. 2 kings dare to cause trouble in my blood god sect? Seeking death. Go, notify the 1st and 2nd elders we have work to do. Yes, Sect Master, his subordinate responded with a trembling voice. Above the blood god sect, Ning Yi stood motionless in the void, his frost-gray hair flowing as he crossed his arms and gazed down below. Amidst the sea of people, Yun Che's sword lights swept wildly, and the evil sect disciples fell one after another, their heads severed. Ning Yi reminded him coolly. I'm giving you the time it takes to burn 1 incense stick. If the blood god sect still stands, I'll take action myself. Won't need that long. Yun Che raised his hand and cut down several more people, his tone relaxed. I'm just waiting for their 3 kings to show themselves. Moments later, 3 terrifying auras suddenly descended. Sect Master Take at the peak of the King Realm, 1st Elder Shizue at the late King Realm, and 2nd Elder Qiao Hu at the mid-King Realm. All 3 fixed their gazes on the still dripping severed head in Yun Che's hand, murderous intent churning in their eyes. Boy, for a mere early King Realm cultivator, you've got quite the nerve. Boom, boom, boom. 3 King Realm pressures erupted simultaneously, causing the entire blood god sect to resonate with a deep hum. Kill him, kill him. The disciples who had been slaughtered mercilessly by Yun Che moments before now brandished their weapons and shouted, emboldened by their leader's presence. Ning Yi smiled and glanced sideways. Young Yun, need me to lend a hand? Just take back that comment about me being your bodyguard. Yun Che chuckled. Senior Ning, don't even think about escaping. You're my lifelong protector for this entire lifetime. I didn't act earlier because I was afraid of scaring them off. Now please watch the show. Qiao Hu struck first, his long blade blazing with light as the blade aura crashed down from above. Ignorant fool, die. Yun Che took a light breath, casually tossed aside the severed head, and gripped his sword hilt with his right hand. Lightning flashed beneath his feet, his figure streaked past like electricity. Splurt. Qiao Hu's head slowly fell to the ground behind him. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on gaining 60 agility points. Ding. King slain. Experience 50,000, righteousness 1,000, death chi 1,000. First kill. Take and Shizue's faces changed drastically. Take shouted urgently. This kid's movement technique is strange, keep your distance. Before his words finished, Yun Che activated Thunder Shadow Divine Movement. With a flash of lightning, he had already appeared behind the rapidly retreating Take. Distance means nothing to me. Water Dragon Soul Severing Slash. Bang boom. The electrified water dragon thundered through his body, and the Peak King Realm Take exploded on the spot. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on gaining 210 endurance points. Ding. King slain. Experience 80,000, righteousness 2,500, death chi 2,500. Double kill. Only Shizue remained, his soul nearly departing from terror as he desperately burned his life essence to flee into the distance. This isn't a battle I've run into a killing god, he screamed internally. Kings. They who should tower above all living beings were now less than ants before this opponent. Suddenly, Yun Che's figure left behind an afterimage while his true body had already intercepted Shizue's path. Infinite Thunder Sword. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on gaining 110 constitution points. Ding. King slain. Experience 65,000, righteousness 2,000, death chi 2,000. Triple kill. Holy crap. Compared to you, you little monster, I feel like I'm the real king here. Ning Yi hovered in midair, utterly dumbfounded. Lightning surged in Yun Che's hands, and whether it was the sharpness of his combat techniques or the ghostly nature of his movement skills, they made this usually arrogant Emperor Realm expert think of 4 words: beyond my reach. Ning Yi consoled himself secretly, at least the kid hadn't comprehended sword intent yet. Otherwise, even his trump card of perfected heartless sword intent would pale in comparison. Below in the Blood God Sect's plaza, the crowd of disciples was struck silent with terror. Since the sect master and 2 elders had appeared, less than 3 minutes had passed. One was beheaded, one exploded into mist, and the last was sliced into fine pieces. The three former kings now existed only as shocking bloodstains. All we did was dual cultivation, killing, bloodletting, and cooking meat. Why? Why did we attract such a psychotic god of slaughter? Desperate thoughts exploded in every disciple's mind. Could today be the end of the blood god sect? High above, the scholarly young man in blue robes descended slowly, stepping on electric arcs. After a brief, deathly silence, the disciples suddenly erupted in chaos, scrambling and crawling to flee in all directions. Run? He's not human. He's a demon. Yin Che's face darkened with exasperation. Was it really such a big deal to be a bit stronger, have more techniques, fiercer combat skills, and faster movement? He spoke aloud, his voice clear, yet carrying undeniable authority. Good fellows, don't run around. It'll only take an instant and won't hurt. As his words fell, he raised the thunder control sword high, purple light exploding from its tip. Infinite thunder sword, 1,000 silk slash. Crack. Over 1,000 lightning rays dove down like flying dragons, precisely pursuing all the fleeing blood god sect disciples. The next moment, thunder crashed, blood mist filled the air, screams cut off abruptly, and the plaza became a charred battlefield of carnage. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining low-grade blood marrow fruit. Ding. Evil sect member killed, experience 40, righteousness 2, death aura 2. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining courtesan arts, 13 spear dragon forms. Ding. Evil sect member killed, experience 10, righteousness 1, death aura 1. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining courtesan arts, 8 chrysanthemum methods. Ding. Evil sect member killed. Dense notification sounds rang continuously in Yin Che's mind. He rolled his eyes speechlessly. Truly worthy of an evil sect, they loved researching bizarre techniques. Doing the splits would be child's play compared to them. Self-appreciation mode, hardware softening engineering, sandwich sausage, folding soft bench, whatever you could think of, they could derive dozens of moves from it. Meanwhile, the dozen or so Nanhai Academy students and 2 instructors who had just escaped from their cages were huddled in a corner of the ruins. They had seen King Realm cultivators before, but never such a terrifying king. If someone said Yin Che was already at the Emperor Realm, they wouldn't doubt it for a second. Lu Zhongyun, wearing the outer robe that Instructor Duan had taken off for her, looked up at that handsome figure holding the thunder sword, her eyes full of gratitude and admiration. If she had such power, how could she have suffered such humiliation? At the back of the group, Song Li stood with a wooden expression, as if his soul had been drained. He was going crazy, didn't know how he would face his students or his family after this. Yin Che sheathed his thunder sword and hovered in midair, his piercing gaze sweeping across the scene below. The once feared mountain gate of the blood god sect now lay in charred ruins and crumbling walls. Suddenly, he spotted familiar uniforms, teachers and students from Nanhai Academy. Luoyue Academy had always maintained good relations with Nanhai, frequently hosting joint combat training sessions, and in just 1 month, he was scheduled to lead 10 elite students there for an exchange. With this in mind, he hesitated briefly before finally descending to land before the group. I am Yin Che, Vice Dean of Luoyue Academy. The Blood God sect has been destroyed. Evacuate immediately. As he landed, he dispersed the lightning crackling around his sword, his voice cold and brooking no argument. Duan Hui, the group leader, felt his heart skip a beat. He had heard that Luoyue Academy had appointed a new vice dean, but never expected someone so young yet powerful. Duan Hui quickly clasped his fists in salute. Vice Dean Yun, thank you for saving us. We'll leave right away. Before he could finish speaking, Song Li, who had remained silent at the back of the group, suddenly pushed to the front. His eyes bloodshot, he screamed at Yin Che, why? If you had arrived just a few minutes earlier, I wouldn't have had to. Instructor Song, have you lost your mind? Duan Hui quickly restrained him and turned to apologize to Yin Che. My apologies, Vice Dean Yun. He's not usually like this. Yin Che frowned slightly, his gaze settling on the emotionally unstable instructor. What happened? After a moment's hesitation, Duan Hui recounted everything, how Take had threatened Song Li, and how Song Li had backed down in front of everyone. Upon hearing this, Yin Che looked toward Lejing Yun standing at the front of the group. The young woman's eyes were red-rimmed, and tears began falling again as she heard the painful memory retold. After a brief pause, Yin Che turned back to Song Li, his tone indifferent. Instructor Song, don't blame your cowardice on me. Submit your resignation when you return. I don't want to see you at next month's exchange. With that, he pushed off with his toes and soared into the sky. Ning Yi, who had been waiting in the air, casually tossed him 5 storage rings. The belongings of those 3 kings and the entire Blood God sect's treasury are all in there. Thank you. Yin Che accepted them without ceremony, storing them directly in his game inventory. While he had little use for the resources himself, they would be invaluable for Xiao Feng, who possessed an absolute grade martial root. Such exceptional talent required tremendous resources to maintain its rapid cultivation speed without massive accumulation, Even the finest natural gifts could be surpassed by those with superior grade roots. Ning Yi glanced down at Song Li's ashen face and chuckled. Not going to kill him? From that look in his eyes, he clearly bears a grudge against you. Yun Che shrugged. He's an instructor at Nanhai Academy. Their dean will handle him. Besides, Lejing Yun is of Qin Empire royal blood. Once they return, Instructor Song will have a very difficult time, even if he survives. True enough. Ning Yi nodded, gazing toward the distant horizon. It's finished. Let's go. In Lingnan City, at the Yi family compound, the martial training ground was illuminated by firelight, revealing a scene both stirring and harsh. Situ Shui stood with cold arrogance, her foot pressed firmly against Yi Feng's face before the assembled Yi clan members. Yi Feng braced himself with both hands, gritting his teeth as he tried to rise, but lacked the strength. For a man to have his face trampled by a woman in public should have been the ultimate humiliation, yet this destined NPC was secretly overjoyed beneath his shame. His newly awakened talent was called Power of Humiliation. The deeper the disgrace he suffered, the faster his cultivation would progress afterward. Now, with the acrid stench of sweat filling his nostrils, he was horrified to discover that Situ Shui had terribly smelly feet. Even through her shoes and socks, the odor was overwhelming, making his stomach churn violently. Damn it! If I'd known, I would have chosen a different position to be trampled. Yi Feng cursed inwardly, but he understood that stopping now would waste all the foreplay he had endured. He could only clench his fists tighter and continue to bear it. When Yun Che and Ning Yi arrived at the Situ residence, they hovered in the air and called out Situ Kong's name. A trembling servant rushed out from the courtyard, clasping his hands together as he reported fearfully. Please forgive us, honored immortals. The family head has just finished his seclusion and has taken the young miss to the Yi family to break off the engagement. With this answer, the two had no choice but to tear through the sky once more, heading straight for the Yi residence. Meanwhile, the Yi family's martial training ground was thick with murderous intent. Yi Feng was forced to kneel in the center of the arena, one eye glaring sideways at the beautiful face before him, that of Situ Shui. His cheek was ground under her shoe sole, his expression filled with both unwillingness and humiliation as he tried to rise, but found his body powerless. Discussions rippled through the crowd below. Who would have thought that the dignified young master of the Yi family would be trampled underfoot by a woman? What a disgrace. Exactly. If I were Yi Feng, I'd be too ashamed to remain in Lingnan for the rest of my life. Yi Feng gritted his teeth and roared. What? Do you think this will make me submit? Situ Shui, if you want me to agree to break off this engagement, you'll have to show me the gap between us first. Situ Shui snorted coldly, spat on the corner of his mouth, then stomped down hard with her foot. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. If you won't hand over the marriage contract, I'll beat you until you do. The shoe sole, mixed with sweat and dust, assaulted his nostrils directly. Yi Feng nearly vomited his previous night's meal, but forced himself to endure it. Yes, just like this. Continue humiliating me. On the high platform, Yi family head Yi Zhenghao's face was ashen, his mind churning with countless thoughts. This marriage arrangement might as well be abandoned, but seeing that stubborn glint in his son's eyes, he couldn't bring himself to speak. Everyone thought Yi Feng would be trampled to death, but in the next instant, a violent spiritual force exploded outward. Spiritual energy surged around Yi Feng's body, directly blasting Situ Shui, who was at the middle stage of the acquired realm, several zhang away. Situ Shui tumbled to the ground, her delicate face striking the stone slabs, blood instantly staining her fingertips. She rose in fury. Yi Feng, you dare to mar my face. I'll kill you. Yi Feng snorted coldly, bringing his hands together in a circular motion as his aura suddenly contracted, then exploded. The pressure of the early innate realm crashed down like a mountain and sea. It's the innate realm. Yi Feng has actually broken through to the innate realm. The Yi family's senior members all stood up in unison, their eyes filled with wild joy. For a great clan, the innate realm wasn't particularly rare, but the Yi family's strongest was only at the late innate realm. Now, with 19-year-old Yi Feng stepping into the innate realm, it was nothing short of heavenly good news, and it meant he qualified for the St. Profound Sex entrance examination. The Yi family might soar to great heights. Yi Feng raised his hand to wipe the mud from the corner of his mouth, standing straight despite the shoe prints on his face, his gaze sharp as a blade. Situ Shui, with my current strength, how could you possibly be worthy of me? Situ Shui retreated 3 steps, her face pale as death. Impossible. You were clearly a small realm below me just moments ago. How could you break through to the innate realm so quickly? Yi Feng stepped forward aggressively, raising his arm and swinging it swiftly toward her fair, beautiful face. Situ Shui was so terrified that she tried to flee in panic, but with only her mid-stage acquired realm cultivation, how could she possibly escape? Yi Feng caught up to her in a single step, grabbing her wrist and forcibly dragging her back to the arena amid the shocked gazes of the crowd. In the next moment, He crouched down and actually removed Situ Shue's shoes and socks in front of everyone. Your stinky feet nearly suffocated me just now, Yifeng said while covering his nose and holding up the shoes and socks. You want to break off the engagement? Fine. I'll make sure everyone in Lingnan knows that Situ Shue's smelly feet are unmatched. Who would dare marry you after this? The watching disciples thought he was just bluffing, but as soon as the shoes and socks left her feet, yellowish, murky vapor hissed out. The spectators closest to the arena were the first to be overwhelmed. Their eyes rolled back. They foamed at the mouth and collapsed one after another. Even Yifeng was forced to retreat repeatedly by the stench, desperately covering his nose and mouth as if facing a deadly poisonous beast. Situ Shue, what's wrong with your feet? This power is absolutely terrifying. Only now did he realize that those shoes and socks were clearly some kind of seal. Situ Shue's face turned blood red, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably as tears streamed down her cheeks. She hugged her knees and sat crouched, sobbing uncontrollably. Her most shameful secret had been exposed before everyone's eyes. How could she ever face anyone again? At that moment, two streaks of light swiftly approached above the Yi family estate. Yunche and Ning Yi had just stabilized their forms when they witnessed the absurd scene on the arena. Yunche said in bewilderment, I thought this would be like the scene between Wuji and Princess Minmin, but it turned out to be a smelly spectacle instead. Ning Yi's gaze swept the area and pointed toward a young man relaxing under an ancient tree below the platform. That's Situ Kong. However, he looks much more disheveled than I remember. Yunche followed his gaze and saw the young man with graying hair scattered about, holding a watermelon in one hand and a fan in the other. He showed none of the imposing aura expected of an Imperial Realm expert and completely ignored the commotion between his family's junior and Yifeng. Are you sure? Absolutely certain. I'd recognize him even if he turned to ash. The two chose not to cause a disturbance and quietly landed in a less crowded corner. On the arena, Yifeng looked at Situ Shue, who had cried herself into a mess, and felt his heart skip a beat. Was most afraid of women crying. After hesitating for a moment, he covered his nose and moved 2 steps closer. All right, stop crying. I'll give you the marriage contract, and we'll call it even, okay? Wah, Situ Shue cried even harder, her voice choked with sobs. You ruined my appearance and publicly removed my shoes and socks, exposing my privacy. Even if we break off the engagement today, who would dare marry me in the future? Yifeng scratched his head and ears, finally managing to squeeze out. How about we don't break it off? Yunche and Ning Yi, who had just stepped through the Situ family's main gate, nearly stumbled and fell. Ning Yi was shocked. He can accept such foot odor? This boy will be terrifyingly formidable in the future. Yunche's heart was in even greater turmoil in the original plot. After being rejected, Yifeng joined an evil sect, destroyed the Falling Moon Academy, and eventually disemboweled Situ Shue, who had humiliated him, hanging her for public display in Lingnan City. Now the plot had completely derailed and veered off in an absurd direction. Lost in thought, he secretly activated his divine hand technique. Ding. Extraction successful. Obtain small storybook. How to be perfectly humiliated. Ding. Extraction successful. Obtain strength talent. Invincible stinky feet. Invincible stinky feet. More terrifying than ordinary sweaty feet. Releases toxic gas. Those at the same cultivation level or below will immediately foam at the mouth and fall unconscious upon smelling it. Yunche nearly choked on his own saliva, so stinky feet could be a talent too. With these feet, one would be nearly invincible against those of the same realm. However, he found it too undignified and didn't hesitate to remove it from his talent panel. As for the small storybook he had pilfered from Yifeng, it equally puzzled him. Yunche couldn't understand why the other party would read such material. When Situ Shue heard Yifeng say he wouldn't call off the engagement, her instinct was to back out. But after a moment's consideration, she realized her reasons for breaking the engagement were nothing more than disdain for his poor talent and weak abilities. Now that Yifeng had reached the innate realm at just 19 years old with a brilliant future ahead, she had no excuse left. After hesitating briefly, she finally nodded, her cheeks burning red as she extended her foot that was emitting murky, hot vapor, whispering softly. Then come help me put on my shoes and socks. The sour stench mixed with humid heat hit him in the face. Yifeng's pupils contracted as he took a deep breath and forced himself to hold it, crouching down to carefully pull the white silk stockings over her toes and gradually up her foot, finally helping her into her embroidered shoes. His sudden decision not to break off the engagement was because he had discovered a small bug that could help him break through when exposed to Situ Shue's sweaty feet. The power of humiliation within him would slowly grow. Though the rate was far slower than being publicly humiliated, constantly seeking others to insult him would be too shameful for a dignified man like himself. Rather than endure mockery from others, it was better to use his fiancée's foot odor for cultivation while winning the beauty's heart, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Once the socks and shoes were on, the foot odor was temporarily contained. Situ Shue stood up, eyes downcast as she fidgeted with the hem of her clothes. her body slightly twisted, radiating shyness and nervousness. Yifeng took the initiative to grasp her slender hand, smiling. Let's go to my room. I'll apply some medicine for you. If we delay any longer, it'll really leave a scar. Yes, I'll listen to whatever young Master Yi says, she replied in a voice barely above a whisper. Yifeng chuckled to himself, thinking he had this girl completely under his control. Though they weren't officially married yet, if he made certain demands, Situ Shui probably wouldn't dare refuse. After all, besides himself, probably no one else in this world would dare marry someone with such supremely sweaty feet. At this thought, he felt triumphant could win the beauty, cultivate using her foot odor, and even engage in some intimate activities. It was perfect. Mwahaha, he laughed wildly in his mind. At this moment, the guests below the platform and the Yi family members on the platform still looked at each other in bewilderment, their necks stiff as dried wood in the wind. They truly couldn't understand the thought processes of young people these days. Someone in the crowd whispered, "Should we congratulate Master Yi?" After pondering for a moment, the crowd could only offer scattered applause and cupped their fists toward Yi Jinghao. Congratulations, Master Yu, on gaining such a sweaty, good daughter-in-law. Yi Jinghao's mouth twitched violently as he cursed inwardly. If you don't want to say it, don't force yourself. But he still had to maintain appearances. As you all witnessed, let the young people decide their own affairs. Tonight the Yi family tavern will host a banquet. You must all honor us with your presence. Everyone took their leave. Certainly, certainly. The farce came to an end. Yun Che, who had been observing from the side, withdrew his gaze. Can't understand these two clowns. Then turned and left. Meanwhile, Ning Yi had somehow positioned himself in front of Situ Kong. When Situ Kong looked up and saw that nightmarishly familiar face, his pupils instantly contracted as he uttered two words, "You've come." Ning Yi's eyes were ice cold, his voice low and deep. "You don't seem surprised. Did you already know I could escape?" Situ Kong shook his head. It didn't know. It was just something he said casually. Yun Che, who had just found a place to sit down, twitched the corner of his mouth slightly. It seemed like everyone in the Situ family had some quirks. Ding. Capture successful. Congratulations on gaining 5,000 experience points. Yun Che felt delighted. As expected of a big shot in the Imperial realm, just a casual grab nets 5,000 experience. It would be great if I could recruit Situ Kong under my command too. Situ Kong sighed softly and looked up at Ning Yi. Must we really fight? Can't we just let it go? Ning Yi's rage was uncontainable, his voice piercing the air like steel needles. Let it go? Do you know how I've spent these 300 years? When thirsty, I could only lick the dew seeping from the ground. When hungry, I gnawed on pills. For bodily functions, I had to relieve myself on the spot. But to avoid contaminating the environment you sealed me in, I stored all my waste in storage rings. I had to sleep standing up, and now even cervical spondylosis has become a chronic condition. This kind of life, and you want to brush it off with one word about a joke? Situ Kong, I'm telling you this ends only in death. Situ Kong clasped his hands behind his back and gazed at the sky, then with a light tap of his toes, floated toward the outskirts of the city. Then let's go. If we fight in Lingnan City, the entire city will be buried with us. Ning Yi snorted coldly. If I weren't concerned about the civilians, do you think I'd waste words with you? Yun Che stood up and silently followed behind the two, also flying toward the outskirts of the city. Situ Kong caught sight of Yun Che from the corner of his eye and asked puzzledly, "Is this little fellow your disciple?" Ning Yi exhaled a cold breath through his nose. "He's no little fellow. If he truly goes berserk, you'd probably be crying for help." Situ Kong was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a smile, clearly taking it as a joke. After a brief pause, he suddenly said, 3 years ago, Qin came to see me. Did you know? I nearly broke down at that moment. You and I have comparable talent. Yet after 300 years we're still stuck at the early stage of Imperial realm, unable to advance an inch. Do you know what realm Qin has reached now? Ning Yi's curiosity was piqued, and he frowned in speculation. Qin has supreme grade martial roots, so she should have reached the middle stage of Imperial realm by now. That's quite normal. Situ Kong shook his head, his bitter smile filled with vicissitudes. She encountered a supreme opportunity and has now become a supreme. The legendary supreme realm. Even though Ning Yi thought he had already overestimated, he was still shocked by this news and stood frozen in place. But Situ Kong didn't stop, continuing as if talking to himself. When Qin returned, besides visiting me, she also brought back intelligence from the divine martial continent. You should have heard 7,000 years ago, martial arts experienced a fracture, and many powerful inheritances were lost. Back then, those in the king realm could claim king thrones, and those in the imperial realm could activate soul guardian armaments. But now, it's as if they never existed. Today's king and imperial realm practitioners are as weak as toddlers just learning to speak compared to their counterparts from 7,000 years ago. Hearing this, Yun Che's spirits lifted. So those in the king realm could actually claim king thrones. He did have a soul guardian armament, but had never been able to use it. It seemed he needed to first condense an imperial crown and step into the imperial realm before he could utilize it. Ning Yi frowned slightly. Everyone's in the same boat anyway. What does it matter if we don't have king thrones and soul guardian armaments? Situ Kong's next words left Ning Yi dumbfounded. But Qin has found a king throne and possesses soul guardian armaments. What's even worse is that Dongji Island in the depths of the east see the burial ground of demons from 7,000 years Agua awakening. Those demons also control king thrones and soul guardian armaments. In 10 years, 20 years, maybe 50 years, they'll break free from their seals and set foot on the continent. He looked up at the sky as he said this. Let's not worry about all that for now. I know you harbor quite a bit of resentment, so let's have our fight first. As his words fell, Situ Kong erupted with spiritual power, and a full 10 centimeters above his head, a blazing flame crown roared into existence, with fierce flames churning. Humph, that suits me perfectly. Ning Yi's spiritual power also went berserk, and 10 centimeters above his head, a blue ice crown materialized, scattering cold air in all directions. Let's battle. As soon as the words left their lips, both figures vanished instantly from their original positions, reappearing hundreds of meters away. The air was violently torn apart as two massive blades, one a 100-zhong ice crystal sword, and the other a blazing flame blade, crashed together with thunderous force. One blue, one red. Their spiritual energy erupted into two terrifying walls of power, sweeping debris and dust in all directions. Lotus Purification Sword Art. 3 Lotus Heaven Splitter. Ning Yi flicked his wrist, cold light rippling outward as his sword traced an elegant flourish, the tip striking 3 precise points. 3 azure ice lotuses suddenly bloomed and exploded where his blade pointed, sending dozens of razor-sharp crystal petals flying through the air, shooting straight towards Situ Kong's face in the blink of an eye. Situ Kong merely smiled lightly. His flame sword danced in a dense web-like pattern, and with a series of sharp clinks, he shattered every ice petal. He called out cheerfully, "Old Ning, no need for probing attacks. I'll be honest, me swordsmanship hasn't improved much in these past 300 years. Without your ultimate techniques, you simply can't beat me." Ning Yi gripped his frost-wreathed sword tighter and sneered back. "You think I'll still fall for your tricks? You shameless old schemer. Every time we spar you claim you haven't improved, then proceed to push me to the brink with every move. This time, I'm going to make you pay dearly. Did you really think I spent 300 years just learning how to stand around? Keep your little schemes to yourself, or you won't even get a chance to draw your sword." Situ Kong's eyes narrowed slightly, his handsome face still wearing a smile, though clearly more serious now. He knew Ning Yi too well. This man never made empty boasts. If he was talking big, it meant he definitely had new tricks up his sleeve. "Excellent, old friend." Situ Kong licked the corner of his lips as blazing flames coiled around his sword. "Let me see what incredible skills you've mastered." Before his words finished, he had already transformed into a soaring fire dragon, his form streaking forward. Blazing fire, prairie wind, howling ocean, sun, radiant, hey-ho, peerless, immortal, soul-burning sword art, fire, dance, dazzle, slash. With his roar, spiraling waves of fire shot skyward, massive flames rolling as if to twist half the sky itself, surging toward Ning Yi in midair with overwhelming force. Ning Yi scoffed. "You old fossil, still love giving things those ridiculously long names. Lotus Purification Sword Art, 100 Lotus Silence." Before his insult finished, he swung his sword like lightning, frost condensing from the cold air. 100 crystal lotus flowers exploded in succession through the air, countless petals cascading down in interwoven patterns, colliding heated with the raging fire waves in midair. Bang boom. The forces of stillness and motion clashed, blue and red spiritual energy exploding into massive shockwaves that sent clouds rolling across the horizon. Yun Che, watching from a distance, his expression shifting as he quickly retreated several hundred zhong further back before barely managing to steady himself. Truly worthy of Emperor Realm experts. Both sword arts are definitely supreme grade, and both have cultivated them to perfection. After the flames and frost separated, Situ Kong and Ning Yi each retreated, then immediately charged forward again the moment they stabilized. Ice sword and fire sword clashed repeatedly, their impacts thundering through the high sky, each metallic ring causing the sea of clouds to tremble. Blazing fire, prairie wind, howling ocean, sun, radiant, hey-ho, peerless, immortal, soul-burning sword art, fire demon's kiss, annihilate. Situ Kong roared as his fire sword erupted with even more intense flames. Lotus Purification Sword Art, 1,000 Lotus, 1,000 Mountain Streams. Ning Yi showed no quarter, cold air condensing into countless delicate lotuses as sword light howled. Crash. The thunderous boom shook the entire valley as both men were simultaneously sent flying dozens of zhong by the recoiling force, blood spraying from their lips. Situ Kong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, forcibly suppressing his churning qi and blood. Spiritual light flashed beneath his feet as he activated his movement technique again, actually charging back against the momentum. His flame sword extended several zhang as he slashed down fiercely. Old Ning, you've still lost in the end. You were right. In these 300 years, I was indeed fortunate enough to find a supreme combat technique. Today, let you be the first to experience it. Frenzied burning myriad tribulation baleful flame, nine heavens demon dance wasteland sun-stealing immortal soul-shocking sword art, void reverse silence delusional slash. Ning Yi's eyes blazed crimson red as he waited for this very opportunity. Ignoring his own injuries, he forcefully twisted his body, unleashing a grayish-white aura that burst forth from within, striking directly at his opponent. I told you not to give yourself such ridiculously long titles, he growled hoarsely. You damned fool. Let me show you my heartless sword intent. Situ Kong's expression changed drastically, his pupils contracting sharply. Both men's attacks were already in motion. There was no way to pull back now, leaving them no choice but to clash head-on. Each calculated desperately how to avoid fatal strikes while simultaneously landing a decisive blow on their opponent. With less than half a zhang between them, complete evasion was impossible. They could only manage to twist their heads and shift their bodies slightly. Splurt. Blood sprayed through the air as, in almost the same instant, Ning Yi and Situ Kong each severed the other's left arm at the shoulder. Severed limbs flew through the air, blood scattered everywhere, and the metallic scent of iron instantly filled the atmosphere. Yun Che watched from the side, utterly stunned, thinking the two had fought to a draw. But unexpectedly, Ning Yi's form surged forward again, his footwork reaching an extreme level of ferocity as he roared and lifted his leg in a sweeping kick. Bang! This whip-like kick contained every ounce of his strength, infused with traces of sword intent channeled into his foot. Old bastard, savor my 300 years of rage. Crack! The whip kick collided head-on with the high-grade protective mirror on Situ Kong's chest. The mirror's surface shattered, metal fragments scattering in all directions. Splurt! Situ Kong's chest caved in on the spot, his lungs torn flesh mixed with dark blood spraying wildly, as his entire body shot backward like a cannonball. Boom! The earth collapsed, creating a massive crater nearly 100 meters in diameter, with spiderweb cracks spreading over 10 meters in all directions. This demonstrated the terrifying power unleashed by Ning Yi's 3 centuries of suppressed fury. He gasped heavily, pressing 2 fingers to acupoints on his left shoulder to stop the bleeding, then slowly descended through the air to land at the crater's edge. At the bottom of the pit, Situ Kong lay on his back, his clothes completely shredded, chest bones collapsed, blood still seeping from his nose and mouth. Situ Kong managed to force out a bloody smile. I truly felt your anger. You've won me a quick death. Ning Yi's gaze was ice cold as he raised his sword and walked step by step down into the deep crater. Situ Kong maintained his resigned smile, but inwardly he was panicking. You bastard. I only imprisoned you for 300 years. Are you really planning to send me to the afterlife? Yun Che's eyes lit up as he quickly stepped forward to intervene. Senior Ning, you two have known each other for hundreds of years. To kill him like this seems inappropriate. Ning Yi's brow furrowed slightly. Situ Kong silently gave Yun Che a mental thumbs up. Good lad. Well said. Once this old man recovers from his injuries, I'll definitely grant you a great fortune. Yun Che drew his Thunder Imperial sword and quickly blocked Ning Yi's path, his gaze resolute. Why not let this junior send him off on Senior's behalf? At least it would allow Senior's old friend to die with dignity. Both Ning Yi and Situ Kong froze in surprise. The latter's eyes filled with disbelief. If this brat could move, I would have slapped him senseless long ago. Such disrespect for elders makes him a menace who should be eliminated with one clean sword strike. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Yi smiled slightly. Very well. Having him die at the hands of a king like you would indeed be a form of humiliation for him. Yun Che's face lit up with joy as he raised his sword and charged towards Situ Kong. Seeing his expression as excited as a dog spotting excrement, Situ Kong could no longer maintain his act and hurriedly begged for mercy. Old Ning, have you lost your mind? You really want to kill me? I only used the soul-suppressing needle in a moment of impulse, but I regretted it afterward. I've been searching for a way to break the seal all these years, I swear to heaven. Besides, without me secretly creating openings, how do you think do manage to drip down into your sealed underground prison? Yun Che's eye twitched. This won't do. This old bastard is trying to clear his name. He immediately accelerated, flashing before Situ Kong in a burst of lightning speed. Drawing his sword, he slashed swiftly toward his opponent's neck. However, just as Yun Che's sword was less than 3 centimeters away from his opponent, Ning Yi appeared and blocked his blade with his own sword. Yun Che sighed inwardly. What a pity, this big boss still couldn't be turned into experience points. Situ Kong, rescued from the brink of death, felt secretly relieved upon seeing Ning Yi. With a cold expression, Ning Yi took out a jade green pill and forced it into Situ Kong's mouth, stabilizing his injuries. I'll trust your words for now. With that, He grabbed Situ Kong and flew toward Lingnan City through the air. Young Yun, please find that severed arm. We'll wait for you at the Spring Revival Hall. Yun Che nodded as he watched the two depart. Since I can't kill him, I'll just treat him as a long-term resource to exploit. I need to find a way to get this old man to Falling Moon Academy so that Divine Touch can be permanently activated. Lingnan City, Spring Revival Hall. This medical hall had a history of over 600 years and was a property established by the Spirit Medicine sect, a mid-tier sect, in the city. It was recognized as the premier medical hall in all of Lingnan City. Though belonging to a mid-tier sect, its exceptional medical skills earned respect even from many high-tier sections. Even evil sects couldn't be bothered to provoke them who would dare stir up a hornet's nest. At this moment, two Emperor Realm powerhouses, Ning Yi and Situ Kong, were in the innermost room reattaching the severed arm and treating injuries. On the stone steps at the main entrance, Yun Che sat leisurely, occasionally using Divine Touch on passing martial artists. He firmly believed that only through persistent extraction could he find the shortcut to invincibility. Ding. Extraction successful. Gained 2 points of strength. Ding. Extraction successful. Obtained 1 eggplant. Ding. Extraction successful. Obtained 1 fire starter. Ding. Extraction successful. Gained 10 experience points. Ding. Extraction successful. Obtained 5 copper coins. Pretty average luck. He casually tossed the copper coins, fire starter, and eggplant into the broken bowl of a nearby beggar. The beggar thanked him repeatedly, but looked puzzled. This was the first time someone had given him an eggplant as charity. Without a pot, was he supposed to roast it? And why did this eggplant smell so strange? Suddenly, a delicate fragrance wafted by. Yun Che looked up to see a veiled woman walking gracefully toward the medical hall. She wore purple robes, the attire that only Spirit Medicine sect elders were permitted to wear. Hello there, elder. Let me extract. Ding. Extraction successful. Obtained 1 bottle of nail polish. Ding. Divine blessing triggered. Nail polish has mutated into universal super glue. Description. This liquid can bond iron, pots, flying vessels, and cannons. It can reattach severed limbs and broken arms, only ineffective against forbidden objects. Yun Che's eyes lit up. What a treasure. As long as the head doesn't fall off, any limb can be reattached. Suddenly, he remembered an SS rank mission from the official announcement page that no one had ever completed, and his heart filled with wild joy. Perhaps this universal superglue could come in very handy. That mission came from the Azure Sparrow Empire, permanently available task, where whoever could reattach the Azure Sparrow Empress's left arm and right leg would receive the generous rewards and massive experience points of an SS rank mission. Legend has it that the Azure Sparrow Empress's left arm and right leg were severed by some unknown force, and despite countless attempts, they could never be reattached. To this day, her left arm and right leg remain frozen within sacred artifacts. This bizarre injury had become an SS-level super quest hanging over the continent's peak. Completing it would be enough to propel someone from the early King realm to the middle stage. At this thought, Yun Che's heart surged with barely concealed anticipation, and he felt even more grateful to that elder from the Spirit Medicine sect. She was clearly a wonderful woman who had delivered immense fortune to him on a silver platter. He had already made up his mind. Once he finished the current task regarding the decadent 7th princess, he would immediately head to the Azure Sparrow Empire and firmly grasp this free SS-level quest. How absolutely thrilling. Bang! The tightly shut windows of the Rejuvenation Hall suddenly exploded outward, and the veiled elder from the Spirit Medicine sect was hurled out by tremendous force. Yun Che raised an eyebrow and flashed forward to catch her. Mi Luoli clutched her chest, her voice weak yet clear from beneath the veil. Thank you, young master. Following her gaze, Yun Che looked into the medical hall. A tall, burly man strode out, his dark skin gleaming with a bronze luster under the sunlight. His brows were tightly furrowed, his rage almost taking physical form. He roared in broken continental common language, his thick arm pointing at Mi Luoli. This is your Rejuvenation Hall skill? I traveled thousands of miles to bring my brother for treatment, and you watched him die. I want your life in return. A heavenly barbarian. Yun Che's eyes turned cold. The heavenly barbarian empire ranked first among the 4 great empires for their formidable physiques. Within the same realm, it typically took 3 or 4 warriors working together to defeat a single heavenly barbarian, making them the overlords that the other 3 nations least wanted to provoke. What made it worse was their worship of the barbarian god, and their stubborn use of the ancestral heavenly barbarian language, rarely speaking the common tongue. This man before them was clearly so enraged he couldn't be bothered with customs. Mi Luoli pressed her lips together, suppressing the grievance in her heart, and explained coldly. I am a physician, not an immortal. Your brother's internal organs had already failed completely. Medicine was useless. Unless you could find a 6th grade pill, no one could save him. Not just our Spirit Medicine sect, but even your entire heavenly barbarian empire might not be able to produce a single 6th grade pill. I don't care about any damn 6th grade pills. The burly man roared angrily, swinging his arm as fierce winds howled. I heard the rejuvenation hall's medical arts were unparalleled, so I brought my brother here. But you stood by and watched him die. You all deserve to die. He stomped his foot hard, causing the stone slabs beneath to crack inch by inch. Barbarian King's force. Explode. Howling winds wrapped in thick, killing intent rushed toward Miluali. Her form stiffened, and she instinctively pushed Yun Che. Young master, this has nothing to do with Yuran. But Yun Che remained unmoved, his gaze calmly watching the heavenly barbarian charging like a fierce tiger. When only a few feet remained between them, he finally raised his hand and extended a single index finger. Bang! Fist met finger with an explosive sound. The burly man felt an immovable barrier blocking his path. In shock, he channeled all his energy. Rumble. The thick stone slabs instantly collapsed, cracks spreading like a spider web. His legs bulged with veins as he roared continuously, yet he still couldn't make that seemingly slender finger retreat even an inch. Only now did he finally realize he had kicked an iron plate. Yun Che commented indifferently. Early Grandmaster realm cultivation, but your strength reaches mid-listage levels. Your heavenly barbarian physiques are indeed formidable. But to act so recklessly in foreign lands, you're still far from sufficient. His gaze sharpened slightly as his fingertip trembled lightly, and surging airflow instantly froze his opponent in place. To act with such impunity, you'd need at least power like mine. With that, Yun Che casually grabbed the man's arm and hurled him to the ground like a torn sack. The throw was executed with devastating force, and the impact produced a dull thud that sounded like shattering stone. The Tianman warrior, who hadn't even had time to give his name, died instantly as his skull cracked and his internal organs were crushed to pulp. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on gaining 50 points of strength. Ding. Master killed. Experience 1500, righteousness 30, death aura 30. Seeing the notifications pop up on his panel, Yun Che felt a surge of joy. A mere master had contributed a full 50 points of strength, quite a decent haul. Miluali finally snapped back to reality, her eyes still filled with shock. You. How could you just kill him outright? Yun Che remained unfazed. Given the Tianman people's nature, once they hold a grudge, it's a fight to the death. Naturally, I had to eliminate the threat completely. I understand that, Miluali said, rubbing her temples helplessly. But he's the nephew of the Tianman Grand Advisor. Killing him will bring serious trouble. Yun Che nodded, but showed no panic. He remembered that the Grand Advisor was merely a mid-stage Imperial Realm cultivator. While he might have feared such a figure before, there was no need for concern now. With Ning Yi, his Imperial Realm bodyguard, by his side, even if they faced one mid-stage Imperial Realm cultivator openly, or even two, Ning Yi wouldn't necessarily lose after all. He had mastered the heartless sword intent to perfection. Sword intent was difficult to comprehend, but once mastered, it could crush opponents of the same level. This was common knowledge. At that moment, Ning Yi and Sidu Kong, having reset his dislocated arm, walked out side by side. The two men had completely different auras. Ning Yi's gray hair was disheveled yet sharp as a blade, while Sidu Kong's colorfully dyed hair gleamed with flamboyant brilliance in the sunlight. Both were handsome, and with their striking hair colors, their presence was immediately commanding. Though Sidu Kong was still severely injured and pale, it didn't diminish his proud bearing in the slightest. Miluali, being well-traveled, immediately recognized that both men were extraordinary. She whispered to Yun Che, "These two must be profound seniors. We should show them proper respect." Just as she was about to step forward and pay her respects, Situ Kong raised his hand to stop her. Situ Kong stared at Yun Che, his brow furrowed with displeasure. "Boy, do I have some grudge against you? You drew your sword against me without hesitation. If old Ning hadn't stopped you, you probably would have actually tried to cut down this imperial cultivator." Miluali stood frozen in place. The colorfully haired young man was actually an imperial cultivator, and he had nearly been struck down by the young master beside her. The information was too overwhelming for her to process immediately. Yun Che coughed lightly and smiled awkwardly. Of course, he couldn't say he wanted to farm experience points, so he had to make up an excuse. "There's no grudge at all. I just wanted to experience what it feels like to slay an imperial cultivator. Besides, you were already half dead at the time. What difference did it make who finished the job?" Situ Kong's mouth twitched violently, and he snorted coldly. "If you weren't old Ning's friend, I would have run you through with my sword already." Yun Che quickly changed the subject, turning to Ning Yi. "Senior Ning, are your injuries all right? Since you've recovered, can you come with me now?" "Go? Where are you going?" Situ Kong asked, puzzled. Ning Yi then recounted the entire story of his wager with Yun Che. Situ Kong held his forehead and sighed deeply, speechless. "I never imagined this kid was the one who rescued you. You're really too reckless. How can a cultivator make oaths so carelessly? Tell me, what exactly did you swear? If it's not too serious, just break the agreement. What's there to fear?" Miluo Li's heart pounded wildly. She was going insane. That gray-haired young man was also an Emperor Realm powerhouse. So what exactly was the background of that young master who had saved her earlier? To be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with two Emperor Realm experts, laughing and chatting so casually? Ning Yi glanced at Miluo Li and, seeing her face full of curiosity, ultimately said nothing more. He turned to Situ Kong with a laughing rebuke. Forget about whatever oath, I am going to follow this kid anyway. As for you, you're too lazy to care when your own juniors get bullied. How about coming with me to play a few games of chess at his place? Yin Che secretly gave a thumbs up. Nice, old Ning. Well done. Situ Kong pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. His cultivation had stagnated recently, and he'd been so bored that he'd run off with the younger generation to watch some marriage annulment drama. He was just worrying about having nothing to do. Fine. Maybe sparring with you old fool regularly will actually help me find a breakthrough. His tone shifted as he looked toward Yin Che, snorting with dissatisfaction. Kid, lead the way. What kind of virtue did you accumulate in your past life to have two Emperor Realm powerhouses as personal bodyguards? Yin Che merely smiled without speaking, turning to bow respectfully to the elder from the spirit medicine sect. Miss, until we meet again by fate, farewell. The three shot into the sky, transforming into streaks of light that disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Miluo Li stood there slack-jawed, her chin nearly hitting the ground. That young master who had saved her was actually a King Realm cultivator, and he looked even younger than her. Heavens, how did he break through to King Realm already? Coming back to her senses, she quickly shouted toward the sky. Young master. My name is Miluo Li. Thank you for saving me. After shouting, she stamped her feet in frustration, cursing herself for being useless. She'd just watched a heaven-sent opportunity slip away from right beside her. Even grabbing onto any random coattail would have been good, but she'd spent the entire time just being shocked. Miluo Li, oh Miluo Li, you worthless fool. Those two seniors were on too high a level for someone at the peak of innate realm like her to dare hope for. But that young master was different. She had to find opportunities to interact with him more, preferably to become friends. Yes, ordinary friends would be fine, as long as they could have some lip. Oh no, as long as they could discuss friendship, that would be enough. She looked up at the gradually darkening sky, murmuring softly. I wonder if that young master remembered my name? Deep within the clouds, three streaks of light raced forward. Situ Kong laughed heartily. Kid, your romantic fortune isn't bad. That girl may have been wearing a veil, but this old man could tell she's definitely a little beauty. Ning Yi also chimed in with a smile. Pluck the flower when it blooms. Don't wait until there are no flowers left to pluck. Don't be like us two old bones who ended up hanging ourselves on one tree and regret it later. Yin Che shrugged. I'll leave it to fate. Actually, I'm quite fated with you two seniors. To tell the truth, I also have a close female friend who's obsessed with the sword Dao. She left not long ago, and I don't know when she'll return. Ning Yi and Situ Kong froze, then earnestly advised. We're living examples of what not to do. Don't end up foolishly waiting for one person and never even holding another girl's hand. That would be such a loss. Yin Che shook his head with a smile. It won't come to that. We're already married and have shared a bed. As his words fell, the two Emperor Realm powerhouses instantly turned to stone, burning jealousy blazing like flames in their eyes. Ning Yi could even feel some kind of jealousy sword intent, ready to burst forth from within. After a long silence, Situ Kong gritted his teeth. Old Ning, I suddenly find this kid an eyesore. How about we join forces and kill him? Ning Yi nodded vigorously. Who would have thought that one day we'd share the same sentiment? Yin Che was startled and quickly used his movement technique to distance himself from them. Inside the silver shuttle, Yin Che was organizing his recent gains. Spiritual flames danced at his fingertips as he fed treasure after treasure into the furnace. Over 100 pieces of top-grade equipment with maxed attributes and 999 stats, all accumulated in just a few short days. If the Empire or the sects learned of this, they would mobilize everything to hunt him down and seize his treasures. The rare necklace, Tears of Silver Dust, which had remained silent and inactive, finally found suitable materials for refinement during this collection spree. After the refinement was complete, its attribute value soared to 345 points, officially entering the top grade category. The shuttle transformed into a streak of silver light, roaring arrogantly across the sky above the imperial capital without any attempt at concealment. Minutes later, the sword-like vessel came to a steady stop above the 7th princess's mansion. The hatch opened, and Yun Che leaped down first, followed silently by silver-haired Ning Yi and flower-haired Sidu Kong washing. The moment he landed, he spotted white-haired Chao Taichun and the love-struck young Prince Zhugabua already waiting at the mansion's entrance. Chao Taichun wore his usual smiling expression, but his words carried no ambiguity. Vice Dean Yun, you now hold an important position, so please take this seriously. Although Her Highness has broken through to the acquired realm, this alone may not be enough to win the wager. I just received word that the 5th princess of the Divine Sun Empire, Ouyang Qing, has already reached the late stage of the acquired realm. This is hardly good news for our Great Yuan. Yun Che nodded without showing the slightest tension. He had already devised a plan to help Li Muling advance. After several raids on noble houses, he had unexpectedly acquired several class change scrolls. Though the highest was only a grade, it would be sufficient to help the mediocre, decadent 7th princess compete against the equally limited 5th princess. Please rest assured, Lord Qiao, Yunche smiled. No matter what, I will ensure the 7th princess wins this duel. Qiao Taichun nodded but shifted his gaze to the two men behind him. That's reassuring. But these two are my bodyguards, Yunche shrugged. As Lord Qiao knows, I possess a top-grade flying vessel. Without 2 King Realm experts by my side, wouldn't I just be asking to be robbed? The reasoning was so forceful that Qiao Taichun found himself unable to argue. With his experience, he could naturally see that both Ning Yi and Situ Kong were at the King Realm level. That such powerful allies had gathered around this young man made Yunche's background even more mysterious to him. In that case, please ensure Vice Dean Yun keeps your bodyguards in line. This is the Imperial Palace, after all. Before he finished speaking, Ning Yi and Situ Kong cast him a casual glance. Just that single look made Qiao Taichun feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His spirit trembling violently. A peak King Realm expert actually felt death-like pressure. He forcibly steadied himself, took a deep look at the two men, then turned and strode away. Time is running short. Please hurry, Vice Dean Yun. Naturally, Yunche watched his retreating figure and casually reached out. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining special treasure, Fire-Repelling Talisman. Fire-Repelling Talisman Special, upon use, grants 100 absolute fire resistance for 3 hours. A system notification exploded in his consciousness, and Yunche's eyes lit. Panther special treasure. Just how much wealth was this white-haired Lord Qiao hiding? If it were anyone else, they could only use the fire-repelling talisman to explore the lava valley for 3 hours with limited gains. But he was different. He knew that a diamond treasure chest was hidden in the lava valley. The authorities were so confident they even carved the coordinates on a notice board in advance, as if declaring, none of you will ever be able to take it away. Now, this rare treasure chest was about to fall into Yunche's hands. All thanks to Lord Qiao. Without Lord Qiao's secret arrangements, he never could have rescued Ning Yi so quickly. At this thought, Yunche felt warmth in his chest. This elder who was like a foster father had once again sent him a great gift at a crucial moment. If he claimed not to be moved, he would have a heart of stone. In the side hall, Ning Yi and Situ Kong were drinking tea while setting up a chessboard, about to play a game. Zhuge Buhua stood holding his sword, silent for a long time, when he suddenly smiled and asked, Young Master Yun, have you heard any news of Kui recently? As you know, we were childhood sweethearts, so it's not strange for me to ask, right? Yunche couldn't help but laugh at these words, as a folk saying flashed through his mind. When they're good-looking, it's called childhood sweethearts. When they're not, well, they're just from the same village. Zhuge's shameless appearance clearly showed he had fallen for Qin Kuyi's beauty. He decided to speak plainly. Master Zhuge, you've gone too far. I know you like Qin Kui, but she's my wife now, and regardless of any reason, you shouldn't be asking about her anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, both Ning Yi and Situ Kong's ears perked up, exchanging a meaningful glance. They had acted out similar scenes in the past, though today's drama was even more explosive. The two took the opportunity to size up Zhuge Buhua. Handsome in appearance, yet obsessed with another man's wife, quite a unique taste. Zhuge Buhua was first stunned, then sighed, finally revealing his true feelings. You're right, I like Qin Kui. I've liked her since childhood. She may not see me as a man, but liking is still liking. Whether she likes me back doesn't matter. I'll do everything in my power to pursue her. I firmly believe that only I can give her the best future. Yunche's gaze grew deep. Master Zhuge, do you think it's right to like another man's wife? Zhuge Buhua pondered briefly. Essentially, it's indeed immoral. Good. Yunche nodded. Since you understand this principle, given my current situation, shouldn't I beat you up first? Before he finished speaking, a fist came flying. Before Zhuge Buhua could react, his eye socket had already taken a heavy blow, followed by a series of fierce punches and kicks. White robes fluttered as figures rolled together in the hall. Zhuge Buhua roared angrily. Young Master Yun, how can you be so crude? I was merely reasoning with you. He suddenly gathered his energy, and the spiritual pressure of the early King realm burst forth as he tried to fight back, only to discover in despair that his proud cultivation was as weak as a toddling child before Yunche. Yunche grabbed his arm and twisted it behind his back, then delivered knee strikes, punches, and kicks, each move vicious yet measured, causing pain without being fatal. Before long, Zhuge Buhua's handsome face was swollen like a pig's head, his white clothes covered with footprints, utterly disheveled. Ning Yi and Situ Kong watched from afar, suppressing their laughter and nearly spitting out their tea. Yunche dusted off his hands and snorted coldly. Today I don't want to hear any reasoning, I just want to use my fists. Since you like Qin Kui so much, I'll give you a chance. Finally, he leaned down and whispered in Zhuge Buhua's ear. When you can defeat me, I'll let you pursue Qin Kui openly and honestly, and I won't stand in your way. Ning Yi and Situ Kong watched in stunned amazement. The two men hid behind a stone railing not far away, their gazes fixed on the pitiful figure in the center of the field. Ning Yi lowered his voice and clicked his tongue in admiration. This kid is absolutely ruthless. With his insane combat power, that Zhuge fellow is probably going to get beaten for the rest of his life. Situ Kong curled his lips, shivering at the memory of the blood-spattering scene. If I were Yun, I'd probably beat him up too. The guy literally delivered himself the ultimate humiliation, absolutely despicable. In the center of the field, Yun Che sheathed his sword and stood upright. His boot's sole made a light turn on the ground mixed with gravel and blood, producing a grinding sound of sand particles. He looked down at the barely breathing Zhuge Buhua, then raised his eyes to scan the two trembling servants nearby. His voice was calm, yet unquestionable. Carry Master Zhuge away for treatment. When he recovers, tell him to come find me for another duel. Yes. The two servants hurriedly responded, their faces instantly turning pale. They were originally just ordinary handymen at the academy, but now they had witnessed firsthand the vast gap between themselves and instructor Yun. If they got beaten a few more times, they probably wouldn't be able to take care of themselves for the rest of their lives. However, they still underestimated Master Zhuge's dedication to love. Just as the stretcher was lifted, the bruised and battered Zhuge Buhua struggled to raise his head, blood foam mixing at the corner of his mouth. Young Master Yun, do you keep your word? Yun Che's eyes narrowed slightly as he carefully examined this battered, yet still stubborn figure. To refuse to give up even after being beaten like Tishi truly admired the man's persistence. So he replied indifferently. Naturally, I keep my word. But next time you come, you'd better be prepared for broken bones. Good. Zhuge Buhua took a deep breath, his voice hoarse but firm. When my injuries heal and I break through to the middle stage of King Realm, I'll come to seek guidance from young Master Yun again. Before his words had finished, Yun Che casually made a grabbing motion toward him in the air, had been brooding over only obtaining a useless, wife-chasing manual last time. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on gaining 500 experience points. Player Yun Che. Identity, son-in-law of Prince Qin's manor, Vice Dean of Luoyue Academy. Realm, Early King Realm. Talents, SS Strength Divine Hand Unique, Strength Mental Spirit Sword. Martial Root, Absolute Grade. Profession, Titan Enforcer LV4. Righteousness Points, 423, 475, 0000. Second profession, Order Destroyer LV4. Death Chi Points, 445, 985, 0000. Race, Human. Reputation, 71,800. Attribute Panel. Strength, 3798, 4001. Strength, 1 Attack Power. Agility, 3580 Effect Speed, Critical Hit, Dodge. Endurance, 39674001. Endurance 1 Defense Power. Constitution, 34794001. Constitution, 10 Health Points. Spirit, 2598. 1 Spirit, 5 Spiritual Power. Equipment, Silver Dust Tears, 345 Poison Resistance. Attack Power, 12100. Thunder Control, Sword 999. Defense Power, 4367. Mystic Silk Soft Armor, 999. Health Points, 38790. Spiritual Power, 14715. Cultivation Methods. Golden Bell Shield Supreme Grade. Demon Flame Heart Sutra High Grade. Divine Soul Secret Record High Grade. Serpent Kings I High Grade. Movement Techniques. Phantom Dragon Step Transcendent Grade. Thunder Shadow Divine Movement Supreme Grade. Floating Kakin Step High Grade. Combat Skills. Divine Intent Fist Transcendent Grade. Infinite Thunder Sword Supreme Grade. Water Dragon Sword Soul / Supreme Grade. Fire Flame Sword Drawing Technique Supreme Grade. Frost Heaven Absolute Sword High Grade. Soul Guardian Pioneer. Pet Thunder Dragon Snake. Experience 1301679500000. Money 3892466 gold 354 silver 648 copper. Yun Che glanced at his status panel and calculated silently. To break through to the middle stage of King Realm, I need to accumulate 3 million experience points. That's quite challenging. I wonder how much experience I can get from completing this Shrank mission with the 7th princess. Despite the blood stains and lingering tension around him, he had already begun thinking about his next step. He held high expectations for this mission. The reward showed as unknown, and based on his experience, unknown meant there were options, possibly yielding rewards far beyond the limits of an Shrank mission. Ning Yi placed a stone on the board and said, that young man surnamed Zhuge seems to have obtained an incredible opportunity. At such a young age, he has successfully broken through to the King Realm. Beside the chessboard, the faint scent of ink lingered in the air. Situ Kong casually picked up a chess piece and sighed in response. Opportunities. There will always be lucky ones who receive them. Nothing surprising about that. He paused, showing a strange expression. What I'm more curious about is why he has a preference for married women. Yunche pushed the door open and entered with relaxed steps, casually taking a piece from the chest jar and placing it in the center of the board. When you don't know how to pick fruit, just choose from someone else's basket. Situ Kong and Ning Yi exchanged glances, both raising their eyebrows simultaneously. They pondered this seemingly ordinary statement, yet vaguely sensed its deeper meaning, both secretly marveling in their hearts. The night was deep, with moonlight reflecting off the jade stone floor of the sleeping quarters, casting a silver glow. Yunche gently pushed open the door and entered the princess's bedroom. Li Muling remained in the same position as the afternoon, laying face down on the thick carpet-covered floor, fast asleep. Her collar was loose, revealing glimpses of snow-white skin and pale pink that appeared and disappeared in the moonlight. Yunche cleared his throat softly. "Your Highness, let us continue our cultivation." With that, he sat cross-legged and began quietly reciting the sword techniques of the sleepy dream mad sword. The sword intent was invisible, yet it seemed to drift into Li Muling's ears like a spring breeze. Half asleep and half awake, she was compelled to wave the wooden sword in her hand, her movements gradually finding rhythm. After about an hour, the sword technique concluded. Yunche raised his hand and released a surge of true qi, forcibly awakening her from her daze, then took out a scroll emanating a green glow and handed it to her. Berserker Swordsman, class change scroll. Li Muling had been somewhat drowsy, but upon glimpsing the A grade marking in the lower right corner of the scroll, her sleepiness instantly vanished and her eyes widened. For me. Professional inheritance scrolls are much rarer than cultivation techniques and combat skills, Yunche explained calmly. Li Muling was stunned, her mind conjuring the image of her father's only grade scroll. Her heartbeat inexplicably accelerating in a grade was already dazzling enough. Yunche nodded. "Yes, for you. If you want to win in the duel, the Berserker Swordsman class is indispensable." Li Muling was so excited she nearly jumped up on the spot. Her delicate hands tightened, and with a snap, she crushed the scroll. After the green light orb shattered, it transformed into fine streams that drilled into her forehead. Massive amounts of professional information instantly flooded her consciousness. Her delicate body trembled slightly, her cheeks flushed, and she couldn't help but rush to Yunche and plant a quick kiss on his cheek with a chew sound. "Thank you, Teacher Yun. This class is stronger than many generals." Situ Kong and Ning Yi, who had been observing from the side, saw the intimate moment, and their gazes became even more peculiar. Yunche remained composed and spoke indifferently. "Now, are you willing to cultivate properly?" "Yes, yes." Li Muling nodded vigorously. "As long as there's even a sliver of hope, I will never give up." Only then did Yunche nod slightly and begin analyzing the class attributes for her. Although Berserker Swordsman is a grade, it's considered top tier within its rank. Level 1 adds 25 agility points and increases all combat skill damage by 5. If you reach level 9, agility increases by a total of 225 points, with combat skill enhancement at 30. At this point, his tone became more serious. "However, reaching maximum level in just over a month is unrealistic. My requirements for you aren't high, just reach level 3 before the duel. Level 3 provides 75 agility points and 10 combat skill enhancement, which should be sufficient against Ouyang Qing." Yunche's gaze narrowed slightly as he mentioned the opponent. "If my judgment is correct, Ouyang Qing merely possesses high-grade combat techniques and movement skills. Given both of your martial root talents, mastering truly supreme techniques in such a short time would be difficult." He paused, his voice low but confident. "As for supreme combat techniques and movement skills, with both of your martial root talents, comprehending them is nearly impossible. So what you're really competing on is the foundation beyond high-grade cultivation methods and combat techniques." Although special treasures are forbidden in the duel, given how seriously the Xinjiang Empire takes this match, they'll likely equip Ouyang Qing with top-grade weapons. Yunche had already made his calculation she would personally guide Li Muling in cultivation techniques and combat skills. A month and a half would be enough time for Li Muling to master the sleepwalking mad sword technique. While he had stockpiled quite a few top-grade treasures, he wasn't one to hand them out to just anyone. He planned to first report to Minister Chao. Surely the Great Yuan Empire could produce a decent top-grade longsword for the 7th princess, unless Yuan itself didn't want to win. If that were truly the case, he'd have no choice but to use his private collectiona top-grade longsword with 999 to all attributes, paired with a complete set of top-grade armor, also with 999 to all attributes. The approach might indeed be bullying, but for victory and for the mission, since Xinjiang was willing to go all out, he had to prepare for the worst. Time flew by like a white horse galloping past, and in the blink of an eye, the day of the duel arrived. During this past month, Yunche hadn't wandered around aimlessly but stayed at the princess's residence, teaching Li Muling everything he knew. The 7th princess proved worthy of his efforts, forcibly breaking through her bottleneck in just over 30 days and entering the middle stage of the postnatal realm, though still one minor realm below Ouyang Qing. Yunche wasn't worried. At this moment, Li Muling had mastered this sleepwalking mad sword technique. Her accompanying superior movement technique had also reached mastery, and with the tears of silver dust he had lent her, if it came to unleashing ultimate moves, she could still crush her opponent. Meanwhile, Yunche's habit of opportunistic acquisition hadn't ceased. Just casually picking things up around the imperial palace made his experience points jump up. In just over a month, his experience had increased by more than 50,000 points, with each of his 5 core attributes rising by over 300 points, a modest breakthrough indeed. During this period, he had also snuck into the underground chambers beneath the imperial city late one night, hoping to find the wood spirit pearl to complete the Shrank mission issued by that deadbeat Huang Huiong. He nearly got slapped to death by the guards at the entrance. The guards weren't human, but 2 great demon beasts at the late imperial realm stage, chained in front of the stone door. If not for his exceptional movement technique being astonishingly fast, he would have been a corpse by now. After his embarrassing escape, Yunche's expression was grim. Clearly, that deadbeat had played him for a fool. This wasn't Shrank at all, but clearly SS Shrank. The secrets hidden deep within that chamber weren't something he could touch for now. At 8 in the morning, Xinjiang Empire's flying vessel came through the clouds, hovering steadily above De Yuan's martial arts arena. At the front of the deck, Ouyang Qing stood with her hands behind her back, her golden armor gleaming in the sunlight, her eyes filled with arrogance and contempt. She looked down at Li Muling below, preparing to deliver some harsh words, when her peripheral vision caught sight of Yunche standing beside Li Muling. In an instant, Ouyang Qing's expression twisted as if torn apart. Ferocity, shame, madness, and hatred all surged across her face. It's actually you. You damn bastard. Your name isn't Jiang Heng at all, you lied to me. Yunche stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm, a hint of mockery playing at the corners of his mouth. You actually didn't die in that bombardment, impressive. At these words, Ouyang Qing, who was already at the peak of rage, found it even harder to control her emotions. Her entire beautiful face flushed crimson, and visible white steam actually rose from the top of her head. The legendary, steaming with anger, was now vividly displayed before everyone's eyes, showing just how much she wanted to kill Yunche on the spot. Ma Chao, quickly chop him up for this princess, she shrieked hysterically. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death, his organs ripped out and fed to dogs. By the flying vessel's railing, Ma Chao, clad in golden armor, leaped down. His war boots struck the ground heavily, stirring up a ring of dust. He stared at Yunche with complex emotions in his eyes, killing intent, anger, and even a trace of indescribable gratitude. Everyone knew the reason. It was Yunche who had enabled him to have his way with the 5th princess of the Divine Sun Empire. That night had been amazing and exhilarating, leaving his heart racing. What infuriated him was that besides himself, Ouyang Qing had also been enjoyed by over a dozen other men. Whenever Ma Chao recalled this, his teeth would itch with hatred. When the net was cast that time, why couldn't it have only caught him and the princess? At this thought, the fire in his chest burned even fiercer. Sir, it's time to settle our old score. Ma Chao growled, raising his spear horizontally. The spear tip gleamed coldly as he suddenly swept it diagonally upward. The sharp spear light formed a moon-white arc, slashing directly toward Yunche's forehead. Yunche acted as if he hadn't seen it, casually brushing dust from his sleeve cuffs. When the spear light pressed within half a meter of his nose, Ningyi finally rolled his eyes. She had long seen that Yunche intended to slack off and let him, the bodyguard, take action. Facing a mere king-level warrior, Ningyi couldn't even muster interest in drawing his sword. With a flutter of his gray robes, he casually flicked out a burst of energy. The spear light instantly shattered, and the remaining force struck Ma Chao's chest like wind and thunder. With a muffled grunt, Ma Chao staggered back dozens of steps, spiderweb cracks spreading across the stone slabs beneath his feet. His heart shook violently as he stared intently at the gray-haired, gray-robed Ningyi and spoke in a low voice. Who are you, sir? Why do you meddle in this affair? Who I am? Even if I told you, you might not know, Ningyi replied indifferently. I'm merely fulfilling the duties of a bodyguard. Ma Chao's brow twitched. Anyone who could break his attack so effortlessly had to be at least a peak king-level warrior. As for the higher emperor realm, that was impossible. What emperor would work as someone's bodyguard? At this moment, Chao Taichun stepped forward with an icy expression. General Ma, today is a contest between the little princesses of our 2 nations. Please don't humiliate yourself. Ma Chao's anger surged, but knowing the gap between himself and Chao Taichun, he could only swallow his words. Enough, stop making a fool of yourself and come back. A voice tinged with weariness came from the flying vessel. A pot-bellied, pale, beardless black-haired fat man slowly floated down from the deck, his robes fluttering in the wind. His name was Wu Kaching, and his status was equivalent to Chao Taichuan's. Both were favorites of their respective emperors. Old Chao, it's been years, and that mouth of yours still makes people want to strangle you. Wu Keqing sneered coolly. Chao Taichun chuckled and stepped forward a few paces. So it's you, fat pig, leading the team? After all these years, I thought you'd already died in a slop bucket. A vein bulged at Wu Keqing's temple as he snorted coldly. You'll die before I do. I heard your godson was slaughtered by our soldiers. Please accept my condolences. Chao Taichuan's eyes narrowed slightly, though his face maintained its smile. He spoke in a measured tone, as if making casual conversation, yet each word grew more venomous than the last. For a true man, dying on the battlefield is the finest destiny. Though I hear your goddaughter was ravaged by those treacherous rebels, didn't take it too hard. Upon hearing this, his old rival's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Though they appeared to exchange pleasant greetings, every word between them was razor-sharp. Even the usually composed Yun Che witnessed Chao Taichun lose his composure for the first time, his lips curving slightly as he watched with keen interest. Ding. Capture successful. Congratulations on gaining 600 experience points. Ding. Capture successful. Congratulations on obtaining Xinyang Battle Report. Xinyang Battle Report. May 26th, 3 p.m. Xinyang Sky Tiger Army successfully captured one city of the Qin Empire. July 15th, 5 a.m. Xinyang Blood Fiend Army successfully captured two cities of the Qin Empire. July 31st, 7 p.m. Xinyang Flying Eagle Cavalry captured one city of the Qin Empire, but soon encountered unknown Qin phantom attacks, resulting in total annihilation with no remains left. Yun Che's heart tensed. While others might not understand what Qin phantoms were, he knew all too well they were manifestations of the Qin Empress's unique SS rank pure attack talent Qin Underworld King Flame. The plot was advancing even faster than his memory suggested. Once the Qin Underworld King Flame appeared, the fire-eating giant ants living beneath the Empire's ground would be drawn to it, irresistibly attracted to this high-grade flame. According to the beta test progression from his previous life, on the night the ant swarm arrived, the Qin Empire's population was instantly reduced by more than half. The grief-stricken empress had no choice but to forcibly unleash the Qin Underworld King Flame again to lure away the ant tide and preserve what remained of her empire. But ultimately, she was outnumbered and devoured alive by 3 Emperor Realm Ant Kings. This was a system-locked specific storyline that no player could interfere with. They could only watch the entire tragedy unfold before being allowed to enter the Qin Empire to accept numerous quests. Back during the beta test, countless players on the forums watched that empress still breathtakingly beautiful even with severed arms and legs being torn apart and devoured alive, cursing the developers as inhuman. However, though the ant swarm was terrifying, it was also a treasure trove for grinding experience. Yun Che quickly calculated. With his current combat strength, ordinary fire-eating giant ants should be manageable. As for the 3 Emperor Realm Ant Kings that would appear at the end, he could request assistance from Senior Ning and Senior Situ. If he could truly slay the Ant Emperors, he might very well break through to the late King Realm in one leap. The first appearance of the Qin Underworld King Flame was on July 31st, and today was August 4th. Logically, the ant swarm should emerge in 7 days, but with the plot already accelerated, whether the timing would change remained to be seen. Lost in thought, a shrill eunuch's voice cut through the air. His Majesty arrives. Outside the martial arts arena, the crowd instantly prostrated themselves. Li Yu wore bright yellow dragon robes, but appeared dazed as if he had been smoking opium. He casually raised his hand. Very well, let us begin. His gaze fell upon Yun Che in the distance as he asked leisurely. Instructor Yun, you surely remember what I told you, don't you? Yun Che cupped his hands respectfully, his expression calm. Yun naturally remembers. Li Yu nodded slightly, though his voice carried a chill. Good, then I shall wait and see. If my son wins, rewards will be plentiful. If he loses, I'll be taking your head. Yun Che inwardly scoffed, treating the threat as empty words. Want my head? First step over Ning Yi's corpse. On the martial arts arena, though Ouyang Qing wished she could tear Yun Che apart, she clearly understood that now was not the time. She could only temporarily withdraw her furious gaze from him. Ouyang Qing drew her sword and pointed it at Li Muling. Li Muling, are you ready to streak through my divine Yang Empire? Her voice was crisp, yet carried a bone-chilling coldness. Li Muling clutched her sword and snorted coldly. Ouyang Qing, who knows who'll be doing the streaking? Make your move. 2 novices who had just entered the postnatal realm stood facing each other, clad in gleaming top-grade armor and wielding supreme-quality longswords. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the masters surrounding the arena, they confronted one another. Their delicate shouts resonated with unyielding momentum, while their eyes blazed with cold light, expressing their mutual hatred and resentment vividly. If not for the faint sword chi that barely revealed their true cultivation levels, onlookers might have believed 2 supreme masters were fighting to the death. Great rock spreading wings, sword rock strike. Ouyang Qing leaped into the air, her skirt fluttering as her supreme sword slashed down from above. A sword chi shaped like an eagle's wing thundered toward Li Muling. Dreamy madness, sword half-sleep strike. Li Muling twisted her waist, her long sword sweeping upward at an angle. A crescent-shaped sword light surged against the flow. Boom. The e-gluing sword chi shattered instantly, and the remaining force struck Ouyang Qing's chest without pause. Ah! Ouyang Qing groaned and staggered backward, her chest garment torn to reveal snakescale, soft armor underneath. She stared at her opponent in disbelief. Impossible. How could trash like you master a mastery-level combat technique? Rumors said that just a month and a half ago, Li Muling was merely at the peak of body refinement realm. Now she had not only advanced to mid-stage postnatal realm, but had also mastered a high-grade combat technique to the mastery level of speed more absurd than taking enhancement drugs. In comparison, despite being trained day and night by several mentors, Ouyang Qing had barely reached minor achievement with techniques of the same level. Li Muling didn't deny having been trash. She raised her sword with a mocking laugh. That's because I have a good mentor. Take this dreamy madness sword, half-awake strike. I'm a minor realm higher than you. Even if you've mastered a mastery-level high-grade technique, I can still win. Ouyang Qing's face darkened as she forcibly steadied her stumbling steps. Great rock spreading wings, sword rock wind heavy slash. Two streams of energy tore through the air again, colliding heat-in. The result was identical to before. Ouyang Qing's sword chi collapsed once more, her chest took another heavy blow, and despite the top-grade armor's protection, she was still shocked into coughing up blood. Impossible. I can't lose to you. Her eyes turned blood-red as she swung her sword in fury. Great rock spreading wings sword a rock comes from the east. Li Muling naturally wouldn't remind her opponent that besides the mastery-level technique, she also possessed an rank berserker swordsman class bonus. She retreated half a step, touched her toes to the ground to gather power, and her long sword flickered with ethereal spiritual light. Dreamy madness, sword half madness. Boom. Red and white spiritual energies intertwined and exploded, with fierce winds sweeping across the arena. Li Muling was only forced back 3 steps, while Ouyang Qing coughed up more blood and was blasted off the platform, landing in such a sorry state that even her skirt was torn to shreds. Li Muling walked to the edge of the platform, pointing her sword at Ouyang Qing below, whose clothes were torn and face blank with shock. Ouyang Qing, you've lost. Honor your wager. Li Yu burst into hearty laughter, feeling absolutely delighted. He didn't want to witness what would happen next, so before leaving, he said to Yun Che, Instructor Yun, you did well. I grant you permission to enter the treasury and select 3 items as your reward. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yun Che bowed with cupped hands, secretly delighted. Although he now possessed countless top-grade treasures, the royal treasury had been passed down for 1,000 years and would surely contain a few unexpected surprises. Ding! Congratulations on completing and rank mission. Experience 100,000. Chao Taichun threw back his head and laughed wildly, his seemingly gentle face now filled with unbridled arrogance. His gaze locked firmly on Wu Kaqing, who remained expressionless. Old Wu, this is quite the slap in the face. Your ultimate technique, the Great Rock Spreading Wings sword, was actually defeated by some sleepy dream crazy sword. How embarrassing. The mockery wild and merciless mockery hit like a wave. The once refined and elegant Chao Taichun now seemed to have lost his mind, no longer deserving of the name Taichun. Wu Kaqing appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was seething with rage. He stepped forward to 5th Princess Ouyang Qing, reached out to help her up, carefully smoothed her disheveled hair, and wiped the dust from her cheeks. Master, I lost. What should I do? I don't want to streak. Ouyang Qing could no longer hold back, her choked sobs flowing like a bursting dam, tears streaming down her face. Wu Kaqing gently stroked the top of her head, comforting her softly. Don't worry, Qing. His Majesty has commanded that the royal family's dignity must not be damaged. Before his words had finished, there was a sharp crack. The soldier's pupils contracted suddenly. The 5th princess's neck had been snapped by him. Lord Wu, have you gone mad? Ma Chao suddenly came to his senses, and in his fury transformed into a cold flash, rushing behind Wu Kaqing with his spear curved like a crescent moon, striking down hard. Wu Kaqing's eyes turned cold as he instantly drew his sword to block, using the force to float back more than 10 meters. After landing, he looked coldly at Ma Chao, who was holding Ouyang Qing's corpse, and sneered. General Ma, do you know what you're doing? Ma Chao was shocked back to awareness of his position by these words, but anger still churned in his heart. Lord Wu, is this really His Majesty's intention? Wu Kaqing flicked his sleeve, his voice ice cold. Take the 5th princess's body and return to Shenyang. Yun Che and the others weren't surprised if either side had lost. They would never have actually let a princess streak. It's just that no one had expected the Xinjiang Emperor's methods to be so ruthless, directly executing his own daughter. Before departing, Wu Kaqing looked up at Chao Taichun. Old Chao, you got lucky today. We'll see each other at the Elite Academy tournament and settle this then. Ma Chao, holding the gradually cooling body of Ouyang Qing, turned back with hateful eyes fixed firmly on Yun Che. Sir, do you dare leave your real name? I wish to face you in a life-and-death battle as an instructor at the Elite Academy tournament. Yun Che's expression remained unchanged. Yun Che, Vice Dean of Falling Moon Academy. I welcome you anytime. But let me remind you, even if you break through to the peak of the King realm, you still won't be my match. Ma Chao didn't respond or preferred to trust his own judgment. After all, he had never seen Yun Che truly fight, or he wouldn't have so rashly issued this challenge. Instructor Yin, here's this back to you. Thank you for helping me regain my confidence. Li Muling ran over, returning the silvered dust tear. Yun Che smiled as he accepted it. Though your martial route is somewhat lacking, if you're willing to train hard, you may well become a powerhouse in the future. Li Muling nodded solemnly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Then what kind of martial route does Instructor Yun have, and what is your current strength? The moment this question was raised, Ning Yi, Situ Kong, and Chao Taichun immediately perked up their ears. The reception hall fell so silent that even the chirping of insects could be heard. Yun Che shrugged casually and said in an indifferent tone, the martial route I was tested for before was only inferior grade. The three of them rolled their eyes simultaneously, their expressions clearly saying, as if we believe that. Li Muling frowned and muttered under her breath. Martial routes can be improved? What about now? Now? Well, it's just a tiny bit better than inferior grade. Yun Che raised his hand, showing an extremely narrow gap between his fingers. Chao Taichun couldn't stand it anymore and waved his hand dismissively. Vice Dean Yun, stop talking nonsense and come with me. I'll take you to the royal treasury to select your reward. Sacred Profound Sect. The mountain gate stood magnificent, shrouded in swirling clouds and mist. Qin Kai, who had just returned to the sect, was facing misfortune. Sect master Hu Ao publicly accused her of colluding with outsiders and murdering an elder, with her senior brother Lu Xiuwen as the informant. As a result, she was confined, and all her cultivation resources were completely cut off. In the narrow stone chamber, she paced back and forth, her heart filled with confusion. She clearly possessed superior-grade martial roots and had just broken through to the late stage of the innate realm at only 18 years old, younger than 90% of her senior brothers and sisters. Why was the sect treating her coldly instead? What Qin Kai didn't know was that what truly angered Hu Ao was that the murdered Elder Wind swordsman happened to be in charge of demonic beast research. Clang! The iron door suddenly burst open, scattering dust everywhere. A familiar thin figure stood at the entrance. Master! She rushed forward pitifully. The old man Xiao Shan at the door had a stern expression, though his eyes held helplessness. It's all right now, come back with me. Qin Kai froze the moment she stepped out of the stone chamber. Xiao Shan's sleeves hung empty, frighteningly hollow. Master, your arms. Her face turned pale. They're just 2 arms. Gone is gone. Xiao Shan spoke as calmly as if discussing someone else. Fury surged in Qin Kai's chest. It was the sect master, wasn't it? I'm going to confront him. Come back. Xiao Shan shouted sternly, his voice sharp as a sword blade. Qin Kai stopped in her tracks. The old man sighed. When a disciple makes mistakes, how can the master not take responsibility? If you truly want to avenge me, break into the top 10 of the inner sect and enter the sword pool. Once you comprehend sword intent, even the sect master will have to respect you. Qin Kai turned around, and in the shadows, her eyes suddenly turned demonic crimson. Xiao Shan's heart skipped a beat, but when he blinked again, the red glow had vanished. An illusion, he murmured quietly. Qin Kai's anger continued to boil. The sect master should have severed her arms originally, but let her master suffer in her place. From the day she returned to the mountain, the towering image of sacred profound sect in her heart began to crumble. Her greatest dream since childhood had been to join the super sect that everyone admired, but only after truly entering did she discover it was far from the rumors. When disciples made mistakes, they were either expelled or sent to the punishment hall. Few emerged alive, and their bodies were often never found. Master, I truly did nothing. Why won't the sect master believe me? And senior brother Lu, he was right there at the scene. Why did he falsely accuse me of murdering the elder? Xiao Shan shook his head, and when mentioning Lu Xiuwen, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Your master failed to judge character properly. Seeing that I've lost both arms, he has already switched to senior brother Wang's tutelage. Qin Kai froze, nearly exploding with profanity in her rage. She roared. He actually became the disciple of master's sworn enemy. Hearing his disciple's uncontrolled voice, Xiao Shan frowned slightly, but didn't interrupt. Qin Kai's chest heaved violently as memories of those 2 sworn enemies churned in her mind. Wang Zhenan was also a king realm powerhouse, yet he was a minor realm higher than Xiao Shan. Years ago, both had served under the same master, and during sword practice, Xiao Shan had defeated him with just 1 move. Ever since then, no matter what Xiao Shan did, Wang Zhenan had to surpass him and crush him completely. Now, senior brother Wang had taken Lu Xiuwen as his disciple, clearly intending to use this young man as a pawn against Xiao Shan. If you lose to Lu Xiaowen in the sect competition, it would be equivalent to me losing to Wang Zhenan. Xiao Shan's gaze was deep as an ancient well, yet revealed traces of worry. Qin Qi clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning slightly white. Master, rest assured, I will never surrender easily. Xiao Shan's expression softened slightly, though he remained serious. Determination alone won't defeat Lu Xiaowen as he is now. Come with me. He turned, his robes sweeping across the ground as he led Qin Kai through the corridors to a stone chamber. Candlelight flickered on the stone walls, illuminating a black jade box. Xiao Shan placed his hand on the lid, his gaze complex. Inside is enshrank professional inheritance, originally prepared for Lu Xiaowen. Since he has already switched allegiances, I'll give it to you. Don't think poorly of it. Shrank inheritance. Qin Qi's heart pounded heavily as she quickly shook her head. Even Emperor Realm powerhouses would fight over this. I'm grateful beyond words. How could I think poorly of it? Meanwhile, in the Great Yuan Imperial Treasury, another selection was taking place. Golden radiance filled the room, making the walls gleam as countless treasures sparkled brilliantly under the lamplight. Yunche walked slowly with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the shelves. If it wasn't a supreme treasure, he ignored it directly. For pills and spiritual fruits, if they couldn't permanently increase attributes, they weren't worth considering either. Suddenly, the thunder dragon snake in his embrace poked out its triangular head, its forked tongue pointing gently toward the left. Yunche understood immediately and retrieved a white jade box in that direction. As the lid opened, lightning danced within. Emperor Realm Giant Thunder Ape Demon Core. He raised an eyebrow, secretly impressed by the little creature's discernment. The first treasure was thus decided. After continuing his search for several minutes, the gluttony mask on Yunche's chest quietly manifested halfway, swaying like a compass toward a row of shelves. Aren't you supposed to drink blood? Changed your taste to eating treasures. Though he joked, he still searched in that direction and soon pulled out a dragon head staff. A blood-red orb was embedded in the dragon's mouth, and as his finger touched it, information appeared. Supreme Blood Spirit Crystal, a special spirit crystal containing vast blood energy, formed only under specific conditions. Yunche shrugged. All right, the second item is decided too. 10 meters away, the Imperial Guard Chao Taichun followed closely like a mobile surveillance device. Seeing this, he smiled warmly. Vice Dean Yun, how much longer do you need? Just one more item. Yunche nodded in response and dove back into the depths of the treasury. 20 minutes later, he stopped before a white stone sword. Only 1/3 of the sword remained, its broken blade silent and unremarkable, yet in his eyes, an attribute panel suddenly appeared. Magic Howl, Unique Supreme Grade. Requires awakening of the unique SS rank Demon Domain talent to activate its true form. Yunche's pupils contracted sharply, his breathing instantly freezing. Magic Howl. It's actually the Magic Howl sword. Because this was the exclusive demon sword that Qin Kai would wield when she became the Demon Empress. Chao Taichun gazed at the three items in Yunche's hands, a mysterious gleam flickering in his eyes. The pristine white stone sword, black gold ring, and palm-sized bronze mirror shimmered under the palace lanterns, their surfaces gleaming with ethereal light. The broken stone blade, though showing no trace of spiritual essence, carried weight simply by virtue of coming from the royal treasury. Chao Taichun chuckled softly. Vice Dean Yun certainly has a keen eye. Yunche humbly adjusted his wrist, steadying the three artifacts in his grasp. Just picked up a few trinkets at random. Shouldn't be too much trouble. A ruler's word is his bond. Chao Taichun replied, clasping his hands behind his back as he turned away. His steps were measured yet dignified. Since I allowed you to choose, whatever you selected is yours by right. Yunche nodded with a smile and tucked the three treasures away. In truth, he could have easily slipped more items into his game inventory when no one was looking. However, his standards had grown increasingly refined, and precious few items in the royal treasury truly caught his discerning eye. Outside the palace, a silver flying vessel waited at the foot of the grand staircase. Chao Taichun and 7th Princess Li Muling personally saw him off. Li Muling grasped the edges of her skirt and bowed formally. Master Yun, though you taught me for only a month, you are already a true teacher in Muling's heart. This disciple will never neglect her cultivation and will always remember your guidance. Yunche gently patted her shoulder. Where there's a will, there's a way. Keep working hard. Chao Taichun picked up the conversation. Vice Dean Yun, with 4 months remaining until the Elite Academy tournament, you must prepare carefully. I'm confident that under your leadership, Falling Moon Academy will shine brilliantly and astonish all parties. Yunche remained modest, responding calmly. I dare not promise brilliance, but performing better than previous years should be achievable. Minister Chao, Your Highness, we'll meet again at the tournament. Farewell. As his words faded, the vessel's runic patterns blazed to life, and it shot into the sky. Watching the craft become a silver thread in the distance, Chao Taichun murmured, Your Highness, given your status, If you insisted on formal apprenticeship, Vice Dean Yun likely wouldn't refuse. Li Muling shook her head, her tone steady. Things are fine as they are. Relationships built on coercion are never reliable and often backfire. Master Yun showed perfect courtesy to our Great Yuan, yet remained completely unintimidated. He's a dragon among men. Our empire can only befriend such people, never make enemies of them. Chao Taichun paused, secretly marveling at the young princess's foresight, though a trace of helplessness stirred in his heart. Perhaps you're more suited to inherit Great Yuan than your brother. But the royal Li clan favors sons over daughters. They'd rather see the incompetent Li Xianfeng ascend the throne than allow a woman to sit upon the dragon chair. At that moment, atop the palace's highest tower where none could see, Li Xianfeng sat cross-legged, lifting a wine pot for a leisurely sip while his cold gaze tracked the distant vessel. Hovering half an inch from his shoulder was a strange mask woven with gold and black, one of the 7 sin artifacts, the Mask of Pride. Li Xianfeng whispered, his voice like winter wind seeping through cracks. Yin Che, Great Yuan must Fallonly, then can I honor my mother's spirit in heaven. Everyone in Great Yuan, every blade of grass and brick, should be erased from this world. But your appearance has shown me Great Yuan's fortune rising. You're making this very difficult for me. Li Xianfeng snapped his fingers behind him, and the crisp sound still echoed in the air when a black-armored guard wearing a cold iron mask emerged from the shadows. Go tell my buddies that if they want some fun, they can wait for me at Beiyuan. Li Xianfeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone lazy yet commanding. Also, when you see Vice Dean Yun from Luoyue, keep a low profile. I can't read this Guille's dangerous. Don't clash with him for now. Yes. The iron-masked guard bowed slightly, then vanished in a flash of shadow, moving as fast as a grandmaster. Luoyue Academy. Yun Che's return had already set the academy ablaze with excitement, with countless students and instructors spontaneously gathering in front of the training grounds. Now, Yun Che was practically regarded as a walking blessing at Luoyue Academy. Everyone who attended his lectures gained tremendously. Oh my. Vice Dean, you're finally back. Vice Dean, when will the next public lecture begin? Yes. I've been stuck at the peak of the Hotian realm for ages and desperately need your guidance. Yun Che smiled and raised his hands, palms pressed downward to signal for quiet. His movements were mature and steady as he systematically scanned everyone before him while secretly extracting from them. Everyone, please be patient. One at a time. As for the lecture schedule, let's set it for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Excellent. We'll definitely arrive early. The crowd erupted in cheers, but soon began murmuring. What did the Vice Dean mean by 1 at a time? Oh, I get it. He must be saying we can ask questions right now. And so, a torrent of questions about cultivation techniques and martial skills poured forth. To Yun Che, these were all child's play. He answered every question with precise guidance. Who would have thought that just stepping back half a step would help me break through the thunder rush movement technique I'd never been able to master? Just slowing down the circulation speed by a fraction, and my 9-step harmony technique finally succeeded. So by channeling spiritual energy through both the Shaoshan and Zhongcheng acupoints simultaneously, the meteor sword shield's power increased by more than double. It was because I wasn't lifting my hips enough. Raising them just a bit more, and my martial technique's power skyrocketed. The scene witnessed one breakthrough after another, leaving students stunned and wide-eyed, their admiration almost tangible. At this moment, anyone who dared question Vice Dean Yun's expertise would be torn apart by them. The legendary Vice Dean of Luoyue Academy truly possessed extraordinary abilities. Ning Yi and Sidu Kong had been quietly following behind Yun Che. The two Imperial Realm experts exchanged glances. Sidu Kong whispered, this little monster seems to have reached the supreme realm of intuitive understanding and complete mastery. Ning Yi frowned. He's learned more techniques and martial skills than both of us combined. Where does he find the energy? The more they thought about it, the more bewildered they became. Even if someone started learning while nursing as a baby, it wouldn't be this outrageous. Meanwhile, system notifications continuously rang in Yun Che's mind. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on gaining 120 experience points. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on gaining 10 strength points. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 1 homemade soap pod. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining mid-grade martial technique, flowing time sword art. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 1 bottle of happy time energy drink. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on gaining 50 experience points. After a brief recovery, the leaks, as Yun Che mentally called them, had regained their vitality, which secretly pleased him. At some distance from the crowd, 2 graceful figures watched quietly, one in a white plain dress with an ethereal Yi Shuang, the other in a light blue gown, holding a long sword. Qin Yalan. Yi Shuang wore a slight smile, while Qin Yalan's eyes flickered with unknown thoughts. Yun Che approached the 2 figures, but before he could speak, Yi Shuang took the initiative. Now that you're back, get some proper rest first. We can postpone the public lecture without any issues. Yun Che raised his hand and gently rubbed his brow, then shook his head. I'm afraid that won't work. After tomorrow's public lecture ends, I need to rush to the Qin Empire immediately. Yi Shuang didn't press for details and simply responded, that's fine. Our academy happens to have a pre-competition exchange meeting with Nanhai Academy. Could you take a few students along? You can decide on the list yourself, I won't interfere. The moment she finished speaking, the students gathered around erupted with excitement. Their gazes fell upon Yun Che like countless sparks, so bright he could barely keep his eyes open. Yun Che raised his hand to signal for quiet, and smiled helplessly. Everyone should focus your energy on the 100 Schools Elite Tournament instead. If anyone can make it to the finals, I'll personally present them with a high-grade weapon. With such a generous reward on the table, the enthusiasm for joining the exchange meeting immediately cooled by more than half. Rather than traveling around, it would be better to use this opportunity for intensive training. In previous years, Luoyue Academy had always lingered at the bottom of the rankings. Those who could break into the finals were few and far between, and even fewer had entered the Imperial Cave's secret realm. But this time, everyone believed that under Vice Dean Yun Che's leadership, Luoyue would never again be at the bottom. Ding! Yi Shuang has issued you in a rank mission. Mission requirement: win the exchange competition. Time limit: 15 days. Mission reward: unknown. Another unknown reward. Yun Che's eyes lit up with anticipation. All right. After tomorrow's lecture, I'll select 10 students to accompany me. He suddenly turned sideways, leaning down to whisper in Yi Shuang's ear, quietly revealing the true identities of Ning Yi and Sidu Kong. His warm breath made Yi Shuang's ears tingle, and a blush crept across her cheeks. However, she didn't dare be negligent and immediately composed herself, bowing respectfully to the two men. Junior Yi Shuang greets the two seniors. Ning Yi waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. This old man is just following young Yun around for a vacation. Situ Kong added with a smile. Dean Yi, despite your young age, you've already reached the late stage of the king realm. Your future prospects are limitless. We two old fellows will just stay in young Yun's courtyard, drinking tea and playing chess. You needn't worry about us. Understood. If the two seniors require meals, please don't hesitate to ask. I'll keep the other faculty and students in line. The two elders nodded with satisfaction. Ning Yi smiled and said, excellent. We won't disturb you further. Please have someone guide us to young Yun's courtyard. Yi Shuang's gaze swept around and called over Wei Hong, who was standing nearby. I'll trouble instructor Wei Hong to show the way. Wei Hong was both shocked and delighted, hurriedly bowing. Two seniors, please follow me. Since even the dean addressed them as seniors, how could he dare show any negligence? He bowed and led the way. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Yi Shuang went to handle academy affairs, leaving only Qin Yelan and Yun Che facing each other. Seeing her expression as if she wanted to say something but hesitated, Yun Che spoke first. You seem to have something on your mind. Let's talk as we walk. Qin Yelan nodded gently and quietly followed beside him. After a brief silence, she finally spoke. My father has awakened, but he's feeling somewhat dejected due to the drop in his cultivation realm. Father heard that you saved him and about the recent events, so he wants to meet you. Yun Che nodded slightly, pondered for a moment, then replied casually, no rush. First, come with me to beat someone up, then we'll go back to the Qin family. Beat someone up? Qin Yelan blinked, but still quietly followed along. The sunlight was blazing in the medicinal garden, yet the pavilion stood empty. Yun Che swept his gaze around and walked straight to a student with her hair in a bun who was pulling weeds. Have you seen Master Huang? Gao Xian looked up, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and shook her head. Master Huang told me not to tell you, but he went to drink tea with the old dean. Fine, I'll find him myself. Yun Che smiled, casually crushed a few poisonous spirit flowers to absorb their toxic resistance properties, then quickly left with Qin Yelan. Watching his retreating figure, Qin Yelan thought to herself, definitely a personal grudge. Old Dean Hanshen's courtyard was equally empty. Far from being disappointed, Yun Che's lips curved into a sinister smile. He knew exactly where those big shots were right now. Since playing chess all the time had become boring lately, he had specially crafted some glass marbles for Han Shun and the old drunkard to pass time with. 9 times out of 10, they had all gone to his place. Heaven offers you a path, but you refuse to take it. Hell has no gate, yet you force your way in. He sneered inwardly, striding directly toward his own small courtyard where everyone from servants to guards were his people, leaving nowhere for his target to escape. The courtyard gate creaked open, and sure enough, it was exactly as he had predicted. Ning Yi, Situ Kong, Han Shun, and the old drunkard sat around a square table, playing with the mahjong tiles he had newly made, their laughter rising and falling. The Grandmaster level Huang Huihong was serving tea and water with downcast eyes and a submissive manner. In the corner, his elder brother Yunjin lay on the ground with his shirt stripped off, whip marks covering his body one after another, his lips cracked from the sun's exposure. Little brother, save your elder brother. Yun Jin struggled to lift his head, his voice hoarse. But Yun Che went straight to embrace little Fong Chu, his precious disciple who had rushed into his arms, asking warmly, "While your master was away, did you cultivate diligently?" Little Fong Chu buried her delicate face against his waist, breathing in lightly. Master's scent is still the most pleasant. I've already broken through to the early stage of the innate realm. Excellent. Yun Che's eyes lit up. Absolute grade martial roots combined with abundant resources should naturally produce such results. Progress would remain swift until reaching the Grandmaster realm, where it would slow down, but even when slowed, it would still be several times faster than supreme grade martial roots. He himself also possessed absolute grade martial roots, but his temperament was too impatient. Rather than sitting down to meditate, he preferred relying on his divine touch and slaying plot demons to level up faster. Someday when he had leisure time, his martial roots would prove their worth. Meanwhile, Huang Huihong spotted Yun Che entering and immediately cowered like a mouse seeing a cat, quickly shrinking behind Han Chen. Ning Yi, holding a good hand of tiles, looked up with a cheerful smile. Little Han said you created this mahjong game. It's quite interesting. Sidu Kong nodded as well. It appears to be mere entertainment, yet contains great wisdom. Yun Che grinned wickedly at the trembling Huang Huihong. As long as the seniors are enjoying themselves. I just have a small matter to discuss with Master Huang. It won't disturb your game. Before his words finished, he reached out and grabbed Huang Huihong by the collar, pulling him forward. Huang Huihong's face turned deathly pale, his legs shaking violently as he turned to Han Chen for help. Old Han, quick, save me. This damn brat wants to beat me up. Han Chen remained unmoved. He knew Yun Che's temperament all too well. This kid never threw punches without good reason. Old Huang. He stared at Huang Huihong, his tone casual yet oppressive. Are you deliberately making things difficult for young Yun? I know how stingy you are. Hand over whatever you owe him before you get beaten up. Huang Huihong's face instantly turned ashen. Despite being close friends for years, Han Chen immediately sided with Yun Che. Yun Che's expression darkened as he cracked his knuckles. I'm giving you one chance. Hand over the gauntlets, and I might go easy on you. What gauntlets? Huang Huihong's eyes darted around as he stubbornly denied everything. Bang! What followed was a series of dull thuds and agonized wails. Moments later, Huang Huihong lay sprawled on the ground with a bruised and swollen face, too weak even to beg for mercy. Yun Che flexed his wrists and tucked a pair of black jade spider silk gauntlets into his robe. Shy grade quality, hard to come by. Han Chen's heart softened at the sight of his old friend's pitiful state. Young Yun, what exactly did he do to provoke you? This guy gave me an rank mission. Yun Che's voice was cold as steel. To infiltrate the underground chambers beneath the Imperial Palace. But there were two latest-stage Imperial Realm demons guarding the Intransithats at least SS rank difficulty. I nearly got flattened. If it weren't for the fact that he's the Academy's pharmacist and your friend, I would have killed him already. Han Chen sighed softly. These veteran powerhouses knew the terror of the Imperial Palace's underground chambers. It was the Yuan dynasty's most classified location, hardly a place ordinary disciples could breach. That Yun Che returned alive was already a miracle. He composed himself and looked down at the barely conscious Huang Huihong. Old Huang, Yun Che saved my life. I don't want to see this kind of nonsense again. Do you understand? Though filled with resentment, Huang Huihong faced reality. No one in the entire academy could touch Yun Che, was both Han Chen's savior and had an intimate relationship with the current dean. To provoke him further would be suicide. Truth be told, he never intended to kill Yun Che, only to torment him through missions and make the young man submit. The poison miasma snake forest was like this, as was retrieving seeds from the ocean floor. But every time, Yun Che completed them in record time, which frustrated him. This time, at least Yun Che had fled back in disgrace, giving him some satisfaction. I understand. Huang Huihong gritted his teeth and lowered his head. I won't make things difficult for him again. Han Chen nodded and added, same goes for other students. Give missions when appropriate, and hand over rewards promptly when they're completed. Stop being so stingy. I have enough complaint letters about you to bury you alive. Huang Huihong slunk away, leaving only 3 people in the room. Only then did Yun Che casually remark, old drunkard. Is your disciple causing you trouble again? The wine maniac crossed his arms and sneered. That brat wants to learn my supreme combat techniques, but I refused. So he's threatening me with his life-saving favor. Tell me, shouldn't such a rebellious disciple be beaten? Yun Che nodded, then glanced at Yun Jin nearby, his eyes filled with helpless sympathy. In the original story, Yun Jin had been a genius blessed with the old drunkard's wine addiction talent, but now he was merely forcing the man to take him as a disciple based solely on a life-saving debt. Although his so-called good big brother's actions all took place within the storyline and hadn't happened yet, it still made Yun Che extremely displeased and left the beta players at the time grinding their teeth in hatred. He could easily end it all with a swing of his sword, but that would only benefit Yun Jin. Yun Che decided to first strip away what his opponent relied on most, the old wine master's talent. and see with his own eyes whether this scheming, good big brother could still rise to power. Yilan, let's go. Qin Yilan nodded gently, never sparing Yunjin even a glance from beginning to end. In the original storyline, Qin Yilan should have faced family destruction, her sister falling into demonic cultivation, her father dying tragically, and finally joining the Divine Lotus sect alone and helpless, becoming entangled with the later rising Master Yunjin. Now, all tragedies had been erased by Yunche in advance. She no longer had to face those nightmares, nor could she possibly have any connection with Yunjin. In her eyes now, Yunjin was merely a third-rate coward who sold out his brother for security. Outside the courtyard gate, fallen leaves swirled in the breeze. Yunjin stood on the steps, watching Yunche and Qin Yilan walk shoulder to shoulder out of the small courtyard, jealous flames burning in his gaze. His younger brother was now a vice dean and renowned instructor with rising prestige, while he was forced to look up from below. Why? He clenched his fists, nails digging deep into his palms. How can a waste with inferior martial roots lord over me like this? Memories surged. Before Yunche went to the Qin prince's mansion as a son-in-law in his place, he had to ask permission for everything, constantly calling him Big Brother. But after returning from the Qin prince's mansion, Yunche seemed like a different person, cold in tone, distant in gaze. What made Yunjin even more unable to swallow his pride was Qin Yilan. Unable to obtain Qin Kui, he set his sights on Qin Yilan. But no matter how attentively he tried to please her, she would only glance at him indifferently and nod as acknowledgement, unwilling to say even half a sentence more. Same face, even higher martial root talent than Yunche, yet all attention just wouldn't fall on him. Why? Why exactly? I can't give up. As long as Master teaches me supreme combat techniques, I can still turn things around. Yunjin swore fiercely in his heart. On the divine sun-flying vessel, the spirit stone furnace flames flickered bright and dim. Wu Keqing reached out and pressed several points on Ouyang Qing's neck. With two soft crack sounds, her previously stiff neck bones realigned, and her body, which should have been completely dead, suddenly revived. This. Ma Chao's eyes widened in disbelief. Lord Wu, what's happening here? Wu Keqing snorted coldly, flicking his sleeves. If not for seeing that you were unaware of the situation, your earlier insubordinate behavior would have already cost you your life. Ouyang Qing clutched her burning, painful neck, fear still in her eyes. Master, I'm not dead. You didn't kill me. You possess S-grade divine sun bloodline. How could your master and his majesty let you die? Wu Keqing's lips curved upward. I originally thought that even without activating your bloodline, you would be sufficient to defeat Li Muling. It was my oversight that girl actually learned superior grade combat techniques from Instructor Yuan, with methods beyond expectation. At the mention of Instructor Yuan, Ouyang Qing's face suddenly turned vicious. Master, I'll activate my bloodline as soon as we return. No matter how painful, I must succeed. If I don't tear him to pieces and annihilate his soul in this lifetime, I'll never rest in peace. Wu Keqing nodded with satisfaction. Though Ouyang Qing was naturally playful with mediocre martial roots, once she ignited her S-grade divine sun bloodline, she could transform into one of the world's rare prodigies. It was precisely for this reason that he took her as his disciple and passed down the great rock-spreading wing sword art. With such determination, His Majesty and I will naturally provide full support. In the future, we'll help you achieve greatness no less than Empress Qin Ke. Hearing this, Ouyang Qing's vicious expression softened slightly, and anticipation flickered in her eyes. At the training grounds of the Prince Qin's mansion, Qin Shao sat cross-legged in the center of the field, palms resting on his knees, eyes closed in deep meditation, as if immersed in silent contemplation. After a moment, his chest convulsed violently, and he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of turbid air mixed with blood. His already pale face turned ashen white instantly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He smiled bitterly and sighed hoarsely. It seems my martial path is truly severed. Since awakening, he had attempted to return to the King realm more than once, regulating his breathing, channeling qi, forcibly breaking through barriers. All had been tried, yet without exception, all had failed. His meridians now seemed like a sieve gnawed by insects, with spiritual power still slowly leaking away. If his calculations were correct, his realm would have to drop to at least the early stage of Grandmaster realm before the leakage would cease. At this moment, Qin Lang approached with steady steps, his expression serious. Foster father, returning to the King realm cannot be achieved overnight. Please do not rush, lest you damage your foundation. Qin Shao furrowed his brow and shook his head. How can I not be anxious? Without a King realm cultivator presiding over it, what kind of Prince Qin's mansion would the Qin family be? Though the outside world appears calm, our family's various enterprises have already been suppressed by numerous allied families. As long as I remain in the position of territorial lord for even one day, they will not cease their harassment. Thinking of this, his anger grew. When I was in the King realm, I never monopolized benefits and always shared profits with others. Yet now, having just awakened, I receive news of shops closing one after another. Their greedy behavior suggests they wish to uproot the Prince Qin's mansion entirely. A flash of joy in Qin Lang's eyes was quickly concealed as he maintained an anxious tone. Dean and Vice Dean Yin currently hold great prestige in Luoyue. If we could ask them to intervene, perhaps they could deter these petty troublemakers. Qin Shao waved his hand in refusal. Ultimately, these are business disputes, and they have no reason to interfere. Even if we appeal to His Majesty, others would only say I'm incompetent at managing the family business. Qin Lang secretly rejoiced this was exactly what he wanted. Once the situation became more desperate, he would step in to turn the tide, and his foster father would surely view him in a new light. Then, when he proposed the marriage arrangement, his foster father would likely give it serious consideration. In fact, the current suppression of the Qin family was orchestrated by Qin Lang himself, who had secretly allied with other families. Since he couldn't forcibly claim Luoyue, he employed a strategy of gradual infiltration. If he could become half the master of Luoyue, it would be satisfactory enough. Father, why are you at the training grounds again? This gentle call rang out as Yun Che and Qin Yilan walked side by side into the training grounds. Yun Che stepped forward first and cupped his fists. Son-in-law greets Prince Qin. Qin Shao waved his hand with a bitter smile. There's no longer any Prince Qin, just an ordinary martial artist. If you don't mind, please address me as father-in-law according to common courtesy. Yun Che's heart stirred slightly. Father-in-law. No longer old man. And certainly not the address of a Livian son-in-law. Yes, father-in-law. Qin Shao gazed at Yun Che with a solemn expression tinged with relief. I originally thought you were merely a mortal. I misjudged you. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze became fixed and his tone unprecedentedly serious. Yun Che, I'm willing to give you half of the Prince Qin mansion's wealth, hoping you can agree to an unreasonable request of mine. Qin Lang, who had been standing quietly to the side with a composed expression, suddenly looked shocked. Give half the family's wealth to this kid? What would happen to his own future? He couldn't help but speak up. Foster father, this is inappropriate. If the royal manor loses half its wealth, the situation everywhere will become even more tense. Our chances of reclaiming the Qin family's assets will be even slimmer. Qin Shao raised his hand, signaling him to be quiet, but his gaze remained fixed on Yun Che, quietly waiting for an answer. Yun Che frowned slightly, then spoke after a moment. Father-in-law, please speak frankly. If your son-in-law can accomplish it, I will naturally give my all. Qin Shao nodded, speaking at an unhurried pace. As you well know, this generation of the Qin family is not blessed with many descendants. I have no sons, only 2 precious daughters, but I don't favor sons over daughters. They remain my most treasured wealth. Ku Yi has been obsessed with swordsmanship since childhood and took an extreme path to enter the sacred profound sect faster. Her stubborn nature makes her brittle like overly rigid metal. Though she's in the sacred profound sect, she has no backing, and standing out in that cutthroat environment is no easy task. Yi Lan has a cold temperament with few friends, doesn't like opening her heart to others, and a lone tree cannot support itself. One careless move could lead to great losses. However, I can see that she relies on you greatly now. Qin Yilan's pretty face instantly flushed red as she protested urgently. Father, what nonsense are you talking about? Who relies on him? Qin Lang trembled slightly nearby, his suppressed rage nearly erupting. Qin Shao smiled and continued. Therefore, I want to ask you to protect them for me until they break through to the king realm. This isn't an order, but a father's plea. With their talent and beauty, they will face obstacles everywhere in these chaotic times. Ding. Qin Shao has issued you an SS rank mission. Do you accept? Mission requirements. Become the guardian of the Qin sisters until both break through to the king realm. Time limit. None. Mission rewards. First, half of the Qin family's wealth can be received in advance. Second, 5 million experience points. Third, unknown. Yun Che's heart stirred. A guardian mission actually reached SSS rank. It seemed that no matter how he changed the trajectory, Qin Ku Yi and Qin Yilan's martial path would still be fraught with difficulties. He gazed at Qin Shao and noticed that after falling from the Grandmaster realm, the man had aged considerably, his spirit and energy greatly diminished. If he once looked like a handsome uncle in his 30s or 40s, now he resembled a melancholy middle-aged man in his 50s. After brief consideration, he nodded in agreement. Even without the mission, he wouldn't stand by and watch them die. Protecting them along the way wasn't troublesome. Moreover, without trouble, where would he find excuses to fight people? Speaking of fighting, he still needed to find time to visit the sacred profound sect. That old schemer had given him a mandatory mission that he'd been dragging out. First, because his strength was slightly lacking. Second, because he'd already received the rewards. If not for the fact that failing the mission would cost him his profession, he really wanted to wait until reaching the Emperor realm before going. The 3-year deadline was still far off, so he'd treat it as reconnaissance while checking on Qin Ku Yi's cultivation progress. Seeing Yun Che nod, Qin Shao finally felt a weight lift from his heart. With his former king realm in sight, he confirmed that Yunche's combat power had reached the king realm, and though he didn't know how the young man had achieved this, it was enough to put his mind at ease. Excellent. Qin Shao took out a storage ring and handed it over. This contains half of the Qin family's wealth, and I'm entrusting it to you now. Yunche accepted it without ceremony, treating it as childcare fees. Qin Lang could no longer suppress his rage and suddenly roared, "Foster father, please reconsider. Without these funds, the Qin family will surely fall into chaos." Qin Shao frowned and said coldly, "No need to say more. My mind is made up." Qin Lang, who had been ignored all along, finally jumped out. Yunche turned his head, looking at this little grasshopper who had lost his backing yet still dared to make noise, feeling somewhat annoyed. He flipped his palm and produced the Red Skull secret letter he had previously searched from Qin Lang's person. The envelope was blood red, particularly striking under the lamplight. "Qin Lang, do you still remember this letter?" Qin Lang looked up, his pupils instantly contracting. The item that should have been lost long ago now lay quietly in Yunche's palm. He had always thought he had carelessly misplaced it, unable to fathom why it would appear in this little thief's hands. After a brief moment of shock, he forced himself to remain calm. Red Skull Island and the major bandit groups had been completely eradicated, leaving no witnesses alive. As long as he refused to admit anything, he could escape unscathed. "What letter? I don't know what you're talking about." His voice turned cold, though he tried desperately to sound calm. However, he ultimately underestimated what Yunche excelled at most, breaking someone's composure with a single sentence. Yunche weighed the packet of soul-dropping powder in his hand, a smile playing at his lips. "You must have gone to the meeting place to wait for Su Fei, right? But have you ever wondered why he never showed up? Why did your nearly perfect plan collapse overnight? And why is this packet of soul-dropping powder in my hands?" Each question struck like a hammer to the heart. Qin Lang's expression stiffened. Then he completely lost control. Pointing at Yunche, he screamed hoarsely, "So it was you, you bastard, who sabotaged everything. Do you know that because of you, our decade-long schemes turned to nothing? Because of you, I still haven't gotten Qin Yilan. I'll kill you." Before his furious roar had even ended, he lunged forward like a demon from hell, malevolent energy swirling around him, chilling to the bone. But before he could get close, Qin Shao, his face ashen with rage, stepped in front of Yunche and delivered a slap that thundered like muffled thunder, sending Qin Lang flying over 10 meters to crash on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Qin Lang rose in fury, about to unleash a torrent of curses, but when he met the ice-cold, murderous gazes of his adoptive father and sister, his face instantly drained of all color. It was over. Everything was over. He desperately tried to explain. "No, it's not like that. Adoptive father, please listen to me. None of that happened. You must believe me." "Qin Lang." Qin Shao roared, his chest heaving violently. "My cultivation may have fallen, but I'm not deaf. So you were the one behind everything. I treated you like my own son. I passed down the Qin family secret techniques to you. Is this how you repay me?" Qin Yilan snorted coldly, tears and hatred intertwining in her eyes. Even a dog knows gratitude worse than a dog. His excuses completely shattered. Qin Lang knew all was lost. Suddenly he threw back his head and laughed maniacally, his laughter harsh and grating. "Yes, that's right, it was me. If it weren't for Yunche, you would still trust me completely, calling me Langer and Brother Qin. If he hadn't interfered, I would have already chopped off your head, Qin Shao, and hung it on the city gates. And I would have had my way with Qin Yilan until she was ruined. Can you blame me? You can only blame yourselves for being too stupid." Before he finished speaking, Qin Shao, overcome with rage, spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Yilan trembled all over, tears streaming down like a fountain. Who could have imagined that this family member they had raised from childhood, who had grown up playing with them, had been plotting all along to destroy the Qin family and seize Falling Moon City? Swoosh! A cold gleam flashed as Yunche stepped forward and casually drew his sword across Qin Lang's throat. Blood sprayed out, and that twisted face froze in midair. Ding! Capture successful. Congratulations on obtaining a registry book. Ding! Grandmaster killed. Experience 2300, righteousness 100, death energy 100. The sword light faded, and the world returned to silence. Qin Yilan threw herself into Yunche's arms like a lost soul, sobbing uncontrollably. She had truly regarded Qin Lang as her own brother, only to receive such an outcome. "It's all right, such a person isn't worth your sorrow." Yunche gently patted her shoulder to comfort her, while handing the registry book to Qin Shao with his other hand. "Father-in-law, the recent closures of Qin family shops also seem to be Qin Lang's doing in collusion with other families." Qin Shao took the roster and flipped it open. Sure enough, it was written in Qin Lang's handwriting, and he instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Those few short words shattered the trust in his heart completely. The adopted son he had treated as his own flesh and blood had been acting all along. Taking a deep breath, Qin Shao suppressed his churning emotions and said to Yunche beside him, "Yunche, I owe you a great debt. My choice to make you my daughter's protector was indeed the right one. After leaving the Qin residence, Yunche returned to Falling Moon Academy. He first gave some casual guidance to little Phoenix at the training grounds. Watching the young girl nod repeatedly before heading back to his room to catch up on sleep tomorrow, he not only had to teach classes, but also lead 10 students to the Southern Sea Academy of the Azure Sparrow Empire for an exchange competition. He couldn't afford to show up with dark circles under his eyes. Deep into the night, the room was so quiet that only breathing could be heard. Yet Yunche tossed and turned restlessly. Qin Kai's situation had become a heavy burden on his mind. According to the original plot, the young woman had to experience corruption and awaken her unique SS-level demon domain talent to rapidly rise in power by wielding the demon's roar. But if she followed the conventional path of cultivating through martial roots alone, it would take forever to see any progress. What should I do? He pondered repeatedly in his mind. Since he had transmigrated here, he shouldn't let Qin Kai bear too much suffering. But without pain and desperation, she couldn't trigger that unique talent awakening. After much deliberation, he gritted his teeth and made his decision the corruption route. Since warriors in the divine martial world couldn't directly absorb experience like he could and could only rely on talent awakening, he would play the role of an utterly despicable villain to help her break free from her cocoon. When thinking about how to be evil, his thoughts briefly wandered to outrageous paths like forcing himself on her and becoming that kind of criminal. But he quickly rejected the idea. No, that's too degrading. A cold-hearted, ruthless enemy approach would be more suitable and easier to explain afterward. With his plan decided, he felt somewhat excited. At dawn the next day, the silence was shattered by the clacking sounds of mahjong tiles. Yunche pushed open his door with disheveled hair to find 2 emperors, 2 kings, and 4 old foxes engaged in fierce battle around a table they had been playing all night long. I say, for seniors, is it really that entertaining? You didn't even sleep. He patted his forehead. Situ Kong, clutching a handful of tiles, said with complete seriousness, you don't understand a damn thing. There's great wisdom here. I even touched upon a breakthrough opportunity. Yunche rolled his eyes. If one could really break through cultivation realms by playing mahjong, the entire martial cultivation system would be in chaos though. Come to think of it, his cheat abilities had already thrown the divine martial world into chaos anyway. Feeling warmth in his palm, Yunche activated his divine hand and shamelessly pilfered from the 4 old men. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 1-2 of circles tile. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 1000 experience points. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining Supreme Battle Technique. Berserk, Burning, Myriad Tribulations, Evil Flame, 9 Heavens, Demon Dance, Wasteland, Sun Stealing, Immortal, Soul-Shocking Sword Art. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining Mu Hua's original undergarment. After the 4 notifications, he stared at Han Chun and the old drunkard. The former had actually learned to cheat, while the latter was even more outrageous, had stolen and was carrying around the personal undergarments of envoy Mu Hua from the Divine Lotus sect. Yunche thought to himself, could the old drunkard be planning to seize the day and pursue that gravity-defying beauty? Imagining that scene, he really had no words. Shaking his head, he headed to the Academy Plaza. Students from 9 classes were already lined up waiting. Without wasting words, he climbed up high to begin his lecture while activating his divine hand to continue his harvesting. Just as the class bell rang, several more students at the body tempering and postnatal realms had their foreheads light up as they broke through on the spot. Everyone had grown accustomed to this sight, casting envious yet reverent glances his way. After organizing everything in just over 10 minutes, Yunche selected 5 students from Class 9 and 5 top students from other classes, leading the team aboard a silver flying shuttle. Before departure, Yiqing Shuang handed him a letter, instructing him to deliver it to the Empress of the Azure Sparrow Empire without fail. The most outrageous part was that domineering Empress was actually Yiqing Shuang's close friend. This revelation truly shocked Yunche. Although it was just a simple message delivery task, it was still classified as a brank mission that would reward 5,000 experience points upon completion. For Yunche, this meager compensation was like scraps of meat on a mosquito's leg, better than nothing. For this expedition, he didn't dare go alone. The target was to slay the Ant Emperor, and without the 2 veteran emperors Ning Yi and Situ Kong backing him up, he genuinely feared he couldn't handle it solo. Thus, the team was formed, 2 emperors, 10 students, plus Yunche himself, a mighty procession departing from the academy. The roster of 10 students looked particularly eccentric. Strictly speaking, each one had a very distinct personality. Yunche hadn't deliberately sought out oddballs. He had simply summoned the academy's 10 strongest fighters, and each turned out more outrageous than the last. 1. Situ Shu, an arrogant girl with sweaty feet, who always spoke with a condescending tone. 2. Yi Fenga, perverted masochist with an abnormal obsession with pain. 3. Gao Zena, medicine apprentice who spent every day in the herb garden and appeared the most normal. 4. Jiang Renhu, a Buddhist monk with a dark, bald head and a towering frame of over 6 feet. He carried an iron staff carved with Buddhist scriptures and constantly wore a compassionate expression. 5. Shiman Changqi, a blind swordsman who kept his eyes closed year-round. Reportedly, very few students could force him to open them. 6. B. Weina, a swift swordsman whose strikes were so fast you could only see flashes of cold light, never his form. 7. Zhuang Feng and Zhuang Yang, brothers wielding heavy sword and heavy blade respectively, who called themselves the Wind-Rising Twin Demons, though Yin Che found them rather simple-minded. 8. Ruan Ko, the only one to awaken and shrank talent called Berserker Body. Originally a bookish, adorably naive girl. 9. Zhang Wujith, Little Prince of Fortune. Despite having inferior martial roots, his luck was absurdly good, casually finding precious pills and spiritual medicines. Among the 10, only Gao Xian appeared normal on the surface. Any of the others could be pulled out as a campus legend. The Buddhist monk Jiang Renhua's iron staff was as thick as a child's arm, its surface covered in dense golden scriptures. When he walked, the staff clanged against his back armor with metallic rings. Shiman Chanka, though blind, could precisely avoid tiny pebbles on the ground. When someone occasionally tested him, his wooden sword would sweep lightly through the air as if cutting it. Biwen's sword was nearly invisible, leaving only white streaks. The Zhuang brothers' weapons were so heavy that their habit of measuring swords and blades by weight often gave blacksmiths headaches. Ruan Cao-Cao's berserker body was the most astonishing. After the siege defense, Wei Hong personally conducted her talent assessment, and the readings maxed out completely. Yet the girl herself looked troubled. She only wanted to read quietly, but once her body went berserk, her strength became mountainous. Zhang Wuji's luck was equally bizarre. During class, Yin Che had pulled high-grade spiritual fruits and high-grade treasures directly from his sleeves, 2 items at once. Yin Che believed that without being possessed by the Emperor of Luck, this kid could never have stuffed such treasures into his pockets like ordinary pebbles. Logically, martial root quality was determined at birth, but Yin Che had a nagging feeling that this law might fail when it came to Zhang Wuji. Perhaps before long, this fellow could actually leap from inferior to intermediate or even superior martial roots. The original roster had also included Little Phoenix and Qin Yelan. Little Phoenix wanted to break through to the peak of the innate realm before the 100 Schools Elite Tournament and refused to leave. Qin Yelan had just entered the innate realm and decided to enter closed-door cultivation, so neither joined the expedition. Among the 4 great empires, the Azure Sparrow Empire was the farthest from the Great Yuan Empire. Even with Yun Che's silver flying shuttle, it took a full 5 days to reach the empire's border. During the flight, he received a system-wide announcement from the Divine Martial System. Player Yun Che has broken through to the King Realm. Killing targets in the body refining and postnatal realms will no longer grant experience, and killing innate realm targets will only yield half experience. This was a restriction to prevent high-level players from bullying weaklings to farm cultivation levels. Yin Che had thought this limitation would automatically disappear after crossing into the real world, but it turned out to be merely delayed activation. At this moment, the territory of the Azure Sparrow Empire was engulfed in a battlefield where flames and blood intertwined. Countless fire-eating ants swarmed up from underground, their red shells gleaming like molten iron. These creatures were fire-obsessed by nature, yet equally ravenous carnivorous demon beasts with terrifying reproduction rates. On the dark green city walls, a general in an azure wind cloak, his eyes bloodshot, hoarsely commanded, "Thunder arrows, ice arrows, fire. Artillery crews, bring up all the elemental ammunition." "General, there are too many ant swarms. Our elemental arrows and ammunition are limited, won't last long," his adjutant urgently reminded. "Hold the line no matter what. Think of your families, your wives, your children," the general roared. The adjutant's face paled, smiling bitterly to himself. His wife had long run off with another man, and the child wasn't even his own yet. He still raised his bow and knocked an arrow. Boom, boom, lightning tore through the ant tide while frost buried the fiery red shells. Massive fire-eating ants were blasted apart, their limbs flying everywhere as crimson bodily fluids rolled into rivers outside the city. The general seized the opportunity and waved again. "Continue. Don't let them catch their breath, fire." Inside the silver flying shuttle high above, Yun Che, along with Ning Yi, Situ Kong, and 10 students, gazed down through the portholes at the smoke of battle. Ning Yi said in a low voice, "Who would have thought there was a fire-eating ant nest beneath the Azure Sparrow Empire, and on a scale far more terrifying than I estimated? I'm afraid they won't be able to hold." Situ Kong, his usual smile gone, added gravely, "This clan has more than one king. There are at least 3 ant emperors, and their cultivation levels are probably above yours and mine." He turned to Yun Che. "Young Yun, do you really want to charge down there? With this scale, even old Ning and I can't guarantee we could stop them. Don't forget about the ant emperors." Yun Che cupped his fists and nodded. "If the 2 seniors would lend me their aid, this is a battle I must fight." The two exchanged bitter smiles, but no longer tried to dissuade him. Just as they were about to leave the vessel to provide support, new disturbances suddenly appeared below the city. Hiss! The ground churned with flesh and blood as three King Realm fire-eating ants with black wings on their backs burst from the earth, shooting straight toward the airspace above the city walls, their cold compound eyes locked deadly onto the azure-robed general. The general's sword-gripping hand trembled uncontrollably, his atoms apple-bobbing. Where's the reinforcement? Why hasn't a single King Realm expert arrived? A messenger frantically reported, General, the other city gates are under attack as well. It's suspected that beneath the entire Azure Sparrow Empire, it's all fire-eating ant nests. The azure-robed general's face instantly turned deathly pale, yet a final clarity flashed in his eyes as he roared, Quick! Send word to everyone evacuate the Azure Sparrow Empire immediately. If the entire territory had been infiltrated by ant nests, defending the city was utterly meaningless, as the ant swarms could emerge anywhere at any time. However, the Azure Sparrow Empire was vast, with countless civilians. Complete evacuation in a short time was simply impossible. The general looked at the rolling insect clouds on the horizon, feeling as if his heart was being crushed by iron pincer. 7. If Her Majesty the Empress was a mighty Imperial Realm expert, she absolutely could not suppress the entire fire-eating ant colony single-handedly. It was over. Could today truly be the day of the Azure Sparrow Empire's destruction? The green-robed general's sword-wielding hand instantly went limp. It wasn't that he lacked the courage to die in battle, but rather he couldn't fathom what meaning his death would serve. No matter how many fire ants he slaughtered, he could never reverse the crushing defeat before him. Almost the moment he wavered, urgent reports flooded in like a relentless tide. Report: massive swarms of ants have appeared in Lingfeng Town, Xifang Town, and Yong'an Town. Report: massive swarms have appeared in Taiping Town and Panlong Town. Report: massive swarms have appeared in Panlong Town, Qingshi Town, Qianfeng Town, and Moyu Town, requesting immediate reinforcements. Each cry struck the general's heart like a sledgehammer. He staggered back 2 steps, lifting his gaze to the clear sky above, yet all he felt was crushing darkness bearing down upon him. At that very moment, a massive azure light pillar, thick as a mountain range, suddenly erupted from the depths of the imperial palace. Within the pillar, the phantom of a giant azure sparrow wreathed in dark blue netherfire spread its wings and soared forth, its wing beats stirring scorching gales. Upon the phantom's back stood a woman, missing her left arm and right leg, balanced on one knee. Her features were exquisite, her bearing proud and defiant. Her maimed body only served to highlight her razor-sharp beauty. She was none other than the Empress of the Azure Sparrow Empire, Yuezhing Xiangling. The Azure Sparrow shrieked as blue flames exploded outward. In the next breath, it had already swept beyond the imperial city, piercing through walls and crossing borders as it raced toward the mountain depths. The countless fire ants were driven into a frenzy by the intoxicating scent of this prey, their crimson compound eyes locking onto the sparrow in unison as their wings thundered, and they gave chase like a raging torrent. Boom! 3 ant emperors crowned with blazing flame diadems, armored in hardened carapaces, and capable of standing upright like humans burst forth from the earth below. The violent shockwaves overturned the street's stone slabs as they lunged ferociously toward Yuezhing Xiangling. Close behind, 10 King Realm flying ants converged from all directions, their shadows blotting out the sky. Your Majesty! The green-robed general collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his weathered face. He couldn't even cry out, "Don't!" For at this moment, only by having the Empress serve as bait to lure away the swarm was there any hope of saving the nation. As a court minister, he knew the Empress's abilities well. Though her attack power was formidable, it was extremely difficult to control, and each use demanded an enormous price. Meanwhile, high above in the heavens, Yun Che's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. He sighed inwardly. Reality truly differed from games. The Azure Sparrow Empress had acted ahead of schedule, all for the sake of her people. Ning Yi asked gravely, "Young Yun, what do we do now?" "Give chase." Situ Kong raised his hand to calculate, his expression grave. 3 ant emperors, one of them approaching mid-stage, plus 10 ant kings. Even if old Ning and I join forces with the Empress, we may not be able to bring them down. Yun Che showed not the slightest hesitation. You 2 seniors follow the Empress and hold off the ant emperors. I'll handle the 10 ant kings myself, then join you all in surrounding the emperors. Ning Yi and Situ Kong almost thought they'd misheard. Ning Yi solemnly reminded him, though your combat power far exceeds the King Realm, fighting 10 ant kings alone will be no easy task. Situ Kong also shook his head. Don't underestimate them. They're extremely fast. Even with supreme movement techniques, you may not be able to keep up. Yun Che replied calmly, whether human or demon beast, as long as they haven't reached the Emperor Realm, I can slay them all single-handedly. Ning Yi and Situ Kong exchanged glances and said no more. Yun Che spoke to the 10 students behind him, who remained frozen in shock. Battles at the Imperial Realm level won't teach you anything just by watching. Stay on the flying vessel. Even latest King Realm experts won't be able to harm you easily. As his words fell, he leaped down alongside Ning Yi and Sidu Kong. 3 streaks of light pierced through the air, instantly pursuing the distant ant swarm. After their departure, over a dozen figures still stood rigid on the vessel's deck. The overwhelming ant swarm, Empress Qin leading the ant sea away. The appearance of 3 ant emperors wave after wave of shocking events left these future prodigies pale-faced. It wasn't until more than 10 breaths later that they finally snapped back to reality. With the terrifying ant tide before their eyes, Vice Dean Yun had taken 2 seniors to launch a counterattack, and from their conversation, those 2 seniors were actually Imperial Realm powerhouses. To travel alongside Imperial Realm experts was already honor enough, not to mention that Situ Shue's great-grandfather, who hadn't appeared for years, was also at the Imperial Realm. But what made them tremble most was Yun Che himself had actually declared he would single-handedly battle the 10 Ant Kings, and finally join the 2 seniors and Empress Qin in slaying the 3 emperors. What realm is Vice Dean Yun actually at? Ruan Chao murmured. Everyone shook their heads in unison. Incomprehensible, but definitely extraordinary. North of the Qin Empire, above an endless sea of flowers, Lejing Xiangling faced 3 ant emperors and 10 ant kings alone. If her opponents were human, she could rely on her Qin Nether King flame for protection, making it impossible for anyone to get close. But fire-devouring ants naturally consumed flames, so she dared not even use her Nether King flame. The 10 ant kings positioned themselves around the perimeter to observe, lacking the qualification to interfere in an Imperial Realm battle. Thunderous roars echoed through the air as azure sword light wove into nets. Xiangling's movements flowed continuously, dodging, blocking, counterattacking with barely a moment's pause. However, her fire attribute sword Qi only served as nourishment when it struck the fire-devouring ants. Suddenly, the ant emperor on the verge of breaking through to the middle stage flickered, moving so fast it was invisible to the naked eye, instantly appearing behind Xiangling. Oh no, there's no time. Ning Yi cried out from nearby. Yun Che's eyes flashed coldly as his form became a blur, the phantom dragon steps activating instantly. In the next moment, his shadow still lingered beside Ning Yi, but his body had already appeared behind the ant emperor. Feeling the cold presence at her back, Lejing Xiangling's face turned deathly pale. Just as she was about to burn her life essence to forcibly escape, she first saw an unfamiliar young man blocking the space between herself and the ant emperor's weak aura of early King Realm made her think she was seeing things. A mere King Realm cultivator, coming to save her? The young man didn't draw his sword, merely swinging his fist toward the ant emperor's head. A fist? Could king-level power even break through an ant emperor's hide? Xiangling sighed silently. Truly a hot-headed youngster. She even resolved that even if it meant burning all her life essence and shattering her crown, she would preserve his life. Divine intent fist, stellar intent. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.